The young man, Suin, was a transmigrator, yet due to his undocumented status, he was unable to participate in the martial arts examination, leaving him to wander the streets as a beggar. His fate changed dramatically when a beautiful woman claiming to be an instructor from Jianglan City's martial arts academy told him he possessed a 9 millennium innate sword physique. At this moment, in a riverside villa belonging to the martial arts academy, Suin sat nervously on the living room sofa, dressed in a white bathrobe. Through the window, he could see students in school uniforms practicing martial arts diligently on the training field. All of this felt like a surreal dream to him. Half a month ago, Suin had transmigrated to this world, where everyone could cultivate martial arts and awaken supernatural abilities. He had planned, like the protagonists in many novels, to shine in the martial arts examination, make a name for himself at a prestigious academy, and eventually venture into the stars to achieve greatness. However, his plans were thwarted at the very first step due to his undocumented status. With no other options, Suin worked at a construction site, hoping to make a living while waiting for a system to manifest. Yet, after a day of labor, not only did the system fail to appear, but his physical condition, weaker than that of an octogenarian, led to him being fired without pay. Desperate and with nowhere to turn, he joined the ranks of beggars. This morning, a woman in red appeared out of nowhere, introducing herself as Yu Qinghong, an instructor at the martial arts academy. She immediately recognized Suin's innate sword physique and brought him to this villa. After briefly explaining the situation, she left in haste. Looking around, the villa's decor was simple, with the most eye-catching feature being the weapon wall near the entrance, adorned with all sorts of swords. According to Yu Qinghong, she was a swordsmith at the academy, and these were her creations. Though they were all ordinary weapons, her lifelong dream was to forge a true mystical sword. Suin carefully took down a slender white long sword from the wall. Its scabbard was snow white, and as he unsheathed the blade, a crisp, melodious sound echoed in the air. The sword's radiant, icy glow reflected his aspirations, as if the childhood dream of wielding a sword to vanquish evil was now within reach. Through half a month of begging, Suin had gained a basic understanding of this world. This was Blue Star, an ordinary planet located on the edge of the Azure starfield. After entering the era of the vast universe, in the face of countless cosmic races, the nations of Blue Star set aside their differences and formed a unified federation. Jianglan City was situated in the Daxia district of the Federation. With the emergence of spatial rifts and star beasts, the advantages of ancient martial arts in combating alien threats became increasingly apparent, surpassing even technological advancements. Today, martial arts cultivation was a global trend, with countless individuals aspiring to achieve divine mastery and traverse the stars. Suin was confident in his potential after all. He was a transmigrator. Even though the system had yet to appear, his innate sword physique was a solid foundation for pursuing his dreams of exploring the cosmos. As he was lost in thought, the sound of a turning lock broke the silence. Yu Qinghong's calm voice came from behind him, mentioning that the swords on the wall were creations by her and her students, though she dismissed them as unsightly failures. Suin glanced at the sharp blade in his hand, puzzled, then turned to meet her fiery gaze, which seemed to regard him as a rare treasure. Her delicate face was mere inches away, and Suin caught a whiff of her alluring fragrance, causing his cheeks to flush. In a daze, the scene before him seemed to blur and overlap. A soft murmur reached his ears like a lullaby under the moonlight, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. At long last, the system notification sounded. However, the Destiny Divine Sword system failed to bind to him due to a racial mismatch. Meanwhile, in the villa's basement, Yu Qinghong, clad in red, was adding rare forging materials to a blazing swords-melting furnace. Finally, she retrieved a fist-sized piece of dark golden Tai mystic crystal, a unique essence she had meticulously refined over the years, originally intended for crafting her life-bound mystical sword upon reaching the martial lord realm. Gazing at the molten metal, now imbued with a dark golden hue, Yu Qinghong's expression was one of devout focus. Without hesitation, she kicked the still unconscious Suin into the sword furnace. Just as Suin plunged into the sword furnace, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep through the depths of his consciousness, jolting him awake from his stupor. In an instant, a powerful sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him, while scorching heat seared every inch of his skin, and the suffocating presence of death loomed ever closer. Why? Suin stared at the edge of the sword furnace, both shocked and furious. Yu Qinghong did not answer. Instead, she gazed intently at his falling figure, her lips curling into a twisted smile. You should feel honored to witness the birth of a peerless divine weapon. As Su Yin's vision blurred, Yu Qinghong's figure grew smaller, yet the fervent and maniacal expression on her face became increasingly vivid. The intense heat radiating from behind made him acutely aware that death was imminent. He had thought he could face death with composure, but as it truly approached, a torrent of anger, unwillingness, and fear surged from the depths of his heart. Su Yin fixed his gaze on that cold, delicate face, as though etching it into the core of his soul. To be killed by a madwoman? Su Yin let out a bitter laugh and slowly closed his eyes. Hatred and regret churned within him, hatred for his own weakness, which allowed a woman to snatch away his life in such a cruel manner. Regret for trusting a stranger so easily. If there's a next life, I'll bide my time and grow stronger, exacting blood for blood on these hypocrites. The thought had barely formed when Su Yin's body was consumed by the flames, reduced to a pool of blood that seamlessly merged with the molten dark gold metal. It's done, Yu Qinghong exclaimed in wild delight, immediately pouring the molten metal into the prepared sword mold. Once the metal cooled into a sword blank, rhythmic hammering echoed through the underground chamber. Hours later, Yu Qinghong plunged the glowing, red-hot prototype of the sword into icy water from the melted snow of Mount Changbai. As the hissing sound filled the air, steam enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a system notification resounded. Host conditions fulfilled. Sword spirit, primary sword body, detected strong resentment from the host during life. Destiny divine sword system, switching to Destiny demon sword system. Current race, spirit form, searching for a swordmaster within a 10-meter radius to bind to the demon sword. Detected soul candidate, Yu Qinghong, binding to first swordmaster. Yu Qinghong. As the steam dissipated, Yu Qinghong eagerly examined the weapon. One glance, and her face lit up with astonishment. Before her floated a blood-red long sword, its blade as eerily beautiful as a rose, resembling finely crafted jade. Dark golden dragon-like energy coiled around it, adding a touch of majesty to the menacing weapon. Indeed, the method described in that book was correct. A sword is lifeless, but humans are the spirits of all things. To fill the void with life only then can a profound sword be forged. I was right. I was always right. Ha ha ha. With a wave of her hand, the blood-red sword flew into her grasp. Yu Qinghong trembled with excitement, her entire body quivering as she held the weapon. Originally, she had felt a twinge of guilt in her heart for using the forbidden art of forging a sword with human life. But when the Xinjian was finally completed, Yu Qinghong's heart was filled with nothing but ecstasy. She carefully stroked the blade with her sleeve, her eyes radiating a tenderness akin to that of a mother gazing at her newborn child. The scattered, tattered clothing on the ground and the fragmented white bones in the corner formed a stark and jarring contrast to this seemingly tender scene. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, an enraged voice suddenly erupted. Damn it, damn it, damn it, keep touching it, and I'll kill you 10,000 times over. I'll rip apart, slice up, and shred your filthy body. The voice belonged to Su Yin, who had just been awakened from his slumber by a mysterious system power, only to witness his nemesis lovingly caressing the blood-red sword forged at the cost of his own life. But when he realized that not only could he pass through Yu Qinghong's body, but she also couldn't hear his curses, he was forced to accept the grim reality of his death. So, am I a ghost now? Or something else? Su Yin muttered, bewildered, as he gazed at his own lifeless body. The system's voice promptly responded. The host is now the sword spirit of the demonic sword. Hold on, buddy. I've already died, and you're only showing up now, system boss? Can you revive me? Doesn't the host already count as being alive? Then help me kill that wretch. The system is a demonic sword support system and cannot directly execute anyone. However, as the sword spirit of the demonic sword, the host can use the demonic sword's abilities to influence the swordmaster. Catching the subtle hint in the system's words, Su Yin's eyes glinted with a peculiar light. After some experimentation, he discovered that as a sword spirit, his consciousness was confined to a 1-meter radius around the demonic sword. If he strayed beyond this range, he would be forcibly pulled back into the sword. However, his spirit form could pass through walls, a small consolation. Ding, would you like to view the demonic sword stats panel? View it, Su Yin replied, having calmed down and decided to accept his new reality. The demonic sword stats panel appeared. Sword name, none. Rank, low-grade spiritual weapon. Traits, slaughter, demonic sword legacy. Swordmaster, Yu Qinghong. Seeing the low-grade spiritual weapon classification, Su Yin couldn't help but sneer. This woman, still basking in her triumph, had gone through all this trouble and still failed to forge even a Xian-grade weapon. How utterly pathetic. At that moment, Yu Qinghong gently stroked the blade and murmured, I, Yu Qinghong, will one day be remembered for eternity, and as my life-bound Xinjian, you deserve a name. Jade-like and blood-red as a rose, I'll call you Qianggui Sword. The sword name field instantly changed from none to Qianggui Sword. Su Yin continued to examine the demonic sword's abilities. Skill 1. Blood Sword Omen. Effect. Misfortune Swordmaster's luck value steadily decreases by 1 point. Max value is 10 for Child of Destiny. Cost, none. Note: luck is a mysterious thing, isn't it? Skill 2. Fate's ultimate weapon. Reading the description of Blood Sword's misfortune, cursed by heaven and earth, Su-in felt a surge of exhilaration, had finally found a glimmer of hope for revenge. Regarding the two effects of the skill Blood Sword, Omen, a cold glint flashed in Su-yin's eyes. These effects gave him a glimmer of hope in dealing with Yu Qinghong. He pondered deeply over the mysterious nature of fate. Those with high fortune always seem to stumble upon opportunities, receiving help from experts when pursued, discovering rare treasures or mythical beasts at market stalls, or even finding an injured Empress master hidden within a casually picked up ring. Conversely, those with low fortune faced endless misfortune. Bullying the weak could lead to provoking a hidden master, and even walking down the street could result in accidental death from the aftermath of a martial artist clash. Although ill fortune only reduces 1 point of fortune, great misfortune can decrease 5 points. Combined, that's 6 points. Su-in narrowed his eyes as he calculated. It only lasts for a day, but if I use it at a critical moment, even if she doesn't die, she'll suffer greatly. Unfortunately, activating great misfortune required demonic energy, and the magic sword was currently depleted. For now, Su-in had to suppress his murderous intent. He shifted his focus to the second skill, Fate's ultimate weapon. This skill had two effects. The first, ultimate weapon, allowed the magic sword to advance to the next level upon reaching its current limit, gaining a new form. It could also switch between forms using demonic energy. The second effect, mutual destruction, could target a selected individual, but after use, the magic sword's level would drop by 1. The system specifically warned, advancing is not easy. The host is advised to use this skill cautiously. Su-yin's gaze lingered on the mutual destruction effect for a long time. While harming the enemy at great personal cost was rarely a wise move, this effect seemed to spark some thoughts in him. At this moment, Yu Qinghong was immersed in joy. She didn't leave the underground chamber until late at night, returning to the villa allocated to her by Martial Arts Academy No. 1. Through the window, she gazed at the starry sky above the empty training grounds, with the nearby woods silent and tranquil. Feeling weary, she entered her bedroom and locked the door behind her. Carefully, she placed the magic sword under her pillow, secured it, and slipped off her red attire. Yu Qinghong's unique physique emitted a natural fragrance with a hypnotic effect, and her body remained perpetually clean, allowing her to devote the time saved from bathing to martial arts and forging. She stole one last glance at the magic sword, stretched lazily, and soon drifted into a deep sleep, her breathing steady and peaceful. Inside the magic sword, Su-in coldly observed the sleeping Yu Qinghong. This woman, who had used Hema Transmigratora's material to forge a mystical sword, would never imagine that the sword harbored a spirit yearning to tear her apart. He had initially intended to use mutual destruction while in the underground chamber, but his rationality held him back. After all, the skill could only be used once. If he alerted her prematurely, it would make killing her in the future far more difficult. Although Yu Qinghong was a swordsmith and her martial arts skills might not be as strong as those of other warriors at the same level, she was still a Tier 3 Grand Martial Master. Su-in understood this well and was unwilling to take a reckless gamble on whether a Grand Martial Master truly had no hidden cards to play. By now, the night had grown deep. Yu Qinghong lay on the bed, deeply asleep. Her breathing became faint, and she fell into a profound slumber, almost as if lifeless. System, what will happen to me if the Swordmaster dies? Su-in asked cautiously. Rest assured, host. The core of the demon sword system is the sword itself. If the Swordmaster dies, the demon sword will automatically unbind, and you can search for a new Swordmaster. With this reassurance from the system, Su-in breathed a sigh of relief. Having died once before, he had no intention of following this woman into a second death. Just then, the blood-red longsword beneath the pillow began to undergo a transformation. The blade grew increasingly hot, its temperature rising rapidly until it became searing and glowing red. A violent energy began to ripple outward like the waves of an impending volcanic eruption. In merely 10 seconds, an energy storm erupted from the demon sword, consuming Yu Qinghong, who was closest, before sweeping through the entire villa and the surrounding grove. Flames shot into the sky, dyeing the clouds above Martial Arts High School a vivid crimson. This spectacular scene immediately caught the attention of students who were still awake. Some took out their phones to snap photos and post them online, while the bolder ones rushed to the scene to investigate. However, by the time they reached the riverbank, the area had already been cordoned off. Across the river, the grove and the villa had been reduced to ashes. Are you telling me this was just an ordinary fire, not caused by a star beast? The principal stared at the devastating scene in disbelief. That's correct. While we detected strong energy fluctuations, there were no traces of dark elements, the safety officer replied with certainty as he put away his detection device. Once it was confirmed that no students had been harmed, the principal visibly relaxed. Property damage was inconsequential as long as the heirs of prominent families were unharmed. As for the teachers, they were freelance martial artists and could be replaced at any time. In the middle of the ruins, a pitch-black longsword was embedded in the ground at an angle. System: show me my panel. Ding. Demon sword panel. Sword name: Qiongwei sword. Grade: advanced mortal weapon. Abilities: slaughter, demon sword legacy. Swordmaster: Yu Qinghong. How is this possible? Su Yin was stunned to see Yu Qinghong's name still listed under the Swordmaster field. Has anyone seen teacher Yu Qinghong? In the Kendo classroom of Jianglan City's martial arts high school, Chu Bin frowned as he scanned the room. As the president of Yu Qinghong's fan club, he was particularly anxious about the absence of this rare beauty and skilled swordsmith. After all, Yu Qinghong not only possessed the early-stage strength of a grand martial artist, but also had a unique perspective on Kendo, which attracted a large number of elective students. No, I haven't seen her since yesterday morning, a nearby student replied, then added. But I did see teacher Yu yesterday morning returning to school with a man. He looked pretty ordinary, though he was quite handsome. Maybe the two of them are somewhere having a discussion. Those words hit Chu Bin like a thunderbolt. Before the student could finish, he had already slipped out of the Kendo classroom. The student, still practicing sword techniques, didn't notice the president's unusual behavior. Remaining focused on his training after all, the martial arts exam was only a few months away, and he needed to perfect his moves before his roommate discovered he had lied about going to the internet cafe. Chu Bin's mind was flooded with images of his goddess interacting intimately with an unfamiliar man, and the thought was unbearable. No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible, he muttered, shaking his head vigorously. Without hesitation, he changed direction and quickened his pace toward Yu Qinghong's villa. Relying on a mid-tier yellow-grade martial skill called breeze step, Chu Bin was confident he wouldn't be noticed. This skill, known for its ability to conceal one's presence, had previously allowed him to successfully follow Yu Qinghong, so he was thoroughly familiar with her residence. Meanwhile, in the basement of the villa, Yu Qinghong, dressed in red, was staring grimly at the pitch-black long sword in her hands. Though the sword was entirely black, it wasn't dull and lifeless like the failed creations she had forged during her apprenticeship. Instead, it gleamed with an obsidian-like luster. However, the sword's appearance had undergone a drastic transformation compared to the day before. How could this happen? Yu Qinghong murmured to herself. Despite its dramatic changes, she instantly recognized it as the mysterious sword she had forged yesterday. Didn't it succeed yesterday? Yu Qinghong sat in front of the sword furnace, holding the freshly forged long sword in her hand, her brows furrowed in deep thought. She carefully recalled every step of the sword forging process, the rare materials like meteorite black iron, scarlet fire essence, and Tianshan cloud water, as well as the extremely precious Tai profound crystal. She had strived for perfection at every stage. Yet, the energy eruption of the profound sword not only resulted in failure, but also destroyed her only prosthetic body. Standing up, she walked to the testing platform, placing the sword down and carefully sharpening its edge with a whetstone. Then she retrieved a high-grade mortal weapon she had forged earlier and struck it forcefully against the new sword. At the moment of collision, the high-grade weapon shattered, but the new sword also bore a small chip. A mortal weapon? Her face darkened instantly. After using such precious materials and sacrificing a supreme sword body, she had only managed to create a mortal-grade weapon. This outcome was utterly unacceptable. Inside the demonic sword, Su Yin observed the chip with a pang of heartache. But what shocked him even more was Yu Qinghong's genius ingenuity. Years ago, she had obtained a celestial meteorite, dividing it into two parts. The larger piece was forged into the Tai profound crystal, while the smaller piece was crafted into a prosthetic body identical to her own. Her true body and the prosthetic shared the same cultivation level. During the day, the prosthetic taught martial arts at Wudao 1 Academy and forged swords at night, while her true body remained in a secret chamber on the second basement level, cultivating without interruption. As Su Yin marveled at her exceptional time management skills, a faint sound came from the underground exit, like a soft breeze brushing past withered wood. Who's there? Yu Qinghong became instantly alert, grabbing the demonic sword and darting out. With the keen perception of a grand martial master, she intercepted the intruder within a few swift movements. It was her student, Chu Bin. You saw everything? She held the long sword, her presence radiating a deadly aura. Chu Bin tried to feign calmness. Teacher Yu, you didn't come to class today, and everyone was worried about you. In truth, he had come out of suspicion of being betrayed, only to stumble upon this terrifying secret. When Yu Qinghong coldly questioned him a second time, Chu Bin suddenly executed his gale step technique, transforming into a swift shadow as he attempted to flee. Yet, Yu Qinghong remained composed, raising her sword calmly and parting her lips slightly. Blood blossom. A shadow flickered, and a thin line of blood appeared across Chu Bin's neck. Blood sprayed out, forming a crimson rose as his headless body collapsed to the ground. Ding! With this throat-slashing strike, her innate killing talent was triggered. Vitality 1, demonic energy 1. A strange power quietly flowed into the sword. This surge of energy made Su-in feel a profound warmth, as though his very soul was immersed in a soothing hot spring. The unprecedented comfort nearly made him let out a sound of relief. Just as he was about to lose himself in the sensation, a mechanical notification rang out. Ding! Damage detected on the sword body. Would you like to consume 1 unit of demonic energy for repair? Repair. Su-in responded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yu Qinghong stood by the headless corpse, her brows furrowed as she contemplated how to handle the situation. Suddenly, the failed prototype of a Xian sword in her hand began to tremble violently, as if attempting to break free from her grasp. The hilt grew increasingly hot, and the familiar scene caused her pupils to narrow sharply. Again? Yu Qinghong swiftly flung the sword away and channeled her true energy to shield herself. She watched the discarded sword warily, only to see an ominous black flame gradually engulfing it. However, she quickly realized that this anomaly was different from what had occurred the day before. Under the scorching heat of the black flame, the sword's blade turned crimson and then melted into molten metal. What was even more astonishing was that the molten metal began to flow within an invisible sword-shaped mold, slowly solidifying into form again. Self-recasting? Yu Qinghong was so stunned she could barely speak. Even Shintir weapons can't achieve this. Could I have accidentally forged an immortal weapon? But she quickly dismissed the notion. With Tai-Xian crystal, a Shintir material, even with her skills as a prodigious swordsmith, it would be impossible to forge an immortal weapon. As the black flames gradually dissipated, the sword returned to its original appearance. Yu Qinghong cautiously picked it up and inspected it closely, discovering that the notch left by a high-grade mortal weapon earlier had completely vanished. This self-repairing ability reminded her of the legendary Destiny Supreme weapons she had read about in ancient texts, mystical weapons even more advanced than immortal artifacts. Although it was impossible for Qiongwei to be such a weapon, it seemed to possess similar traits. Without sparing another glance at the corpse, Yu Qinghong hurried to the weapon rack, grabbing a high-grade mortal weapon with visible cracks. She swung it at the Qiongwei sword again. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. The high-grade mortal weapon, which once could leave a mark on the Qiongwei sword, now shattered with a large crack, while the Qiongwei sword remained unscathed. Not only that, but a faint, unusual sheen seemed to shimmer across the blade, indicating its quality had visibly improved. Yu Qinghong carefully examined the long sword in her hand. The blade's appearance hadn't changed, clearly still short of reaching the level of a low-grade spiritual weapon, but it was undeniably more extraordinary than before. She paced back and forth in front of the weapon rack, her brows furrowed, resembling a curious child. Why now? Why not yesterday? And why didn't it directly become a low-grade spiritual weapon? She murmured to herself. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the headless corpse on the ground, and her steps came to an abrupt halt. A bold idea surfaced in her mind. Could it be killing? The thought ignited a spark of excitement within her. If killing just one person could cause the sword to undergo such a transformation, what would happen if she killed more? Her pupils dilated slightly as she envisioned the Qiongwei sword advancing step by step: low-grade spiritual weapon, mid-grade spiritual weapon, high-grade spiritual weapon, low-grade profound weapon, and perhaps even the legendary supreme destiny weapon. From now on, I'll call you the Qiongwei divine sword, she whispered, gently stroking the blade. Her tongue brushed over her crimson lips, and a fanatical gleam flickered in her eyes. Nearby, Su-in observed the obsessed woman with a sense of disgust. Yet, after absorbing the blood essence and soul of that unfortunate student, he felt much more energized, and the strength of the cursed sword had also improved. The blood essence one effect was indeed remarkable, even granting him 1 point of demonic energy to repair the blade. The next day, Yu Qinghong returned to Martial Arts High School No. 1, as if nothing had happened. When the principal noticed the disappearance of the student Chu Bin, a few searches were organized, but in the end, the incident was dismissed as a star beast attack to appease the boy's parents. Yu Qinghong even offered her condolences, watching the grieving parents vent their anger at the school gates before leaving with the compensation payment. Over the following month, Yu Qinghong behaved like an ordinary teacher, though she carried the Qiongwei divine sword with her wherever she went. Just as Su-in began to doubt his earlier suspicions, on an otherwise uneventful night, the smiling teacher who had bid her students farewell returned home. There, she retrieved a sinister ghost-face mask from beneath her bed. Upon witnessing this scene, Su-in felt a jolt of energy surge through him. This woman was clearly far more complex than she appeared on the surface. His gaze fell on the white ghostly mask in Yu Qinghong's hand. The eye sockets of the mask were as black as ink, while the mouth was formed by a sinister curve upturned in the middle and slanted downward at the edges, creating a chilling, tearful expression. Yu Qingheng slowly put on the mask, and her entire demeanor transformed in an instant. The gentle aura she once exuded disappeared, replaced by an icy, bone-chilling presence. Standing in the shadow of the curtain by the bed, she seemed to merge seamlessly with the darkness, like a venomous serpent lying in wait, ready to strike with deadly precision. I heard that a highly skilled investigator has recently been transferred to the Wujin Bureau in Jianglan City, Yu Qingheng murmured, gazing out into the pitch-black night. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her voice became low and raspy, carrying a cold, genderless tone. If too many people go missing around here, they'll eventually suspect me. Looks like it's time to venture a little farther away. This sudden change in her voice left Suyin stunned. Even her voice was disguised clearly. Tonight's operation was no ordinary one. For the past month, he had spent his days in the demonic sword either sleeping or idling. But now, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. He had to admit, Yu Qingheng's patience was truly remarkable. Despite the deep-seated grudge between them, Suyin couldn't help but acknowledge that if he had obtained a sword with infinite potential, he would never have been able to maintain such composure. After securing the mask, Yu Qingheng moved to the wardrobe and retrieved a large black cloak, draping it over herself to conceal her graceful figure entirely. At this moment, there was no trace of her original appearance. Leaving the rental apartment, Yu Qingheng's figure flickered like a phantom through the shadows of the street, eventually vanishing into a dimly lit alley. Just then, two drunken warriors stumbled past the mouth of the alley. Did something just move past us? One of them, his face flushed red, muttered while rubbing his eyes. You're just drunk. His companion laughed heartily. Maybe. I imagined it, the first man said, shaking his head, quickly dismissing the thought. The two continued down the street, arms slung over each other's shoulders, laughing and chatting as they walked away. If Suyin had access to the surveillance footage of this street, he would have been utterly shocked all the cameras had failed to capture even the faintest trace of Yu Qingheng's presence. Ninghai City, located over 200 kilometers away from Jianglan City, was a neighboring region with a significant distinction. Unlike the Green Loris classification of Jianglan City, Ninghai City was rated as a yellow mid-level danger zone. This was due to the nearby Ninghai mountain range, home to numerous ferocious beasts. These beasts were fundamentally different from the star beasts that randomly appeared through rifts across Blue Star. Ferocious beasts are wild animals native to Blue Star that have mutated under the influence of dark cosmic elements. They are classified into 9 tiers based on their strength. In the Ninghai mountain range, the strongest ferocious beasts are only at tier 4, which is equivalent in power to a human martial artist at the martial lord level. This is the primary reason why Ninghai City is designated as a mid-level danger zone. Martial artists rely heavily on various resources for their cultivation. Blood energy pills, rare natural treasures, martial techniques, and skills all require significant financial investment. Among these, ferocious beast meat and essence blood are crucial resources for enhancing a martial artist's blood energy and are highly sought after in the market. Even the most common ferocious beast meat can sell for as much as 1,000 xia yuan per pound, 50 times the price of regular beef. The lucrative profits have attracted numerous gold hunting teams to venture here and hunt ferocious beasts. Aside from stationed military forces and official martial artists, civilian fighters also come and go daily. Death and injury have become routine occurrences in this area, and the loss of a life no longer draws any attention. Suyin arrived in this world in Ninghai City. When he learned how dangerous the surrounding environment was, this identityless traveler had no choice but to beg his way along the national highway to Jianglan City in order to survive. Yet, to his surprise, he encountered an eccentric and unpredictable woman there. Now, Suyin watched Yu Qingheng crouching motionlessly in the shadows. He had already guessed her purpose for being here. She was undoubtedly targeting the teams hunting ferocious beasts. Sure enough, Yu Qingheng avoided the main road and instead led him onto a rugged, narrow path. Before long, they encountered their first group coming out of the mountains. This 4-person team was particularly eye-catching. Leading the group was a composed man carrying a heavy black iron sword on his back and a light sword in his hand. Following him were 3 young individuals, about 15 or 16 years old. They were dressed in luxurious clothing and carried themselves with an air of ease, more like noble youths on a countryside excursion. Suyin noticed that all their garments were embroidered with a black Shao character. Yu Qingheng also seemed to notice the uniqueness of this group, but she chose to remain patient, not making a move until they disappeared from sight. Suyin had expected her to act immediately but was surprised by her cautiousness. Time passed slowly. Deep into the night, another team of 8 appeared on the narrow path. This group was in far worse condition. The last member had his eyes wrapped in blood-stained bandages and stumbled as he walked, clearly blind. Hang in there, brothers. We've reached the outskirts of the Ninghai mountain range, and will soon be in Ninghai City. We had a great haul this time, taking down a tier 3 ferocious beast, the team leader shouted back. Everyone's exhausted, and there shouldn't be any ferocious beasts in the outskirts. Let's find a safe spot nearby to rest for the night. At first light, we'll head out again. Hearing the news that they were now safe, everyone finally allowed their tense nerves to relax. That red-scaled fire python had a lot of meat, and we even got a crimson blood serpent gall. That's a rare ingredient for crafting spirit-level elixirs, one team member said with a smile. We were lucky to come across it while it was shedding its skin, which weakened its strength. If we'd encountered it at full power, none of us might have made it out alive. My wife just gave birth to a son tonight. She's waiting for me to come home. Another chimed in, but his voice faltered as he remembered something. Sigh. It's a shame we lost two brothers. The atmosphere turned heavy in an instant. Sensing the shift, the team leader, who was walking at the front, turned around and called out loudly, "Once we get to Ninghai City and sell this batch of goods, they'll give everyone a bigger share of the pay." "Thank you, Captain." The team's spirits lifted, and their pace quickened. As the night deepened, the towering trees of the dense forest cast long shadows. Suddenly, a warrior spoke up. "I've got a stomachache. I need to find a spot to take care of it. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up with you shortly." Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly left the group. While the warrior crouched in the bushes, letting his guard down, Ru Qinghong appeared behind him, silent and ghost-like. Her left hand swiftly covered his mouth while her right hand, wielding the Qiongui divine sword, slashed across his throat. Lifting his head, she disappeared into the shadows with practiced ease. The entire process was clean and efficient, unnoticed by anyone except Suyin. Later, two more burly martial artists made excuses to leave the group. Ru Qinghong struck again, effortlessly killing them both. During the process, she stumbled upon the two engaged in a disgraceful act, a sight that made Suyin feel disgusted. As their lives were extinguished, streams of essence flowed into the demonic sword. Ding. Talent, slaughter, activated. Vitality 2, demonic energy 2. Including the earlier victim, the demonic sword had now accumulated 3 points of demonic energy. Staring at the lifeless heads, Suyin felt no emotion. These people might have been innocent, but his own situation was far worse, trapped as a sword spirit, unable to eat, drink, or rest, and forced to aid in bloodshed. His resentment toward this world had long since reached its peak. Watching coldly as Ru Qinghong caressed the overheated blade, Suyin thought, "Go ahead, keep killing. I may be powerless now, but the more people you kill with this sword, the faster my demonic energy will grow. Just wait, when the time comes, it'll be your turn to die." Using the cover of night, Ru Qinghong moved stealthily, following the markers the team had left for those who strayed. Soon, she found the group near a cave, setting up a campfire to settle in for the night. Upon spotting her target, Yu Qinghong refrained from acting rashly. Instead, she concealed herself behind a patch of grass with a clear view of the cave entrance. Through the gaps in the leaves, she could see the orange-red flicker of firelight inside and hear the crackling sounds of dry branches consumed by flames. Inside the cave, the team leader pulled several sleeping bags from his backpack and distributed them to his team. Judging by the weather outside, it looks like a heavy rainstorm is coming. "Let's stay here for the night." "Understood, leader." The team responded in unison before each member found a comfortable spot to lie down. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the wind picked up, and the ominously dark sky began to release raindrops. The rain quickly intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour in the blink of an eye. Yu Qinghong squinted, observing the sudden storm, and patiently awaited the right moment. About 15 minutes later, she used the sound of the heavy rain as cover and silently approached the cave. As a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, she struck with the swiftness of lightning itself, swiftly and decisively eliminating the sentry at the cave entrance. Without hesitation, she moved like a shadow, quickly dispatching two more sleeping warriors. However, as she prepared to strike her next target, a blind warrior curled up in the corner suddenly screamed, "Someone's here." "Who is it?" Yu Qinghong glanced at him briefly, and with a flick of her sleeve, a shard of stone shot out, piercing his throat instantly. "Damn it! My demonic energy!" Suyin, within the demonic sword, cursed in frustration. He realized that when Yu Qinghong killed the blind man, he hadn't received any feedback. Clearly, only kills directly caused by the demonic sword could generate demonic energy. What a waste! Although Yu Qinghong had silenced the blind warrior in time, the commotion had awakened the last remaining person. The team leader jolted awake, immediately noticing the corpses strewn across the cave. When he turned toward the entrance, he saw a figure in a black robe, wearing a white, weeping ghost mask, standing there with a black long sword in one hand. Several streaks of lightning illuminated the night sky in succession, casting the figure in a devilish light. "This person's power is at least on par with mine," the team leader thought in alarm. Despite being in the early stage of a martial master, he couldn't gauge the intruder's strength. Forcing himself to remain calm, he asked, "Old Chun and the others haven't returned, yet did you kill them too?" "Yes," came the raspy, genderless voice from behind the mask. The team leader racked his brain, trying to recall if he had ever offended anyone like this. We haven't wronged you, have we?
No.
Then why are you killing us?
Because I can.
Before the words had fully left the masked figure's mouth, Yu Qinghong struck like a lightning bolt. Azure energy enveloped the demonic sword, and Suyin felt the blade become unusually light. In an instant, the team leader's head was severed, his face still frozen in a look of confusion. The rain poured harder, flooding into the cave and washing away the bloodstains on the ground. This woman, Yu Qinghong, must have incredible luck. Even the heavens are helping her out, Suyin muttered as he examined the demonic sword's interface. Suddenly, he noticed a plus sign next to the skill, First Blood Sword. Ominous. What? The demonic sword skills can be upgraded? Ding. A notification window popped up for the enhancement of the magic sword skill, Blood Sword. Ominous. Suyin stared at the message, deep in thought. The prompt read, each enhancement will randomly strengthen one existing effect and may even grant a new effect. Current level, LV.1. Each point of magic energy consumed increases the success rate by 10. Would you like to consume 7 points of magic energy to enhance the sword? Current success rate, 70. Suyin ultimately chose to decline. His decision was based on 3 main considerations. First, magic energy could currently only be obtained through killing, which made it a highly limited resource. Second, a 30 failure rate posed significant risk for someone like him, who had always been unlucky. But the most critical reason lay in the second effect of Blood Sword, Ominous, Great Misfortune. This effect consumed 10 points of magic energy and reduced the sword owner's luck by 5 points for a day. It could also stack with the Misfortune effect, which decreased luck by 1 point. This meant a total reduction of 6 points in luck for Yu Qinghong. As someone who had been an avid reader of novels about destiny-defying antagonists before transmigrating, Suyin deeply understood the importance of luck. In those stories, once the protagonist's luck was taken away, they would spiral into misfortune, eventually crushed under the antagonist's heel. Yu Qinghong, a young woman with bold yet meticulous actions, a high martial arts cultivation, and even the foresight to commit crimes during heavy rain to obscure evidence, clearly exhibited the kind of fortune that marked her as extraordinary. Could she be the protagonist? Suyin muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Yu Qinghong had already returned to her temporary residence in Jianglan City overnight. She removed her white ghost mask and black robe, changed into her regular attire, and sat at the table with her Qiongui divine sword in hand, reflecting on the night's events. She recalled that the last time she killed a student, Qiongui underwent a transformation. However, tonight, despite killing an entire squad, including a martial artist, Qiongui only emitted a faint warmth, showing no further changes. Could my theory be wrong? Is Qionggui's transformation unrelated to killing? She frowned in thought. Walking over to the weapon rack, Yu Qinghong took down a dark gold short sword and placed it next to Qiongui on the table. This short sword had been forged using the same materials, combined with fragments of the Tai profound crystal she had once refined, and the corpse of the student she had killed. Due to the insufficient amount of profound crystal, it could only be crafted into a short sword. Ultimately, the result was a failure. This short sword was merely an ordinary weapon, devoid of any spiritual essence. Could the key lie in the Tai profound crystal? Yu Qinghong murmured, holding the dark gold short sword as her eyes glinted thoughtfully. The next day, Yu Qinghong returned to school as usual, continuing to teach her students swordsmanship. During a break, Yu Qinghong obtained 2 important documents from a teacher: the school-wide ranking of students' martial arts test scores and the student directory. Back in her office, she spread the ranking sheet across the desk and began running her slender fingers down the list, name by name. Ding Feng, Xikong Wan, Wang Yuyao, Yun Qinghuang, Li Feixing. She patiently flipped through the pages until she found her target near the end of the list, Chu Bin. After confirming the name, she immediately turned to the directory to locate the corresponding address. Watching all this unfold, Suyin understood perfectly well that Yu Qinghong always acted with a meticulous plan, never aimlessly. But to him, her motivations were irrelevant. As long as she continued killing and providing demonic energy, he was content. In his eyes, whether ordinary people or martial artists, they all yielded the same 1 point of vitality and 1 point of demonic energy, achieving, in a way, a form of equality among all beings. That evening, Yu Qinghong donned a mask and a black robe before leaping out of the window of her temporary residence. To Suyin's surprise, instead of heading to the wilderness to hunt martial artists as she usually did, she went to a high-end villa community Xinghu Garden, the address she had found earlier as Chu Bin's home. Effortlessly evading the security guards, Yu Qinghong scaled the walls and entered the courtyard. Suddenly, a large black dog in the yard began barking warily, only to be instantly slain by her demonic sword. A system notification chimed. Slaughter talent triggered, vitality 0.01. Suyin noted that killing animals yielded an almost negligible increase in vitality and no demonic energy, speculating that this might be due to differences in species. Xiaohei, what's going on out there? A woman's voice came from behind the door, accompanied by approaching footsteps. A middle-aged woman in pajamas opened the door, only to be killed instantly by Yu Qinghong, who was lying in wait. Yu Qinghong proceeded directly to the master bedroom, where she unhesitatingly drove her dark golden short sword into the sleeping man on the bed. Su Yin's gaze fell on a family photo on the bedside table, showing 5 people smiling joyfully together, and he finally understood Chu Bin's identity. This grudge ran deep, first killing the man's son and forging him into a sword, and now using that same sword to kill the parents. After finishing off Chu Bin's parents, Yu Qinghong examined the dark golden short sword in her hand. The blade remained unresponsive, and the previous nicks on it showed no signs of healing. She then turned to the second bedroom, where she found Chu Bin's younger siblings hiding under the bed, and left no one alive. After thoroughly searching the villa to ensure there were no survivors, she returned to her residence. Staring at the dark golden short sword that had claimed Chu Bin's entire family yet showed no reaction, Yu Qinghong sighed softly. It seems only the Qiongwei divine sword is unique. In the principal's office at Jianglan Martial Arts High School No. 1, Yu Qinghong sat on the sofa across from the principal's desk. When she heard the news that she would be going on a month-long business trip to Ninghai City, she raised an eyebrow. The principal pushed a steaming cup of tea toward her and got straight to the point. The martial arts exam is less than 3 months away, and our school's rankings in practical combat have been at the bottom for years. The school has decided to organize a hunting trip for senior students in the Ninghai Mountains to train their teamwork and combat skills. He paused for a moment. Although it will appear as if the students are acting independently, we need a highly skilled teacher to secretly protect them. The school unanimously agreed that you are the best candidate. Seeing Yu Qinghong remain silent, the principal assumed she had reservations and added, Jianglan City has been unsafe lately. A month ago, a student mysteriously disappeared, and in recent days, there have been several cases of entire families being wiped out. Surveillance footage showed no suspicious individuals, and the Martial Supervision Bureau suspects the perpetrator is a highly skilled martial artist who is still in the city. While your abilities are impressive, you're still a woman. It might be better for you to lie low in Ninghai City for a while. Why are they certain it's a martial artist and not a star beast? Yu Qinghong asked suddenly. She was confident she had handled every scene perfectly. The principal set down his teacup and replied firmly, because star beasts don't clean up after themselves. In truth, just a few days ago, Yu Qinghong had used her dark gold short sword to eliminate the Chu Bin family and later wielded her magic sword to slaughter a family of 3 after the parent had once spoken disrespectfully to her. These actions allowed Su Yin to accumulate the 10 points of demonic energy needed for the magic sword technique, Blood Sword. Great Calamity, which he had activated last night while Yu Qinghong was asleep. When she was called to the principal's office this morning, Su Yin had thought her crimes had been exposed, but it turned out she was merely being sent on a mission. Why didn't the magic sword technique work? Could she really have such strong fortune that even subtracting 6 points of luck wasn't enough? Su Yin wondered in confusion. Although the situation was unexpected, the assignment to Ninghai City was actually more advantageous for Yu Qinghong. Killing in Jianglan City risked drawing the attention of the Martial Supervision Bureau, which would hinder her efforts to gather blood energy for Qiong Gui's advancement. So, she readily agreed to the task. After packing her belongings quickly, Yu Qinghong didn't wait until nightfall. Around lunchtime, she changed into a red floral dress and donned a sun hat before heading out. She hailed a taxi and soon arrived at a futuristic train station. Spending 1,000 xia yuan on a first-class ticket, she boarded the Star Source train bound for Ninghai City. Sitting on the smoothly moving Xingyuan train, Yu Qinghong leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes in contemplation. Beside her, Su Yin was still in awe of the scene he had just witnessed when the train arrived at the station. The train was actually hovering in midair. Even though he had heard before that this was a world where technology and martial arts coexisted, seeing it with his own eyes left him marveling at the vast differences between people. He thought back to how he had spent half a month begging to scrape together 50 xia yuan and endured the hardship of walking from Ninghai City to Jianglan City. Meanwhile, Yu Qinghong could effortlessly pull out 1,000 xia yuan to buy a train ticket and reach her destination with ease. Whether before or after his journey through time, strength had always been the ultimate ruler of everything. The train carriage was neither crowded nor empty, with most passengers being robust martial artists, interspersed with a few elegantly dressed ordinary individuals. What caught Su Yin's attention was a young girl sitting by the window in the rear rows. She appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, with silky crimson hair cascading down her back. She wore a white martial arts training outfit, and by her side rested a finely crafted sword shield combo. She had on cat-ear headphones, and an ancient-looking ring adorned her ring finger. At that moment, she was leaning her elbow against the window, gazing thoughtfully outside. In the corner of the rear carriage, a young man with yellow-dyed hair licked his dry lips and whispered to the person beside him, "Mouse bro, check out that red-haired chick up front. She's a real beauty. Keep your voice down." The man, nicknamed Mouse Bro, shot him a disapproving glare while slyly eyeing the girl's graceful figure with his shifty gaze. We'll make our move after she gets off the train. But Mouse Bro, the yellow-haired man glanced nervously at the sword shield near the girl's seat and said with concern, she looks like she might be tough to handle. Can we take her? What are you afraid of? Mouse Bro impatiently rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm marked with the distinct traces of surging chi and blood. At her age, she's probably only at the 5th or 6th level of chi and blood, while I've already broken through to the martial master stage. Seeing the yellow-haired man about to exclaim in surprise, Mouse Bro quickly covered his mouth. Keep it down. Come closer and listen to my plan. The two huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Suyin noticed the yellow-haired man's eyes growing brighter with excitement, his expression turning increasingly lewd. Suyin had been paying attention to those two people ever since he boarded the train. After using the ominous divination last night, he had been closely monitoring any movements around Yu Qinghong. However, when he realized that one of them was merely at the entry level of a martial artist, and the other was only at the apprentice stage, he lost interest immediately. This was not out of disdain but rather a factual assessment. Yu Qinghong had recently advanced to the mid-level of a grand martial master, with her true energy forming a protective shield. These two posed no threat whatsoever. The carriage was so quiet that even faint breathing could be heard. The hushed plotting of those two was as clear as normal conversation to the ears of a grand martial master. Naturally, Yu Qinghong heard it too. She opened her eyes and casually glanced around, but her gaze froze when it swept over the young girl. Although the blade and shield on the girl's seat were merely ordinary spiritual artifacts, the unassuming, ancient-looking ring on her ring finger turned out to be a profound artifact. With Yu Qinghong's exceptional eye as a genius swordsmith, there was no way she could be mistaken. Unlike spiritual artifacts that could be crafted, profound artifacts and those of higher grades were often obtained through serendipity and were virtually priceless in the market. Although she firmly believed that her Qiong divine sword would one day grow into a profound artifact, an immortal artifact, or even a divine artifact, no one would ever complain about having more treasures of such caliber. A peculiar gleam flashed through her eyes. When the train arrived at Ninghai City, the girl removed her headphones, pulled on her hood, and slung her blade and shield over her back before stepping off. Brother Shu, who had been watching her closely, signaled Huang Mao to follow. The two men kept their distance, tailing her as she weaved through a few bustling food streets before suddenly quickening her pace and slipping into a dark alley. Did she notice us? Huang Mao panicked as their target seemed about to escape. He had been feigning a casual stroll but now hurried into the alley after her. However, as he entered, the alley was empty, with only a deep, shadowy path ahead. The scene left Huang Mao, who had been planning to stage a harassment act, completely dumbfounded. Where is she? Did you lose her? Brother Shu, who entered at just the right moment, frowned and gave Huang Mao a displeased pat on the shoulder. Their plan had been for Huang Mao to play the thug harassing the girl, allowing Brother Shu to swoop in as a hero and win her favor. Though cliché, this tactic had worked countless times on naive young women. Yet Huang Mao had botched even the first step. Two don't know. Huang Mao stammered, almost in tears. She was gone by the time I got in here. Just as the two were about to give up, a crisp, bell-like voice suddenly rang out behind them. Excuse me, are you two looking for me? They turned around in surprise, only to see the girl standing not far away, smiling sweetly. In her hand, she held the redand black blade she had just unsheathed. Why, yes, little beauty, Brother Shu replied. Seeing his plan fail, Brother Shu revealed his two prominent front teeth and gave a lewd grin. How about joining us for something fun? The girl tilted her head adorably, as if pondering his words. A moment later, she flashed a sweet smile. Sure, why not? How about right here? The two men froze, momentarily stunned by her response. Just as they were about to lunge forward, their movements halted abruptly. A knowing smile crept across their faces. Haha, turns out she's just a tease, Brother Shu said, licking his lips. All right then, the two of us together. Exchanging a glance, the two charged at the girl with reckless abandon. But mere moments later, Brother Shu and Blondie were lying peacefully on the ground, their faces swollen like two bloated pig heads. Though they looked miserable, they were merely unconscious. Yun Qinghuang had used the flat side of her blade to knock them out, clearly showing restraint. To her, teaching them a lesson was enough. There was no need to take their lives. Looking down at the two men sprawled out like lifeless pigs, Yun Qinghuang chuckled lightly. That's all you've got? I thought you'd be tougher. She slung her blade back onto her shoulder and dusted off her hands. Letting them live was already an act of great mercy on her part. She certainly wasn't about to play babysitter. They could wake up and find their own way back. Feeling quite pleased after dealing with the stalkers, Yun Qinghuang hummed a cheerful tune as she turned and walked away. Her visit to Ninghai City wasn't just for completing the school's trial to hunt fierce beasts. She also had another important task to handle. She couldn't afford to waste any more time here. However, just as her humming began to fade into the distance, a thin line of blood suddenly appeared on the necks of the two men lying on the ground. Almost simultaneously, their heads rolled from their bodies. Unaware of this grim scene, Yun Qinghuang continued walking toward the alley's exit, her mood still light as she debated whether to eat first or take a bath. Just then, a cold glint of steel silently shot toward the back of her neck. Su Yin watched the seemingly oblivious girl, feeling a tinge of regret. To reach the level of a martial master at such a young age, her talent far surpassed her peers. Unfortunately, today her luck had run out. Encountering Yu Qinghong meant she was destined to fall under her blade. Yu Qinghong had been lying in wait ever since Yun Qinghuang had fought the two men, biding her time for the perfect moment to strike. This sudden, lethal blow was one the girl couldn't possibly avoid. But the sharp clang of metal against metal shattered Yu Qinghong's expectations. At the critical moment, Yun Qinghuang had reacted. She spun around in an instant, raising a shield to block what should have been a deadly strike. Using the recoil, she swiftly retreated to put distance between them. A martial grandmaster, Yun Qinghuang murmured, feeling the lingering energy on her shield. Tightening her grip on her blade, she took a deep breath. This is going to be troublesome. Yu Qinghong was not one to play by the rules. When her assassination strike missed, she immediately gathered her energy, her sword flashing like a meteor as it aimed straight for the young girl. 5 consecutive sword strikes tore through the air, each one more ferocious than the last, all targeting vital points with deadly precision. Yun Qinghuang, though wielding a massive shield, did not remain stationary. Her movements were agile and fluid, weaving through the attacks with dexterity. She only raised her shield to block when dodging was impossible. This strategy, surprisingly, allowed her to fend off Yu Qinghong's relentless onslaught for a brief moment. However, the gap in their skills soon became apparent. Yun Qinghuang's breathing grew labored, while Yu Qinghong barely seemed affected, stepping lightly into position as if the intense exchange had been nothing more than a warm-up. Yet, instead of pressing her advantage, Yu Qinghong paused and raised her Qiongui divine sword to inspect it closely. Her brows furrowed at the sight of faint cracks running along the blade. This sword was no ordinary weapon to her. It was her proudest creation. The damage to its blade ignited a simmering rage within her. You not bad. Yu Qinghong narrowed her eyes at the wary girl before her, her tone now tinged with lethal intent. She leapt into the air, her blood-red silhouette weaving an intricate web in midair, her signature technique, the phantom sword dance. Yun Qinghuang realized the shield alone would no longer suffice. Without hesitation, she planted the massive shield into the ground and gripped her crimson-black blade with both hands. Qinghuang blade technique. Flawless. Freed from the burden of the shield, her movements became lighter and swifter, even allowing her to counterattack occasionally. Yu Qinghong, concerned about protecting her sword, had to evade the ferocious strikes. However, it didn't take long for her to spot an opening. Feigning a momentary lapse in her defense, she baited Yun Qinghuang into an aerial strike. As the girl raised her blade for a downward slash, Yu Qinghong's sword struck with precision, piercing her wrist and sending the blade flying. For a young martial artist in the latter stages of training, to hold her ground this long against a mid-stage grandmaster was impressive. But the outcome was clear. Yu Qinghong began to close in, step by step, savoring the sight of her prey's final struggle. Clutching her bleeding wrist in pain, Yun Qinghuang retrieved a token from her robes. "Do you recognize this?" she asked. It was a white, cloud-shaped token with intricate carvings, marked at its center with the traditional character for cloud, the Zhongyun token. Yu Qinghong froze mid-step, her expression flickering with astonishment. "You're from the Yun family of Yinjing?" "That's right," Yun Qinghong replied, her voice heavy with exhaustion as her eyes drifted to the token in her hand, a complicated mix of emotions in her gaze. "I can pretend I never saw you today and promise never to trouble you in the future. All I ask is for you to spare my life." The young girl trembled as she spoke. In front of her, Yun Qinghuang retrieved a cloud-shaped token from her chest. This token represented a fearsome entity, the Yun family of Yinjing. As one of the ancient and powerful martial clans of the Great Xia, the Yun family's strength was unfathomable. Any elder of the family was at least at the martial sovereign level, and this Zhongyun token was exclusively held by direct descendants. The Yun family was infamous for their protective nature. Once, a rogue martial sovereign killed a Yun family member in a foreign land, and 3 martial sovereign elders pursued him across tens of thousands of miles, ultimately killing him on the spot. Rain Xinghong's eyes flickered with a trace of doubt, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce killing intent. In this secluded alley, it was just the two of them. So what if the other party had a significant background? Since they were already mortal enemies, letting her opponent leave alive would mean losing the upper hand. She had always preferred to control others' fates rather than be controlled. A flash of lightning. Without hesitation, Rain Xinghong launched a deadly strike. Yun Qinghuang, already exhausted, was sent flying by the sword and hit the ground hard, coughing up blood. A jade green token slipped from her chest. Inside the demonic sword, Su Yin watched the scene unfold inside. He had hoped the young girl would achieve an improbable victory and avenge him, but reality was far from fantasy. Rain Xinghong approached the fallen Yun Qinghuang, raising her long sword high. Just at the critical moment, Yun Qinghuang's eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of golden pupils. Her entire aura transformed in an instant, as if she had become an entirely different being. She caught the descending blade with one hand, a powerful force freezing Rain Xinghong in place. A mere ant dares to harm my Huanger? A cold snort echoed. Effortlessly, Yun Qinghuang disarmed Rain Xinghong, her movements fluid and precise. With a single, simple stroke of the sword, Rain Xinghong's head fell cleanly from her shoulders. After dispatching Rain Xinghong, Yun Qinghuang casually discarded the long sword, picked up the fallen token, and disappeared into the depths of the alley in an instant. Su Yin was stunned by the speed of that strike. He so fast he couldn't even see the movement. This was clearly not the girl's own strength. His gaze fell on the ancient ring she wore, realizing it might contain a powerful, unknown entity. What started as a simple act of killing and treasure hunting had unraveled into a web of complex backgrounds. The sheer improbability of this event left Su Yin in awe. However, with Rain Xinghong's death, a surge of relief filled his heart, and he let out a hearty laugh. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully overthrowing their master. Talent inheritance of the demonic sword has been triggered. In the next moment, a torrent of information, accompanied by surging blood energy and soul power, flooded into the demonic sword. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the high-grade Shin-level cultivation method, Wind and Thunder Origin Flow. Along with it, a series of martial skill inheritances emerged in Su Yin's consciousness one after another. The high-grade Shin-level, Wind and Thunder Sword Style, the low-grade Shin-level, Phantom Sword Dance and Blood Fresh Flower, as well as the mid-grade Shin-level movement technique, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. After absorbing Yu Qinghong's blood essence and soul, Su Yin felt an indescribable sense of comfort. What delighted him even more was the discovery that his range of movement had expanded. Upon careful exploration, he confirmed that his activity radius had increased from 1 meter around the demonic sword to 1.5 meters. This realization brought him a long-lost sense of vitality. System, what's going on? Su Yin asked. The system promptly explained. This is the demonic sword's inheritance. Each time the host successfully slays a sword master, you gain the full legacy of the previous master. The blood essence can be used to advance the demonic sword, while the soul energy enhances the host's control over it. As for cultivation methods, martial skills, and movement techniques, the host can choose to consume demonic energy to pass them on to the next sword master. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Yin noticed that another innate ability of the demonic sword, aside from slaughter, had been activated. This inheritance ability could only be triggered through slaying a sword master. Although passing on cultivation methods and martial skills to the sword master would increase the difficulty of slaying them, a stronger sword master who caused more bloodshed would ultimately yield greater benefits for Su Yin. Considering that inheritance required consuming demonic energy, Su Yin decided to selectively pass on abilities based on the sword master's performance. After all, he was short on demonic energy and didn't want to make a losing deal. By evening, a drunkard stumbled through a narrow alley and tripped, only to discover a headless corpse. The sight sobered him instantly, and he hurried to call the police. Soon, police cars surrounded the alley, and several officers began searching the scene. After finding the victim's severed head, they breathed a sigh of relief. Martial artists' deadly duels were not uncommon in Ninghai City. Such cases were typically handed over to the Martial Supervision Bureau's enforcers for resolution. However, after the police left with the body, Su Yin suddenly realized a serious problem. He had been left behind. The girl had casually tossed him into the gap between two old buildings, conveniently hidden by an overturned garbage bin. The police, deterred by the stench, hadn't searched this area carefully. If no one found him in this remote alley, wouldn't he be trapped in this dark, lifeless place forever? At this moment, Su Yin even began to miss the recently slain Yu Qinghong. Setting aside their grievances, this woman had indeed been an excellent sword master. At the very least, she had meticulously maintained the Qiongui divine sword daily, sparing him from worrying about cleanliness. Su Yin waited by the trash bin for 2 whole days and nights, surrounded by an oppressive silence. During this time, the only visitor was a black cat scavenging for food. The cat quickly noticed the magical sword lying on the ground and curiously extended its paw to touch the hilt. Su Yin attempted to recognize it as the sword's master, but the system displayed a binding failure, the reason being that the cat merely touched the hilt rather than gripping or biting it. Soon, the cat lost interest in the unresponsive object and leapt gracefully away, disappearing behind the trash bin. What followed was yet another long wait. By the fifth night, the suffocating stillness was almost driving Suyin mad. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise came from the third-floor window of an old apartment building. A rope dangled from the open window, landing right next to the magical sword. The unexpected sound roused Suyin, who had been dormant within the sword. He immediately perked up and began to observe. A small, wiry man leaned out of the window and began climbing down the rope. "These penniless fools," he muttered under his breath as he descended. "Not a single valuable thing wasting my precious time." Once he reached the ground, he spat in the direction of the window. As he was about to leave, the wiry man accidentally kicked something at his feet. Squatting down to take a closer look, he discovered a cracked, pitch-black long sword with a striking bloodstain near the hilt. He pulled out a rag and scrubbed at the stain with all his might, but it seemed etched into the blade, completely unyielding. Suyin tried to recognize the wiry thief, who seemed to be around the second stage of qi and blood cultivation, as the sword's master. However, the system once again rejected the attempt. It turned out that only someone who truly grasped the magical sword could establish a binding. Suyin didn't mind. Thuff just wanted to leave this place. But then the wiry man stood up and said with disdain, "What bad luck, just a broken sword. No wonder no one wants it." Suyin, bristling at the comment, felt indignant. He was, after all, a magical sword capable of infinite advancement, treasured even by the likes of Lao Hong. How dare he be dismissed so easily? Suyin silently vowed that if this man dared to grip the hilt, he would accept him as the sword's master. The wiry man climbed over the wall and left, leaving Suyin deeply disappointed. However, it wasn't long before the man sneaked back, moving stealthily. "A thief never leaves empty-handed," he muttered. "Even if it's flawed, this sword looks decent enough. Might as well take it." With that, he grabbed the magical sword. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. "Ding! Would you like to bind to your second master, Shurjin?" The system prompt sounded, and Suyin hesitated briefly before deciding to agree. This choice wasn't purely out of spite, but rather a practical consideration. After using the Great Calamity technique to kill Yu Qinghong, his body was almost completely drained of demonic energy. Instead of being sold to an unknown place by that sinister-looking, scrawny man, he figured it was better to temporarily acknowledge this swordmaster, whose martial cultivation might be low but was at least a practitioner. Besides, he had inherited Lao Hong's legacy. Passing on a few techniques or martial skills to the swordmaster in the future wouldn't cost him much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding with the swordmaster. Standing under the moonlight, Shurjin carefully examined the sword in his hand, a treasure he had almost overlooked. In the dim back alley, he hadn't been able to see it clearly, but now under the bright moonlight, the jet-black blade appeared as though it had been sculpted from obsidian, exuding a jade-like luster. He casually swung it at the nearby wall, and a corner of the wall crumbled instantly. The cracks on the blade didn't seem to diminish its sharpness. Growing intrigued, Shurjin swung the long sword a few more times before finally raising it above his head, letting it reflect the moonlight. Squinting slightly, he was reminded of a nearly forgotten dream of his. Near midnight, when Shurjin climbed through the window back into his shared apartment, he startled his roommate, Susi, who was hiding under the covers watching a movie. "Could you use the front door next time? You're going to scare me to death," Susi said, poking his head out and rolling his eyes. "Got it. I'll be more careful next time." Shurjin apologized for once, setting the long sword against the wall. "Huh. What's with the sudden change of attitude?" Susi asked in surprise, his gaze falling on the jet-black sword. "Nice sword. Where'd you get it? What's its name?" "It's called." Shurjin paused, realizing he hadn't named the sword yet. Under Susi's curious gaze, he initially wanted to say it was an unnamed sword he found by a trash bin, but a name suddenly came to mind that felt incredibly fitting. "Black Jade Sword," Shurjin said, his clear eyes lifting to meet Susis. "It's called the Black Jade Sword. Sword name, Black Jade Sword. Grade, Height Tier Mortal Weapon. Abilities, Slaughter, Demonic Sword Inheritance. Swordmaster, Shurjin. Demonic Sword Techniques. 1. Blood Sword, Ominous Misfortune. 2. Ultimate Martial Destiny. 3. Slaughter Talent. 4. Demonic Sword Inheritance Talent. Currently available for inheritance. Height Ear Profound Technique, Wind and Thunder Essence Flow. Height Ear Profound Martial Skill, Wind and Thunder Sword Style. Low Tier Profound Martial Skill, Phantom Sword Dance. Low Tier Profound Martial Skill, Bloody Blossoms. Mid-Tier Profound Movement Technique, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow. After Shurjin named the demonic sword Black Jade Sword, the system immediately updated the sword status panel. Suyin nodded to himself, thinking that this seemingly uncultured sword master actually had decent taste in naming. While he wasn't overly concerned about the sword's name, he admitted that something as tacky as Big Treasure Sword would have been hard to tolerate. Black Jade Sword? Su Si repeated the name with a frown, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Isn't that the sword carried by the general in the story of the green luo umbrella and black jade sword from our village? Haha, are you trying to become a general or something? When Shurjin remained silent, Su Si dropped his joking tone and said seriously, "So, have you thought about the job I mentioned? We're really short on people right now. I'm telling you, this is a great opportunity." "All right," Shurjin replied curtly. Over the past month, he had been wandering around Ninghai City, resorting to petty theft and other desperate acts to get by. Since his old friend Su Si from the village had connections, he figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a try for a while. Hearing this, Su Si immediately clapped Shurjin on the shoulder with a laugh. "Good man. Rest up tonight, and tomorrow morning I'll take you to meet Brother Lang. Trust me, soon enough, people will be craning their necks to look up to you." The next morning, Su Si led Shurjin to the Shangshi Daxia Entertainment Club. The place was a dazzling display of opulence, with its golden decor, indulgent atmosphere, and wealthy patrons throwing money around without care. The sheer extravagance left Shurjin slightly overwhelmed. Walking past the bustling dance floor and through a few corridors, the two entered an office. Here, Shurjin met the so-called Brother Lang, real name Mo Langa, manager of the nightclub, and, as it turned out, a martial artist at the wushu level. Thanks to Su Si's connections, Shurjin was easily given an opportunity to join. Shurjin had initially planned to decline, but his mind changed the moment Brother Lang brought out a jade slip containing a lower yellow-grade technique called the God-slaying technique. Despite its intimidating name, Sui knew it was nothing more than a mediocre, run-off-the-mill martial arts manual. Compared to the techniques and skills within the demonic sword's inheritance, it was vastly inferior. However, for someone like Shurjin, a martial artist from humble beginnings, acquiring a complete technique was a rare and precious opportunity. Without joining a major faction or stumbling upon a stroke of luck, achieving greatness would be nearly impossible. Shurjin treated the technique like a treasure and devoted himself to relentless practice, barely taking breaks aside from basic necessities. Watching his sword master focus so intently on such a mediocre manual while ignoring the miraculous opportunity that was Su Yin himself, Su Yin was left speechless. He decided to observe a bit longer before taking any further action. Shurjin, at the age of 15, was born in a remote mountain village on the outskirts of Ninghai City. As an orphan, he was just like the other children in the village, gathering at the village entrance every evening after dinner to listen to the storyteller. Among the countless tales he heard, the story of the azure silk umbrella and the black jade sword left an indelible mark on his memory. The story told of a princess from the previous dynasty, Ji Yuan, who, while riding her azure silk carriage through a bustling marketplace, saved a young beggar named Wang Chuan and gifted him a black sword. Years later, when the kingdom fell and everyone turned to the enemy's side, Wang Chuan, now a general, wielded the black sword to lead Ji Yuan to safety. Wherever the sword struck, enemy soldiers fell. But in the end, Ji Yuan perished in a hail of arrows, dying in the general's arms. After breaking through the siege, Wang Chuan, holding the princess's lifeless body, ended his own life with the same black sword. This story of a destitute boy rising to become a martial arts master, sacrificing his life to protect his princess, deeply moved Shurjin. From that moment on, he began waking up before dawn every day to practice martial arts, dreaming of becoming as powerful as the general in the story and hoping to meet a noblewoman who would take him away from the mountains. However, reality struck him hard. Without access to martial arts techniques or divine weapons, years of rigorous training only brought him to the second level of qi and blood cultivation. What disappointed him even more was that when he finally left the mountains, he discovered that in a place like Ninghai City, the second level of qi and blood was utterly insignificant. Shurjin's dreams crumbled, transforming him from an aspiring hero into a foul-mouthed thief until the day he stumbled across Su Yin, who had taken the form of the black jade sword, in an alley. Su Yin, bored, sifted through Shurjin's memories. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary sword wielder had such an inspiring past. After absorbing the soul of Yu Qinghong, Su Yin had gained the unexpected ability to read the memories of his sword masters. Over the past few days, Shurjin had been obsessively practicing a low-level martial technique. Aside from using the black jade sword for training once at the beginning, he hadn't touched Su Yin since, much to the sword's frustration. Su Yin had intended to teach Shurjin a superior Xiangrade wind and thunder origin flow technique. But Shurjin hadn't killed a single person in days, leaving Su Yin without any demonic energy to draw from. As Shurjin wrapped up his half-day training session, he received a call from Lang Gu, instructing him and Su Si to report to the office for a new task. Since joining Shangshi Daxia, it had become Shurjin's duty to complete the assignments given by Lang Gu, though the previous ones had all been relatively straightforward. Like a bouncer outside a nightclub, Su Si led Shurjin through the neonlit streets. Amidst the dazzling lights and vibrant nightlife, the sign of Shangshi Daxia stood out brilliantly against the night sky. The job seemed straightforward. step in to mediate and maintain order whenever there were disturbances in the dance floor. The unusually generous salary from Langgu 20,000 Xia yuan per month was enough to make anyone envious. In this era, the price of first-tier feral beast meat was about 1,000 Xia yuan per pound, equivalent to the worth of a human martial apprentice. This salary could buy a full 20 pounds of beast meat, making it a significant income for Shi Jin. What made it even more tempting was Su Si's mention of learning advanced techniques and martial skills in the future. Shi Jin felt grateful for his current life, which was worlds apart from his previous hardships. He silently hoped these days would last. But life often takes unexpected turns. When Su Si led Shi Jin into Lang's office, the air inside became stifling. A few unfamiliar faces stood there, their expressions filled with confusion and unease, likely newly recruited members of the organization. Lang Gu gestured for his men to close the door, then enthusiastically patted Shi Jin on the shoulder, asking if he had learned the rules of rules.As after being here for over half a month. Before Shi Jin could gather his thoughts, Su Si quickly answered, saying that Shi Jin was new and he had planned to inform him in a few days. Lang Gu nodded slightly and tapped on the desk, revealing a hidden door behind the bookshelf. Shi Jin swallowed nervously, sensing that this job might not be as simple as it seemed. The group descended the stairs into a basement, the heavy sound of an iron gate closing echoing behind them. Su Si turned to Shi Jin with a reassuring smile, saying it was just a simple task and that he had gone through the same process when he started. This eased Shi Jin's grip on his black jade sword slightly. Soon, they entered a spacious room where several individuals knelt on the ground, their faces covered with black hoods, hands bound behind their backs, and mouths gagged. Hearing footsteps, they began to struggle, letting out muffled cries. Lang Gu explained coldly that these were traitors to the organization and spies sent by the Jinlong Society. The rule for joining rules.As was simple. Each person had to execute one. Lang Ji's gaze swept across the group, asking who would go first. His words caused immediate unrest among the newcomers, and even Shi Jin hesitated. In the oppressive atmosphere, someone finally broke down, shouting that they refused to kill and attempted to flee. Behind him, Su Yin sighed within the demonic sword, knowing that Lang Gu wouldn't have brought them here if escape was an option. Sure enough, Lang Gu let out a cold laugh and swiftly pursued the fleeing individual. Within 20 seconds, he returned, carrying a bloodied head, which he tossed to the ground. Who's next? The group remained frozen in place, seemingly intimidated by the person before them. Su Si noticed Shi Jin's hesitation and nudged his arm with his elbow, leaning in to whisper, "This is your initiation. Do it now." Shi Jin's gaze flickered between the unarmed prisoners on the ground and the grim-faced Mo Lang. He understood all too well that without completing this initiation, Mo Lang would never let them leave alive. The fate of the man who had tried to escape earlier was proof enough. "I'll go first." Having made up his mind, Shi Jin stepped forward without further hesitation. Gripping the black jade sword in one hand, he walked up to a kneeling, burly man. As the blade pierced the man's chest, a long-lost system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Talent, slaughter, triggered. Vitality 1, demonic energy 1. After half a month, Su Yin once again felt that familiar warmth. Mo Lang cast Shi Jin a look of approval before turning to address the others. "What about the rest of you?" With a leader stepping forward, the others followed suit. They each grabbed weapons from the rack and methodically ended the lives of the prisoners on the ground. Very good. The dark clouds lifted from Mo Lang's face, replaced by a smile. "Welcome to rules.As." That evening, Su Si tactfully left Shi Jin alone. He sat by the window, gazing at the moonlight obscured by heavy clouds. In the dimly lit room, Shi Jin murmured to the black jade sword leaning against the wall, "Black jade sword, do you think I did the right thing?" Sui knew Shi Jin wasn't truly seeking an answer. The young man was simply lost, burdened by the guilt of taking the lives of unarmed captives. As someone who understood the nature of his sword master, Su Yin was willing to give this misguided youth another chance. The next day, Su Si returned to their shared living quarters with a gift from Brother Langa mid-grade yellow rank martial skill manual titled Falling Leaf Technique. Holding the manual, Shi Jin seemed to find a new sense of direction. In the underground world of rules.As Entertainment City, beyond the facade of nightclubs lay a darker underbelly light districts, underground fighting arenas, gambling dens, and other illicit operations. Though illegal, these places were true money pits, especially the red light district in Ninghai City, which drew countless martial artists and ordinary people every night. Over the past month, Su Yin had followed Shi Jin, witnessing a side of the world few knew existed. One morning, after practicing the falling leaf technique for an hour, Shi Jin headed out to carry out a mission with someone named Brother Go. Su Si, having been reassigned to the Jianglan City branch, had been absent for several days. When Shi Jin arrived at the meeting spot with the black jade sword strapped to his back, Brother Go and two of his lackeys were already waiting. Brother Go casually flicked his recently finished cigarette onto the lawn, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he grinned at Shi Jin. You're Su Si's brother, Jin, right? The new recruit sent by Brother Lang stood in front of Wang Ergu, listening to his instructions. Wang Ergu, known as Brother Go, was a skilled martial artist in the mid-stage of the martial disciple level. Behind him were two lackeys, each only at the first level of vital energy. Recently, Jin had managed to advance from the second to the fifth level of vital energy thanks to a combination of cultivation techniques and consuming beast meat. However, despite his progress, he could only respectfully comply when facing Brother Go, who was an entire realm above him. Today's task was debt collection. The Shangshi Daxia Entertainment Club secretly operated numerous gray market businesses, with high-interest loans being one of their most lucrative ventures. Upon hearing the task details, the two lackeys' eyes gleamed with excitement. When they arrived at the debtor's house, a middle-aged man in pajamas was already waiting at the door. On the coffee table, a plate of fruit and sunflower seeds had been prepared. Despite being in the early stages of the martial disciple level, the man appeared frail and haggard due to his indulgence in drinking, women, and gambling, which had left his vital energy severely depleted. Brother Go unceremoniously sat on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other. When are you going to pay up? I really can't come up with the money right now. Could you give me a few more months? Once I win some money, I'll definitely pay it back. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. Though his cultivation level was technically higher, he had to humble himself before them, which stirred a strange feeling in Jin. You're putting me in a tough spot. Brother Go stood up, his expression darkening. The rules are clear. If you can't pay today, you lose 5 fingers. That's the rule. At that moment, a lazy female voice called out from the bedroom. Who's here, honey? Do we have guests? Brother Go's expression shifted instantly. Well, I suppose the rules can be bent just this once. Pay next month instead. But I'm feeling a bit tired. Mind if I borrow your bedroom to rest for a while? The middle-aged man's face turned pale, but under Brother Go's threatening gaze, he slumped onto the sofa. Please, feel free to rest in the bedroom. Soon, suggestive noises began emanating from the bedroom. The group outside stood awkwardly, their breathing heavy. Even Jin felt his face grow warm. Not long after, Brother Go emerged, fastening his pants with a satisfied grin. He looked at Jin. Want to take a turn and rest too? The two lackeys shot him envious glances. Jin understood what resting entailed, but he hesitated. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? His gaze flickered between the woman in the bedroom and the man on the sofa. He owes so much money. By the rules, he should lose his fingers. We're doing him a huge favor here. Taking a little interest isn't unreasonable, is it? Right. Jin stepped into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. The desires of human nature, once unleashed, can be as unstoppable as a boulder rolling downhill. Inside, the bed was a scene of intense activity, with the black jade sword casually set aside by the bed. Witnessing this, Suyin fell silent. He had hoped to properly mold this young swordmaster, understanding the curiosity and impulses of youth. Yet, he had already given him a chance. Quietly, Suyin opened the demon sword skill interface. Ding! The system notification suddenly chimed. Do you wish to enhance the magic sword skill, Blood Sword? Omen? Current level, LV.1. Each point of magic energy consumed increases the success rate by 10. Current magic energy, 4. Current success rate, 40. Suyin pondered for a moment. Since the current sword master wasn't up to par, he needed to change his approach. At the moment, the only magic sword skill he could influence was Blood Sword. Omen. The power of this skill was undeniable. Even a master like Yu Qinghong couldn't withstand a single round of its ominous aura. Its only drawback was the excessive consumption of magic energy. Enhancing the skill might strengthen its existing effects or even grant new ones, potentially solving the energy consumption issue. Although a 40 success rate wasn't particularly high, Suyin decided to play it safe and consume just 1 point of magic energy per attempt. Worst case, if he failed, he'd simply go dormant for a while. He recalled his pre-reincarnation luck in Genshin Impact, where he had managed to pull 2 5-star characters in a single 10 pull. With that thought, he figured he might just be a bit of a lucky charm. Yes. Suyin chose to consume 1 point of magic energy for the enhancement, bringing the current success rate to 10. Ding! Magic sword skill, Blood Sword. Omen enhancement successful. Success on the first try. Suyin's eyes lit up with excitement, and he felt a surge of joy knowing he still had 3 points of magic energy left. He immediately checked the magic sword's interface and discovered a brand new effect for Blood Sword. Omen. Blood Tide. Absorbs the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. At midnight each day, 1 point of magic energy is automatically restored. Magic energy obtained in this way is independent and can store up to 10 points. Current storage, 0-10. This new effect thrilled Suyin. Magic energy was critical to him, as most magic sword skills required its consumption. Previously, he could only rely on the sword master to kill in order to replenish magic energy. Now, he had a stable source. Although it only restored 1 point per day and had a storage cap, the key was that this effect didn't depend on the swordmaster. This made the Black Jade Sword a truly independent magic weapon. 10 days to fully recharge the magic energy. Suyin was already calculating his next steps. Just then, Jin pushed the door open and stepped out. So quick. Gogu blurted out. Jin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. First time. Gogu gave a knowing smile. Not bad, right? Jin's face flushed as he replied. Very smooth. His voice sounded a little hoarse as he spoke. Heh. Gogu chuckled, patting Jin on the shoulder before turning to the other two lackeys. You two should also go in and take a break. Thanks, brother, go. The two replied in unison, eagerly heading into the room one after the other. Not long after, they both emerged, looking content. One of them held a black sword in his hand. Jan, it looks like you left something behind in the room. After stepping through that door, the bond between them seemed to grow closer almost instantly. Jin took the black jade sword handed to him, looking bewildered, only then realizing that in the chaos of the fight, he had actually forgotten it. As Suyin once said, human desires are like a boulder tumbling down a mountain once it starts. It's hard to stop. Under the influence of Gogu and the others, Jin quickly mastered the art of being two-faced in dealing with people. When collecting debts, if he found the debtor to be timid and their wife or daughter attractive, he wouldn't miss the chance to flirt. During gang fights with the Jinlong Society, he always hid behind his companions, terrified of getting hurt. Suyin observed all this and could only shake his head repeatedly. In the stillness of the night, Jin no longer confided in the black jade sword as he once had. In just 10 days, he had become immersed in indulgence and debauchery. The rapid transformation left Suyin feeling as though a lifetime had passed. For a swordmaster so cowardly and hedonistic, Suyin had already lost all hope. At the dawn of the 10th day, when the blood tide had accumulated enough dark energy, Suyin unhesitatingly activated the demonic sword technique, Blood Sword. Omen of Doom. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Jin reluctantly dragged himself out of bed. His once unshakable morning training routine was now long forgotten. He intended to go back to sleep, but Goji's phone call interrupted him. It was another debt collection mission. At the designated meeting spot, Wang Erga was chatting and laughing with a handsome boy of about 15 or 16. Despite his youthful appearance, the boy seemed patient, nodding occasionally in response. This is my nephew, Wang Fan, Gogu said, patting the boy on the shoulder. His parents passed away, so now he's sticking with me. Jin nodded politely and smiled, while Suyin couldn't help but take an interest in the boy's typical protagonist-like backstory. The three of them drove to their destination, only arriving at a desolate urban village deep into the night at 11 p.m. Wading through dirty alleyways and stepping over pools of foul-smelling black water, they finally reached a dilapidated courtyard. Jinlong Society, here to collect a debt, Gogu shouted, kicking open the rickety wooden door. However, instead of the lone woman they had expected, they were greeted by a gaunt, terrified man. Who are you? Where's Lin Fong? Gogu asked in a low, menacing tone. The man in front of them looked utterly panicked under the trio's intimidating presence, especially after noticing the weapons held by the two men behind Gogu. His legs trembled as he stammered. She's in the inner room. I'll go get her right away. He scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to dust off his pants, and stumbled toward the courtyard in a hurry. Seizing the moment, Wang Fan leaned closer to Gogu and asked in a hushed voice, Uncle, why did we just claim to be from the Jinlong Society? Jin, standing nearby, also cast a questioning glance in their direction. Gogu gave a brief explanation. The Jinlong Society may be our rivals in business, but we do have some dealings with them, like debt transfers. Lin Fong is one of the cases they handed over to us. I heard she's a young and pretty college student who borrowed over 1 million Xia Yuan from the Jinlong Society in the past 2 months. They've sent people to collect the debt several times, but she disappeared without a trace. Something about this feels fishy. Stay close to me later. Wang Fan nodded seriously and took a cautious step back behind Gogu. Jin, observing this, secretly sneered, thinking Wang Fan was overly timid, scared by the mere mention of a woman. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and showed no reaction outwardly. Moments later, a woman in her 30s emerged from the inner room. She was plump, with a swollen belly that made her look like she was 9 months pregnant. Although her facial features were still somewhat decent, her complexion was sallow, her long hair was dry and disheveled, and her clothes were shabby and tattered, completely unrecognizable when compared to the vibrant, youthful girl in the photo Gogu had seen earlier. Are you Lin Fong? Gogu asked in surprise. That's right. You must be from the Jinlong Society, right? Lin Fong responded weakly, one hand supporting her back. Come inside, let's talk. The living room was extremely bare, with only a small coffee table and a few wooden chairs. Lin Fong made some tea and spoke with a frail voice. I've already prepared the money. It's in the bedroom. but am not feeling well. Could one of you come with me to get it? Sure, Jean, you go with her, Gogu said with a smile. Although the situation didn't match the information they'd received, since she was willing to pay back the debt, he didn't see a need to press further. Sure, Jean, carrying his black jade sword, followed Lin Feng into the bedroom. Wang Fan took the opportunity to whisper into Go Ji's ear, Uncle, doesn't this seem strange to you? In a place this rundown, where would she get the money to repay the debt? It's definitely odd, Gogu admitted. But don't overthink it. We're staying right here. She won't be able to run. Can I check out the other rooms? Wang Fan asked. Go ahead, Gogu replied. Wang Fan picked a room and stepped inside, only to be hit by a thick cloud of smoke that made him cough uncontrollably. He quickly covered his nose and mouth. The entire room was filled with a dense haze, with wisps of smoke curling upwards. The room was not large. It seemed to have originally been a study. The bookshelves on both sides were devoid of books, replaced instead by rows of red candles. In front of the desk, over a dozen incense burners were densely arranged, their curling white smoke rising into the air. The desk itself was empty except for a towering black statue. In front of the statue stood a plaque inscribed with the words Eden. The statue depicted a woman holding a baby, both wearing smiles on their faces. However, the longer Wang Fan stared at it, the more unsettling it became. The curve of the woman's lips seemed less like a smile and more like a sorrowful grimace. The thick smoke shrouded the statue in an eerie haze, adding to its unsettling aura. You're saying there's a creepy statue in the study? Gogu put down his teacup, his tone serious. That's right. Let's go take a look together. The two entered the study, and Gogu immediately opened all the windows. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene inside the room became horrifying. In front of the statue were several iron basins filled with fresh human organs, bloodied hearts, livers, lungs, and kidneys, even a severed head with a terrified expression. It was unmistakably the man who had gone in earlier. The black-red blood had soaked into the white brain tissue, creating a gruesome sight. What kind of dark deity is being worshipped here? The two were filled with dread. Wait, something's wrong. Wang Fan and Gogu suddenly realized something and rushed toward the bedroom. There, they found Shurjin, his clothes half undone, pinned beneath Lin Feng on the bed. He was still caught up in the moment, unaware of why the two had barged in. Brother Jean, run. There's something wrong with this woman. Wang Fan shouted urgently. Shurjin turned his head and met Lin Feng's bloodshot, crazed eyes. The warning came just in time, but it was already too late. A sudden, searing pain shot through his abdomen. He looked down to see the black jade sword he had left by the bedside now in Lin Feng's hand, slicing a long gash across his stomach. His heart was already in her grasp, blood and entrails spilling onto the floor. The abruptness of the attack left Shurjin completely stunned. The information had indicated she was just an ordinary person, but her speed with the sword was so fast that even he couldn't react in time. She was clearly a martial artist of a higher level than him. The series of unexpected events culminated in his immediate death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the target again. The system's notification sounded, but Su Yin was left in utter shock. The turn of events had been so rapid that even he, who had been ready to enjoy the show, failed to react. Meanwhile, Lin Feng crushed Shurjin's still-beating heart into a bloody pulp and stuffed it into her mouth. What the hell? That's brutal. Su Yin was completely dumbfounded. Although Lin Feng forced the bloody froth into her mouth, she clearly resisted swallowing it. Her hands clutched tightly around her own neck, and the black jade sword slipped from her grip, falling to the ground. 2 streaks of blood tears slowly trickled down her face as her entire body tensed up, revealing her intense inner struggle. Suddenly, an eerie black mist began emanating from Lin Feng's body. She released her hands from her neck and threw her head back, swallowing Shurjin's flesh and blood in one swift motion. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically, leaping from the early stage of martial disciple to the mid-stage. Fan, get out of there now. Wang Erge shouted anxiously. He could distinctly feel a tangible, malevolent force locking onto Wang Fan. Since Wang Fan had entered the room ahead of the others, he was now positioned behind Lin Feng, and the 10 meters separating them made it impossible for Wang Erge to intervene in time. Lin Feng's body remained eerily still, but her head twisted 180 degrees unnaturally to face Wang Fan directly. Tilting her head, she stretched her lips into a grotesque, wide grin. Then, with a twisted posture, she lunged at Wang Fan like a feral beast. The horrifying scene sent chills down Wang Fan's spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. In this life-or-death moment, Wang Fan refused to surrender. Flowing sword technique countered the motion with stillness. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block. The immense force of the impact caused his blade to sink sharply, nearly driving him to his knees, but he managed to fend off Lin Feng's now blood-red claws. This was a counterattack technique Wang Fan had acquired during a serendipitous encounter. It not only reduced incoming damage, but also left attackers momentarily stunned. Though aware that using such a skill might attract unwanted attention, he had no choice but to deploy it in this critical situation. Seizing the moment while Lin Feng was immobilized, Wang Fan rolled away and shouted, "Uncle, help me!" Mountain-crushing fist. Wang Ergu roared, slamming his fist into the ground to propel himself into the air. He then delivered a devastating punch straight at Lin Feng. With a thunderous boom, Lin Feng was sent crashing into the wall, her fate uncertain. As a martial artist on the verge of reaching the late stage of martial disciple, Wang Ergu's full-force attack was lethal, especially against a young woman. Turning his attention to Wang Fan, he asked with concern, "Fan, are you all right?" "I'm fine, thanks to Uncle's timely help," Wang Fan replied with a strained smile. He tried to stand but nearly collapsed as his legs gave out beneath him. Looking down, he noticed his white iron sword had shattered into pieces. If not for his fortuitous encounters and techniques, he might have been a corpse by now. Although his skill had mitigated much of the damage, the low-grade white iron sword couldn't withstand the strain. This time, he was lucky. But if his weapon were to fail during another battle, the consequences could be disastrous. At that moment, Wang Fan's gaze fell on something at his feet. It was the pitch-black longsword Shi Jin had been carrying earlier. On the way here, Shi Jin mentioned that the black jade sword seemed to be of a high grade. "Ding! Would you like to bind to the third sword master?" The system's notification sounded. Watching Wang Fan gripping the black jade sword, Su Yin thought to himself, "Is that even a question? Just bind it." With that name, that background, and these martial skills add in some fortuitous encounters, and he's practically the textbook protagonist of an upgrade-driven novel. It's common knowledge that the male leads in fantasy novels rise to the top by stepping over mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Whether it's Han Li from A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, or Gu Yu Feng Yuan from Reverend Insanity, whose hands aren't stained with the blood of countless thousands. Following a protagonist like this, Su Yin's path to advancement would surely be smooth sailing. "Second uncle, what should we do now?" Wang Fan, leaning on the black jade sword, managed to stagger over to Wang Ergu. "Let's get out of here first," Wang Ergu said after some thought. "Agreed." Wang Fan nodded. Being cautious was always wise, especially since his sense of danger hadn't subsided. At that moment, Wang Fan's gaze accidentally swept over the rubble burying Lin Feng's body. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his body instinctively rolled to the side. "What's wrong?" Before Wang Ergu could finish his sentence, his head was already flying through the air. His mid-stage martial apprentice body was instantly drained into a dried corpse by some unknown force. A faint, eerie voice of a young girl echoed above the pile of rubble, "Mama." Wang Fan looked in the direction of the voice, but saw nothing. However, Su Yin, held in his hand, was shocked to see a spherical object emanating a dense black aura floating in midair. At its center was a form resembling an unformed fetus, surrounded by a cluster of skulls dragging long tails. The sinister fetus abruptly opened its pitch-black eyes, mechanically scanning the surroundings before locking onto Wang Fan's hiding place. A whip formed from black energy lashed out violently. Although Wang Fan couldn't see the attacker, his sense of danger spiked like never before. He instinctively dodged, and a deep, bottomless trench appeared in the ground where he had been. Over the next minute, Wang Fan narrowly avoided more than a dozen attacks, relying solely on his innate danger sense. However, from Su Yin's perspective, it was clear that Wang Fan was dodging purely on instinct, coming dangerously close to being struck several times. Su Yin grew anxious. Had finally found a potential protagonist to be his swordmaster couldn't just stand by and watch Wang Fan die. Though his current abilities were limited to master-slaying techniques, perhaps it was time to try out the Demon Sword's inheritance. The legacy of the Demon Sword. This was Su Yin's only hope at the moment. Wang Fan was completely on the defensive now. Without any movement techniques to rely on, he could only barely evade the attacks of the bizarre embryo using his sharp senses. His exhausting state of defense left him no time to think of a way to escape. Su Yin quickly considered his options. If he could pass on Yu Qinghong's mid-ear Shin-level movement technique, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, to Wang Fan, it might help him break through the encirclement. However, the inheritance required demonic energy, and the higher the level, the greater the consumption. 1 point for low-tier Huang level, 2 points for mid-ear, 3 points for high-ear, 4 points for low-tier Shin level, and a full 5 points for mid-ear Shin level, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. At this moment, Su Yin only had 4 points of demonic energy in hand, just 1 point short. The shadows of the trees swayed under the moonlight, and there were only a few seconds left until midnight. If Wang Fan could hold out just a little longer, Su Yin would be able to gain enough demonic energy through the blood tide. Time ticked by second by second. Wang Fan's movements grew slower and slower, and it looked like he wouldn't last much longer. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the clock's hand struck midnight, and Su Yin immediately gained 1 point of demonic energy from the blood tide. System, pass on the mid-ear Shin level movement technique. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Without hesitation, Su-in gave the command, and the system's prompt sounded, transferring technique. Please wait patiently, host. In the depths of despair, Wang Fan suddenly felt a sharp clarity as his consciousness was pulled into a surreal space. He saw a black-robed figure wearing a white crying face mask darting through the shadows of the moonlight on a stormy night. The figure moved like wind and mist, silently reaping lives. At the same time, profound knowledge about Wind Spirit Moon Shadow flooded into his mind. He realized that with a single thought, he could master this movement technique. The transfer was completed in an instant. In the next moment, the battered Wang Fan suddenly vanished from where he stood, reappearing several meters away in the courtyard, effortlessly evading the incoming black whip. Mother? The bizarre embryo swiveled its eye in confusion, as if curious about why its toy had suddenly disappeared. Standing under the moonlight, Wang Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. Though this technique demanded an intense amount of vital energy, just a single short-distance shadow shift had left his blood surging. It was more than enough. With a few more shadow shifts, he could escape this eerie place and leave the danger behind for good. As for what impact this invisible creature might have on the nearby civilians, Wang Fan no longer had the luxury to care. Standing in the small courtyard, he quickly scanned his surroundings. The place was eerily silent, as if the bizarre entity had not followed him here. Take a moment to recover, then continue on. He silently planned, working to calm his turbulent blood and energy, preparing to once again use the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique. But just then, a sudden, searing pain shot through his thigh. Wang Fan had no time to react before he was violently slammed to the ground in front of the courtyard gate, his obsidian sword flying from his grasp. By the time he realized what had happened, one of his legs had been severed cleanly, while the other was ensnared by an invisible force, leaving him suspended upside down in the air. Su-in watched this unfold, having already foreseen the fate of this sword master. At the very moment Wang Fan had used Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to teleport into the courtyard, that pitch-black, spherical embryo had appeared above him, completely obscuring the full moon. This entity had somehow replicated the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow ability instantly. Seeing Wang Fan's actions, Su-in couldn't help but palm his forehead. He had escaped. Wasn't the logical move to keep running? Yet he actually stopped to rest. The issue wasn't with the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow itself. After all, Yu Qinghong had used it to teleport continuously to a neighboring city. Soon, the eerie embryo tired of toying with its prey and began tearing Wang Fan apart. A system notification immediately followed. Congratulations to the host for completing the third master-slaying mission. This sword master's survival time didn't even last 2 minutes, setting a new record as the shortest-lived among all of Su-in's previous masters. Yet, at this moment, Su-in found himself deep in thought. Wasn't this supposed to be a high martial world? Why had such a horrifying entity appeared? Blood and dismembered limbs rained from the sky as the black, sinister energy emanating from the spherical embryo blocked out the moonlight. Around it, skeletal sperm-like figures writhed chaotically, emitting harrowing wails. This hellish scene reminded Su-in of the Black Sun that had appeared at the conclusion of the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. He decided to name this entity Wang Meng, or Dream of Death. After wandering briefly through the village, Wang Meng's skeletal tendrils each latched onto a semi-transparent, sleeping woman. Before long, the entity disappeared beyond the horizon. Su-in had a foreboding sense that this terrifying presence would inevitably cross paths with him again. Standing amidst a courtyard soaked in blood and littered with severed limbs, Su-in felt no discomfort. It wasn't cold-bloodedness. It was simply that, since becoming a demon sword, his human emotions had dulled to near non-existence. Am I even alive anymore? He murmured, staring at the blood-stained demonic sword lying on the ground. After taking revenge on Yu Qinghong, Su-in had lost all sense of purpose. No one could hear his voice. No one could speak to him. A faint whisper lingered in the air, tempting him toward eternal slumber, promising solace in dreams and release in death. In a daze, Su-in found himself sitting at a dining table. In front of him was a spread of hearty homemade dishes, their aroma filling the air. Across the table sat his parents, the ones he had missed so deeply. The house was a modest 2-bedroom apartment, simple yet radiating warmth. "Eat more. If it's not enough, Mom will get you another helping," his mother said, a loving smile on her face as she watched him eat slowly and carefully. After a moment of hesitation, she softly added, "Why don't you stay home this time? Your dad can pull some strings and find you a job. Then we can all be together as a family." His father, who had been reading the newspaper, put it down and leaned in closer. Su-in held his bowl and replied quietly, "I still want to go out and see the world." A trace of sadness flickered across his father's face, but it quickly turned into a smile. "I thought so. I knew you wouldn't stay. You've always yearned for the world beyond, just like your mother and I once did." He patted Su-in on the shoulder. Your mom and I have spent our whole lives in this little town. We probably can't keep up with you anymore. But there's so much beauty out there. Go see it for us. Okay. Out there, don't push yourself too hard. If you ever face something you can't handle, remember, coming back is what matters most. Okay. Are you sure you can't stay? His mother's voice trembled with reluctance. The meal stretched on for a long time. His mother reminisced endlessly about Su-In's childhood, while his father brought out a cherished bottle of aged wine, pouring glass after glass to share with him. Even his mother, who rarely touched alcohol, drank 2 glasses, and his father, who was known for his tolerance, ended up drunk. Su-In savored each bite of the meal as if trying to etch this moment into his memory forever. Without realizing it, tears welled up in his eyes. When the last bite was gone, he gently set down his bowl and chopsticks, got up, and covered his sleeping parents with blankets. At the door, he took one last, long look at his slumbering parents, then turned and walked away decisively. It felt as though he passed through a bubble, the world behind him fading into a blur. When he came to, he found himself lying once again in the desolate courtyard. Gazing up at the bright moon in the sky, the despair in his heart ebbed like a receding tide. He finally understood why he existed. Before crossing into this world, he had carried an unfulfilled wish. His parents had both died in a car accident, and he never got to say goodbye. Whatever you are, thank you for giving me this chance to fulfill my wish. Su-In murmured to himself. The world is full of suffering, as insignificant as ants. Countless souls, countless lives. Why is it that only those born into privilege get to roam the vast heavens and witness the world's beauty? Su-In thought that his sword's master deserved a life of adventure and brilliance. If it wasn't granted, then he would help make it happen. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening from the illusory dream realm and comprehending the ultimate demonic sword technique. Perfected true art. This caught Su-In by surprise. Had already secretly learned Wind Spirit Moon Shadow from the illusory dream, and now, he had also grasped a new demonic sword technique, perfected true art. Su-In pulled himself out of his thoughts and opened the demon sword interface, focusing on the newly acquired special skill, Supreme True Method. This ultimate demon sword skill occupied its own category, with a skill icon displayed in an unusual black color, not the gray that indicated insufficient demonic energy, but a black that signified the skill was entirely unusable. Puzzled, he clicked on the skill description. Skill name: Supreme True Method. Effect: Sacrifice. Burns the user's own life force to temporarily elevate their martial arts realm by 2 major levels for 1 hour, usable only by the sword master. Side effect: after use, the sword master will die, and their soul will fall into the eternal dream of supreme illusion. Note: this skill originates from the essence of an unknown entity's death dream. Extremely dangerous. It is strongly recommended that the host hand it over to the system for handling. Note: why not embrace eternal rest and seek solace in dreams and the afterlife? Note: a gentle reminder from the system. Eden's actions here are akin to a weasel paying respects to a hen clearly ill-intentioned. If the host returns this skill to the system, as compensation, the host will gain early access to the demon sword shop. Su-In carefully analyzed the information contained in the description. First, this skill was not a natural comprehension but a deliberate gift from the death dream. The system offered to reclaim it for 10,000 demonic energy points, but after careful consideration, Su-In decided to keep it for now. After all, anything valued so highly by the system was bound to be extraordinary. Second, the mention of the demon sword shop piqued his curiosity. Upon inquiry, the system revealed that the shop could only be unlocked after accumulating a historical total of 10,000 demonic energy points. Considering that Blood Tide only had a storage capacity of 10 points and that energy primarily depended on the sword master, this goal seemed daunting and far off. What intrigued Su-In the most was the message and note. He recalled hearing similar whispers before falling into the illusionary realm. Adding to his confusion was the identity of Eden. He remembered the collapsed statue he saw when Wang Fan was fleeing. The name Eden was inscribed on its plaque. While Eden is portrayed as a utopia in the Bible, the death dream and the statue suggested a much darker implication for this version of Eden. However, Su-In quickly abandoned these speculations. He understood clearly that with his current level of cultivation, delving too deeply into matters far beyond his reach would be futile, or worse, counterproductive. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Why am I always left behind? Is anyone there? Someone, please come save me. However, Su-In didn't have to wait long. Early the next morning, a janitor discovered a horrifying scene in the small courtyard. Leaning against the wall and fighting the urge to vomit, he dialed the police with trembling hands, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Soon, several police cars patrolling nearby arrived at the scene, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the courtyard. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay made even the seasoned officers grimace, while a young rookie officer, just starting her career, vomited on the spot. Upon conducting a thorough search, the police found the mutilated bodies of Shi Jin and Lin Feng in the bedroom, both gruesomely disemboweled. The study revealed an eerie, ritualistic setup that sent chills down everyone's spine. In a corner of the courtyard, the young officer stumbled upon the black jade sword lying in a pool of blood. After fingerprint analysis, Su-in, as the suspected weapon, was placed in an evidence bag and taken away in the police car. Inside the car, Su-in overheard the officers' conversation. They were originally investigating another bizarre case involving over a dozen women who had mysteriously fallen into an unshakable slumber. Watching their furrowed brows, Su-in knew they would never uncover the truth after all. Even he had no idea where Nightmare had escaped to. At the station, the rookie officer carried Su-in into the evidence room and locked him in a numbered safe. In the dark, silent confines of the safe, Su-in decided to shut down his consciousness. He had no idea how much time had passed when he felt himself being retrieved. Opening his awareness, he was startled to see the familiar young officer. Seriously? This case is just being closed like that? And I still have to deal with this useless piece of evidence? Not to mention, I have to work overtime after my shift. What kind of bad luck is this? She grumbled while stuffing the black jade sword into a bag. Su-in was stunned disposed of? If he were still in human form, he would have grabbed the young officer by her collar and demanded answers. Along the way, he repeatedly tried to tempt her into becoming the master of the cursed sword, but she remained completely unresponsive. The young officer rode off on her pink scooter, leaving the station. Instead of heading to destroy the evidence, she stopped in front of a shop named Wanda Commerce. The modern-sounding name momentarily made Su-in feel as though he had returned to the era before his time travel. As soon as they entered the shop, the lively and bustling atmosphere inside sharply contrasted with the outside world, leaving Su-in utterly bewildered. The meat of a Tier 3 Thunder Wolf beast is priced at 20,000 Xia Yuan per pound. The marketplace was bustling with people, and shops were lined up in close succession. Everything a martial artist might need for cultivation was available: materials, elixirs, weapons, and techniques. Even spirit-grade weapons and profound-grade techniques were openly priced. Rock Steady Force, a mid-tier profound-grade martial technique, was listed at 5 million Xia Yuan. Thunderbolt Spear, a low-tier spirit-grade weapon, was priced at 2 million Xia Yuan. These astronomical figures left Su-in in shock. Clearly, in any world, money was the key to everything. Without it, one could barely take a step forward. The young policewoman paid no attention to these extravagant items and headed straight into a shop with a signboard that read, Chung Family Weapon Shop. The shop was quiet, and behind the counter, a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in a white hanfu, was napping on a long bench with a palm fan covering her. Chung Xiaolin, wake up. Well, what is it? Chung Xiaolin mumbled groggily as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. The policewoman pulled a black jade sword out of her bag. Do me a favor, help me get rid of this black sword. 10,000 Xia Yuan. I'll take it, Cheng Xiaolin said, instantly wide awake the moment her eyes landed on the black jade sword. As the owner of a weapon shop, she immediately recognized it as a masterpiece crafted by a renowned artisan. The obsidian-like luster of the blade clearly indicated the use of precious meteorite dark iron, placing its quality at the level of a high-grade mortal weapon. What? 10,000 Xia Yuan? The policewoman was too stunned to speak, swallowing back her original request to have the sword destroyed. This seemingly ordinary sword was worth 2 months of her police salary. Make it 12,000, Cheng Xiaolin added after examining the sword more closely. Even though it's a high-grade mortal weapon, the blade has some minor cracks, and there are 3 uneven bloodstains near the hilt. Since we're good friends, I'll take it for 12,000 Xia Yuan and take a small loss. You're the best. It's yours. The policewoman grabbed Cheng Xiaolin's hand, overjoyed. She had originally planned to throw the sword in the trash, fearing it might cause trouble if someone found it. Instead, she ended up with an unexpected windfall. Cheng Xiaolin was equally thrilled. High-grade mortal weapons, even with flaws, could easily fetch 40,000 Xia Yuan on the market, where profound-grade weapons were always in high demand but rarely available. This was a guaranteed profit. Inside the sword, Su-in was utterly dumbfounded. Had just been sold off at a bargain price? A wave of inexplicable anger surged in his heart. As Cheng Xiaolin carefully polished the blade with a cloth, she asked, by the way, where did you get this sword? Knowing her friend came from a modest background, the origin of such a high-quality weapon was suspicious. It was a murder weapon, the policewoman admitted sheepishly, scratching her head. What? Cheng Xiaolin's hands shook, and she nearly dropped Su-in onto the floor. Su-in was placed outside the store, far from the counter, idly watching the bustling crowd pass by. Although the Wanda Commerce Association was teeming with people, the Cheng family weapon shop saw only a handful of customers all morning, perhaps due to its remote location or for some other reason. What puzzled him even more was the young female shopkeeper dressed in a white hanfu. Ever since the petite policewoman left yesterday, she had become unusually cautious. Not only had she placed him on the rack by the entrance, but even while tidying up the items inside the shop, her eyes would frequently dart toward him. As a sword longing to find a master, Suin didn't mind the idea of acknowledging the weapon shop's owner as his master. After all, compared to ordinary people, she indeed seemed more skilled in caring for weapons. However, seeing her hesitant and evasive demeanor, he reluctantly dismissed the thought for the time being. Just as Suin thought the day would drag on in boredom, a blonde-haired young man with an unsteady gait pushed open the door in the afternoon. The moment he entered, he whistled at Chung Xiaolin behind the counter, his gaze filled with insolence as he asked, "Hey there, pretty girl, got anything good here? Care to recommend something for me?" Although Chung Xiaolin disliked the way he ogled her, she maintained her professional composure and responded patiently, "Don't worry, everything in our Qing family weapon shop is top-notch. This batch just arrived yesterday. Let me show you around." It wasn't an exaggeration. Qing family weapons were known for their excellent quality and fair pricing. Even several prestigious high schools in Ninghai City regularly purchased weapons for their new students from this store. The blonde youth's eyes lit up as he gazed at the dazzling array of weapons. Pretending to be casual, Chung Xiaolin picked up a black sword from the rack near the entrance. "How about this high-grade mortal weapon?" she introduced. "It's 4 feet long, 1.2 inches wide, with a blade so polished it reflects like a mirror. All for just 15,000 Xiaoyuan. Are you kidding me? Only 15,000? The blonde stared in disbelief. "There's no catch, right? At that price, one could only buy a mid-quality, mid-grade mortal weapon elsewhere, while high-grade ones typically started at 50,000 Xiaoyuan. "Well, there's a slight issue," Cheng Xiaolin admitted sheepishly, pointing to some faint cracks and 3 bloodstains on the blade. "It's a second-hand sword, so it has these imperfections. If you mind, I can recommend something else." The blonde scrutinized it carefully and then shook his head. "No need, I'll take this one." The crack was barely noticeable unless inspected closely, and the 3 bloodstains of varying depths gave the sword an oddly sinister charm. Getting a sword of this quality for a third of the usual price was an absolute steal. "If I'm not satisfied, I can return it within 10 days, no questions asked, right?" he asked casually. "Of course," Chung Xiaolin replied, handing over a business card. "Here's my card. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Take care." Chung Xiaolin waved at Huang Mao's departing figure and secretly let out a sigh of relief as she turned around. Being a superstitious person, she had always been fearful of ominous objects and haunted places. After accepting her best friend's black sword last night, she had tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Now that she had finally sold the sword and even made a small profit, she could finally get a good night's rest. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Would you like to bind to the 4th Swordmaster, Wen Tianqing?" Bind. Suin accepted the result calmly. After 3 previous swordmasters, he had already come to terms with it. If the swordmaster had decent potential, he didn't mind nurturing them. If they were completely hopeless, he would assign them the misfortune of bad luck. With the power of blood tide, he knew it would only take a few days before he became a brand new, exceptional sword again. This Wen Tianqing was a newcomer to the Jinlong Guild, with strength barely at the Qi and blood level, only swordmaster worse than any Suin had encountered before. Over the past 3 days, Suin had never seen him practice any martial arts techniques. This guy was either flirting with women or on his way to do so. Every time he drew the sword, it was merely to show off his identity as a martial artist in front of a new girl. The moment those girls learned it was a high-grade mortal weapon, their eyes would light up with admiration. Suin strongly suspected that when Tianqing's cultivation at Qi and blood level 1 and his purchase of the sword were purely for showing off to women. Even more despicable, his reasons for joining the Jinlong Guild weren't innocent either. This organization, primarily dealing in massage, bathhouses, foot therapy, and the red light district, had become his playground for indulgence. Every night, he would book 2 women on the 3rd floor of a massage parlor in the red light district. No wonder this so-called martial artist walked with an unsteady gait. Following such a master, Suin felt his chances of advancing in this life were slim to none. After storing 10 units of demonic energy through the blood tide, he decisively unleashed the misfortune of bad luck. 4 days later, Cheng Xiaolin saw the black sword again at the Qing family weapon shop, part of the Wanda Merchant Guild in Ninghai City. A plump woman with a delighted expression stood at the counter, claiming to be a relative of Wen Tianqing. Cheng Xiaolin checked the ledger and confirmed that it was indeed the sword sold to Wen Tianqing 7 days ago. "Where is Wen Tianqing?" Cheng Xiaolin asked curiously. "He's dead," the plump woman said, her tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Dead? Cheng Xiaolin's eyes widened. "I just saw him last week. May I ask how he died?" Her sharp instinct for gossip told her there was definitely a story here. "That guy was a scoundrel who got caught in the act," the woman explained with a smirk. "A scoundrel? What does that mean?" Cheng Xiaolin looked puzzled. The plump woman clarified. "You know Chow Chow, right? The one famous for loving married women rather than young girls?" A scoundrel is someone who likes other people's wives. Ah, fascinating gossip. Chung Xiaolin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly pressed for details. The woman, seeing her interest, lowered her voice and said, "You have no idea. Wen Tiancheng has always been a philanderer, especially fond of messing around with other men's wives. This time, he got into trouble because he was fooling around with the wife of one of his friends." She continued her story, vividly recounting, "Yesterday, when Tiancheng went to his friend's house for a meal, the two of them, seeking some thrill, first got his friend drunk out of his mind. Then, in broad daylight, they sneaked off to the rooftop of the apartment complex to do their dirty deed. But just at the critical moment, his friend sobered up and decided to go to the rooftop for some fresh air. The moment he opened the door, he caught them red-handed. So his friend killed Wen Tiancheng in a fit of rage?" Chung Xiaolin probed further. "Not quite." The woman shook her head. "It was karma that got Wen Tiancheng. That woman, terrified when her husband appeared, lost her footing and fell off the rooftop, dragging Wen Tiancheng down with her. Imagine falling from the 13th floor when Tiancheng's, well, was still stuck in her when they hit the ground. He died a truly gruesome death." She let out a cold laugh. "He had a wife as beautiful as a goddess, yet he insisted on chasing after someone else's. Isn't that what he deserved?" Chung Xiaolin drew out her black sword for inspection. After confirming it was in perfect condition, she returned it to the sword rack and casually asked, "By the way, what's your relationship with Wen Tiancheng?" The plump woman accepted her refund, puffed out her chest proudly, causing her layers of fat to jiggle. "I'm Wen Tiancheng's wife." Suyin returned once again to the Chung family weapon shop, waiting for the next fated owner to appear. He sighed inwardly. Ever since parting ways with Yu Qinghong, each swordmaster he encountered seemed worse than the last. He even considered pledging himself to a ruthless killer, but such people would probably have no interest in an ordinary, mundane sword like him. That very night, Suyin met his fifth swordmaster Lu Rani. Lu was a small-time gang leader with the strength of an early-stage martial apprentice. His scarred face and burly physique contrasted sharply with the serene kindness in his name, which was entirely at odds with his behavior. Lu Rani's favorite pastime was bullying the weak on the streets. The very next day, he assaulted a street vendor who refused to pay him tribute, twisting the man's arm until it was grotesquely bent. At first, Suyin thought this master might be ruthless enough for his liking, but he soon discovered a major flaw. While Lu Rani was indeed cruel, he never took lives. Moreover, he preferred to use his fists rather than his sword. Over the past few days, Suyin had been left to gather dust in his scabbard, not even getting the chance to see daylight. Why on earth did this guy buy a sword? Suyin fumed inwardly. Does he have too much money to burn? Or is he just trying to spite me? A few days later, Suyin appeared at the Qing family weapon shop again. This time, the black sword was delivered by Lu Rani's son. The boy's face and body were covered in bruises, clearly the result of frequent beatings. Seeing the familiar black sword, Chung Xiaolin froze for a moment. Mr. Lu didn't come himself? He can't come anymore. What happened? He's dead. A mocking smile appeared on the boy's face. Chung Xiaolin, who was inspecting the black sword with a cloth, paused in her movements and looked up in shock. The boy, as if finding someone to confide in, began recounting the cause of his father's death. It turned out that yesterday, Lu Rani had been stuck in traffic and flew into a rage when a car blocked his way. He overtook the car, forced it to stop, grabbed a weapon, got out, and kicked both the car and its driver into the roadside greenery. However, a young man emerged from the other car, carrying a blade. Within a few breaths, the young man had decapitated Lu Rani. Killing someone in broad daylight was the murderer arrested? Arrested? Are you joking? That was a direct descendant of the Feng family from Ninghai. Hearing this, Chung Xiaolin covered her mouth. The Feng family, as one of the three major martial arts families in Ninghai City, wielded immense power, with its patriarch being a formidable master in the late stage of the martial profound realm. Even the city mayor had personally arrived at the scene afterward, declaring it an act of self-defense and escorting the Feng family's young master away in person. That night, Chung Xiaolin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Two buyers had died mysteriously within half a month, and the sinister nature of the black sword sent chills down her spine. The next day, with dark circles under her eyes, she hid behind the counter. Despite the summer heat, she felt a chilling wind. What terrified her even more was that the cracks on the black sword had disappeared, and the bloodstains near the hilt had increased from 3 streaks to 5. Wrapped in a blanket, she curled up like a frightened little rabbit, muttering repeatedly, pleading for the black sword to spare her, a pitiful girl who had never even been in a relationship. Suyin, left outside the door, scoffed at the girl's mutterings and frail constitution, inwardly relieved that he hadn't chosen her as the sword's master. Suddenly, he found himself locking eyes with a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. After muttering for a while, Chung Xiaolin felt her body grow warmer. She looked up and saw that the black sword at the door had vanished along with the trash she hadn't had time to throw out that morning. She rubbed her eyes and confirmed it several times. Could it be that the black sword truly had a spirit, understood her words, and not only left on its own but also took the trash with it? Although she breathed a sigh of relief, to be safe, Chung Xiaolin decided it was best to stay at her grandfather's place for a while. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky was growing dark. In the slums of Ninghai City, a petite girl was cautiously sneaking her way home. She looked about 13 or 14 years old. Although her clothes were patched, her bright black eyes stood out strikingly. She clutched a long, slender object tightly wrapped in old newspaper to her chest, her movements quiet and wary. Just as she was about to slip into her small room, the light inside suddenly turned on. Under the soft yellow glow, a handsome boy of about 17 or 18 stepped out from the shadows. His face bore a resemblance to the girl's, but his expression carried a maturity beyond his years. "Explain yourself. Why are you so late today?" The boy looked at her sternly. "Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Instead of being intimidated by her brother's questioning tone, the girl seemed excited. She quickly unwrapped the old newspaper, revealing a pitch-black long sword. "Look, brother. Look what I brought back." She tilted her small face up, her eyes glowing with the anticipation of praise. "A sword?" The boy froze for a moment as he recognized the object. "Where did you get this?" "I found it outside," the girl replied, awkwardly clasping her hands behind her back. "Found it?" His frown deepened as he drew the sword from its scabbard and examined it carefully under the light. "Ding. Would you like to bind the sword to its master?" Bai Yujing hesitated, choosing not to make a decision immediately. He intended to observe for a while before deciding. After all, the conditions for reassigning a cursed sword to a new master were highly restrictive. It required the death of the previous master. While it was possible to use a powerful curse to kill the master, that process required 10 extra days to accumulate dark energy, making repeated attempts troublesome. The black longsword was about 4 feet long and 1.5 inches wide, its surface smooth as jade. It felt perfectly balanced in his grip. Bai Yujing plucked a strand of his hair and gently blew it against the blade. The hair split in two the instant it touched the edge. He then stepped outside to test the sword on an old locust tree nearby. With a light swing, a branch fork fell cleanly to the ground. Remarkably, the blade showed no signs of dulling or damage. Such an excellent sword. Its quality rivaled that of the butcher Wang's pig slaughtering knife in the marketplace, something far more valuable than a mere 50 summer yuan. Bai Yujing turned back to face his sister, his eyes sharp. "Be honest. Where exactly did this sword come from?" "I really found it," the girl said, nervously twisting her fingers, a habit her brother immediately noticed. "Where did you find it? Be specific." This time, his tone grew more serious. "Outside a weapons shop," she murmured, her voice growing quieter. Then she quickly added, "But I didn't take it from the display. It was lying with the trash outside, probably meant to be thrown away." "Brother, your hatchet is already rusty. Weren't you planning to replace it?" "This sword is much sharper than your old one," the girl said eagerly. She had no idea she had just made a naive mistake, mistaking the weapons displayed outside the store for garbage. Out of kindness, seeing the shopkeeper shivering under a blanket as if she were ill, she had taken the garbage away. Bai Yujing quickly understood what had happened and shook his head lightly. "No need. If the hatchet is gone, I'll just buy a new one. Tomorrow is Sunday. I'll go with you to return the sword to the shopkeeper and apologize." "But why?" the girl asked anxiously. "Little sister," Bai Yujing said as he gently patted her head, "we may be poor in material things, but we're no less noble in spirit than anyone else. You'll understand these things when you grow up. I've already received your kind thought." The girl nodded, half understanding. "I'll heat up the food. You eat first, and I'll take dinner to Mom," Bai Yujing said, carrying a small plate of rice soup into the cramped inner room. Inside was a simple wooden bed where a frail woman lay quietly. He patiently fed his mother spoonful by spoonful, carefully wiping the corners of her mouth before stepping out of the room as quietly as he had entered. The woman on the bed listened to her son's retreating footsteps, tears welling up in her eyes. Early the next morning, Bai Yujing took the black sword and his sister to the Cheng family's weapon shop. A piece of white paper was taped to the door, temporarily closed. Reopening date undetermined. For the next few days, Bai Yujing went alone to return the sword since his sister had school. Each time, he stood in front of the tightly shut shop door, sighing in frustration. "Tomorrow will be the last time I try," he murmured to himself. Over those days, Su Yin had also come to understand Bai Yujing's situation. This young man, living in the slums of Ninghai City, made a living selling charcoal. Every day, he ventured into the distant mountains to chop wood, burned it into charcoal at night, and carried a bamboo basket to town at dawn to sell it. He had a younger sister, Bai Yueling, who excelled in school, and a mother who was completely paralyzed due to a stroke. With such a family environment, unless some miracle occurred, it seemed unlikely his life would ever change. The next morning, Bai Yujing once again found the shop closed and had to give up on returning the sword. The distance from the Wanda merchant guild to the street where he sold charcoal was several miles, and he simply couldn't afford to waste more time. On his way home that evening, his heart was heavy as he thought about his sister's upcoming high school martial aptitude test and his mother's worsening condition. He desperately needed a large sum of money. But during dinner, he heard some good news. During dinner, Bai Yujing was called outside by a middle-aged man dressed in a white uniform. "Xiao Bai, I have news about the matter you asked me to look into last time," the man said seriously. "Is that true, Uncle Chen?" Bai Yujing's eyes lit up instantly. Uncle Chen was an investigator with the Martial Surveillance Bureau. Years ago, during a mission, he had failed to save Bai Yujing's father, who had been taken hostage. This guilt had driven him to silently help Bai Yujing's family over the years. Instead of holding a grudge, Bai Yujing felt deep gratitude toward him. Since his mother had fallen ill, this was the first piece of encouraging news he had heard. "It's absolutely true," Uncle Chen assured him, patting his chest. "The Martial Surveillance Bureau recently opened a part-time position. The pay is quite good, and you only need to work 1 day a week. Would you like to give it a try? Does it require a high level of martial skill?" Bai Yujing asked hesitantly. As a government-established organization in the Daxia district of the Blue Star Federation, dedicated to monitoring martial artist-related crimes, the Martial Surveillance Bureau, known as the Commission of Counter-Guilty, or CCG, had a relatively low success rate in solving cases. To subdue criminal martial artists, investigators themselves needed to be highly skilled, at least at the martial disciple level. Otherwise, they would only add to the casualties. As an entry-level martial artist with only the first level of qi and blood, Bai Yujing had to carefully consider his family's livelihood, especially his ailing mother and young sister. Sensing his concern, Uncle Chen quickly explained, "It's not dangerous. You just need to be strong, brave, and mentally resilient. A lot of people want this job, but I pulled some strings to secure this spot for you." "Thank you, Uncle Chen. I'll give it a try," Bai Yujing said sincerely. The job seemed perfect. It was flexible, well-paid, and low-risk, exactly what he needed right now. "Good boy. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. If you have a weapon you're comfortable with, bring it along." "All right, see you tomorrow." When Bai Yujing returned inside, his younger sister, Bai Yueling, asked curiously from the dining table, "Brother, who was that outside just now?" "It was Uncle Chen. He introduced me to a part-time job. I'll go try it out tomorrow morning, but I'm not sure if I'll be good enough," Bai Yujing replied as he continued eating. "Hee, my brother is a real man. You'll definitely do great," Bai Yueling said cheerfully, swinging her legs as she sat on the chair. "Well, I hope so," Bai Yujing said, placing his now empty bowl on the table. "Then I'll wash the dishes tonight so you can rest early," Bai Yueling said as she quickly gathered the remaining dishes and skipped off to the kitchen before her brother could respond. Watching his little sister's innocent smile, Bai Yujing felt a twinge in his heart. He silently vowed to himself that no matter what happened in the future, he would protect this little girl at all costs. The night passed quietly. At 4 in the morning, the sky was still dark. Bai Yujing had already changed into his clothes and was standing at the small table in his bedroom. On the table lay 2 weapons. One was a black longsword he hadn't had the chance to return yesterday, and the other was his old hatchet, which he used daily for chopping firewood. The hatchet, worn from years of use, was covered in rust, and its blade was chipped in multiple places. Normally, he would wake up at 5, load a bamboo basket with the charcoal he had burned the previous night, and head to the nearest town to sell it. But today, since he was going to the Martial Oversight Bureau with Uncle Chen, he got up an hour earlier. After some thought, he picked up the black long sword, carefully wrapped it, sheath and all, in a white cloth, and tied a simple knot on his back. Although he didn't particularly care about what he carried, he couldn't show up with a rusty old hatchet while accompanying Uncle Chen. It would be embarrassing. Before leaving, he tiptoed to his younger sister's bedroom door. Through the crack, he saw that she was sound asleep. Quietly, he slipped inside, tucked her blanket in properly, and then gently closed the door behind him. Outside, the night was still deep. Bai Yujing sat cross-legged under the locust tree in front of the house, closing his eyes to rest. About 2 hours later, a surprised middle-aged voice broke the early morning silence. "Xiao Bai, you're up this early?" It was Uncle Chen. Concerned about the long and rugged journey from the slums to the city, he had come early, only to find that Bai Yujing had been waiting for quite some time. "Just got up," Bai Yujing replied, opening his eyes and sensing the flow of energy and blood within his body. Other than his vision being slightly clearer, he felt no significant changes. This was normal without a cultivation technique. An ordinary person's efficiency in refining their energy and blood was extremely low. He had long grown used to this state and never aspired to become a powerful martial artist. Improving his physical health was enough for him. On the way, Uncle Chen had noticed his earlier actions and asked curiously, "Were you practicing a cultivation technique just now?" "No, just a basic breathing method," Bai Yujing replied, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. "Since I have to climb mountains and walk long distances every day, Adjusting my breathing helps save some energy. It's just something I figured out on my own. Not bad, Uncle Chin said approvingly, giving him an appreciative look. I actually thought you were practicing a technique and didn't want to disturb you, so I just watched for a while. If you don't have a technique, you can try the yellow grade midair technique, Golden Thunder method, we have at the Martial Oversight Bureau. Bai Yujing nodded slightly in gratitude. Once they reached the city, the two had a simple breakfast at a small diner. Then Uncle Qian drove him to a grim-looking building on the outskirts. The sign at the entrance read, Haisher Special Detention, which left Bai Yujing puzzled. Uncle Chin, this isn't the Martial Oversight Bureau. What is this place? This is the Ninghai City Special Prison, where we detain special offenders, Uncle Chin explained. After greeting a few colleagues in uniforms, he led Bai Yujing to the door of a stark white room. Go in and change into a different set of clothes first. This was a private changing room. The space was sparsely furnished, with only a full-length mirror, a chair, and a clothing rack. Hanging on the rack was a loose-fitting white robe. Bai Yujing swiftly removed his coarse linen garments, placing them along with his black longsword on the chair. He then donned the white robe. Standing before the mirror, he turned to examine himself and was pleased to find the robe fit perfectly. After strapping the black sword onto his back once more, Bai Yujing stepped out of the room. Uncle Chun gave the young man in white a thorough once-over before handing him a key. From now on, this will be your changing room. What exactly is my job? Bai Yujing asked directly as he accepted the key. Uncle Chin glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned and headed down a deeper corridor. We're running out of time. Follow me, and I'll explain on the way. Bai Yujing followed silently, entering a narrow and dimly lit passage. Do you know where the martial artist who killed your father ended up after he was captured? Uncle Chin suddenly asked. Here. Bai Yujing ventured, his tone thoughtful. Exactly. Uncle Chin's voice dropped, heavy with meaning. That man killed more than 20 innocent people. Your father was just one of them. When he was brought here, he still carried that arrogant air about him. I was the one who took over as the executioner for that case. It wasn't until his final moments that he showed true fear, begging for his life through tears. But did he think that would sway me? I switched to a dull blade and prolonged his suffering for a full minute before finally taking his head. This was the first time Bai Yujing had heard Uncle Chun share such secrets. We're here. Go on in. Uncle Chen stopped, his expression softening into a friendly smile. No need to feel pressured. Just remember, we are carrying out justice. Bai Yujing nodded, already beginning to piece together the nature of this part-time job. As he stepped out of the passage, a blinding white light made him raise his hand to shield his eyes. Once his vision adjusted, he found himself in an enclosed square. Scattered spectators sat on elevated platforms surrounding the area. In the center of the square stood two men, both wearing heavy black iron collars. Their collarbones had been pierced, and their bodies were bound with dark iron chains. A circular broadcast began to announce their crimes. These two men are agents from Sakura District. While inciting conflict between men and women and stealing intelligence in Ninghai City, they were apprehended by the Martial Surveillance Bureau. Their capture came at the cost of one third-class investigator and the lives of over a dozen innocent civilians. Ultimately, a second-class investigator at the Grand Martial Master level subdued them. Executioner, please step forward and prepare for sentencing. A spotlight illuminated Bai Yujing. Understanding the cue, he walked toward one of the execution platforms and began unwrapping the black longsword from its protective cloth. At that moment, Suyin finally grasped what the broadcast meant by executioner. This was essentially the modern equivalent of an ancient execution-era grim, lawful occupation that had somehow survived through time. And now, it had fallen into Bai Yujing's hands. The system prompt rang out, binding Bai Yujing as the sword master. Ding. 6 sword master, Bai Yujing, successfully bound. On the execution platform, 2 uniformed officers led 2 death row inmates, each shackled and their meridians sealed, toward the stage. The prisoners could only move their mouths. The first inmate glanced sideways at Bai Yujing, a mocking grin tugging at the corner of his lips. First layer of the Qi and Blood Realm? Looks like the Daxiao Martial Authority is scraping the bottom of the barrel, sending a little brat like you. Your father. Before he could finish, Bai Yujing stepped on his head, pressing his face into the ground. A black sword rested against the inmate's neck, raised high, then fell swiftly. The head rolled off the platform, and steaming blood sprayed onto Bai Yujing's white robe, with a few droplets splattering across his face. Turning to the second inmate, Bai Yujing saw the man trembling uncontrollably, muttering under his breath, Heavenly Emperor, save me! Heavenly Emperor, save me! Seeing Bai Yujing approach with the blood-stained black sword, the man rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Bai Yujing, his expression unchanged, executed him just as decisively. Cheers erupted from the crowd outside. The energy and souls of the 2 martial artists filled Su Yin with a long-lost satisfaction, a feeling absent since leaving Yuqinghong. Watching this new sword master, who showed such promise, Su-in felt a rare sense of contentment. He resolved not to treat Bai Yujing as he had the previous failures, who were left to fend for themselves. This one deserved some rewards. Back in the corridor, Uncle Chen approached Bai Yujing, unfazed by the bloodstains on his robe, and gave him a hearty hug. Well done, Xiao Bai. He then handed over a stack of 100 yuan bills. Here's your payment for this job. Bai Yujing counted 16 bills in total 600 daxia yuan. This much? He asked, surprised, attempting to return half to Uncle Chen. Killing people can mess with your head. Higher pay is only fair. Keep it, Uncle Chen said with a chuckle, waving him off. Change your clothes and head home early. You've got guts, kid. My hands were shaking the first time I carried out an execution. In the pristine white changing room, Bai Yujing locked the door and leaned against it, standing still. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but excitement. The twisted pleasure he felt from killing made him realize something was deeply wrong with him. Shaking his head, he forced himself to calm down. After changing back into his clothes, he picked up the black sword and prepared to leave. But suddenly, his steps halted. His eyes widened in shock as an unfamiliar piece of information appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Xinggrade Superior Technique Wind and Thunderflow, First Realm Swift Wind and Thunderclap. Bai Yujing once overheard a conversation where someone mentioned that martial arts techniques in this world are categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. As the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation, techniques hold far greater importance than combat skills. While an ordinary person can reach the second level of qi and blood through training or consuming ferocious beast meat and qi blood pills, progressing further requires the selection of a primary cultivation technique. Without one, the qi and blood would dissipate, and recklessly consuming ferocious beast meat could even lead to qi blood reversal or death by blood explosion. For this reason, the price of cultivation techniques is often more than 10 times that of combat skills of the same grade. Even the lowest grade yellow level technique jade slips are beyond the reach of common families, let alone someone in Bai Yujing's situation. As for mystic level techniques, they are mostly monopolized by powerful families and elite academies. On rare occasions when they appear at auctions, they are sold for astronomical prices. At this moment, when a high-grade mystic level technique called Wind and Thunderflow suddenly surfaced in his mind, Bai Yujing was so shocked he could hardly speak. He understood clearly that this wasn't some sudden enlightenment, making him a martial arts prodigy. This was a genuine stroke of fortune. In that mysterious space, a red-clad woman wielding a black longsword had demonstrated it just once, and he had already grasped the first stage of the technique. Thinking of the black longsword, Bai Yujing abruptly lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand, his pupils dilating in shock. This sword was almost identical to the one the red-clad woman had held, the only difference being the number of blood marks on the hilt. As he pondered the connection between the technique and the black sword, the sword in his hand suddenly emitted a warm sensation, as if confirming his suspicions. Could it be that his sister had accidentally picked up a divine sword? As he was lost in his astonishment, a gentle knock came from the door, followed by Uncle Chin's concerned voice. Xiao Bai, are you okay? I'm fine. Bai Yujing quickly wiped the bloodstains off the sword with a clean white cloth, strapped it to his back, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the changing room. If you're okay, I'll take you home now, Uncle Chen said. Uncle Chen, Bai Yujing hesitated. What's wrong? It's nothing. Thank you. In the end, he decided to forever bury the secret of the black sword and the mystic level technique deep in his heart. He knew all too well the saying, a man without sin becomes guilty by possessing treasure. Even blood relatives could turn against each other for profit. This secret, he resolved to take to the grave. Later that evening, as he pushed open the door to his home, an enticing aroma greeted him. Bai Yueling ran into the house, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a table full of delicious dishes: sweet and sour ribs, braised crucian carp, and her favorite Lucy River cream mochi. She squealed in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Despite the drool almost dripping from the corner of her mouth, Bai Yueling obediently sat at the table without picking up her chopsticks. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was irresistible, and soon Bai Yueling emerged, carrying a steaming hot dish. Brother, is today a special occasion? Why did you make so much delicious food? Is it New Year already? Bai Yueling asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Yueling set the dish on the table and smiled as he explained. It's because of the part-time job Uncle Chan recommended yesterday. I tried it out today, and they were very satisfied. They even gave me an advance payment, so I bought some good food to celebrate. Yay! Bai Yueling cheered. Come on, dig in before it gets cold. Okay, I'm starting. Watching his sister devour her food with gusto, Bai Yueling's mind wandered. For now, it was better not to tell her about today's events. The discovery of an ancient, mystical sword with a deep legacy would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention if word got out. Given their current situation, even surrendering the sword might not spare them. He decided it was best to wait until she was older to share the truth. Until then, he he would safeguard it himself. Brother, what are you thinking about? Bai Yueling asked, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster, her mouth full of food. Snapped out of his thoughts, Bai Yuking noticed tears welling up in his sister's eyes. Why are you crying? He asked. Bai Yueling touched the corner of her eyes and broke into a bright smile. It's tears of joy. Ever since Mom and Dad's accident, it's been so long since we've had such a good meal. She held up her empty bowl. Another bowl, please. This rice is so fragrant. I can eat 3 bowls. Bai Yuking stood up to refill her bowl, reminding her, eat slower. Don't choke. There's more in the pot. Watching his sister's happiness, a mix of emotions swirled in his heart. The tough days were finally behind them, and better times surely lay ahead. You eat first. I'll go check on Mom, he said, carrying a bowl of lean meat porridge into the small room next door. On the wall, the demon sword Su-in hung silently alongside a rusty cleaver, observing everything. This swordmaster seemed to have a decent character, not to mention his position as an enforcer for the Martial Inspection Bureau. Every week, he managed to claim a few lives. Though the number wasn't large, it added up over time, and eventually, it would restore the demon sword to its spiritual weapon state. This was the first time Su-in had actively chosen to invest in someone. Hopefully, it wouldn't end in disappointment. Late at night, as Bai Yuking lay in bed tossing and turning, his mind replayed the events of the day. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This issue wasn't actually hard to spot. It was just that the troubles of the day had clouded his mind, causing him to overlook it for a moment. The key lay in the fact that the mysterious black sword wasn't something he had just acquired today. It had been 5 days since he brought it back from Yuling's place. Although Bai Yujing lived in poverty and had to rely on charcoal burning to make a living, he was not without education. Before his parents' misfortune, he had been a student. However, he had to drop out of school to care for his sick mother and support his younger sister's education. He vividly remembered how his teacher used to patiently advise them. For ordinary folks like them, the fastest way to change their fate was to stand out in the national martial examinations and get into a prestigious academy. The path of martial arts had always been grueling. Whether it was exceptional talent, top-tier techniques, rare treasures, miraculous elixirs, or sheer determination and luck, none of these could be lacking. Yet, there were always exceptions in the world, such as those hidden legacies of martial arts. Bai Yujing recalled a widely told legend. A martial artist of humble origins had ultimately reached the pinnacle of the extreme martial saint realm, even capable of traversing the stars with his physical body, achieving godlike mastery in martial arts. This predecessor had been a scholar in his youth, but accidentally stumbled into a spatial rift, finding himself in a place known as the Xintian Hall. After undergoing numerous trials, he obtained a powerful body cultivation legacy, which allowed him to rise to fame in the national martial examinations, paving the way for his legendary life. It was said that the extreme martial saint had no descendants. In his later years, he chose to pass away in solitude. When people discovered his tomb, all they found was a gravestone that read, I have placed all my legacies and the coordinates of the Xintian Hall at the top floor of the 9-turn Transcendence Tower. Want my inheritance? Then strive to reach the top. The entirety of an extreme martial saint's legacy, combined with the secrets of the Xintian Hall, this revelation caused an uproar throughout Xia. The 9-turn Transcendence Tower, an immortal artifact brought back by the predecessor from the Xintian Hall, stood in the capital city of Xia. However, when several martial saints attempted to challenge the tower, they discovered it had special restrictions. Only martial artists under 21 years old and no higher than the martial lord realm could enter. Bai Yujing knew all of this was true. Today, the 9-turn Transcendence Tower was listed as a key protected site by the Xia government. It was only opened once a year, and the entry slots were incredibly precious, reserved for the most outstanding talents from academies and noble families. This made him think of the mysterious sword in his hand. It was highly likely that this sword was also an artifact of inheritance from a martial arts master. As for why it only transmitted the first stage of the profound wind and thunder origin technique to him on the 5th day instead of the 1st, it must have been because he had unknowingly triggered a certain condition during the day. As this thought took shape, a glimmer of realization flashed in Bai Yujing's eyes. Could it be blood? This reasoning brought him tantalizingly close to uncovering the truth. This is also one of the reasons why Su-in chose to pass on his legacy after the swordmaster had killed. Unable to communicate directly with the swordmaster, he could only guide him indirectly by presenting bait. Given Bai Yujing's current predicament, he would undoubtedly cling to this lifeline. In the early hours of the morning, Bai Yujing followed his usual routine. After preparing breakfast, he headed up the mountain. However, today was different from the norm. Instead of going straight into the dense forest to chop wood, he went hunting first. Thanks to the first stage of the profound level technique, wind and thunder flow, he obtained from the divine sword yesterday swift wind. Roaring thunder, his speed and explosive power had improved significantly. He easily caught several agile deer. The substantial improvement from just the first stage made him eagerly anticipate the techniques and mantras of the subsequent stages. But as he looked at the divine sword in his hand, stained with dear blood, its blade cold and lifeless, he couldn't help but sigh. He had expected this, yet he still held onto a sliver of hope last night. After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing began to process the game. With practiced skill, he used a small knife to skin the deer and the sword to cut off the antlers and prime meat valuable items that could be sold for money. Death row inmates weren't always available, even in a sizable city like Ninghai. It wasn't every day that martial artists deserving execution would await their fate. During his free time, Bai Yujing still relied on his old trade to make a living and took time to cultivate the wind and thunder flow technique. To his surprise and delight, within just a week, he advanced from the first level of Qi and blood to break through 2 more levels, reaching the 3rd stage. This discovery reignited his long-dormant passion for martial arts. At noon, Ninghai's Special Detention Bureau sent a message, requiring him to come by in the afternoon. This time, the case involved 3 martial artists who had committed a heinous crime while drunk. In an alley, they raped and murdered a pregnant woman, betting on the gender of the unborn child. In their drunken frenzy, they even cut the baby from her womb, resulting in the woman's tragic death. When investigators arrived at the scene, the 3 were reportedly laughing loudly, showing no remorse. When Bai Yujing's sword rested against their necks, they finally began to cry and beg for mercy, claiming they acted out of drunkenness and had no intent. But such feeble excuses could not bring the victim back to life. As he decisively severed their heads, Bai Yujing couldn't help but wonder. Had they ever considered, in the moment of their crimes, that one day the blade would fall upon them? A white-clad investigator, wearing the insignia of a 3rd-class officer, handed over the payment. Here is your compensation for this task 400 xia yuan in total. Seeing Bai Yujing's surprised expression, the officer casually gestured in a direction and explained, the extra amount is a token of gratitude from the victim's husband. With that, he turned and walked away. Bai Yujing followed the direction of the gesture and saw a man standing near the viewing platform, gazing at him with a look of gratitude. That must be the victim's husband. As Bai Yujing withdrew his gaze, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. This feeling wasn't bad at all. In the locker room, he removed his blood-stained white robe, locked the door, and unfastened the long sword from his waist. After enjoying another hearty meal, Su Yin contentedly passed on the 2nd level of the Fenglei Yuanlu technique to Bai Yujing. That familiar sensation surged within him once more. This time, with the experience of the first attempt, Bai Yujing was mentally prepared. Wind, spirit, grain, soul, Bai Yujing murmured softly as he carefully absorbed the new information in his mind. This technique required the creation of wind and thunder nodes within the heart and lungs, which could enhance wind and thunder attribute damage by 30 and temporarily imbue weapons with wind and thunder elements using true energy. Gazing at the black sword in his hand, Bai Yujing pondered silently. This sword demands lives to unlock its legacy. Its previous owner must have been a bloodthirsty individual. Unfortunately, my martial skills are still lacking, so I can't fully unleash the potential of this technique. If Sui knew what Bai Yujing was thinking at this moment, he would undoubtedly mock him. You're overthinking it. Among the recent swordmasters, you're the one who's killed the most. But as long as the swordmaster understands its intent and offers sacrifices regularly, nothing else matters. After the global rise of martial arts, regions outside of Xia frequently saw martial artists abusing their power and harming the innocent. To maintain social order, Xia implemented strict laws against martial artist crimes and established the Martial Supervision Bureau. However, with a population base of 2 billion, there were always those reckless enough to take risks. Upon learning that the Black Sword craved lives, Bai Yujing took the initiative to request an increase in his weekly executions from once to twice. This decision greatly pleased the entire Martial Supervision Bureau. While executioners received generous benefits, the immense psychological pressure made finding successors difficult. Bai Yujing's predecessor had retired for this very reason. Over the course of 2 months, Bai Yujing executed 25 martial artists sentenced to death, ranging from martial disciples to martial masters, and even one Grand Martial Master. However, when it came to executing the Grand Martial Master, he encountered some trouble. The first strike failed to penetrate the defense, leaving only a shallow mark on the man's neck, causing a stir among the onlookers. Though the Grand Martial Master had his true energy sealed and remained silent, the disdain in his eyes clearly conveyed the word insignificant. Unfazed, Bai Yujing simply switched from single-handed to double-handed grip and adjusted his stance. Beneath the wide sleeves of his white robe, a faint golden spark of electricity flickered quietly. The audience in the stands only saw a fleeting blur before a head, still bearing a mocking expression in its eyes, flew high into the air and landed steadily into the small pit in front of the execution platform. Such was the power of this strike that even the accompanying investigators couldn't help but glance over in astonishment. Bai Yujing, however, had held back somewhat. To avoid revealing his true techniques, he only utilized a portion of the thunderclap stance to enhance the explosive force of his wrist, making it appear similar to the mid-tier yellow-grade skill Golden Thunder art, commonly practiced by third-class investigators of the Martial Supervision Bureau. Though the onlookers were amazed at how a 9th-level Chi and Blood officer could unleash such force, they merely assumed he was naturally gifted with immense strength. For Su-in, the essence of this great martial artist's life and the purity of his soul were akin to savoring a rare delicacy. Though the blood and demonic energy offered by the sacrifice were no different from ordinary individuals, their unparalleled purity left him exceptionally satisfied. In truth, Bai Yujing had already sacrificed the blood and souls of 25 individuals before Su-in showed even a hint of response. This was not due to Su-in being deliberately difficult after all. The wind and thunder source flow technique only consisted of 6 levels, with the highest attainable rank being Martial Patriarch. Even Yu Qinghong herself had only achieved minor success in the 4th level. Furthermore, the rarity of such a legacy made it all the more valuable, and earning a slight margin was entirely reasonable. Su-in firmly believed he was a virtuous being. In the changing room, after donning fresh clothes, Bai Yujing stood before the full-length mirror, gripping his black longsword with a furrowed brow. Despite numerous executions over the past 2 months, the divine sword had yet to impart the 3rd level of the wind and thunder source flow, leaving him anxious and uncertain. Just as he was caught in this state of worry, a familiar wave of martial inheritance surged into his mind, causing his eyes to light up. Even after his extraordinary encounter, Bai Yujing maintained a disciplined routine. He rose on time each day to cook, went up the mountains to chop wood and hunt, returned home to burn charcoal, and practiced his cultivation all while fulfilling execution duties at the Martial Supervision Bureau every 3 days. Initially, Su-in paid close attention to the swordmaster's daily life, but after confirming there was no imminent danger, he chose to slumber, only occasionally checking in on the swordmaster's status and sacrificial progress when necessary. Half a year passed quietly. During that time, Bai Yujing's family saw significant improvement in their circumstances. He used his savings to purchase a spirit-grade rejuvenation pill for his mother. While it did not cure her completely, it restored her ability to speak and partially regain sensation. The family also moved out of the slums to a small courtyard on the outskirts of Ninghai City. His younger sister, Bai Yueling, was discovered to possess martial aptitude during her first year of high school and transferred to a specialized martial arts class. As for Bai Yujing himself, with the advanced profound grade technique imparted by Su-in, he successfully broke through to the martial disciple realm. Although funds were tight, Bai Yujing was content with this simple life. Meanwhile, Su-in alternated between slumber and idling within the demonic sword, passing what seemed like uneventful days. Yet, amid this calm, the progress bar on the system's demonic sword panel steadily advanced. "How are you getting along with the new classmates?" Bai Yujing asked casually during dinner, his eyes fixed on the young girl across from him, who was silently shoveling food into her mouth. His younger sister, Bai Yueling, paused and put down her chopsticks. A flicker of hesitation crossed her delicate, youthful face, and her bright black eyes avoided his gaze. After a moment, she replied softly, It's okay." After half a year, Bai Yueling had grown into a graceful young lady, but her expression at this moment seemed a bit unnatural. "Then what about the bruise on your arm?" Bai Yujing pointed directly at the reddish-purple mark on her shoulder. "I fell by accident," she muttered. "Fell? And ended up with a bruise like that? Come on, tell me what really happened." Bai Yueling's eyes began to redden as she hesitated before blurting out, "It happened during martial arts class. I was hit by a classmate." She poured out her frustration in a rush. "I feel so stupid. Even classmates who joined the class after me have already reached the 2nd level of Qi and blood to become martial artists. I've been practicing the mid-ear Huang level technique, the Qi cultivation method, for over a month, but I can't even sense Qi. They whisper behind my back, calling me useless and saying I cheated on my aptitude test." By the end, her voice was trembling with sobs. Bai Yujing listened quietly. After she finished, he finally spoke. "Show me how you usually practice." "Right now?" Bai Yueling asked hesitantly before sitting cross-legged on the bench. She closed her eyes and began to guide her Qi according to what her teacher had instructed. 3 minutes passed with no result. "See, it's always like this," she said dejectedly. "Maybe they're right. Maybe the testing device was broken, and I don't have any martial aptitude at all." "No, you do have aptitude," Bai Yujing said, shaking his head. He had noticed earlier that, although the Qi she tried to guide wasn't absorbed or refined by the Qi cultivation method, the wind-eye within his own body had reacted strongly. This indicated that Bai Yueling wasn't compatible with the current technique, and continuing to practice it would be futile. "Let's go to your room. It's time I told you a few secrets." Hearing this, Bai Yueling's spirits lifted instantly, and even the pain in her bruised shoulder seemed to fade. "Huh, secrets? Is there something juicy?" A short while later, Bai Yujing, now dressed in his training clothes, sat down in her room. "So, What's the secret, brother? Bai Yueling asked eagerly. Instead of answering directly, Bai Yujing asked, Yueling, do you know what our Bai family ancestors did for a living? Wait. Bai Yueling's eyes lit up with excitement. Are we descendants of some hidden noble family, and now it's time for us to reveal ourselves to the world? No. Bai Yujing replied calmly. Our father was a charcoal seller. Our grandfather was a charcoal seller. Our great-grandfather was a charcoal seller. And our great-great-grandfather was part of a hidden family lineage, she interrupted hopefully. Was also a charcoal seller. Oh. Bai Yueling's enthusiasm deflated. Then what kind of secret is this supposed to be? Bai Yujing gazed deeply into his sister's bright black eyes and said slowly, Our Bai family has always been charcoal sellers, from generation to generation. We've never had any extraordinary martial artists in our lineage. Although this world appears to advance in both technology and martial arts, everyone knows deep down that martial artists are held in far higher esteem than researchers. In this martial arts-dominated society, for a poor family to change their fate, the only way is for a truly powerful martial artist to emerge among them. Brother, please stop trying to comfort me. It's obvious that your talent is far better than mine. You're already a martial apprentice, but I can't even sense chi, Bai Yueling said, lowering her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. That's not true. Bai Yujing shook his head. Starting today, stop practicing that chi nourishment technique. Alright, I was actually thinking, maybe… Bai Yueling began to speak, but was stunned into silence by her brother's next words. I'll teach you an upper-grade profound level technique. Bai Yueling's eyes widened as she quickly covered her mouth. Wait, what did you just say? An upper-grade, profound level technique? Yes, I'll teach you an upper-grade profound level technique, Bai Yujing calmly repeated. Brother, and yet you say we're not from some hidden noble family. Over the next hour or so, Bai Yujing spent considerable effort convincing Bai Yueling that their family was indeed not part of some secretive noble lineage. He also repeatedly reminded her never to reveal the existence of this technique to anyone. Late at night, as the world grew silent, Bai Yujing lay on his bed, hands behind his head, unable to sleep. Earlier tonight, he had planned to give the divine sword to his sister, but hesitated at the last moment before leaving his room. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the opportunity, but because the sword required bloodshed to unlock its inheritance. Considering his sister's soft-hearted nature, she would feel deeply upset even seeing stray animals. Injareth ultimately decided to pass on only the technique contained within the sword. Moonlight poured into the room like a silver stream through the window. Bai Yujing sat up and took the black longsword from the wall. Staring at his reflection on the blade, he murmured, Divine sword. Oh, divine sword, do you know? Yueling's talent is truly remarkable. She grasped the fundamentals of the wind and thunder source technique after just one explanation. Yet I, despite receiving your inheritance, have made no progress beyond the martial apprentice stage. Do you resent me for not giving you to her tonight? The black sword remained silent. Bai Yujing let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ever since he passed on the third level of the wind and thunder source technique a few months ago, the divine sword had stayed dormant. Perhaps it had deemed his talents too poor and given up on him. What Bai Yujing didn't know was that the sword's spirit, Suyin, was actually somewhat satisfied with him as its wielder. Over the past 6 months, Bai Yujing had executed many condemned martial artists, bringing the demonic sword close to its next evolution. Suyin had withheld further teachings primarily because the fourth level of the wind and thunder source technique was only at a minor completion stage and lacked sufficient power. But now, the time had come. One day, about a month later, Bai Yujing went up the mountain as usual to gather firewood. Skillfully wielding the black sword, he chopped dry branches and stacked them neatly before tying them together with cloth strips. Just as he was about to carry the bundle down the mountain, the black sword resting on a rock suddenly began to change. The pitch-black blade was suddenly engulfed in searing black flames, slowly rising into the air to align with the setting sun on the distant horizon. In this vast crucible of heaven and earth, the sun seemed to serve as a massive catalyst. The 5 bloodstains on the blade were the first to change. Under the scorching flames, they transformed into crimson streams of energy, detaching from the sword and swirling around it. Bai Yujing's face showed a hint of confusion as he instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on the strange phenomenon before him. The transformation continued. With the blood energy encircling it, a delicate crack emerged on the dark blade. As time passed, the crack spread rapidly like a spiderweb, soon covering the entire surface of the sword. About half an hour later, when the cracks reached a critical point, the black outer layer shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a brand new longsword within a crimson blade entwined with 5 streams of blood-red flame, radiating the powerful aura of a spiritual weapon. After half a year, Suyin had finally ascended to the spiritual weapon level once again. Unlike the last time, when he was still under the control of his mortal enemy, Yu Qinghong, this time, he had avenged himself and gained true freedom. The stark contrast between these two situations filled Su-in with a mix of emotions. After a brief moment to compose himself, he summoned the system to check the magic swords panel, curious to see what changes had occurred after its reclassification as a low-level spiritual weapon. As the panel unfolded, Su-yin's eyes widened in astonishment as he read the information displayed before him. Magic sword panel. Sword name, none. Level, low-level spiritual weapon. Abilities, slaughter, magic sword legacy. Swordmaster, by Yujing. Magic sword skills. 1. Blood sword, omen. Misfortune. Reduces the sword master's fortune by 2 points consistently. Death sign. Actively reduces the sword master's fortune by 10 points in a single day. Stacks with misfortune. Blood tide. Automatically restores 2 points of magic energy daily at midnight. Current capacity is 1020. 2. Fate's ultimate form. When the magic sword reaches its current level limit, it can evolve into a new form and switch between forms by consuming magic energy. 3. Fatal/judgment. Targets harmed or killed by the magic sword cannot be healed, restored, resurrected, or revived. 4. Crimson Rain Blessing. 5. Supreme True Law. Sacrifice. The sword master burns their life force to temporarily elevate their martial arts realm by 2 major levels for 1 hour. With its advancement to the spiritual weapon level, the magic sword's abilities had undergone significant enhancements. Notably, all 3 effects of Blood Sword. Omen had improved misfortune, now reduced fortune by 2 points, Death Sign lowered it by 10 points, and Blood Tide's daily magic energy restoration increased to 2 points. However, Su-in felt content with the current Swordmaster. For now, Death Sign was a trump card he wouldn't need to use. As for the enhancement to Blood Tide, while the additional 1 point of daily restoration was helpful, the 20-point storage limit somewhat restrained its utility, making it a minor but welcome improvement. The advancement of the Cursed Sword brought 2 new passive skills, Execution and Blood Rain Nourishment. The first skill, Execution, has a singular and domineering effect, Decimation. This effect is absolute. Any target injured or killed by the Cursed Sword cannot be healed, restored, resurrected, or revived. Su-in found himself puzzled by the concept of restoration and sought clarification from the system. The system's explanation left Su-in utterly stunned. Execution fundamentally erases the very concept of the target's existence, meaning the deceased cannot even be transformed into undead beings, zombies, or ghouls. This goes far beyond merely ending life. It is a complete obliteration of existence itself. That's just outrageous, but I like it, Su-in thought with a hint of excitement. This was precisely what he had envisioned for the Cursed Sword. Even in this high-fantasy martial world where some could reverse time, alter causality, or resurrect the dead, this effect remained unbreakable. After all, in a universe teeming with countless races and malevolent deities, anything was possible. The second skill, Blood Rain Nourishment, also has a single effect, replenishment. When the Swordmaster kills a target with the Cursed Sword, they can recover anywhere from 1 to 50 of the target's vitality. This effect was nothing short of extraordinary, completely overturning traditional martial cultivation methods such as absorbing spiritual energy, consuming elixirs, or refining essence stones. It paved a revolutionary path for the Swordmaster, a martial way of proving one's strength through killing. The system provided a detailed explanation for the variation in the recovery percentage. A return of 5 or less was entirely pure and had no adverse side effects on the Swordmaster. However, the maximum return of up to 50 could contain unrefined soul impurities, potentially leading to corruption or madness. After hearing the system's explanation, Su-in fell into deep thought. The name Blood Rain Nourishment was indeed fitting. A return above 5 was like a blood rain, fast but risky, while a return below 5 was akin to nourishing rains, lower but safe. System, set the recovery rate of Blood Rain Nourishment to 5, Su-in commanded. Considering Bai Yujing's exceptional performance over the past 6 months, he decided to grant the safest maximum recovery rate as a reward. After all, I'm not a complete monster, Su-in muttered to himself, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Ding. The Blood Rain Dewfall Magic Sword Technique's return ratio has been successfully set. Current ratio, 5. As the system notification echoed, the black flames covering the sword's blade gradually dissipated. Enveloped by a swirling aura of blood energy, the long sword underwent a complete transformation. Bai Yujing walked slowly toward the stone, his fingers lightly touching the crimson sword's hilt. The lingering warmth on the hilt confirmed that this was no illusion. The moment he gripped the hilt, a long-lost sensation surged into his mind. The divine sword not only imparted him with the 4th level of the Wind and Thunder Source, but also gifted him a high-tier mysterious martial technique, the Wind and Thunder Sword style. This dual inheritance filled Bai Yujing's heart with excitement, but soon, as he gazed at the newly transformed divine sword before him, his brows furrowed. As an experienced executor, he had seen many investigators' spiritual weapons, but never anything as extraordinary as this. With his current strength, At the peak of the early stage of martial disciple, could he truly protect this divine sword and his family? Ah, divine sword, your form is too extraordinary. My current level is far too low. We fear I won't be able to safeguard you in the future, Bai Yujing murmured softly. Hearing these words, Suyin also realized the gravity of the situation. The magic sword, now ascended to a spiritual weapon, was far too conspicuous and would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Considering Bai Yujing's professional advantage in providing a stable environment for growth, Suyin decided to remain low-key. He immediately activated the magic sword technique, Heavenly Fate Supreme Martial Form, reverting the sword's appearance to its pre-ascension state. The swirling blood energy condensed into faint patterns on the blade. The crimson body turned jet black, but its sharpness remained undiminished. After testing the sword, Bai Yujing's eyes lit up, realizing that while the divine sword had restrained its aura, its power was wholly intact. Back at home, Bai Yujing untied the rope securing the bundle of branches on his back. From inside the house came the sound of a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough. Is that you, Xiao Jing? Hearing his mother's voice, Bai Yujing hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered the room. He saw his mother weakly trying to prop herself up from the bed. Mother, please lie down. Bai Yujing gently supported her, and then retrieved a bowl of medicine. Sigh. All these years, it's been me holding you back, his mother said, her heart aching as she looked at her son's weathered face. It's all in the past. Aren't our days getting better and better? Bai Yujing replied, softly blowing on the medicine to cool it down while comforting her. His mother quietly drank the medicine, tears welling silently in her eyes. Once she had taken the medicine and fallen asleep, Bai Yujing tiptoed out of the room. At the doorway, he ran into Bai Yueling, who had just returned from school, and casually asked about her day. Bai Yueling showed an extraordinary affinity with the Feng Lei Yuan Lu cultivation technique. This profound grade height ear method rapidly elevated her cultivation level to the 5th stage of the Qi blood realm, earning her a spot in the elite class for special training. Her snobbish classmates, who once looked down on her, were utterly stunned. With her adorable appearance, she quickly made a few close friends in her new class. Every evening during dinner, she would share amusing stories from school with her brother, her fair face glowing with a radiant smile. Seeing these changes in his sister, Bai Yujing felt genuinely gratified. However, a few days later, an unexpected discovery brought him even greater excitement. While carrying out his duties at the Special Enforcement Bureau in Haishur, as he swung his sword to deliver judgment, he distinctly felt a faint but pure surge of vitality flow into his body through the blade. It coursed through his meridians, ultimately gathering in his dantian and spreading throughout his limbs. His fatigue vanished instantly, and even the cultivation bottleneck that had troubled him for so long showed signs of loosening under the impact of this energy. Blood rain, sweet dew, the phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could killing with the divine sword truly make him stronger? He had already experienced this seemingly side effect-free enhancement firsthand. The vitality seamlessly transformed into his qi and blood. A bold thought struck Bai Yujing. Even with his mediocre aptitude, even if he couldn't afford the most basic qi blood pills and was just an ordinary person among millions, as long as he continued killing with the divine sword, he could reach the pinnacle of martial arts and become a legendary figure on Blue Star. Piecing together all the clues, a theory began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps this was all a test, and this was the true inheritance of the divine sword. On his way home, as he passed by strangers on the street, his hand unconsciously tightened around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. It wasn't until he saw the warm light of the small courtyard and the countless glowing windows of distant skyscrapers that he realized he had arrived home. Touching his back, he found it drenched in cold sweat. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky. In the southern region, where the heat of July had only just receded, it was unusual for snow to fall so soon. The delicate snowflakes landed softly, forming a thin, translucent veil on his body. Bai Yujing stood silently in the courtyard, gazing at the rare southern snowfall, and sighed softly. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to harm innocent people. Brother, why are you standing here alone? A voice called out from behind him. A girl with slightly wavy long hair peeked out, her curious eyes sparkling. What are you looking at? Let me see too. Nothing, just lost in thought, he replied. Oh, really? The girl dragged her words, her tone full of suspicion, but soon she grinned and said, well, I'll forgive you this time. She wrapped her arms around Bai Yujing's and tugged him toward the house. It's Mid-Autumn Festival today. School let us out early, and I made a whole table of reunion dishes just for you. Today? It's Mid-Autumn Festival? Bai Yujing murmured to himself. Looking up, he noticed that tonight's moon was indeed unusually full. Ever since their parents' accident and the family's decline, it had been years since he properly celebrated the festival with his family. Turning toward the house, he saw his sister seated at the table, waving for him to join her. I'm coming, Bai Yujing said with a smile, striding toward the warmth within. In the end, he realized he could never become a monster. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in Ninghai City, a man in a black trench coat stood, gazing solemnly at the sky as the cold wind howled around him. This snow, are we certain it's caused by the influence of a star beast? A snowflake landed on his face, bringing a chill. Yes, a woman's voice replied through his earpiece. Based on the energy intensity detected by the Rift scanner, it's at least at the 7th tier. A ghost-level beast, then? The man in black muttered, pulling his hat lower against the wind. Overnight, the wind and snow in the southern region did not let up. Instead, they grew even fiercer. At dawn, Bai Yujing pushed open the door to see soft, silvery snowflakes falling steadily, with a thick layer already covering the courtyard. As he prepared to leave, he slung a bamboo basket filled with charcoal over his back. Just then, Bai Yueling, who had just finished brushing her teeth, walked sleepily past the entryway, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Brother, with snow this heavy, why don't you skip going to town today and take a break? Bai Yueling suggested, planning to crawl back into bed for a second round of sleep since she didn't have school. It's so cold today. The charcoal will definitely sell well, Bai Yujing replied with a smile. All right, I'm heading out. Take care of mother while I'm gone. Be safe on the road, Bai Yueling said with a yawn, complaining, last night it was so noisy outside. I didn't sleep well at all. I'm going back to bed for a bit. All right, get some more rest, Bai Yujing said, waving as he stepped into the swirling snow. The road leading to the town wasn't heavily covered in snow, but Bai Yujing glanced up at the overcast sky, feeling uneasy. If the snow didn't stop, the roads might be sealed off, and he might not make it home by nightfall. The streets were noticeably emptier than usual, with only a few travelers appearing as he neared the town. It was then that a peculiar figure caught his attention. Standing by the roadside was a monk wearing a wide-brimmed hat, one hand hidden inside a grayish-white robe and the other holding an alms bowl. Most passers-by hurried on without stopping. Bai Yujing paused, pulling a Tinyuan note from the pocket of his inner coat and placing it into the monk's bowl. Perhaps, after taking so many lives, he sought a sliver of solace by helping someone devoted to the Buddhist path. Just as he was about to leave, a crisp ringing of silver bells suddenly broke the silence. The monk extended her right hand from beneath her robe, gently shaking a small silver bell, and raised her head. Beneath the hat was a delicate face, her long hair tied up. May the divine bless you, the female monk said, her voice as serene as a mountain stream, bringing a sense of calm. She met Bai Yujing's surprised gaze with a kind smile before lowering her head again. A female monk in the middle of a snowstorm? What a strange person, Bai Yujing thought to himself, quickly brushing off the encounter as he continued on his way. Over the next 2 days, the snow showed no sign of stopping. Thanks to the cold weather, Bai Yujing's charcoal sales were excellent. Bai Yueling returned to school the following day, and they only caught up during dinner when she shared stories about her day at school. During the break, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter about gossip and amusing stories. Bai Yujing, who usually only half listened to such topics, found himself particularly intrigued by a piece of news today. Apparently, a fellow student had encountered a peculiar female monk begging for alms on the way home near the school. A monk? Bai Yujing's hand froze midair while holding his chopsticks at the dining table. The image of the mysterious woman he had previously met flashed through his mind. Yeah, they said she was stunningly beautiful, had a melodious voice and a sweet smile, Bai Yueling continued, her tone tinged with slight annoyance. That boy was going on and on about her, and now all the other boys are asking where they can find her. But I think it's probably fake. Aren't monks supposed to be Buddhist? Yet she keeps talking about some deity. Don't you think that's strange, brother? It does sound rather odd, Bai Yujing agreed with a nod. By the way, brother, Bai Yueling suddenly changed the topic with a mischievous grin. When are you going to find me a sister-in-law? Caught off guard by his sister's unexpected question, Bai Yujing was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, outside Ninghai High School, a car slowly pulled out of the school gates. Inside sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed black glasses. Ning Hangyuan. As the school's dean, he had already reached the level of a grand martial master before the age of 40 and had been dedicating himself to making a mark in the field of education. Ninghai High School, a unique institution combining both martial arts and liberal arts curricula, was where Bai Yueling was currently studying. As he waited at a red light, Ning Hangyuan glanced at his watch. It was nearing 8 p.m. Watching the snowflakes settle on his car window, he suddenly remembered that today was his daughter's 11th birthday. He had promised her in the morning that he would celebrate with her. I'll need to get a cake to make it up to her, he thought to himself, turning the car toward a nearby bakery. Carrying a carefully selected strawberry jam cake back to his car, Ning Hangyuan noticed a figure standing under a street lamp not far away. It was a monk, clad in a thin, gray-white robe, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and holding a begging bowl, head bowed. Out begging so late? A sense of pity welled up in Ning Hangyuan. After placing the cake on the passenger seat, he walked toward the monk. Taking a 100 yuan bill from his wallet, he dropped it into the bowl, noticing that it already held a collection of coins and smaller bills. At that moment, a crisp sound of a silver bell rang out. The monk's left hand, unnoticed until now, held a small silver bell, which she gently shook. Thank you. May the deity bless you, she said, lifting her head. Her soft, crimson lips parted as her cool yet sweet voice seemed to dispel the surrounding cold. A woman? Ning Hangyuan was stunned. By the time he collected his thoughts, the female monk had already turned and walked away. Never mind, I should get home, he muttered, shaking his head, and headed back to his car. In a high-rise apartment, the sound of a key turning in the lock shattered the quiet of the night. Ning Hangyuan pushed open the door, immediately greeted by a child's cheerful cry, "Daddy's home." A small figure dashed over and hugged his leg tightly. His wife peeked out from the kitchen, her voice gentle. "Why are you home so late today?" "Sorry, something came up tonight," Ning Hangyuan replied as he took a delicate cake box out of his briefcase. "It's Tuanchuan's birthday today, so I got her favorite strawberry jam cake." "Wow, strawberry jam cake. Daddy, you're the best," the little girl exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement. Ning Hangyuan chuckled and pinched his daughter's cheek lightly. "Daddy went to the cake shop just to get this for you. Tuanchuan, are you happy?" "Yes, very happy." However, as he unwrapped the packaging, his brows furrowed slightly. There were no plastic utensils included to cut the cake. While mentally berating the cake shop for their oversight, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, and his consciousness seemed to drift away. "Daddy, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Tuanchuan asked, clutching his arm anxiously. Ning Hangyuan slowly raised his head, a strange smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry, sweetie. Daddy's just going to find some utensils." He then walked straight toward the bedroom, muttering under his breath, "Knife? Fork? Where are the knife and fork?" In the bedroom, he approached a weapon rack and picked up a short, jade-green blade Zhanfeng, a low-grade wind element spiritual weapon capable of delivering high-speed slashes when paired with wind element techniques. Holding Zhanfeng, a sinister curve appeared on his lips. "Close your eyes and make a wish first, sweetie. Daddy has a surprise for you." "What kind of surprise?" Tuanchuan asked curiously, but obediently shut her eyes. A minute later, as his wife emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish, the horrifying scene before her froze her in place. The floor was littered with torn organs, intestines dangled from the couch, and the once pristine strawberry cake was soaked in crimson blood. She let out a piercing scream, the dish in her hands shattering as it hit the ground. Ning Hangyuan, holding the blood-soaked jade-green blade, approached her slowly. The unarmed housewife barely had time to react before he decapitated her in one swift motion. After finishing, he stepped out into the hallway. A neighbor, startled by the earlier scream, opened their door, grumbling, "What idiot watches horror movies this loud at night?" Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he met a pair of blood-red eyes. In the next instant, his body was sliced vertically into 5 pieces. Ning Hangyuan calmly stepped over the neighbor's mangled remains, Zhanfeng dripping with blood, and knocked on another apartment door. Tonight, this neighborhood was destined for chaos. 3 days later, in the early hours before dawn, the sky was still dark. Bai Yujing received a call from the execution notice operator, who reminded him that he needed to head to the High City Special Detention Center today. The operator suggested he bring extra food, as the workload might be considerable. "Got it," Bai Yujing replied curtly before hanging up. He quickly packed some food, fastened his long sword to his waist, and set off. Upon arriving at the High City Special Detention Center, Bai Yujing immediately sensed that something was different today. The number of patrolling personnel was at least double the usual. After changing into his uniform and stepping out of the locker room, he noticed 2 third-class investigators walking ahead of him, chatting quietly. Thanks to his mastery of the Fenglei Yuanlu technique, even from a distance, their murmured conversation reached his ears with perfect clarity. "Hey, why are there so many people here today?" the younger investigator asked, his tone full of curiosity. "You don't know?" the one called Lu Gu replied with a questioning tone. "No idea. I was on vacation when the captain suddenly called me, saying something big happened in Ninghai City and the bureau was short-staffed, so I had to come back immediately." He didn't explain much over the phone, the younger investigator said, sounding a bit annoyed. "This is some weird stuff. You might." Lu Gu trailed off mid-sentence. The younger investigator quickly pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Gu, lighting it for him with a fawning gesture. "Come on, Lu Gu. Don't leave me hanging like that." Lu Gu took a deep drag, exhaled a smoke ring and said, "I only heard about it this morning from a friend in the intelligence department. He'll tell you since you're a sharp one, but you've got to keep it to yourself." At that moment, Suyin woke up from his slumber and perked up at the mention of gossip. "What's this secretive gossip about?" he asked eagerly. For him, there were only 2 things in life that mattered: leveling up and indulging in juicy rumors. Although Bai Yujing wasn't particularly interested, the mention of the word secret made him unconsciously slow his pace. The path leading to the execution ground was usually deserted, but with 2 additional people today, his curiosity was piqued. Lowering his voice, Lu Gu continued, 3 nights ago, in the middle of the night, the Ninghai City Police received a call from a child reporting that his mother had killed his father and was now chasing him around with a kitchen knife. The operator thought it was a prank at first, but then they heard the kid scream horribly over the line. By the time the police arrived at the scene, they found a blood-soaked woman sitting beside the bodies of her husband and son, holding a knife and smiling at them in a chilling way. Was the woman some kind of martial arts expert? The younger investigator asked hesitantly. No, just an ordinary housewife, Lu Gu said, shaking his head. That's it. The young investigator's tone was laced with obvious disappointment. A case involving an ordinary person? No matter how bizarre it is, it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with us. Suyin also felt a bit let down, like biting into a tasteless piece of fruit. You think that's the end of it? Lu Gu glanced at the young investigator, a faint, enigmatic smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. The real sinister part comes later. Seeing the young investigator's interest piqued, Lu Gu continued, the woman was quite cooperative when she was caught hard evidence, caught red-handed at the scene. The police arrested her and took her straight to prison. Everyone thought that was the end of the case. But just as the officers were wrapping up, one of the policemen at the back suddenly went berserk. He pulled out a military knife he had on him and killed several of his colleagues. Why didn't he use a gun? Lu Gu shrugged. Who knows? From what I heard, they got along pretty well before, even often went out for barbecue together. What's even stranger is that after he killed them, he didn't even try to run. When backup arrived, they found him still frantically stabbing the victims' hearts with the knife, laughing in this eerie, unsettling way. In the following 3 nights, nearly 100 similar violent incidents occurred all over Ninghai City. At this point, Lu Ji's expression turned grave. But the most horrifying one was the case of the dean at Ninghai High School, Lu Gu said, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. This wind element grand martial master used a wind element spiritual weapon to slaughter over 600 people in the 300-plus households in his residential complex all in a single night. The entire complex was littered with body parts. The forensic team couldn't even piece together a single complete corpse. He went on, when the Martial Surveillance Bureau arrived, they found he'd placed his daughter's severed head on a birthday cake. The blood had already run dry. And that day, of all days, just happened to be his daughter's birthday. The young investigator gasped audibly. A series of massacres on this scale was something he'd never encountered in his career. The mayor was furious, demanding that the police fully cooperate with the Martial Surveillance Bureau to solve the case. All those killers were transferred to the High City Special Detention Center and are being executed today, Lu Gu said, making a throat-slitting gesture. That's why we're here today, to be prepared, just in case. Their voices gradually faded as they walked away, but Su Yin remained rooted in shock. He couldn't fathom how such a small city like Ninghai could harbor so many murderers, especially that wind element grand martial master who slaughtered over 600 people in a single night. The thought alone sent chills down his spine. Bai Yujing felt his heart pounding with unease. The Ninghai High School where his younger sister was studying, and the teacher Ning Hangyuan mentioned earlier knew them all too well. His sister often spoke of this caring and highly respected teacher. How could someone like that suddenly turn into a murderous monster? Although the operator had hinted for him to arrive early, the specific reason was not disclosed. Now it seemed likely it was all related to this case that had shaken the entire city. Overnight, nearly 100 heinous crimes erupted in Ninghai City, with an average of 1 murder occurring every half hour, as if an invisible undercurrent of chaos was surging beneath the city. Bai Yujing gripped the long sword at his waist tightly. This divine weapon meant he no longer had to rely solely on fate. The high platform surrounding the sealed execution ground was already packed to capacity. This widespread and horrifying incident could not be concealed, throwing the entire city of Ninghai into panic and outrage. In an effort to quell public anger, the mayor announced that today's execution of the culprits would be broadcast live. It was both a deterrent and a probe, hoping to uncover new leads. The announcement caused a citywide uproar. Victims' families and curious onlookers swarmed to the scene. Without dozens of investigators maintaining order, the chaos would have been unimaginable. Over 100 prisoners knelt on the execution ground, all shackled with heavy restraints. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and even children, the youngest appearing to be just a child. Although Bai Yujing had carried out executions before, it was the first time he faced sentencing so many people at once. The authorities began reading out the charges as the spectators on the high platform grew increasingly agitated, shouting incessantly, "Kill them!" Bai Yujing unfastened his long sword, leaned against the passageway, and closed his eyes to wait. Commence the execution. At the command, Bai Yujing opened his eyes and walked slowly toward the execution platform. The first prisoner was a middle-aged woman wearing a blood-stained apron. She had been sentenced to death for murdering her husband and her own infant child. Standing behind her, Bai Yujing noticed the woman, who appeared to be an ordinary 30-something, grinning foolishly at the ground. There was no trace of the horrifying crimes she had committed. But none of that mattered to him. Had only one duty. With a flash of his sword, her head fell cleanly to the ground. A warm current surged through the blade and into his veins, confirming the belief that killing could enhance one's cultivation. Bai Yujing, expressionless, moved on to the next prisoner, a man in a cheap business suit. The clamor of the crowd had faded into a dull hum in his ears. His focus was solely on the sword in his hand. One after another, their heads fell. Each time, the warm energy flowed into him. The third, the fourth, the fifth, all the way to the 20th. By the time Bai Yujing reached his 20th execution, the cheers from the audience had noticeably waned. By the 50th, the scene had fallen into an eerie silence. When his blade claimed its 80th head, the outer edges of the crowd began to quietly disperse. Some stumbled away, covering their mouths, searching for a place to vomit. Even the usually stoic enforcers tasked with maintaining order had turned pale, standing their ground with visible discomfort. The stench of blood on the execution ground grew overwhelming. Headless corpses lay strewn across the stage, with streams of blood pooling into rivulets on the platform. By the time the final prisoner fell, over half the audience seats were empty. Bai Yujing descended from the execution platform, his blood-stained longsword in hand. The enforcers instinctively stepped aside, parting to create a path for him. All eyes followed his retreating figure, filled with a mix of emotions, yet no one dared to utter a word. Bai Yujing paid no attention to their stares. His steps were hurried, driven by the surging energy within him, pure life force accumulated during the executions, now barely contained. On the platform, he had refrained from channeling his cultivation technique to absorb the energy, allowing it to roam unchecked within his body. Now, after over 100 executions, the gathered life force had become a torrential flood, cleansing the impurities within him. Once back in the changing room, Bai Yujing locked the door and sat cross-legged on the floor. Activating his wind and thunder source flow technique, he began to push past his bottleneck. Like piercing through a thin veil, the barrier of the early martial disciple stage was effortlessly broken. The pure life force settled into his dantian, signifying his advancement to the mid-stage of martial disciple. While Bai Yujing was in seclusion, focusing on his breakthrough, Su Yin opened his system interface to check his notifications. When Bai Yujing completed his 100th execution, the system had notified Su Yin of an achievement, the 100-man slayer, executing 100 individuals using the demon sword in a single day. As a reward, Su Yin earned a chance to draw a demon sword skill. The system prompt appeared. Would you like to proceed with the demon sword skill draw? Without hesitation, Su Yin confirmed. Draw. Demon sword skill drawing in progress. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the demon sword skill. Enhancement aura. Su Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. This was the third passive demon sword skill he had obtained, alongside Deadly Strike and Blood Rain Blessing. He opened the skill description. Enhancement aura was currently inactive. When wielding the demon sword, the wielder's strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and willpower each increased by 1 point. The system explained that higher perception allowed for better detection of killing intent and anomalies, while higher willpower made the mind more resistant to corruption. Though the 1-point increase in each attribute seemed underwhelming, it was better than nothing. Su Yin activated the enhancement aura and prepared to get a good night's sleep, ready to reflect on the day's gains. Today, the demonic sword slew over 100 people in one strike, absorbing a massive amount of vitality and souls. Su Yin felt an unusual sense of exhaustion. This fatigue did not stem from his physical form, but rather from the depths of his soul. As the sword spirit of the demonic blade, he could have easily dispelled this weariness, but he preferred to address it in the most human way, through sleep. After all, in his long existence as a sword spirit, sleep was one of the few pleasures he could truly enjoy. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Yujing opened his eyes in astonishment. The boost from the blood rain far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he broken past the bottleneck of the early martial disciple stage, a limitation he had struggled with due to his natural aptitude, but he had also successfully advanced to the mid-martial disciple stage. Moreover, when holding the divine sword, he noticed a significant enhancement in all his abilities. Greater strength, faster speed, sharper thinking, and even a stronger heartbeat. Gently caressing the sword's blade, Bai Yujing marveled silently, divine sword. Just how many secrets do you hold? However, while he was focused on his breakthrough, footage of the execution had been secretly recorded and uploaded to Ninghai City's social media platforms, causing an uproar. The comments section exploded. Whoa, the scene is a bloodbath. Heads piled like a mountain. This is horrifying. My legs were so weak I could only crawl out of there. Wait, weren't these supposed to be the criminals caught last night? How could that be? That girl in green looked so pitiful, and the elderly lady with white hair was well into her 70s or 80s, though they look like murderers. The scariest part is the executioner. He killed over 100 people in one go, and he was smiling the whole time. Someone needs to investigate this guy's background. I know C programming. I'll look into it right away. Before long, someone had dug up Bai Yujing's personal information, home address, and even photos of his younger sister and mother, posting everything in the comment section. In a dimly lit room somewhere in the city, a soft hum sounded in front of a glowing computer screen. That day, having executed so many people, Bai Yujing received a generous reward. He bought his sister's favorite desserts and hurried home eagerly. I'm back, he called out loudly as he approached the small courtyard. Normally, his sister would have come bounding out to greet him by now, cheerfully asking, "Brother, why are you home so early today? Did you bring me something yummy?" But today, the house was eerily silent, with no response at all. As Bai Yujing approached the doorway, a sharp, metallic scent hit his nose. He frowned and came to an abrupt halt, his mind racing. No, this wasn't the smell of rust. It was far too familiar. The unmistakable stench of blood he knew all too well from the battlefield. A chill ran down his spine. The dessert box in his hand slipped and fell, the pristine white pastries scattering across the snow-covered ground in front of the door. Yueling, Yueling, he called out frantically, shoving the door open and rushing inside with hurried steps. Brother, I'm here. A faint voice came from the living room. Bai Yujing dashed into the room, only to freeze in his tracks at the horrifying sight before him. Bai Yueling lay on the floor, her white gauze dress soaked in blood. The most harrowing detail was the gaping wound in her chest, where blood continued to gush out, pooling into a dark crimson stain on the floor. Don't speak. It'll stop the bleeding. Bai Yujing dropped to his knees beside his sister, his trembling hands pressing desperately against the wound. But no matter what he did, the blood wouldn't stop. Bai Yueling weakly grasped his hand. Blackened blood, mixed with fragments of her insides, spilled from the corners of her mouth as she spoke. Brother, tell me, can someone live without a heart? The realization hit Bai Yujing like a blade to the chest. Her heart had been completely removed. The only thing keeping her alive was the second layer of the wind and thunder source, the thunder eye, barely sustaining her. But once the energy in the thunder eye was depleted, she would be gone. What happened? Tell me what happened. He choked out, struggling to hold back his anguish. I heard footsteps earlier. I thought it was you coming back. But then, it was a shadow. Before I could react, my chest. Her sentence dissolved into a fit of violent coughing, more black blood spilling from her lips. Brother, am I going to die soon? She asked, forcing a faint smile. Seeing her fragile smile, Bai Yujing could no longer hold back his tears. They streamed down his face as his voice cracked. No, you can't die. We've only just started to rebuild our lives. You can't leave me. A man shouldn't cry, Bai Yueling said softly, raising a trembling hand to wipe away his tears. That shadow, it was powerful. Brother, you must live well. Don't seek revenge for me. Promise me. I promise, he said, his voice heavy with grief. Hearing his promise, Bai Yueling's expression softened with relief. Her arm fell limp at her side as her strength faded. At that moment, a cold wind blew through the open window, carrying snowflakes into the room. The melting snow washed away the blood on her body, making her appear as though she had simply fallen into a peaceful slumber. As her body grew colder in his arms, Bai Yujing, desperate and unwilling to give up, unclasped the long sword that had brought him so many miracles before. Clinging to the last shred of hope, he placed the sword on her still form. Divine sword, is there any way at Alto save my sister? Bai Yujing gripped the long sword tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Yet this time, the blade remained silent. Su Yin observed the girl lying lifeless in Bai Yujing's arms, a deep sense of helplessness welling up within him. As a demonic sword renowned for its mastery of killing, he possessed countless ways to take life, but none to save it. Though the blood rain bomb could barely qualify as a healing skill, it was effective only for the sword's wielder. After a long, anxious wait, the sword still gave no response. The light of hope in Bai Yujing's eyes gradually dimmed, but soon a dreadful thought struck him. Gently placing his sister's body on the bed, he rushed toward his mother's room. If his kind and gentle sister was not a likely target for enemies, then the assailant must have come for him. It was because he had gone to the high city special enforcement to execute criminals that morning, leaving his family vulnerable to such a tragedy. The realization tore at his heart like a blade. The distance from the living room to his mother's room wasn't far, but each step amplified Bai Yujing's unease. The moment he pushed the door open, he saw his mother lying under the covers, seemingly asleep, her face pale as a ghost. Yet the heavy scent of blood in the air made his heart nearly stop. When his trembling hands pulled back the blanket, the horrifying truth was revealed: his mother's body had been butchered into pieces. Forensic examination later confirmed that the killer's strength was at least at the level of a martial lord. In an impossibly short span of time, they had delivered hundreds of strikes, subjecting the victim to unimaginable agony before death. Bai Yujing could only bury his mother beneath the banyan tree at the front of their home, placing her cenotaph beside his sister's grave. The simple funeral had only one attendee, himself. In the days that followed, he carried the demonic sword with him at all times, spending his daylight hours guarding the graves. Outwardly, he continued executing missions for the special enforcement with his usual efficiency, but only Su Yi knew the inferno of hatred raging within him. Every midnight, he would awaken abruptly, staring blankly at the graves outside his window. Over the next 7 days, the shadowy figure never reappeared. On the 7th night after his sister's and mother's deaths, the ashes of burnt funeral paper danced in the falling snow. Kneeling before the graves, Bai Yujing gripped the demonic sword so tightly that his palms nearly bled. In a low, resolute voice, he murmured, "Yueling, mother, rest assured, I swear, I will avenge you both." But revenge, how could it be so easily achieved? Bai Yujing glanced at the long sword hanging at his waist, a trace of bitterness flickering in his eyes. As a mere martial apprentice, the gap in strength between him and that shadowy figure, who was at least of martial lord level, was like an insurmountable chasm. If that shadow truly wanted to take his life, it would be no harder than crushing an ant. What made it worse was the despair of ignorance. He knew nothing about the identity of his enemy, not even why his family had been targeted so mercilessly. Standing in the pitch-black night, he felt as though he were lost in an endless, impenetrable fog. For the past 7 days, he had maintained an outward facade of normalcy in his daily life, but every midnight, the searing anger and crushing guilt surged like a relentless tide, almost driving him mad. He had stayed in his home, fully prepared to die, waiting for that shadow to appear again. Yet tonight, in the 7th night since his mother and sister's death, that shadow had still not shown itself. This only fueled Bai Yujing's fury. Was it possible that, in the eyes of that person, slaughtering his entire family was as insignificant as stepping on an ant? "Divine sword," Bai Yujing murmured, running his hand gently along the blade, his voice heavy. "Do you know? My sister, Yu Ling, was extraordinarily gifted. After I taught her the Shinrank high-tier technique, Wind and Thunder Flow, which you bestowed upon me, she reached the 2nd stage, Wind Spirit Harvest, in just a month or two. She was only 15 years old." He continued, his voice trembling. "Her teacher even said she wanted to recommend Yu Ling to Qingbei University in Jing City, that top institution where countless martial saints are cultivated. I had promised to take her to see the Ninefold Transcendence Tower in Jing City." At this point, his nails dug deep into his palms, and blood dripped onto the snow-covered grave, blooming into a shocking red. "I know Yu Ling wouldn't want me to seek revenge for her. She'd want me to live well. But my heart, it cannot find peace." His blood-stained fists clenched tightly. "With my meager strength as a martial apprentice, seeking vengeance against a martial lord-level enemy is no more than a fool's dream. He wants to kill me, and it would be easier for him than crushing an ant on the roadside," Bai Yujing said through gritted teeth. In the howling cold of the deep night, he stood alone in front of the grave, his clenched fists dripping with blood. "I promised Yu Ling, I cannot die. I must live. Only by staying alive can I avenge my sister and mother. Only then will I have the chance to strike down our enemies with my own hands." He slowly drew the long sword from his waist and laid it flat before the snow-covered grave. His right hand trembled as he smeared his blood inch by inch along the blade, from the hilt to the tip. The crimson streaks stood out starkly against the sword's silvery sheen. "Divine sword, I know you can understand me. There must be a way you can help me." His gaze locked onto the blade. "You're more like a demon sword than a divine one, craving blood and lives. But I don't care. As long as you can help me take my revenge, I'll give you anything, even my life." Bai Yujing bowed deeply to the sword and then knelt, prostrating himself in the snow. "I, Bai Yujing, swear here and now, even if it means eternal damnation, I will see to it that those who wronged us pay their debts in blood." The last 4 words erupted from his throat in a hoarse roar, echoing through the frigid night. Suyin silently watched everything unfold from the side. In the past 6 months, it was the first time he had seen such madness in Bai Yujing's eyes. This young man, who usually gave off the impression of being kind and honest, now carried a chillingly deranged look Suyin had only ever seen in Yu Qinghong. The demon sword, being a low-grade spiritual weapon, had only 2 ways to rapidly enhance its wielder's power. Suyin dismissed the fatal ultimate mystical method and instead considered the blood rain rebirth. After a moment of thought, he adjusted the system to set the return ratio of blood rain rebirth to 25, a significant increase from the original 5, but not so extreme as the 50 that could completely warp the wielder's character. Ding! The return ratio for the demon sword skill, Blood Rain Rebirth, has been successfully set to 25. Watching Bai Yujing still kneeling in the snow, Su Yin sighed inwardly. This was no different from drinking poison to quench thirst, but at this moment, there seemed to be no other choice. He could only silently hope that Bai Yujing would be able to withstand the changes this decision would bring. On a snowy night, the demonic sword suddenly erupted with a blood-red glow, casting a crimson hue over everything in the small courtyard. The phenomenon lasted for over a minute before gradually fading away. Bai Yujing stared at the long sword, his brows slightly furrowed. The divine sword? Has it responded to me? He picked up the sword and tested it. On the surface, it seemed no different from before, but deep inside, a strong premonition surged. This sword had undoubtedly undergone some profound transformation. The next day, Bai Yujing went to the execution ground as usual to carry out the death sentences. When he swung the sword to behead the first criminal, a sudden, searing pain forced him to drop to one knee, using the long sword to steady his trembling body. Are you all right? Do you need to take a break? The supervising officer below the platform asked with concern. I'm fine, perfectly fine. Though his entire body was trembling violently, Bai Yujing forced himself to stand. He stretched his lips into a grimace that barely resembled a smile. Let's continue. It was at that moment he finally understood what the sword's response meant. Just now, a surge of energy, like an electric current, had rushed from the sword into his body, violently washing through his organs, tempering his bones and flesh, and expanding his dantian. This power, while tearing his body apart, was also strengthening every cell within him. The rapid surge of strength was intoxicating. Compared to the gentle trickle of energy feedback he had experienced before, this was an overwhelming torrent. With each person he executed, the amount of energy he absorbed far exceeded anything he had gained in the past. The supervising officer signaled for the executions to proceed. Bai Yujing approached the next condemned man, a martial artist of considerable skill. He lightly pressed the blade against the man's neck. In an instant, the head flew into the air, and faint sparks flickered at the severed edge. But this time, the intense backlash left Bai Yujing unable to hold onto the sword. With a clatter, it fell to the ground. The crowd watching from the sidelines began murmuring among themselves. What's going on with the executioner today? He can't even hold his sword steady. Didn't he used to kill with such precision? I heard something happened to his family. They were slaughtered, and their bodies were so mangled they couldn't even be identified. That brutal? Where did you hear this? My cousin's a forensic doctor. He told me himself. That day, I passed by his house and saw him sitting alone in the courtyard, staring blankly at a memorial mound. And he can still sit there calmly without seeking revenge? I heard the killer is a martial lord, while he's only at the Kiblet stage. The gap is just too wide. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that he's a coward. Shoo, keep your voice down. I think he's looking this way. Was I speaking too loudly just now? Bai Yujing asked, puzzled. Really? You could hear me from that far? This place is at least 100 meters away from the central grounds. You must have just happened to look this way, right? The inspector muttered nervously, shrinking his neck back. When he confirmed that Bai Yujing was indeed looking straight at him, he immediately shut his mouth. Let me find a doctor to check on you. You don't seem to be in the best state right now, the inspector cautiously suggested. Bai Yujing bent down to pick up his long sword, his gaze intense as he looked at the inspector. A brilliant smile curved on his lips. No need. I'm feeling just right now. I've never felt better. The inspector shivered at the unsettling smile. Oh no, could it be he's killed so many people recently that it's messed with his mind? He thought to himself. Just like how people with mental issues never admit they're unwell. Right then and there, the inspector silently vowed to stay as far away as possible from this lunatic in the future. After completing the day's execution tasks, Bai Yujing quickly returned to the changing room. His steps stirred up a tangible gust of wind as his pace accelerated. Once back in his room, he locked the door, found a spot to sit down, and began channeling the wind and thunder flow technique to refine the restless energy surging within him. In this world, a Wujuan was considered a true master. A clear divide existed between a Wujuan and a Wuzong, as advancing to the Wuzong level allowed one to directly harness the energy of heaven and earth, enabling them to tread the skies. While only a fraction of Wujans could break through to Wuzong, those who succeeded would be eagerly sought after by noble families, elevated to the position of elders, and showered with endless resources. Martial artists who reached the Wushuan level were even rarer. In Ninghai City, only the heads of the 3 major families had attained that realm. As for the 7th stage of martial arts, the Wuzuan level, Ninghai City had only one enigmatic figure rumored to appear solely during crises capable of destroying the city. Although Bai Yujing had advanced to the late stage of Wutu during the vigil, he was still far from being a true master. Absorbing the pure energy provided by the divine sword for cultivation was efficient and relatively safe. But given his aptitude, it would still take years to reach the Wujuan level. This time, the energy transmitted by the divine sword was far greater than before, but its purity was lacking. Absorbing and refining such lower-quality energy could rapidly boost his martial level, but it would compromise his martial foundation, making future breakthroughs to higher realms exponentially more difficult. If he had the luxury of time, he would undoubtedly choose a safer cultivation method, but Bai Yujing could no longer afford that. Though the shadowy figure hadn't made a move against him in the past 7 days, seemingly vanishing into thin air, the sense of urgency in his heart hadn't diminished in the slightest. He felt like a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be taken at any moment. He had to grow stronger, fast. The wind and thunder flow technique operated like an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the surge of energy from the bloody rain, continuously refining and washing through him, strengthening every inch of his meridians. A certain barrier within Bai Yujing's body shattered. A surge of scorching energy burst forth from him, instantly scattering the surrounding dust into the air. Su Yin keenly sensed that Bai Yujing's aura had undergone a qualitative transformation at that very moment. Did he just effortlessly break through to the martial master level? Su Yin stared at the swordmaster before him, who had managed to leap an entire realm in less than half a month. Then, glancing at his own pitiful progress bar, which had barely increased by 5, a wave of bitter jealousy welled up within him. His demonic sword talent, Slaughter, treated all targets equally, regardless of their level, granting him only a fixed amount of vitality and demonic energy. However, the demonic sword technique, Blood Rain Blessing, returned energy to its master based on a percentage system. Are you skimming off the top? Su Yin asked sourly. Absolutely not. This system swears on its integrity, the system responded immediately. Then why do I only absorb 1 point of vitality and demonic energy no matter who I kill? As the wielder of the fated demonic sword, what you're actually absorbing is a higher form of energy called essence. After death, a person's essence typically returns to the natural world. However, when someone is killed by the demonic sword, their essence is seized. The system refines this essence into a single unit of pure vitality and demonic energy for your current use. This explanation finally cleared up Su Yin's long-standing confusion. When he turned his gaze back to Bai Yujing, the jealousy in his heart had dissipated. But what surprised him was that Bai Yujing, after breaking through to the martial master level, didn't stop. He remained seated in a meditative posture, his eyes tightly shut. His vitality continued to surge and boil, his skin taking on a crystalline red hue as beads of sweat, mixed with black impurities, seeped out. Half an hour later, a muffled sound emanated from within Bai Yujing's body, and his aura surged once again. Having a cheat is really something else, Su Yin thought to himself with a silent sigh. Moments later, Bai Yujing slowly opened his eyes. The world before him appeared vividly clear, as if washed clean by emerald and orange hues. He focused his mind inward, examining his dantian, and confirmed his current level midstage martial master. Clenching his fist, Bai Yujing felt the abundant vitality coursing beneath his skin and still found it hard to believe. For an ordinary martial artist without the aid of ferocious beast flesh or vitality-enhancing pills, breaking through from latest-stage martial disciple to martial master would typically take several years. Yet, in just over 10 days, he had advanced from mid-stage martial disciple all the way to mid-stage martial master. If anyone knew that half a year ago he had only just begun cultivating vitality, their jaws would surely drop. Bai Yujing understood well that without the mysterious energy that had surged within him earlier, such a rapid advancement to the mid-stage martial master level would have been utterly impossible. Indeed, the power he wielded was a gift from the divine sword, a means of support in his quest for vengeance. This realization filled Bai Yujing with an uncontrollable surge of excitement, but he quickly calmed himself. Although ascending to the martial master realm made him a formidable figure in the eyes of ordinary people, he was still as insignificant as an ant before those in the martial lord realm. After steadying his turbulent energy and blood with a breathing technique, Bai Yujing left his room, intending to bid farewell to Uncle Chen. As he approached the office door, he overheard a heated discussion inside. "Old Chen, you're about to retire. Let the younger ones handle the investigation of the underground black boxing ring at Shengshi Daxia Casino. Old Su, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry." "Ah, you're as stubborn as ever." A senior official sighed as he pushed the door open and brushed past Bai Yujing. Uncle Chen was seated behind his desk. Upon seeing Bai Yujing, he waved kindly and said, "Ah, Xiao Bai, come in. How have you been?" "I'm fine," Bai Yujing replied calmly as he sat down. Without preamble, he asked, "Uncle Chen, are there any leads on the murderer who killed my sister and mother?" "Not yet," Uncle Chen said heavily, shaking his head. "Our informants have discovered signs of activity from cultists worshipping an evil deity. There might be a connection, but further investigation is needed. I promise you, we will do everything we can to track down the killer." "Do you trust me?" "Yes, I trust you," Bai Yujing said, rising with a blank expression. "I'll be going now." "Wait," Uncle Chen called after him, watching his desolate figure. Xiaobai, why don't you stay at my place for a while? There's no need, Uncle Chun. You've already helped me so much, Bai Yujing replied, pausing briefly. A warmth flickered in his heart as he added, thank you. The gratitude was heartfelt. After leaving the Martial Inspection Bureau, Bai Yujing did not return to his secluded home on the outskirts. Instead, he rented a so-called haunted villa in the city. He did not want to disturb the peace of his sister and mother's final resting place. Nor did he wish to bring trouble to Uncle Chin's family, who treated him like their own. Over the next week, Bai Yujing executed over 200 individuals. With the enhancement of his cultivation through the blood rain phenomenon, he advanced from mid-level martial master to early-level grand martial master. Suyin also spared no effort in teaching him the other martial techniques and movement skills from the legacy of the demonic sword. In the basement of the villa, Bai Yujing wielded a long sword, practicing against the wooden training dummies around him. He executed the high-tier profound-level technique, the wind and thunder sword style. Golden energy enveloped his blade as sword shadows flashed like lightning. Dozens of golden bolts of thunder struck the dummies with precision, reducing them to splinters. Wind and thunder sword style, second form. Splitting wind and thunder. This technique, which he had learned from Yu Qinghong, was one that even Su Yin had only seen the first form of. Feeling the intense rise and fall of his chest, Bai Yujing marveled. So this is the power of a grand martial master. Recently, the nights in Ninghai City have been anything but peaceful, with a string of murders occurring every evening. As the sun sets, street vendors and shopkeepers hastily pack up and close their businesses, rushing home. The entire city is shrouded in an atmosphere of fear. In response to the situation, the local government implemented a citywide lockdown a week ago. Uniformed patrol officers are now a common sight on the streets, and small squads from the Martial Supervision Bureau can be seen searching every corner of the city. After nightfall, ordinary citizens lock themselves indoors, meticulously checking their doors and windows before curling up in bed, praying for safety. Unlike the general public's panic, the scions of prestigious families appear much more composed. Each family has arranged dedicated bodyguards for their young heirs, ensuring their safety during these turbulent times. At the Feng family residence in Ninghai City, a quaint, traditional-style building that starkly contrasts with the surrounding modern architecture stands quietly. The pale moonlight filters through the paper windows, casting the silhouette of a slender figure, a young girl holding a rabbit plushie, sitting motionless at her desk. This is the room of Feng Xuedong, the beloved 13-year-old daughter of Feng Yuanzheng, the head of the Feng family. Despite her young age, the area around her is guarded by dozens of skilled shadow guards, all at least at the martial master level. Such protection is unmatched among the Feng family's younger generation. The uneventful past few days have left the shadow guards feeling restless, prompting them to engage in quiet conversations. Have you heard about the recent bizarre possession cases? A lot of people have died, one shadow guard remarked. Who hasn't? Any new leads? Another asked. There's actually a major breakthrough. The guard who spoke lowered his voice. It seems there's a mysterious figure behind it, a beautiful female monk. Noticing the curious gazes of his companions, he continued. This monk reportedly stands by the roadside, seeking alms. She shakes a bell to thank those who offer her help. According to online rumors, every victim who displayed erratic behavior had encountered her on the day of the incident. People are speculating that she might be associated with some evil deity, and the sound of the bell is the medium for the possession. The Martial Supervision Bureau seems to have caught on to this too, which is probably why they're conducting nightly searches, he added. Good heavens! Another guard exclaimed, drawing a sharp breath. I saw her from a distance near the outskirts of the city last week. Thank goodness I didn't get close enough to hear the bell. Ah, with your courage, someone teased. You'd probably run off just seeing her shadow, let alone hearing the bell. But I've got to admit, that monk is stunning. If I heard the bell, I'd at least want to know what it's like, possession or not. On a cold night, a few shadow guards gathered outside an ornate pavilion, speaking in hushed tones. Have any of you noticed that Miss Feng Xuedong has been acting a bit strange lately? One of the guards asked in a low voice. Strange? How so? Hasn't Miss Xuedong always stayed inside the pavilion? Another guard responded, puzzled. At that moment, a guard named Xiao Zhao turned to a martial master level expert called Sister Ning. Sister Ning, weren't you assigned to personally protect Miss Xuedong after your breakthrough? Why are you out here guarding with us now? Sister Ning's expression turned slightly grave. Miss Xuedong said she didn't need me by her side anymore. By the way, have any of you noticed? Another guard chimed in. Miss Xuedong has recently started wearing a dark, gothic style. When she talks to me while holding that rabbit plush, it gives me chills down my spine. Didn't she always wear white before? Could it be that she also? Xiao Zhao. Sister Ning interrupted sharply. Watch your words. Walls have ears. Don't spread baseless rumors. Got it. Xiao Zhao muttered, looking embarrassed. Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, in an elegant boudoir, a girl with long silver white hair sat alone at a desk. She wore a black hairband, and her deep blue-black eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Her lips, painted with black gloss, contrasted sharply with her gothic black lace dress, exuding an eerie aura. She clutched a rabbit plush with red eyes tightly in her arms. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting shadows of the girl and her desk onto the floor. Suddenly, an additional shadow, a man wearing a hat, appeared in the corner near the sofa. A figure clad in black silently emerged in the room. Guess who I am? A kindred spirit? The girl smirked slightly, not bothering to turn around. Unbelievable. The man in black snapped his fingers theatrically, feigning surprise. You guessed it right away. He gracefully took a seat on the sofa, leaning forward. I'm here to remind you you're making too much noise lately. If it disrupts our plans, things could get complicated. In the blink of an eye, he was suddenly standing behind her. Honestly, I envy your unique abilities. But don't attract the attention of those human elites too soon, or you might meet an untimely end. Care to join our kin, the possessed? Are there many of us? A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. That's right. We're working on a grand plan. So, could I trouble you to keep a low profile for now? I understand. Satisfied with her response, the man in black smiled and vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of his presence, not even an imprint on the sofa. The girl lifted the rabbit plush and squeezed its neck. Seems like I've collected enough for now. Let's follow his advice and wait. What do you think? The rabbit plush's eyes suddenly glowed bright red, and it began to struggle violently. But its movements soon ceased as her grip tightened around its neck. Naughty little thing, she said, tapping the plush's mouth lightly with her finger. A night passed. The walls of the basement were covered with fresh sword marks, and the air still held the lingering warmth of intense movement. During the first half of the night, Bai Yujing tirelessly practiced the swordsmanship and movement techniques taught by Su Yin, repeating them over and over until he was completely exhausted. In the latter half of the night, he sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. After becoming a grand martial master, a mist-like vortex had formed in his dantian, capable of converting his vitality and energy into true qi for storage. He looked forward to the day when the vortex would be filled with true qi, allowing him to attempt to break through to the martial lord realm and gain the power to avenge his family. This cultivation session lasted for several hours. Even Su Yin, who was usually so lazy that he would eat once every 2 days and sleep once every 5, couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed when he saw Bai Yujing's determination. However, the results of the cultivation were less than ideal. As a sword spirit, Su Yin immediately identified the problem within Bai Yujing's vortex, which should have been pure, was a trace of red-black impurity, glaring like an ink stain on white cloth. System, what is this? It's demonic energy. It might affect the sword master's mind. Su Yin realized that this was likely a side effect of the incomplete purification by the blood rain dew. As a guardian spirit sword, the safest course of action would be to restore the blood rain due to its normal ratio. Although this would slow the sword master's growth and power, it would at least prevent further accumulation of demonic energy. However, he knew this wasn't what the sword master would want. As a fated demonic sword, he decided to respect the sword master's wishes, a way of repaying the companionship of the past year. When Bai Yujing opened his eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. A whole night of cultivation had only yielded a hair-thin strand of true qi, but he wasn't surprised. For someone as mediocre in talent as him, reaching the level of a grand martial master was already a stroke of luck. After a simple breakfast, Bai Yujing took his longsword and headed to the Martial Supervision Bureau to ask Uncle Chen about the progress of the case. However, when he arrived at Uncle Chen's office, he saw movers clearing out the room. Hey, handsome, isn't this Uncle Chen Shui's office? Why are you moving things? Bai Yujing stopped one of the movers and asked. The man was about to lose his temper, but upon hearing himself addressed as handsome, his attitude softened immediately. Oh, Chen Shui resigned. We're here to pack up his stuff. Resigned? That's impossible. Bai Yujing was in disbelief. Just last week, Uncle Chun had promised to help him find the culprit. How could someone who had cared for him and his sister for over a decade, even without any obligation, suddenly resign? He recalled overhearing Uncle Chen discussing an investigation with someone the last time he visited. Something must have gone wrong. With that thought, he instinctively tightened his grip on the mover's arm. Hey, how should I know? Look, are you trying to wait? Are you The porter suddenly felt an inexplicable wave of fear. He forcibly swallowed the word fool that was about to escape his lips. In that brief moment just now, he distinctly saw a flicker of ominous red and black aura flash across the other man's body, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. At that moment, his eyes fell on the long sword strapped to Bai Yujing's back. Then, taking another look at that strikingly handsome face, he suddenly realized who the man was. Bai Yujing? Master Bai. You know me? Who on the internet doesn't know you? The porter nervously wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He recalled having once discussed online how Bai Yujing smiled while killing people, and a chill ran down his spine. I'm being honest now, please spare me. Of course I know you. He cautiously added, maybe Qin Shui has retired. You could, check his house? Retired? Bai Yujing frowned, trying to recall. It seemed he had indeed heard something about Uncle Chun planning to retire during his last visit. Without pressing further on how the porter knew his name, he offered a brief apology and turned to leave. He knew where Uncle Chun lived and decided to confirm the situation there. The porter watched his retreating figure, wiping his sweat-soaked back, and let out a long sigh of relief. When Bai Yujing arrived at Uncle Chin's house, the door was answered by a woman in her 50s with reddened eyes, as if she'd just been crying. After confirming his identity, she invited him inside. On the coffee table in the living room were 2 teacups, one of them empty, suggesting a guest had recently left. Old Chin. He passed away last week during a mission. The woman finally broke down, covering her face as she wept. Bai Yujing shot to his feet, the teacup in his hand crashing to the ground. Suppressing his grief, he asked in a low, strained voice, who killed Uncle Chin? Through her sobs, the woman explained that officials from the Bureau of Martial Oversight had recently delivered compensation money. All she knew was that Qin Shui had been found dead. That day, I asked him where he was going, but he refused to tell me. He said if he told me and something happened, you would stop at nothing to investigate. He had seen too many people die seeking revenge and didn't want you to be dragged into it. Bai Yujing silently pulled out a wad of money and placed it in her hands. Before she could refuse, he turned and left. Along the way, Su Yin could feel the storm of rage building within Bai Yujing, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He knew Bai Yujing had never forgotten the massacre of his family, had merely chosen to bury that hatred for now. But this suppressed fury only needed a single spark before it would explode uncontrollably. Sure enough, late that night, as Bai Yujing lay feigning sleep while clutching his cursed sword, his eyes suddenly snapped open, a crimson gleam flashing within them. After swiftly jumping out of bed, Bai Yujing strode towards the wardrobe. He pulled out a pale moon-colored trench coat he had never worn before, putting it on and clutching his long sword tightly to his chest as he stepped out of the room. He had barely made it to the hallway when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The memory of the porter from earlier in the day inexplicably knowing his name made him wary. Could there be others who recognized him? After a brief moment of thought, he untied his headband, letting his long hair fall freely. He tucked the headband into his coat and then used a strip of white cloth to cover his face. The reflection in the blade revealed the image of a poised woman in white. Bai Yujing couldn't help but mutter to himself, well, is this what they call a master of disguise? This sight left Su Yin, who happened to catch a glimpse, utterly stunned, sneaking out in the dead of night, complete with a disguise. It was obvious he was up to something. Bai Yujing cautiously entered a shopping mall, then wandered the streets for a while, circling twice to ensure he wasn't being followed. Once certain he was alone, he slipped into the shadows of a secluded alley. Activating Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, he vanished into the night in an instant. In the darkness, Bai Yujing moved swiftly, his emotions churning. The death of Uncle Chun not only fueled his anger, but also instilled an unprecedented sense of urgency. Witnessing firsthand how a grand martial master obliterated all the wooden dummies with a single thunderous strike in the basement had given him a deep understanding of the vast gap between martial masters and grand martial masters. And the difference between a martial lord and a grand martial master? It was likely an even greater divide. For days, he had deliberately avoided confronting this harsh reality. Even with the divine sword in his possession, his humble origins and average talent meant it would still take him several months to break through to the martial lord realm. While this was already an extraordinary pace by most standards, could the culprits who murdered his sister and mother possibly afford him that much time? Any day, he could end up just like Uncle China, lifeless body in some forgotten corner, reduced to a cold statistic in the news. Looks like I'll have to kill more people, Bai Yujing murmured, his gaze turning icy as he moved in the shadows. He recalled overhearing a conversation outside Uncle Chin's office last week. Uncle Chun had mentioned investigating something related to cultists of an evil deity at the rules.As Entertainment Club, which also seemed to involve underground black market fighting. Bai Yujing was no stranger to the rules.As Entertainment Complex. Known as one of the most infamous dens of vice in Daxia, it housed nightclubs, casinos, loan shark operations, underground fighting rings, and other gray market activities. Several large branches of this establishment had been set up across Ninghai City. Standing atop the dome of one such complex, Bai Yujing gazed coldly through the swirling snowflakes at the brightly lit building below. Uncle Chin's death was undoubtedly connected to this place. His sharp, hawk-like eyes scanned every figure entering and leaving, contemplating a way to exact his revenge. A wild thought flashed through his mind: why not just kill everyone here? But reason quickly prevailed. This place likely had martial experts stationed, and the crowded, chaotic environment would easily draw the attention of patrolling officers. Although oddly enough, there had been no sign of the Marshal Surveillance Bureau's inspectors on the streets tonight. Acting recklessly would still be too dangerous. Just as he was about to abandon this plan in favor of seeking another approach, a faint signal from the corner behind the entertainment complex caught his attention. It was a distress signal he had once learned was used exclusively by informants of the Marshal Surveillance Bureau. At that moment, in a secluded spot near the back entrance of the complex, a burly man with a scarred face and 3 subordinates had a trembling, chubby man cornered. The scar-faced man took a blood-stained long knife from one of his subordinates and sneered, "So, how do you want to die? Right here by my hand, or as a sacrificial pawn for the newcomers? Can I choose neither?" The chubby man pressed his back against the wall, his voice shaking. The scar-faced man tapped the flat of the blade against his face. "That's not an option, kid. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. Give me a few minutes to think," the chubby man pleaded, only to see a grim smile spread across the other's face. "You were the one who secretly sent out that distress signal, huh? Hoping for the inspectors to come save you?" The scar-faced man stabbed the bloodied knife into the snow. "Well then, let's play a game. Let's bet on whether anyone will come to your rescue within the next minute." The subordinates pulled out stopwatches, showing no concern that anyone might actually arrive. The chubby man then realized he might have been used as bait. Time ticked away, second by second, and as the final second passed, no one appeared. "Time's up." The scar-faced man pulled the long knife from the snow and raised it high. "Let me tell you the truth, no one's coming here tonight." The subordinates laughed in anticipation, while the chubby man, though nearly collapsing in fear, felt an odd sense of relief in his heart. But just as he lifted his head to resign himself to his fate, the scene before him made his eyes widen in shock. What shocked the chubby man wasn't the scar-faced man grinning viciously in front of him, nor the menacing long blade raised high and about to strike. In the moment when the scar-faced man declared that no one would come tonight, and as the chubby man lifted his head to face impending death, he witnessed something utterly unbelievably. A figure suddenly materialized in midair above the scar-faced man. It was a woman clad in robes as white as moonlight and snow, holding a sword scabbard. Her long hair fluttered gently in the night breeze. She hovered in the air, ethereal, like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. True essence flight. This is the mark of a martial lord, the chubby man exclaimed inwardly. What he didn't know was that Bai Yujing had actually relied on the wind spirit to achieve this feat. After a brief moment of stunned disbelief, his survival instincts kicked in. "Martial lord, save me. I have important information," he shouted at the top of his lungs, convinced that this seemingly kind investigator wouldn't leave him to die. "Huh? Still playing childish games at death's door?" The scar-faced man exchanged a mocking glance with his companions. Just as he was about to sneer further, his expression abruptly changed. A primal fear, as if being targeted by a deadly predator, swept over him, a sense that had saved his life many times back when he was just a young man in the Blood Chi realm. Even now, as a peak martial master, this instinct had spared him from countless dangers. At that very moment, a white figure, shrouded in a gale of cyan wind, descended like lightning in front of the chubby man. The sheer force of the wind sent the scar-faced man and his group flying. He barely managed to steady himself by thrusting his long blade into the snow, while his less experienced subordinates were knocked over in disarray. "Damn it," the scar-faced man cursed inwardly. With just one exchange, he realized he wasn't a match for her. The only thought left in his mind was to escape. "Don't be afraid, brothers. It's just a woman. Let's take her down together," he shouted, rallying his men. As they charged toward the white figure, he seized the opportunity to throw away his blade and darted toward a side exit. "Seriously? So shameless?" Su Yin almost burst out laughing at the despicable feint. "We can't let him get away. Hell, report back," the chubby man shouted anxiously. Bai Yujing watched the scar-faced man's frantic retreat with cold indifference. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the hilt of her sword. Scarlet blossoms. A flash of sword light illuminated the scene as Bai Yujing darted through the group like a phantom. The blade glimmered briefly in front of the scar-faced man before returning to its sheath. She walked calmly toward the chubby man, while behind her, the 4 men stood frozen, unable to move. Moments later, thin red lines simultaneously appeared on their necks. The scar-faced man instinctively reached up to touch his neck, and his head tumbled to the ground. Scalding blood gushed from the 4 headless corpses, blooming into 4 ghastly crimson roses on the pristine white snow. So powerful. The chubby man stared in shock at the scene before him, his mouth involuntarily forming an A shape. Just a minute ago, the arrogant and domineering man with the scarred face was now a headless corpse lying in the snow. "Thank you, my lord, for saving me." Snapping out of his daze, the chubby man brushed the dirty snow off his clothes and bowed respectfully. "I am an informant from the 5th Intelligence Division of the Marshal Surveillance Bureau, codename 13, second-class investigator, Shui. The figure before him spoke softly in a disguised feminine voice carried by the wind. So it's Lord Shui. Wu Shisan's tone of sudden realization left Suyin slightly puzzled. This was clearly a name she had just made up. Yet the other person acted as if it was a name well known to him. You know me? Bai Yujing glanced at him with a peculiar expression. Of course. Not really. Wu Shisan's face flushed red as he stammered, evidently unwilling to lie to his savior. He quickly changed the subject. Is Lord Shui here to deal with the cultists of the evil god? Hearing the words, cultists of the evil god, Bai Yujing knew she had come to the right place. Tell me the details. Lord Shui, are the other investigators on their way? Wu Shisan tiptoed and glanced back nervously. It's just me. Just you? Didn't Lord Chen explain the severity of the situation? Wu Shisan froze for a moment, then hurriedly added. I don't mean to question your abilities, my lord. He quickly explained. Tonight, on the 5th underground level of the casino, there's supposed to be a so-called grand event. On the surface, it's a beast-fighting spectacle featuring fierce beasts captured from the Ninghai mountain range, which has already drawn nearly 1,000 registered spectators. But in reality, it's a sacrificial ritual prepared by the cultists of the evil god for the Lord of Flesh and Blood. There's a sacrificial array on the 5th level, and once activated, all the corpses will become offerings. What's the strength of the strongest individual? Bai Yujing suddenly asked. The cultist leader is at the early stage of the Grand Martial Master realm. As for the beasts, there are a few at the 2nd rank and only one at the 3rd rank. Bai Yujing nodded and started walking toward the small entrance of the casino. Lead the way. Wait, my lord. Wu Shisan hurried to catch up. The cultist leader, but Bai Yujing had already entered the casino. They took the elevator down to the 4th underground level, navigated through a maze of narrow corridors, and finally descended a staircase to the 5th level. In the distance, 2 burly men in black stood guard in front of a large iron door. Is this the place? Bai Yujing asked. Yes, Lord Shui, Wu Shisan whispered cautiously. Here, we must act with utmost discretion and remember to. Before he could finish, he realized that Lord Shui was already walking straight toward the iron door. Who goes there? Stop. 2 fierce-looking men stepped forward, blocking the iron gate. Their sharp gazes swept over the newcomer. The beast fight has already started. No entry without proper credentials. Wu Shisan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurried to the gate, hoping to resolve the issue before Bai Yujing intervened. We have them. We have the credentials, he stammered, fumbling through his belongings. But his hands came up empty, and his face turned pale. The invitation to the beast fight had clearly been lost during their earlier escape. Brothers, could you make an exception? He asked awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. We left in a rush and must have forgotten to bring the invitation. No invitation? The 2 men exchanged a dangerous look and simultaneously drew their weapons. Then you have no right to enter. Get lost and stop wasting our time. Wu Shisan opened his mouth to plead further, but a calm, indifferent voice sounded from behind him. Credentials? Bai Yujing strode past him, heading straight for the iron gate as if the 2 armed guards were invisible. A flash of cold light, the sound of steel cutting through the air clang, and 2 crimson streams erupted skyward. The iron gate shattered into 4 pieces, and before the 2 severed heads even hit the ground, Bai Yujing had already stepped inside, his demonic sword in hand. His pristine white robes remained spotless, not a single drop of blood marring their purity. What the hell? Wu Shisan stood frozen, his mouth agape. As an informant, he'd encountered many martial arts experts, but never had he witnessed such swift and ruthless efficiency. Could he be from the Ten Kings division? He muttered, marveling at the unorthodox yet undeniably impressive display. Snapping out of his daze, he hurried after Bai Yujing, shouting, Lord Snow Robes, wait for me. Passing through the gate, the 2 entered a narrow, pitch-black passageway, wide enough for only 1 person at a time. After taking several dozen steps, they began to see light ahead. The air grew thick with the clamor of voices and the roars of beasts, the lively atmosphere rushing to meet them. Lord Snowrobes, just ahead is tonight's main event, the sacrificial arena, Wu Shisan said hesitantly. I'll go in with you to help identify the cultist. That won't be necessary. You can leave now. My lord, Wu Shisan exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. I'm not afraid of death. As an informant for the Martial Supervisory Bureau, I've been prepared to sacrifice myself from the start. Bai Yujing frowned. You can't die yet. Once chaos breaks out, I won't have time to protect you. To him, a living witness was essential to testify that it was Snow Robes, not Bai Yujing, who had acted. A dead witness would be of no use. With that, he paid no further attention to Wu Shisan and walked toward the arena with his sword in hand. I understand. Wu Shisan gazed at the retreating figure clad in white, tears welling up in his eyes. Lord Snowrobes is so kind. Was that frown because he was worried about me? He wiped his tears and started running back the way they had come. Lord Snow Robes, you must survive. Watching the teary, pudgy figure running off, Su-in suddenly shivered for no apparent reason. Su-in watched as Bai Yujing, carrying the demonic sword, strode resolutely towards the arena. He couldn't help but speculate inwardly. What is this kid thinking? Could it be he has a thing for Bai Yujing? He mocked himself, thinking, you're overthinking things because of your own issues. The key is, you're here getting all emotional, and he probably hasn't even noticed. From Bai Yujing's determined steps and the tight grip on the demonic sword, Su-in knew for certain that his earlier words were not born out of shallow pity. Su-in, having grown accustomed to his own sarcastic musings during this long silence, thought, maybe it's been too long since I've talked to anyone I almost forgot I existed. If the demonic sword keeps leveling up, could it develop some kind of communication feature? Even if it's just to talk to its wielder, that'd be something. While Su-in was lost in his thoughts, Bai Yujing had already stepped into the arena. In stark contrast to the narrow passage at the entrance, the interior was astonishingly vast. At the center was a square platform, approximately 300 square meters, where 4 fierce battles were unfolding simultaneously. 4 ferocious beasts, each with a unique and terrifying form, were locked in deadly combat with 4 warriors. The beasts' enraged roars echoed ceaselessly through the space. The crowd below was a sea of heads, their excitement palpable as they kept their eyes glued to the action. Bai Yujing roughly estimated that the number of people present far exceeded the 1,000 mentioned by the informant. Including the security personnel maintaining order, the total was even more staggering. Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar shattered the deadlock in one of the matches. A warrior, whose leg had been injured and movement hindered, failed to dodge the beast's attack. The creature lunged, its massive jaws clamping down on the warrior's leg. With a violent tug, the leg was torn clean off, spraying blood across the platform and staining it crimson. The now one-legged warrior was left utterly defenseless, staring in despair as the beast closed in. The gruesome sight ignited the crowd's fervor. Some, with bloodshot eyes, screamed, "Eat him! What are you waiting for, you beast?" Others roared, "Get up! Losing a leg is nothing, keep fighting." And yet others wailed, "It's over. I bet everything I had, even my house." Amid the crowd's frenzied shouts, the beast launched its fatal attack. The one-legged warrior feebly tried to block with the back of his blade, but was easily disarmed by a single swipe of the beast's claw. In the next instant, the beast's talons tore into his abdomen, killing him instantly. What followed was a horrifying scene. The beast stood over the corpse, tearing into the remaining leg, the sound of its chewing chillingly audible. The audience erupted into a cacophony of voices. "I won. I finally won. Useless. I lost everything. What a feast. Give me my money back, I'm done playing." Cheers and sobs intertwined in a chaotic symphony. Bai Yujing stood silently at the entrance, his demonic sword still dripping with blood, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding madness. Before long, a patrolling security guard noticed him and approached, demanding, "What are you here for?" "What am I here for?" Bai Yujing murmured, repeating the question posed to her, as if speaking to herself. Her face was concealed by a white cloth, and in her right hand, she gripped a black long sword, its tip dripping with fresh, crimson blood. "Answer quickly or I'll shoot." The security guard, noticing her unusual demeanor, spoke impatiently. After a few seconds of silence, as he was about to pull the trigger, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his neck. His vision tilted upward rapidly, and the next thing he saw was a headless body on the ground. It was his own. A gambler, who had just celebrated a big win, was reveling in his triumph when a round, sticky object landed in his hands. "Who the hell threw this at me?" His words trailed off as he realized with horror that he was holding a human head. Murder. Someone's been killed. His scream triggered a ripple of panic among the spectators in the outer circle. However, due to the vastness of the venue, the chaos in this corner did not garner much attention. The gamblers in the inner area remained engrossed in the beast-fighting match, their enthusiasm undiminished. "Someone's causing trouble in our casino. Get over here." 3 security guards rushed to the scene, guns aimed at Bai Yujing. "Drop the sword now." Bai Yujing narrowed her eyes slightly, and the demonic sword in her hand was immediately enveloped in a swirling aura of blue and red energy. Executing the falling leaf style, her figure blurred as her sword moved with the speed and precision of autumn winds sweeping away leaves. In just the span of a single breath, all 3 guards were decapitated. As a master at the grand martial artist level, even using only basic-level sword techniques, she made quick work of these ordinary security guards, who were no more than lambs to the slaughter before her. In less than a minute, dozens of guards and gamblers lay lifeless at her feet. Her swordsmanship was as swift as a streak of lightning, and every strike drew blood. With the carnage continuing, The demonic sword seemed to siphon the life force from the slain, converting it into energy that flowed back into her. Through the wind and thunder source refinement, this energy transformed into true chi within her body. Her very cells seemed to crave more blood, more slaughter. The initial discomfort faded quickly, and she began to embrace the sensation. Blood pooled at her feet, forming a river that flowed toward the inner arena. The spectators finally noticed something was amiss. The lively atmosphere of the venue fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of terrified screams moments later. The crowd scattered in a frenzy, no longer paying any attention to the beast fights in the ring. In the stands, a blond man with black-rimmed glasses sipped his drink gracefully. Lord Edward, should I go down and stop that woman with the sword? Many guests have been killed, and we've lost quite a few people from our Shengshi Daxia group as well. No need. The more people die, the better it is for me, Edward replied with nonchalance. Edward swirled the wine in his glass, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. His gaze swept over his subordinates, as if something had just crossed his mind. Oh, I nearly forgot about you. With an elegant gesture, he spread his fingers wide, then clenched them into a fist. In an instant, the subordinate's head exploded like a watermelon, crushed by an invisible, overwhelming force. It's about time to begin the feast. Edward stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the chaos below. Driven by the primal instinct to survive, the crowd trampled over one another in desperation, clawing for a slim chance at escape. He narrowed his eyes and muttered with disdain, "Humans, how truly vile. Let me add a little more fuel to the fire." With a snap of his fingers, the protective barriers around the arena shattered with a deafening crash. For ferocious beasts, now unrestrained, leapt into the terrified crowd. The gamblers, mostly ordinary people, stood no chance against the beast's claws. The carnage spread rapidly. Screams, curses, wails, and the roars of the beasts intermingled, turning the venue into a living nightmare. The sudden upheaval quickly caught Su Yin's attention. What's going on? Why are there beasts stealing my XP mobs? Under by Yujing's blade and the beast's slaughter, it took less than a quarter of an hour for the entire underground fifth-floor venue to be cleared of life. Even the four beasts met their end, each decapitated with a single strike from Bai Yujing's blood-soaked sword. Su Yin could only sigh in regret over the kills stolen by the beasts. When no one was left alive, the red glow in Bai Yujing's eyes began to fade. His once pristine snow-white robes were now drenched in blood. He hadn't asked Wu Shisan to identify the culprit, as Uncle Qin's exact cause of death remained unclear. But Bai Yujing was certain if he killed everyone, the true murderer would inevitably be among them. As for the possibility of killing the innocent, he no longer cared. Having lost all his loved ones, revenge was the only thing that kept him going. Dragging his demonic sword, Bai Yujing staggered toward the exit. He needed to leave quickly. The massacre would soon be discovered. More importantly, he required time to absorb the surging vitality coursing through his body, a power far exceeding the limits of his Fenglei cultivation technique. It was then that the sound of slow, deliberate clapping shattered the eerie silence. "You've saved me quite a bit of trouble, haven't you, my beautiful lady?" A blond man walked gracefully onto the stage. "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Edward." As he spoke, blood-red runes began to materialize on the ground. The scattered limbs and pools of blood started to emit an eerie glow, as though being absorbed by some unseen force. "Now then, may I kindly ask you to die as well?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Edward snapped his fingers. Bai Yujing was struck as if by a massive blow. His body sent crashing into the pile of corpses. The sudden attack caught him off guard, and the chaotic state of his chi and blood made it impossible to muster his energy. All he could do was grip his demonic sword tightly. But Edward's smug expression froze. "Wait, hold on, it's a man." His shock deepened as the scene unfolded further. "Why can't the people you killed be sacrificed? What have you done? What have you done? What have you done?" Edward's voice echoed through the hall, raw and piercing. His once composed and elegant demeanor twisted into a mask of rage, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. "I was so close to becoming a servant of the Lord of Flesh and gaining even greater powers. My invisible hand would have grown stronger, and I would have ruled this world. But all of it was ruined by you, a lowly, filthy, repulsive insect. Unforgivable, unforgivable." With his roar, sharp, invisible blades erupted around him in a chaotic storm. The marble arena at the center of the hall was sliced cleanly in half, and the ground and walls were instantly scarred with deep gashes. Fragments of stone rained down, burying Bai Yujing under layers of rubble. Standing to the side, Su Yin observed coldly. From his perspective, Edward's true form was utterly repulsive. The man's back was covered with hundreds of grotesque fleshy tendrils. With every move, the tendrils flailed wildly, like a macabre dance of demons. Strangely, It seemed that Bai Yujing couldn't see this horrifying sight. A madman? Su Yin thought to himself. A madman with some power, but a completely twisted mind. His so-called invisible hand is nothing more than a cluster of revolting tentacles. Although Edward's martial prowess was only at the level of a grand martial master, the enhancement from those tentacles allowed him to deal devastating blows to Bai Yujing. Of course, this was largely due to his sneak attack, and the fact that Bai Yujing had been in a state of internal energy chaos and exhaustion at the time. As Su Yin gazed at the pile of rubble burying Bai Yujing, he fell into deep thought. He had followed Bai Yujing for nearly a year, witnessing all the hardships, rises, joys, and sorrows the man had endured. The suffering some people bear to survive is something outsiders can never truly comprehend. Su Yin was certain that someone like Bai Yujing, who had weathered so many trials, could not, fall here. The underground fifth-level beast fighting arena was now unrecognizable. After 5 full minutes of Edward's frenzied onslaught, blood and shredded flesh painted the shattered walls and floor. When he finally calmed down, his gaze locked onto the rubble pinning Bai Yujing could still sense a faint pulse of life within. "It's over," Edward said coldly. The air seemed to tremble as countless fleshy tendrils writhed violently behind Edward, swaying like a twisted forest. The tentacles connected to them lashed out like frenzied serpents, hissing through the air as they struck toward the pile of rubble. Beneath the debris, Bai Yujing lay with several thick steel rods piercing through his chest, blood gushing relentlessly. From within the demonic sword, Su Yin observed the scene, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. Even he, in the depths of his heart, clung to a fragile hope for a miracle. And then, just as life was slipping away, a sudden transformation erupted. Bai Yujing's body became a vortex, frantically absorbing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth. These energies coursed through his breath, flooding into his body and surging into his heart and lungs. His heart began to beat again, his lungs revived, and the force of vital energy within him surged wildly. The swirling energy in his dantian absorbed it eagerly, while every organ in his body devoured it as if starved. Under the influence of this overwhelming power, the steel rods piercing his chest were expelled from his body, and the ghastly wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the last scar vanished, Bai Yujing's eyes snapped open. His pupils were entirely blood-red, like those of a demon risen from hell, radiating a chilling and murderous intent. Just as Edward's tentacles were about to strike, a deafening sonic boom shattered the air. The rubble pressing on Bai Yujing exploded with a thunderous roar, filling the air with a dense cloud of dust. Edward instinctively turned away, covering his nose and mouth, as the frenzied tentacles momentarily froze. "Cough, cough. What is happening?" Edward muttered. In response, heavy footsteps echoed through the dust. A figure emerged from the swirling haze, his blood-soaked robe billowing without wind, his wild hair flowing like a storm. Most striking of all was the crimson long sword in his hand, its blade encircled by 5 streams of flame, burning with black fire. The demonic sword, spurred by its wielder's surging killing intent, finally revealed its true form. Bai Yujing's heart still raced with lingering fear. Moments ago, on the brink of death, his body had been forced into an overdrive state, utilizing a breathing method to absorb the unrefined vital energy within him completely. Though it had saved his life, he had come dangerously close to being consumed by its malevolent aura. Fortunately, the divine sword had released a wave of cool energy, restoring his clarity. However, the rampaging vital energy and chi within his body continued to wreak havoc, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. It was a deadly crisis, yet it also presented an unparalleled opportunity. Bai Yujing sensed that if he could master this power, unimaginable rewards awaited him. But for now, he lacked the proper catalyst. As he pondered, Edward's patience wore thin. "Humph! Enough theatrics," Edward sneered, snapping his fingers. Instantly, hundreds of invisible tentacles surged forward again, descending upon Bai Yujing like a tidal wave. From Su Yin's perspective, an intense and thrilling confrontation was unfolding. Hundreds of monstrous demonic tentacles lashed out at Bai Yujing from all directions with lightning speed. In the limited space of the arena, the tentacles densely filled the air, creating a massive net that exuded a chilling and malevolent aura. However, this terrifying spectacle was visible only to Su Yin. It reminded him of the followers of the eldritch god Eden's nightmare. If even the followers possessed such horrifying power, how unimaginably terrifying must the strength of the god's direct servants be? But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. To Bai Yujing, these tentacles and the accompanying howling sounds did not exist. Like a two-dimensional being unable to perceive a three-dimensional world, he was completely unaware of the threat surrounding him. Su Yin speculated that this might suggest the eldritch god was a being from a higher dimensional plane. Of course, this was merely an unverified hypothesis. Regardless, Bai Yujing was currently facing a life-or-death crisis. Confronted with the overwhelming tide of tentacles that could drive anyone to madness, he remained eerily calm, even going so far as to close his eyes. As a voiceless cursed sword, Su Yin could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. "You underestimate me. You're courting death," Edward said, licking his lips with excitement and flashing a cold smile. He had discovered that the blood and life force missing from the corpses, which could not be offered to the Lord of Flesh and Blood, were mostly concentrated within Bai Yujing. This realization filled him with exhilaration. If he could kill the man before him and offer him as a new sacrifice, he might once again earn the favor of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. "Oh, great Lord of Flesh and Blood, please accept the offering from your most devoted follower," Edward murmured with a fervent expression of piety. Just as the tentacles were about to reach Bai Yujing, he spoke calmly. "I'm curious, why are you so confident that you can kill me?" At the same time, his right hand rested on the hilt of the cursed sword. "Why not? You can't even see my attacks. What could you possibly do to counter them?" Edward sneered and said no more, eager to watch this arrogant man be torn to shreds. Through the cursed sword, Su Yin could feel Bai Yujing's hand trembling slightly as it gripped the hilt. While Bai Yujing's condition wasn't as dire as Su Yin had initially feared, it was clear that he was far from being in an optimal state. What exactly is he planning? Bai Yujing waited in silence, anticipating a critical opportunity. He knew all too well that when a person is pushed to the edge of life and death, their latent energy can often be unleashed to its fullest extent. At this moment, his severely injured body was barely able to withstand the rampaging blood and chi within. He had only one chance left to strike with his sword. From the moment he began learning swordsmanship, Bai Yujing had adhered to the techniques imparted by the divine sword. He never considered himself a prodigy. His achievements were entirely due to the guidance of the divine sword. Yet, every time he swung his sword to vanquish an enemy, the feeling was etched deeply into his flesh, coursing through every vein and saturating every cell of his body. Closing his eyes, Bai Yujing focused entirely, channeling all his concentration into the sword in his hand. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had fallen into silence. Just as over 100 menacing tentacles were about to reach him, Bai Yujing moved. His figure suddenly leapt into the air, his wrist and body twisting simultaneously as he unleashed a strike. This strike's form appeared no different from his previous lethal moves, but in the moment the sword was drawn, a fearsome and chilling sword intent erupted from within him. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was drawn by this sword intent, surging frantically into his body. The scattered chi compressed and purified in an instant, condensing into liquid-like true essence that flowed into the spinning energy vortex in his dantian. His cultivation soared at an unimaginable speed, leaping from the grand martial master level straight into the martial sovereign realm. In the heavens stands the white jade capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortals touch my crown, binding my hair to grant eternal life. Edward stared in stunned disbelief. What shocked him even more was that after this strike, blood-red true essence gathered on the demon sword, forming a crescent-shaped sword energy that obliterated all the tentacles in an instant. One strike decided the outcome. As Bai Yujing landed, his injuries were miraculously healed by the sword intent. How is this possible? Why has my power failed? Edward collapsed to the ground, trembling. Nothing is impossible. You've lost. Bai Yujing approached with his sword in hand. Indeed. Edward regained his composure. Can you tell me? What is the name of that move? It's a technique I created myself, and it has no name, Bai Yujing replied coldly. But if it must have one, call it heaven and earth, life and death. A system prompt followed. Demon sword technique absolute form. Heaven and earth, life and death, has been recorded. I see, Edward said with a bitter smile. You haven't killed me yet. I assume there's something you want to ask? That's right. My sister Bai Yueling, my mother, and Uncle Chun, were they killed by you? Who? Edward looked up in confusion. I never kill beautiful women. As for a Chin-named investigator, I did kill one about a week ago. You're lying. At this point, do I have any reason to lie? Edward gave a despairing smile. Failing to complete the sacrifice means the Lord of Flesh and Blood will not spare me. On the side, Su Yin silently checked the demon sword technique panel, thinking to himself that this so-called Lord of Flesh and Blood didn't seem all that impressive after all. Since the crisis was resolved, Su Yin shifted his attention to the interface of the demon sword. He noticed that a new column, Demon Sword Techniques, Absolute, had appeared alongside the existing ending Demon Sword Techniques. At the moment, there was only one skill listed under it, Bilua Wangquan, which the system had just recorded. The system promptly explained, if a sword technique created by the Swordmaster is recognized by the system, it will be evaluated and added to the Demon Sword Techniques Absolute category. The system rated Bilua Wangquan as a low-tier heaven grade. Heaven grade, low tier? Su Yin couldn't help but gasp. While the technique's power had indeed been astonishing, He had only expected it to be Earth grade at best. To his surprise, the system had rated it at the heaven grade level. This was the first and only heaven grade martial technique he had ever acquired. For ordinary martial artists, such techniques were the stuff of legends, and even in prominent martial families, they would be treasured heirlooms passed down through generations. Suyin cast a compassionate gaze at Bai Yujing, internally affirming that his investment had been worthwhile. However, as a sword spirit, he also noticed subtle changes in Bai Yujing's personality. The blood-soaked aura of blood rain, sweet dew, was subtly influencing him. Even though Bai Yujing had broken through to the martial sovereign realm and transformed the true energy in his chi vortex into true essence, the crimson murderous aura remained undiminished. The old Bai Yujing would never have willingly killed others to advance his cultivation, even if his targets were criminals. Meanwhile, the interrogation continued. Stripped of all his tentacles, Edward sat atop a shattered skeleton, uncharacteristically cooperative. "There are more than just me among the cultists in Ninghai City," Edward said, "but I don't associate with them, so I can't say for sure whether this incident involves them." Bai Yujing frowned slightly. "Why assume all cultists worship the same god?" "From what I know," Edward replied with a weary expression, "aside from the flesh lord I worship, there's another cultist in Ninghai City who worships a different dark deity. The recent possession incidents are likely his doing. Judging by the scale, he might have already reached the level of an acolyte. Otherwise, he couldn't have caused such a commotion. Perhaps he's the one you're looking for." Edward gave a bitter smile. "I was just unlucky, taking the blame for his mess and getting caught up in this. You killed Uncle Chun. That doesn't make you innocent," Bai Yujing said with narrowed eyes. Fine, fine. Just put the sword away, will you?" Edward raised his hands in mock surrender. "As you can see, without my powers, I'm just an ordinary martial grandmaster. I pose no threat to you anymore." Bai Yujing sheathed his long sword and continued questioning. "You mentioned another cultist earlier. Do you know which dark deity he worships?" "No idea," Edward replied, shaking his head. Edward shook his head. In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed, and the icy blade once again pressed against his neck. "Wait." Edward looked at Bai Yujing, who was quick to draw his sword at the slightest provocation, with a helpless expression. "Although I don't know everything, I believe it's the doll princess." "The doll princess?" Bai Yujing frowned, his sharp gaze seemingly trying to pierce through Edward's words to discern the truth. Off to the side, Su Yin, who had been dozing off, immediately perked up at the mention of evil god. After Eden and the flesh sovereign, this was the third evil god he had heard of. Information about evil gods was always valuable, so he instantly focused all his attention. "That's right, the doll princess," Edward continued. "Last month, during a sacrifice I offered to the beautiful, noble, and mysterious flesh sovereign, I received this revelation. Besides the flesh sovereign, it seems the doll princess has also set her sights on this world. While I'm not sure of her exact powers, judging by her name, she might have the ability to transform people into dolls." "Transform people into dolls?" Bai Yujing silently noted this information, his gaze becoming more contemplative. "That's all I know," Edward said with a sigh of relief. "Why are you telling me this?" Bai Yujing withdrew his enchanted sword and looked at him meaningfully. "Because I also have a sister. I understand how you feel." Mentioning his sister, Edward's expression softened with tenderness. Watching the two, who had been locked in fierce combat moments ago, now chatting like old friends, Suyin couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of life. Edward stood up from the pile of bones, brushing off the bloodstains on his clothes. Suddenly, a bracelet appeared in his hand. "I know I can't escape death, whether it's at your hands or from being executed by the flesh sovereign for a failed sacrifice. Could you do me one last favor?" He held the bracelet out to Bai Yujing. "This is a storage artifact, the Ice Heart bracelet. It's bound with a restriction. Please deliver it to my sister, she knows how to unlock it. Once the restriction is lifted, consider the artifact your reward. Let this be my final request as an older brother." "All right," Bai Yujing agreed after a brief pause. Relieved by Bai Yujing's response, Edward let out a long exhale and began walking toward him. As he approached and extended the bracelet to hand it over, a barely perceptible, sinister smile flickered across his lips. But what awaited him was a swift, fierce slash of the sword. A severed hand, covered in writhing, tiny flesh tendrils, dropped with a thud onto the pile of bones. "What the hell? This guy's so sneaky." Su Yin stared in shock as the wriggling tendrils frantically burrowed into the severed limb. He hadn't detected any trace of deception and couldn't help but wonder how Bai Yujing had seen through the act. "I thought my performance was decent. How did you figure it out?" "My acting should have no obvious flaws, and everything I said was the truth. I do indeed have a younger sister." Seeing his lie exposed, Edward abandoned his facade. The warmth on his face was instantly replaced with cold indifference. "You clearly agreed just now. So I'm curious, how did you figure it out?" I didn't. Bai Yujing slowly raised an eyebrow. I just suddenly felt like slashing you with my sword. You've got to be kidding me. For such a ridiculous reason? Edward's expression completely collapsed. He had considered many reasons for being exposed. Perhaps his unnatural smile or his identity as a follower of an evil god had raised suspicion. But he never expected it to be something so absurd. At that moment, Bai Yujing's figure vanished before Edward's eyes. He couldn't even track his opponent's movements, only hearing the sharp sound of a sword being drawn. The blade flashed like a streak of lightning, and the overwhelming difference in their abilities left Edward unable to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, his head and limbs were severed from his body, falling heavily to the ground. Strangely, when the cursed sword sliced through Edward's neck, Su-in received no notification. Not dead yet? Or is there another reason? Bai Yujing glanced at the wide-eyed head on the ground. Just as he was about to sheath his sword and leave, the sacrificial array that had vanished earlier due to a lack of offerings suddenly reappeared. An ominous crimson light illuminated the entire hall in a blinding red glow. What's going on? Wasn't the sacrifice supposed to have failed? Hehehe, you forced me into this. If that's the case, we'll die together. Edward's raspy voice came from behind. Bai Yujing turned around to see sacrificial arrays glowing beneath Edward's severed torso and limbs. Without hesitation, Bai Yujing gripped his sword and unleashed a powerful wind and thunder slash, enhanced by his martial lord-level strength. 5 massive streaks of golden red lightning roared towards Edward's severed remains. However, just as they were about to strike, the lightning disappeared inexplicably, as if it had never existed. What did you do? Bai Yujing probed, only to discover that this space had been sealed by some unknown force. By now, Edward had fully transformed. His head split open down the middle, grotesque tentacles sprouted from his limbs, and his entire body twisted into a horrifying, monstrous form. It's useless. You can't stop the descent of the Flesh Lord. As his most cherished disciple, I offer my own blood and flesh in sacrifice so that he may briefly gaze upon Ninghai City. When that happens, you, and this entire city, will perish with me. Is this summoning an evil god? Both Bai Yujing and Su-in, within the cursed sword, were visibly shaken. Neither had anticipated that an ordinary follower of an evil god could actually draw the attention of such a being. Su-in knew that with Bai Yujing's current strength, there was no way he could contend with an existence of that magnitude. Is this it? Am I going to fall here this time? An unprecedented and eerie disturbance descended upon Ninghai City. Su-in was the first to sense the presence of an unknown gaze. The entire city was instantly shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere. Citizens awoke from their sleep, hearts gripped by an inexplicable fear. Beasts in the Ninghai Mountains cowered on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In the Feng family's residence, a Gothic girl named Feng Shuedong, clutching a rabbit plush, gazed out the window, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. In a luxurious mansion elsewhere, a man dressed in a black trench coat rose from his sofa, murmuring softly, "An eldritch god?" In an underground arena, Bai Yujing bore the brunt of the oppressive force. He drove his cursed sword into the ground with all his might, kneeling on one knee, clutching the hilt to steady himself. His lips were bitten through, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. If not for the protective aura granted by the sword's enchantments, he might have already lost consciousness. Strangely enough, Su-in, as the sword spirit, felt no pressure at all. On the contrary, he even felt a hint of drowsiness. It's here. It's coming. Edward, now a twisted monstrosity, writhed his tentacles in excitement. I can feel the gaze of the great lord of flesh and blood. A cold, piercing gaze descended upon the arena. With the arrival of the eldritch god, the oppressive force intensified once more. Your most devoted follower Edward is here, my revered lord of flesh and blood. Edward shouted fanatically, staring at a void in the air. The gaze of the lord of flesh and blood swept past Edward without pause. It then turned to Bai Yujing, who kept his eyes tightly shut, not daring to meet the indescribable entity's gaze. Despite the violent churning of his blood and energy, he clung desperately to his cursed sword. Finally, the gaze settled on the cursed sword in Bai Yujing's hand. Su-in felt a brief but profound connection, as though their eyes had met. Suddenly, the crimson ritual array's light flickered and then vanished completely. The Lord of Flesh and Blood departed as silently as it had arrived, leaving behind even the sacrificial flesh Edward had offered. Now, Edward, transformed into a grotesque creature, stood bewildered in place. Though the descent of the Lord of Flesh and Blood was fleeting, Su-in couldn't shake a peculiar thought. It seemed as though the god had fled. Could it be because of the trace of the Eden of eldritch gods lingering on him? Through the intervention of its servant Wang Ming, Eden granted Su-in a final demonic sword technique, the supreme true method. This gift might have also tainted him with a trace of the evil god's aura. Su-in pondered that, Much like human martial artists, there should be a hierarchy among the evil gods. Perhaps the Lord of Flesh and Blood fled in haste after sensing Eden's presence. This hypothesis seemed closest to the truth. He shook his head in self-mockery. It was impossible that a mere glance from him could scare off such a being. After all, before becoming a demonic swordsman, he was just an ordinary person. Perhaps the only unique thing about him was his identity as a transmigrator. Thinking of this, he felt grateful that it was his soul that had crossed over and not his body. Otherwise, as an undocumented individual, he might not have even had the chance to showcase his skills in school. Regardless of the truth, the Lord of Flesh and Blood had ultimately withdrawn its gaze from this world. Edward's insane Plinto dragged the entire Ninghai city into the abyss, ended absurdly in failure. Su-in wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sat down cross-legged, and began to regulate his breathing. Once the surging energy and blood within him calmed, he stood up, gripping the demonic sword. Tilting the hilt slightly in his palm, he walked slowly toward the blood and flesh monstrosity, which appeared petrified. Why? Why? The creature merely repeated the words mechanically, showing no reaction to Bai Yujing's approach. Has the collapse of your faith reduced even your intelligence? Bai Yujing looked down at the crumpled creature, his tone emotionless. Split wind thunder, second form, with a single stroke of the sword, seemingly effortless. The grotesque form that Edward had become was instantly torn into pieces. The shattered chunks of flesh exploded, and the life energy surged through the demonic sword into Bai Yujing's body. In the final moments of life, Edward seemed to regain a sliver of clarity. Fixing his remaining eye on the blood-clad figure, his voice trembled. You're also as a follower of an evil god. He finally realized this was a sacrificial ritual, which explained why those killed by the other could not be offered as sacrifices. Bai Yujing was about to leave when he noticed a familiar bracelet near the exit, the Ice Heart bracelet, a storage artifact that Edward had previously entrusted to him to deliver to his sister. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a gentle breeze to place the bracelet into a wooden box on the ground and sealed it with his spiritual energy. Although Edward's earlier actions had been a ruse to gain trust, the information he provided, whether true or false, might still offer a lead worth pursuing. When he mentioned his sister, a barely noticeable softness flickered across his face. This faint glimpse of humanity, perhaps motivated by a casual promise he had made earlier, or perhaps a reminder of his own sister, ultimately led Bai Yujing to take the bracelet with him. From disguising himself as a woman to infiltrate and uncover the Martial Supervision Bureau's informant, to learning of the cultists' upcoming sacrificial feast, then storming the underground venue to slaughter the followers and battling them fiercely, even drawing the attention of the Dark God, and finally escaping unscathed, all of this, which seemed like a long sequence of events, actually took less than 15 minutes. Before people at the entertainment club could discover the carnage in the underground venue, Bai Yujing had already avoided the patrolling officers and surveillance cameras on the streets, making his way back to his residence. In the basement, he removed his blood-soaked clothes and threw them into a roaring fire, watching as the garments turned to ash. After finishing everything, Bai Yujing found a quiet corner to sit in. Although the night had been fraught with danger, the rewards were significant. His martial arts cultivation had broken through during the life-and-death struggle, advancing from the mid and late stages of Grandmaster to the early stage of Martial Lord. He had avenged Uncle Chun by killing the murderer, Edward. Most importantly, he had finally uncovered a clue about the person responsible for killing his mother and sister, Bai Yueling. In the latter half of the night, Bai Yujing did not rest. Instead, he sat against the wall with his long sword in hand, talking to himself. Ever since the tragedy that befell his family, he had grown increasingly reclusive, often conversing with his sword in this way. Sacred sword, I'm truly happy today, he murmured softly. I finally found a lead on the murderer, and I avenged Uncle Chun. Do you know? This past month at the Martial Supervision Bureau, everyone called me a coward, a failure, an ant. They said I only dared to kill the defenseless and didn't even have the courage to avenge my family. They don't know how every single night I thought about it, to the point of madness. I didn't investigate before because I lacked the strength, but now it's different. I've become a martial lord. He rambled on all night, as if releasing the emotions he had long suppressed. For the next 2 days, he stayed at home to recover and stabilize his cultivation level. On the third day, just as he was preparing to head to the prison for an execution, news reached him. The cultist who had caused widespread panic in Ninghai City, the one who had left countless people sleepless at night, the one suspected of slaughtering his entire family, the one he had dreamed of taking vengeance upon, had been captured. The good news was shared with Bai Yujing by a female clerk at the Martial Supervisory Bureau. She revealed to him that today, the day originally scheduled for the execution of those involved in the demonic possession murders, there were no individuals awaiting execution. The true culprit behind the possession incidents has been captured, the clerk said, leaving Bai Yujing momentarily stunned. This explained why the streets, once teeming with investigators, were now strangely quiet. and why his rest had gone undisturbed for the past couple of days. But the news was nothing short of shocking. Hadn't that cultist of the evil deity managed to evade capture for over a month, eluding the efforts of numerous investigators, patrol officers, and informants? When did this happen? Bai Yujing asked urgently. 2 days ago, the clerk replied. That was the day after the evil deity's descent, while Bai Yujing had been recuperating at his residence. That cultist, rumored to possess the strength of a Wujin-level expert who managed to capture him? The clerk's tone suddenly grew animated. It was Lord Wu Yonk from our Martial Supervisory Bureau. The name was unfamiliar to Bai Yujing. Although he had been serving as an enforcer at the Bureau for over a year and was acquainted with several Wujin-level investigators in Ninghai City, this was the first time he had heard of Wu Yonk. What? You don't know Lord Wu Yonk? The clerk's eyes widened in disbelief. He's the only special-grade investigator in our Ninghai Martial Supervisory Bureau, a 7th-rank Wuzhen-level powerhouse. And her voice took on the giddy tone of a fangirl. He's incredibly handsome. It turned out that Wu Yonk had been transferred 2 months ago from the Jianglan City Bureau. Before that, he had worked at the capital's Martial Supervisory Bureau, where he had single-handedly taken down a ghost-class star beast. These city-destroying monsters, equivalent in strength to a human Wuzuan, typically required the combined efforts of multiple Wuzhen-level experts to defeat. Capturing the cultist wasn't entirely Lord Wu Yonk's achievement, though, the clerk added. The head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanjing, also played a significant role. This matter is related to the Feng family head? Bai Yujing asked. Of course it is, the female clerk explained in a lowered voice. Although Lord Wu Yonk has already reached the martial sovereign realm, that heretic follower is incredibly cunning. It was Feng Yuanjing who paid a tremendous price and used the Feng family's inherited treasure, the incomplete celestial artifact, Mortal World's Mountains and Seas map, to finally pinpoint the target's location. A celestial artifact? Bai Yujing was startled. He was no stranger to Feng Yuanjing, a figure as renowned as Yun Tianqing, head of the Yun family, and Ling Yishan, head of the Ling family. All three were top-tier experts in the late stages of the martial profound realm. However, his brows furrowed. Why would Feng Yuanjing go to such lengths to capture a heretic follower? The female clerk leaned in conspiratorially. I heard it's because that heretic follower targeted Feng Yuanjing's youngest daughter, Feng Shuedong. That enraged him and prompted him to join forces with the Martial Surveillance Bureau. Bai Yujing fell into deep thought. Indeed, with the aid of a celestial artifact and the relentless pursuit of a martial sovereign expert, even a heretic follower at the martial lord realm, no matter how adept at hiding, would find it hard to escape. The one who killed my mother and sister is really captured just like that? He murmured, as if in a dream. Reflecting on the past month, waking up in the middle of the night, crossing moral boundaries for revenge, his hands stained with blood, everything now seemed so absurd. Where is that heretic follower being held? He asked in a low voice. I don't know the exact location, the female clerk replied, but in 3 days, Lord Wu Yonk will carry out a public execution. The Feng family head and Miss Feng Shuedong will also be present. They'll be there, Bai Yujing said as he turned to leave. He needed to witness it all with his own eyes. The next 3 days felt like an eternity as he secluded himself in the basement. Each time he woke in the middle of the night, he feared it was all just an illusion. Strangely, during these 3 days, no one else succumbed to madness or death caused by the power of the heretics. On the evening of the 4th day, he stepped onto the bustling streets adorned with festive decorations. Amid the falling snowflakes, countless citizens flocked to the execution site, eager to catch a glimpse of the heretic follower. Bai Yujing stood hundreds of meters away, yet with his martial lord-level vision, he could clearly see the figure of the bowed woman monk. It was the same fleeting figure he had once glimpsed on the street, a sight that had burned into his memory. This time, however, she wasn't wearing her signature bamboo hat. This is the one who killed my loved ones? Staring at the person he had obsessed over day and night, Bai Yujing felt a twinge of doubt. Though all the evidence pointed to her as the mastermind, his instincts whispered warnings, as if an even deeper mystery lay hidden beneath it all. The crowd erupted into a chorus of murmurs and discussions. Is that the follower of the evil god? She's quite beautiful. Could she have been falsely accused? Impossible. She was personally captured by Inspector Wu Yonk and the head of the Feng family. Even the Feng family's ancestral artifact, the Mortal Seas and Mountain Scroll, provided solid evidence. With Master Wu Yonk present, there shouldn't be any mishaps, right? Look at you, so scared. If you're afraid, just stop watching. Amid the rising and falling whispers, Bai Yujing's gaze remained fixed on the female monk on the platform, undisturbed by the clamor around him. He recalled the warning from Edward, the follower of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. Another follower of the evil god was likely a servant of the puppet princess, not just an ordinary devotee. Even Edward, a mere follower, had managed to summon the attention of the evil god before his death. If this were a servant-level being, the threat would be unimaginably greater. If not for the mysterious disappearance of the Lord of Flesh and Blood's gaze that night, Bai Yujing might have perished. This public execution was bound to take an unexpected turn. As Bai Yujing contemplated, a shadow suddenly appeared on the execution platform. It was a man dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a magician's top hat, now standing beside the female monk. It's Master Wu Yunk. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him, and the scene erupted into chaos. Standing hundreds of meters away, Bai Yujing carefully observed the suddenly appearing martial master. Even with his martial lord-level skills, he had failed to catch any trace of the man's movement. If they were to engage in combat, Bai Yujing doubted he'd have the chance to react before being struck down. Despite Wu Yunk's ever-gentle smile, his unfathomable strength was deeply unsettling. Meanwhile, the demon sword Su Yin also took note of the man in black, though his focus differed from Bai Yujing's. While he too sensed the overwhelming power of the man's vitality, there was an inexplicable discord in his overall aura. It reminded him of the underground arena battle at the casino. Back then, although the four ferocious beasts claimed most of the kills, Bai Yujing still managed to slay nearly 1,000 people. The experience points from that massacre had significantly accelerated the demon sword's progression. Su Yin earned a lottery chance from the system by achieving the 1,000 kills milestone as a swordmaster. Through the draw, he obtained a sword spirit ability called I. This skill came with no description. When activated, it merely switched his vision to a dim, shadowy perspective. In this special vision, inanimate objects remained unchanged, while living beings emitted distinct auras. For instance, Bai Yujing was surrounded by a misty, white cloud-like aura. Initially intriguing, the skill soon lost its novelty and was shelved by Su Yin, who dismissed it as a useless yet seemingly impressive ability. However, as he noticed Bai Yujing staring intently at the woman on the stage, aboard Su Yin suddenly recalled this nearly forgotten skill. He activated I, and his vision immediately shifted. Most of the crowd below appeared enveloped in faint black auras of varying intensity, resembling ink stains spreading on white paper. But the scene on the stage startled him. The female monk, identified as a follower of the heretic god, was surrounded by a pale white aura, while the man in black beside her was shrouded in a dense, inky black mist. This black mist wasn't static. It churned and writhed violently, as if alive. The sight made Su Yin nauseous, and he quickly deactivated the dark vision. At that moment, a chilling gaze swept across the area. For the first time since occupying this body, Su Yin felt an intense sense of danger. Wu Yunk seemed to sense something as well, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd below, but he found nothing. He quickly dismissed the incident. Wu Yunk raised his hand, and the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. "Hear me," he commanded with authority. "The heretic god follower who has plagued Ninghai City for months, killing countless innocents, is now in my custody. Today, I will execute her publicly." With a flick of his hand, a silver light materialized in his palm, a long silver spear, the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Bai Yujing's eyes were fixed on the scene as Wu Yunk struck with the spear, swift as a bolt of lightning. The female monk's head fell cleanly from her shoulders. For a moment, silence reigned, followed by an eruption of deafening cheers from the crowd. "Long live Lord Wu Yunk. Finally, we can live without fear. With Lord Wu Yunk here, we feel so safe." Bai Yujing stared blankly at the severed head on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Could a servant of the heretic god be eliminated so easily? It seemed far too smooth, so smooth that it felt like a dream. Upon confirming the news that the cultist had been executed, Bai Yujing staggered away from the scene, his steps unsteady. On the streets, he wandered like a lost soul, bumping into passers-by repeatedly and earning curses in return. He could not even recall how he managed to make his way back to his residence. As night fell, Bai Yujing locked himself in his room, enveloped in a deathly silence. A profound emptiness consumed him, like a black hole devouring his very consciousness. Over the past month, in his pursuit of vengeance, he had endured excruciating pain as his body was torn apart by relentless training, ignored the judgmental stares of others, and battled through sleepless nights filled with anguish. Through this near-torturous regime and the power of the divine sword, he had achieved an extraordinary breakthrough from a mere martial apprentice to a martial lord, finally gaining the strength to seek the truth. But now, learning that his enemy had been captured and executed by others rendered all his efforts meaningless in an instant. It was then that Bai Yujing realized his true desire was not simply the death of his foe. He had yearned to personally drag the murderer to the graves of his sister and mother, to make him repent through the cruelest means, to see him weep and beg for forgiveness, and ultimately to end his life with his own hands. That chance was lost forever. The next day, Bai Yujing canceled the lease on his villa, packed his belongings, and returned with the cursed sword to the small courtyard where he had once lived with his sister and mother. Standing at the gate of the familiar yet distant place, he softly said, "I'm back." In his memories, whenever he returned from chopping wood and said those words, Bai Yueling would always peek her adorable little head out from the house and call, "Brother, you're back?" Or she would suddenly pounce on him from the front, laughing mischievously, "Hee hee, surprise attack." Now, the courtyard held only 2 fresh graves, and those warm scenes were but a bittersweet recollection. Perhaps it was time to let go of everything and start anew somewhere else. Yet, as the night deepened, Bai Yujing sat by the bed, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, and changed his mind. He had intended to simply burn some paper offerings and bring some of his sister's favorite sweets to the graves before leaving. But standing in the place that carried nearly all his cherished memories, he decided to stay with them for one last night. The chill of the wind seeped through the window as Bai Yujing looked at the 2 graves under the night sky, a deep sense of loss in his eyes. He spoke softly to the long sword in his hand. "Divine sword, do you think that evil god's follower is truly dead?" Suyin rolled his eyes. "If you're asking me, then who should I ask?" Though Suyin said this, he knew Bai Yujing wasn't really expecting an answer from him. This question, however, brought Suyin back to a peculiar discovery he made earlier today: the white aura enveloping that woman. A ruthless adherent of an evil god, yet she possessed the same pure white aura as Bai Yujing. Why? It made him wonder. Can the color of one's aura truly represent good or evil? Bai Yujing sat in the room, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. "This whole situation is far too strange," he muttered to himself. A follower of an evil god who managed to remain hidden in Ninghai City for an entire month, only committing murders through manipulating others. Why would they suddenly take the risk of declaring their intent to target the Feng family's youngest daughter? What was even more puzzling was Feng Yuanzhang's willingness to utilize an ancestral artifact to protect his daughter, along with the inexplicable actions of Wu Yunk, the special investigator from the Martial Supervision Bureau. Everything felt like it had been meticulously orchestrated, as though part of an elaborate script. Then, Bai Yujing recalled Edward's words: the evil god's follower was supposedly a subordinate of the puppet princess. Yet the woman who was executed today had displayed no signs of wielding any divine power from beginning to end. What if the one executed was merely a decoy? The real follower of the evil god might still be lurking in the shadows, using the puppet princess powers to manipulate, stand in, and fool everyone into believing the threat had been eliminated. If that were the case, the true perpetrator could remain hidden indefinitely. Just as Bai Yujing closed his eyes and thought, his enhanced senses, honed by his cultivation in the martial sovereign realm, detected a faint disturbance. Someone had infiltrated the room. His right hand silently moved to the hilt of his enchanted sword. In the next instant, the wooden door behind him splintered open, and a chain-like weapon lashed out like a venomous serpent. Bai Yujing, already on high alert, used his moon shadow technique to evade the sudden attack. He countered with a crushing Fong strike aimed at the source, but it hit nothing but air. A sinking feeling grew in Bai Yujing's chest. This assailant's strength far surpassed his own. They were at least in the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm, possibly even approaching its later stages. Bai Yujing leaned against the bed with his sword, cautiously watching the darkness beyond the door. Although his earlier strike hadn't hit its target, it had completely shattered the already damaged wooden door and the wall behind it. The cold wind howled as it swept into the room, and a shadowy figure stood motionless in the doorway, seemingly still perplexed by the missed attack. Bai Yujing didn't act recklessly. The aura of true energy and the oppressive presence emanating from his opponent made his expression grave. This was a latest-stage martial lord, the strongest adversary he'd faced so far. The two stood in a tense standoff, neither making a move. This small courtyard on the outskirts of the city was over 10 miles from the urban area, surrounded by desolation. Few people passed by even during the day, let alone in the dead of night. Bai Yujing was almost certain that this shadowy figure had come for him. But why would such a formidable opponent target him? Wait, this shadow, this level of power, these traits. As he pondered, the shadow spoke, its voice hoarse and indistinguishable in gender. "Your skills are far superior to your sister's." Though it sounded like praise, the tone was dripping with disdain. "But unfortunately, tonight, they'll be taking your heart." Bai Yujing froze for a moment, then a surge of exhilaration rose from deep within him. The true servant of the evil god was still alive. "So, you're the infamous servant of the evil god causing chaos in the city lately? Was it you who killed my sister and mother as well?" Bai Yujing lowered his head, gently wiping his enchanted sword with his palm. "Ha ha ha, your imagination is impressive. Didn't the servant of the evil god get killed by Wu Yunk earlier today? Everyone in Ninghai City witnessed it," the shadow denied mockingly. "But yes, I did kill your family. That cheerful girl, she was your sister, right?" I still remember the disbelief in her eyes when I pulled out her heart. "And as for that bedridden woman," the shadow swung the chain blade in its hand, "I used this to turn her lower body into minced meat. I even thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. I wonder if you noticed that later? You seem quite pleased with yourself." Bai Yujing's voice was eerily calm, devoid of any emotion. "So what? The shadow laughed exaggeratedly. What can you do about it? Kill me? Su-Yin noticed a faint trace of crimson creeping into the corners of Bai Yujing's pupils, a subtle but alarming change. Something was off. Those provocative words from the shadow were clearly meant to enrage Bai Yujing. Was it because Bai Yujing had evaded the earlier attack with Wind Shadow Moonstep, and the shadow feared he might escape? Although the shadow's taunt seemed effective, just as Su-Yin thought Bai Yujing would lose control and charge in recklessly, he instead executed Wind Shadow Moonstep. Bai Yujing turned his head and fixed a cold gaze on the spot where the dark figure stood. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Ran away? The dark figure froze momentarily, clearly not expecting his opponent to retreat. As soon as he regained his composure, he tapped the tip of his foot, and his entire body shot out of the window like an arrow, swiftly giving chase. When he reached the courtyard, he saw Bai Yujing standing at the small courtyard gate. Bai Yujing softly uttered two words, Feng Ling Yuing. Before the sound of his voice faded, he had already appeared dozens of meters away on a narrow path. Once again watching his prey slip away before his eyes, the dark figure's anger flared, but he had no choice but to continue the pursuit. Beneath the shroud of night, the two figures engaged in a relentless chase, one leading and the other following. Each time the dark figure was about to catch up, Bai Yujing would use Feng Ling Yuing to widen the gap. In the distance, the neon lights of the city began to come into view. Suddenly, a figure dressed in white appeared out of nowhere on the street. Bai Yujing glanced around and stopped in his tracks, waiting quietly. He knew the dark figure would inevitably catch up. His decision to pause here was not out of fear or cowardice, nor was it a fear of death, but rather a desire to protect the peace of his sister and mother. Sure enough, within seconds, the dark figure descended from above. Not running anymore? Have you run out of true essence? He mocked with a sneer. I didn't expect you to get this far. But today, as my prey, your fate is sealed. Prey? Bai Yujing smirked coldly in his heart. If this ambush had occurred back when he was still a grand martial master, he might indeed have met his end. But now, even with a gap of 2 minor realms, the outcome was far from certain. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Blood-red true essence surged around him, lifting his body slowly into the air. Overestimating yourself, the dark figure scoffed, releasing a wave of immense true essence pressure from his body. But his disdain didn't last long. A blood-red aura of murderous intent erupted from Bai Yujing, almost solidifying into a tangible force. The ferocity of his killing intent swept through like a hurricane, whipping his long hair into a frenzy. A sharp, overwhelming sword aura burst forth from within him, shaking the dark figure's martial spirit. Is this the early stage of the Wu Jun realm? The dark figure stared in shock at the blood-red, godlike figure in the air, a flicker of hesitation creeping into his heart. Impossible. He forcefully suppressed his fear, channeling his true essence. His chain blade glowed with a green wind edge as it shot toward the figure in the sky. Unmoved by the attack, Bai Yujing suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and calmly uttered, killing sword intent, blood flame slash. In an instant, the overwhelming murderous aura ignited, transforming into a raging tide of blood that surged toward the dark figure. When the blood-red energy dispersed, all that remained was a severed arm. Watching the dark figure flee toward Ninghai City like a defeated dog, Bai Yujing's eyes still burned with killing intent. With a flash of his figure, he pursued relentlessly. The roles of hunter and prey were completely reversed in an instant. The shadowy figure clutched the wound at his severed arm, blood gushing uncontrollably, his heart gripped with shock and disbelief. The opponent, who just a month ago was merely at the martial disciple level, now displayed power on par with the martial lord realm. Such a leap across 3 major levels of cultivation was utterly unheard of. As he sprinted desperately toward Ninghai City, his mind replayed the harrowing moment from earlier. If not for the secret escape technique he had used the instant his opponent struck, he would already be a cold, lifeless corpse. The failure of his mission sent chills down his spine. The organization's punishments for failure were ruthlessly severe, but compared to the relentless madman chasing him without regard for cost, those punishments suddenly seemed almost bearable. At least, they wouldn't cost him his life. While he was pondering how to explain himself to the organization, a bone-chilling killing intent suddenly surged from behind. That terrifying voice rang out once more. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? Blood ignition technique? The shadow gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Instantly, a crimson glow enveloped his body, transforming him into a streak of blood-red light racing toward the outskirts of Ninghai City. In the bustling marketplace, not even a martial lord would dare act recklessly. But in the next moment, a crimson sword aura whizzed past his scalp, severing his left ear cleanly at the base. This was no misstrike. Bai Yujing had done it deliberately, wanting his prey to endure even more pain. Su-Yin watched the pursuit unfolding before him, his heart filled with growing anxiety. As the two combatants clashed, they drew closer and closer to the bustling heart of Ninghai City. If the fight escalated in the densely populated urban area, the consequences would be catastrophic. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow figure spat another mouthful of vital blood and darted into the dense cluster of city buildings. Bai Yujing followed closely, but the relentless pursuit had drained his stamina. He could only watch as his target began to slip out of sight. Divine sword. Help me? Bai Yujing's eyes burned red as he bit down on his lip. The murderer who wiped out my entire family is right in front of me. I'm willing to pay any price. Su Yin silently observed the maddened swordmaster, then glanced at the cursed sword technique, blood rain, and sweet dew. Finally, he adjusted the blood ratio to 50. At that moment, the sword's blade suddenly erupted with a crimson glow. A surge of information appeared in Bai Yujing's mind. Starting now, every person he killed would grant him 10 times the effect of the initial blood rain bomb. He looked down at the burning sensation emanating from the long sword in his hand and softly murmured, "Thank you." At that moment, two thugs stepped into his path, their greedy eyes fixated on the sword in his hand. Just as one of them opened his mouth to demand it, the flash of Bai Yujing's blade had already swept through the air. The two bodies fell to the ground, and the surge of life energy immediately replenished his strength. Bai Yujing swiftly entered a shadow stealth state, pursuing the direction where the dark figure had fled. Ahead, the dark figure cursed under his breath as he ran, persistent as a ghost. The combination of blood loss and injuries was taking its toll, and he was struggling to hold on. Yet he refused to give in. That kid is only at the early stage of the Wu Jun realm. There's no way his true essence can outlast mine. The dark figure, trailing blood, dashed into a roadside establishment called the Prosperity Entertainment Club, rushing through an office. The man behind the desk, who appeared to be the manager, attempted to block his path. However, the dark figure didn't hesitate, leaping out through another window. Bai Yujing, close behind, materialized and was intercepted by the manager. Without even sparing him a glance, Bai Yujing's sword slashed his throat. As blood sprayed forth, Bai Yujing continued his pursuit. That manager had been none other than Lang Gu, the superior of Shi Jin, Bai Yujing's second swordmaster. A martial artist of the Wu Shi realm, Lang Gu had long been hollowed out by indulgence, making him hardly worth mentioning. "Are you really bent on killing me today?" The dark figure roared angrily as he turned his head, his body radiating a crimson glow. He charged into a nearby residential building. This time, Bai Yujing did not hold back. Killing sword intent, blood flame slash. A crimson arc of sword energy streaked toward the dark figure's back. Already gravely injured, the dark figure couldn't defend himself and took the full brunt of the attack. He was sent crashing heavily into a residence. Inside, a family of 3 cowered in the corner, their faces pale with fear. The father gripped a kitchen knife he had grabbed in desperation, his eyes wary as he watched the unfolding chaos. "Cough, cough. Don't kill me. How about I tell you a secret?" The dark figure lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his tone resigned. "No secret will save your life today," Bai Yujing declared coldly, his face devoid of emotion. "Don't you want to know who sent me? I'm just the blade. Kill me, and you'll never uncover the truth." "Who is it?" Bai Yujing paused, his gaze flickering. "Will you spare my life if I tell you? I swear I'll never trouble you again." "Fine, I promise not to kill you." Though Bai Yujing's heart burned with an uncontrollable desire to kill, he decided to hear the truth first. As for the promise, what need does a mad and solitary soul have for keeping promises? What? There's more gossip to hear? Su Yin perked up immediately, energized by the prospect of new revelations. Bai Yujing stared intently at the shadowy figure, waiting for him to reveal the entire truth. He knew that while this figure was the one who had directly attacked his family, there was a deeper conspiracy lurking behind the scenes. In his heart, he vowed that whether it was the assassin or the mastermind pulling the strings, he would not let them escape justice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the family of 3 who lived there huddled behind the sofa, nervously observing the tense confrontation. The husband, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, tugged at his wife's sleeve and whispered, while they're distracted, "Let's slip out through the back window." The wife hesitated, her eyes lingering on the fallen shadowy figure. "But it looks like he's about to reveal some kind of secret. Aren't we going to listen? Are you out of your mind?" The husband glared at her in disbelief. "What's more important, our lives or satisfying your curiosity? These two are martial sovereigns who can literally fly. Do you want to be silenced for overhearing something you shouldn't?" Their son whispered timidly, "So should we leave now?" "Quickly, follow me," the husband urged, wasting no more time as he crouched and began crawling toward the back window. The wife and son exchanged a glance before hurriedly following his lead. To someone of Bai Yujing's martial sovereign level, their every action was as clear as day. Yet he made no move to stop them. With his abilities, he could easily take their lives with a single strike. and their blood might even help him ascend to a higher realm. However, despite the countless lives he had already taken and the murderous intent that often consumed him, he still clung to one last principle: never harm the innocent. Perhaps I'm not suited to be the master of the divine sword, Bai Yujing thought to himself with a heavy sigh. He refocused his attention on the shadowy figure and pressed his foot firmly onto the man's chest. Are you deliberately stalling for time to recover? When the figure remained silent, Bai Yujing tightened his grip on the cursed sword and, without hesitation, drove it downward, the blade piercing through the man's leg. The shadowy figure let out a cold laugh. Stalling for time? What kind of recovery could I achieve in mere seconds? But inwardly, he was calculating his options. This strange young man clearly intended to torture him from the very beginning and had no intention of letting him go. Of course, as someone who had cultivated to the later stages of martial sovereign, the shadowy figure was far too experienced to naively trust his opponent's words. After all, anyone who reached such heights of power possessed not only extraordinary talent and resources, but also sharp intellect and unyielding determination. The shadow wasn't foolish. On the contrary, he was extremely clever. Observing his relentless pursuer, he quickly assessed the current situation. Despite being only at the early stage of the martial lord realm, his opponent's reserves of true essence were even more abundant than his own. What's more, even after repeatedly using high-level martial techniques, his opponent's energy remained as vigorous as at its peak, an unusual phenomenon. Clearly, the other party must possess some unknown secret method for recovery. Since prolonging the battle was ineffective, the shadow decided to change tactics. He had indeed promised to reveal the mastermind behind this, but who said he had to tell the truth? However, outright lies were easy to detect. The best strategy was to mix falsehoods with the truth. He was gambling that his opponent would back down out of fear of the power behind him. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's Feng. The shadow started to utter a name, but his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He clutched his throat tightly with both hands, his face contorted, eyes wide with disbelief and terror. No, I didn't mean to betray. Please, I beg you, spare me. Before he could finish, a bizarre scene unfolded. His body began to wither at a visible rate. His skin rapidly decayed. It was a horrifying sight, but what truly stunned Su Yin, inside the demonic sword, wasn't the grotesque death but his frustration that the shadow had stalled long enough for someone to silence him. Though the sudden turn of events was unexpected, Bai Yujing reacted even faster. With a single swift step forward, he swung the demonic sword across the shadow's neck, delivering the final blow. Instantly, a surge of potent life energy flowed from the shadow into Bai Yujing through the demonic sword. With the full activation of blood rain nourishment, and considering that the shadow was 2 minor stages above him, this energy burst through Bai Yujing's bottleneck, propelling him into the midstage of the martial lord realm. When Bai Yujing opened his eyes, they gleamed with a sharp, electrifying intensity. He raised his hand, condensing blood-red true essence, and with a casual wave, the powerful energy rippled through the air, causing his white robes to flutter. Under the dual pull of the demonic sword and that mysterious force, the shadow's body quickly dried up into a lifeless husk, lying motionless on the ground. I told you. It's a good thing we ran fast. This is terrifying. Exactly, you were right. That guy must be a demonic martial artist. If we had hesitated for even a moment, we'd be dead too. Let's go. We need to find the Martial Supervision Bureau. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the family of 3 was utterly terrified. The man took the lead, climbing onto the back window's balcony, with his wife and son following closely behind. It was the 2nd floor, so jumping down wouldn't be too difficult. But just as they were about to leap, their eyes suddenly turned vacant before returning to normal. In an eerie synchronization, all 3 turned their heads, eyes locked on the departing white-clad figure. This unrestrained, chilling gaze made Bai Yujing pause and turn back. What he saw was shocking. The man's wife and son were already lying in pools of their own blood, while the man stood holding a blood-stained kitchen knife. Without a sound, the man moved his lips as if speaking, and an unsettling smile crept across his face. The man's expression instantly changed to one of extreme terror, as if he had encountered the most horrifying being in existence. In his panic, he dropped the blood-stained kitchen knife and staggered toward the balcony. Help! That evil god's follower isn't dead. He killed my wife and son, and now he's coming for me. The man's desperate scream tore through the night. Bai Yujing's expression shifted slightly as he finally deciphered the man's earlier lip movements. In a flash, golden arcs of electricity coiled around his sword as his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving faint afterimages behind as he struck. The swiftest move of the Storm Thunder Sword technique was unleashed, and the man's head was cleaved diagonally in 2. Yet, his scream had already echoed far and wide. In the silent night, the sound was like a sudden clap of thunder. Lights began to flicker on in the surrounding apartment buildings. Standing on the balcony, Bai Yujing immediately grasped the sinister intentions behind the shadowy figure's scheme. It's an evil god's follower. Don't come near me, I don't want to die. A woman's shrill scream suddenly rang out from the third floor. Bai Yujing looked up to see a woman leaning out from the balcony. Her face, far from being fearful, carried an eerie mix of mockery and derision. A fruit knife was pressed against her throat, its blade already drawing blood. Gathering his true energy beneath his feet, Bai Yujing leapt lightly up to the third floor. The woman's head fell the next instant. Rather than letting her take her own life, he chose to end it himself, using the act to further his cultivation. Inside the living room, the woman's husband and son lunged at him with menacing grins. With a flash of his sword, two heads soared into the air, blood spraying in crimson arcs. The woman's dying screams roused even more residents from their slumber. How is this possible? Wasn't the evil god's follower killed by Lord Wu Yunk yesterday? Quick, contact the Martial Surveillance Bureau. Is Lord Wu Yunk here? Help us. Panic-stricken, the crowd fled the northern district. Yet after running some distance, their expressions turned unnervingly uniform, and they all began moving in the same direction as if drawn by an unseen force. When Bai Yujing stepped out of the building, his once white robes were soaked in blood, and the aura of killing intent around him had become almost tangible, enough to strike fear into the faint-hearted. So many people all turned into puppets of that evil god servant? When did this even happen? Bai Yujing grew more alarmed with each strike he delivered, though his face remained calm and composed. Blood dripped from the tip of the cursed sword, pooling into a thin stream at his feet. Snap! A flash of light abruptly lit up the darkness. A woman holding a phone aimed it at Bai Yujing, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. She waved the phone slightly, revealing its screen a social media interface displaying a freshly uploaded photo. Bai Yujing standing amidst a pool of blood, sword in hand. This was a trap. Su Yin pressed his forehead, his lips twitching faintly. The elite enforcers from the Martial Supervision Bureau would likely arrive soon. Who exactly are you? Bai Yujing stared expressionlessly at the woman across from him. He knew this couldn't be the true form of the evil god's follower, but her relentless fixation on him was baffling. Earlier, after dealing with the manipulated individuals in the building, a thought had struck him, prompting him to return to the second floor. When his blade pierced the heart of the shadowy corpse, he noticed something unusual. The shadow had no heart. Why is your soul white? The woman asked, tilting her head with a childlike innocence, completely disregarding Bai Yujing's question. This seemingly nonsensical statement caught Su Yin's attention. He recalled the eye skill he had obtained as a reward from the Thousand Slayer task. He had indeed seen a misty white aura surrounding Bai Yujing at the time. If that represented his soul, then why was the aura of Wu Yunk, the top investigator of the Martial Supervision Bureau, a menacing pitch black? As the guardian of Ninghai City, there seemed to be something deeply unsettling about this. In the distance, a crowd of people under the evil god's influence was slowly converging, their eerie gazes fixed on Bai Yujing and the woman in front of the building. The whooshing sound of something cutting through the air grew louder. It seemed the Martial Supervision Bureau had received reports from the public. Some had claimed the evil god's followers weren't dead and were wreaking havoc in the northern district. Bai Yujing gave the woman one last deep look. Since she wasn't the true form of the evil god's follower, killing her would be pointless. Without hesitation, he activated Moon's shadow escape, vanishing instantly from the scene. In the mayor's office, the furious mayor was berating his subordinates. Everyone remained silent and tense, except for a man lounging with his legs crossed, wearing a black hat. Wu Yunk, I order you to bring him back immediately, whether it's the past or the present. Who is the real evil god follower? The mayor roared, his face red with anger. Before he could finish, Wu Yunk appeared in front of him in a flash, looking down at the mayor with a cold, commanding presence. I told you not to disturb me when I'm thinking. He then casually returned to his seat. Issue a wanted notice. A mere martial lord isn't worth my personal attention. Why wise? Cold sweat beaded on the mayor's forehead as he grappled with confusion. Why had Wu Yunk's aura become so terrifying after slaying that ghost-level star beast? At the conference table, Wu Yunk sat with his fingers interlocked, his gaze flickering as he sank into deep thought. Only by being cautious can one ensure a long life. Wu Yunk understood this deeply. After all, if the original owner of this body hadn't been overly careless after gravely wounding the Snow Dragon King, he wouldn't have had the chance to take over the body of this human martial master. Over a month of recuperation had passed, yet his body still hadn't fully recovered, leaving him only able to exert the strength of a half-step martial master. Even so, in Ninghai City, a border town of the Great Xia Kingdom, this power was more than enough to make him stand above the restore at least. That's what he had thought until yesterday. The chilling sensation of being watched was no illusion. Even after returning home, the unsettling feeling lingered in his mind, only gradually fading by the next day. Recalling the ominous aura of an evil god's descent he had sensed days prior, a flicker of unease crossed Wu Yunk's eyes. Could it be that an evil god had truly set its sights on Ninghai City? If that were the case, the target city for his plan might have to change. This was a matter of great importance, leaving no room for error. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yunk thought of the strange behavior of the newcomer recently. His brows furrowed tighter. In the mayor's office, his figure slowly faded from view in front of the conference table. As he vanished, the tense atmosphere in the room instantly eased. Everyone let out a quiet sigh of relief. The newly appointed mayor, who had been in office for less than a month, cursed this arrogant man inwardly but dared not show a hint of it. With such a major case involving so many deaths needing resolution within 7 days, failure would mean packing up and leaving. Now, they could only hope Wu Yunk would take care of it. As night deepened, peace reigned over the Feng family compound. As the largest martial family in Ninghai City, their defenses were as impenetrable as a fortress, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil outside. Wu Yunk appeared silently in Feng Zutong's bedroom, only to find it empty. Just as his brows knit slightly, a silvery laugh rang out behind him. "Are you looking for me?" A small hand tugged at the corner of his robe. Turning around, he saw the girl still dressed in her signature Gothic Lolita attire, her dark smoky makeup accentuating her mysterious look. In her hand, she held a delicate silver bell. Wu Yunk glanced at the bell and casually asked, "What's that?" "One of my new collectibles," Feng Shuedong said, shaking the silver bell in her hand, its crisp chime ringing out. "Do you like the sound? Your tastes are quite unique." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Wu Yunk glanced discontentedly at Feng Shuedong. "Didn't I already take care of the cultist for you? So, what's going on tonight? Now there's talk outside that the cultist isn't dead, and it's severely damaging my reputation. Officially, I'm still a special investigator for the Martial Supervision Bureau, you know." Wu Yunk narrowed his eyes and asked, "I can't possibly kill you for real, so what exactly are you plotting?" Feng Shuedong nonchalantly toyed with the silver bell in his hand. "You're supposed to kill the cultist. What does that have to do with me?" Wu Yunk gave him a skeptical look, as if assessing a rookie who just didn't get it. "Aren't all these things you're doing?" "It was me, sure," Feng Shuedong replied lazily, stroking the long ears of the rabbit plush he held. "But don't you think he fits the role of a cultist better?" "You're really something else," Wu Yunk said with a faint smile, as if finally understanding the mind of his counterpart. Walking to the window, Wu Yunk suddenly turned back. "Oh, one more thing. When I executed that scapegoat you gave me yesterday, I felt the gaze of an unknown presence. It was unsettling. It might mean a new cult deity has taken an interest in this place. You'd better be careful not to provoke anything unusual." "Got it," Feng Shuedong replied dismissively. A gentle breeze swept through the room, the window somehow already open. Wu Yunk's figure disappeared with the wind. After confirming that his presence was completely gone, Feng Shuedong lowered his gaze to the quiet rabbit plush in his arms. "Even though our aura is similar, he and I are not the same. But since that's what he thinks, I might as well take advantage of it. Little one, how long do you think Bai Yujing can hold out?" This time, the rabbit plush's eyes did not flash red again. The following day, the Martial Supervision Bureau dispatched personnel to thoroughly search Bai Yujing's 2 residences in Ninghai City, his suburban home, and the luxurious mansion he had temporarily rented, including its basement, but they came up empty-handed. The turning point came from a photo posted to an online forum. The photo, taken in the northern district of the city, depicted a strikingly handsome long-haired man wielding a bloodied sword. His white robes were soaked in crimson, and blood pooled at his feet. His imperious side profile and the suffocating aura of violence surrounding him were enough to terrify anyone who saw it. Someone identified him as Bai Yujing, who had served as an enforcer for the Martial Supervision Bureau for a year. The mayor of Ninghai City immediately issued a citywide manhunt for this true cultist. Chaos spread throughout the city as fear took hold. Businesses in the northern district shuttered their doors, and the streets became eerily empty. Both the Martial Supervision Bureau and the police conducted door-to-door searches, with patrols frequently passing through the streets. Despite such an exhaustive search, Bai Yujing seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no leads emerging even after 2 days. Some speculated that he might have already fled Ninghai City. But had Bai Yujing really left Ninghai City? Bai Yujing remained in Ninghai City. With his mid-stage Wu Jun realm strength, coupled with the unparalleled agility of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique, leaving the city would have been effortless. However, the information revealed by that shadowy figure 2 days ago made him change his mind. In this climate of heightened vigilance, his photo had already flooded the internet. Wanted posters covered every street corner, major transportation routes were sealed off, and the entire city was under strict martial law. Under such a vast and intricate surveillance network, it would seem impossible for anyone to remain hidden for more than 48 hours. But this assumption only applied to ordinary people or low-level martial artists. Ninghai City was backed by the Ninghai mountain range, home to countless fierce beasts, and was situated near the border. Despite its relatively modest size, the city housed a population of over 7 million permanent residents. Searching for one person in this sea of people was no easy task, even if the target was that mysterious female monk, let alone a Wu Jun realm expert capable of perfectly concealing his movements. The mayor was fully aware of how challenging it was to capture a Wu Jun realm expert within 7 days. After 2 days of large-scale searches yielded no results, on the third day, he resorted to his trump card, issuing a hefty bounty through the Martial Artists Association. A reward of 10 million xia yuan was offered for any valid lead, and capturing Bai Yujing directly would earn someone a low-tier Earth-grade martial technique, the Nine Heavens Mystic Flame technique. When announcing this bounty, the mayor practically ground his molars to dust. Low-tier Earth-grade techniques were incredibly rare and invaluable, far beyond the worth of mere money. Offering up the Nine Heavens Mystic Flame technique was a testament to how much he despised Bai Yujing's hatred had surpassed even that of a personal vendetta. Yet he had no other choice. Even with the Martial Surveillance Bureau at his disposal, he couldn't count on Wu Yong's cooperation. If Bai Yujing wasn't found within 7 days, the mayor who had barely warmed his seat would be forced to pack up and leave. Compared to his political future, a single Earth-grade technique seemed a small price to pay. The bounty sent shockwaves through the martial artist community. An Earth-grade technique? Even providing a lead would earn 10 million xia yuan. In this world, there was never a shortage of people aspiring to pursue martial arts. In the Granxia Federation alone, with a population of over 2 billion in one district, even a mere 0.01 talent rate and 0.001 super talent rate would equate to 200,000 talented individuals and 20,000 super talented ones. Yet, fewer than 100 ever reached the Wushang realm, and extreme Wuxing experts were even rarer. The primary reason for this lay in the scarcity of high-grade techniques. Heavenly grade, celestial grade, and even the legendary destiny grade techniques were tightly controlled by martial aristocratic families. A martial prodigy born into an average family might exhaust their entire family's resources to acquire a single yellow grade technique. Meanwhile, a wastrel born into a top-tier martial aristocratic family in Jing City could enjoy celestial grade herbal baths from birth, consume profound grade pills like candy, feast on meat from top-tier fierce beasts, and choose freely among heavenly and celestial grade techniques. At first, the gap between the two may not be obvious, but as time goes on, it gradually widens. Even exceptionally talented civilian martial artists eventually get left far behind by those from noble families with abundant resources. The lack of resources remains a persistent nightmare for civilian martial artists. In this world, lucky individuals like Bai Yujing, who can obtain treasures like the Su Yin Tianming demon sword and completely change their fate, are extremely rare. So when the Martial Artists Association announced the news, the entire Ninghai city was instantly in an uproar. Many powerful martial artists at the martial lord and martial sovereign levels joined the search. Even reclusive rogue masters, as well as the stewards and elders of Ninghai City's 3 major families, could no longer hold back. After all, the value of an Earth-grade martial technique was self-evident. It could be passed down to future generations, exchanged for other precious resources, or directly sold at an auction for a fortune. However, days passed with no progress in the search. What was even more unsettling was that over a dozen martial lords and 1 martial sovereign had mysteriously disappeared during the search. Fear began to spread, and many quietly withdrew from the search parties. On a street in the northern district, a few weary searchers were taking a break. A noble martial artist struck up a conversation with some members of the Martial Surveillance Bureau. With so many people searching for so long without any results, is Bai Yujing even still in Ninghai City? The noble martial artist sighed. He should still be here, but he's definitely not in the northern district, replied one of the Martial Surveillance Bureau members. That guy is a martial lord level expert. Most of the people who've gone missing recently were probably taken out by him. With our level of strength, running into him would be like delivering ourselves on a platter. I heard he used to work for your Martial Surveillance Bureau? Yeah, he joined about a year ago. Back then, he was only at the first stage of the Vital Energy Realm. Breaking through from the Vital Energy Realm to Martial Lord in just a year? That's even crazier than those demonic cultivators. Could it be that he made a pact with some evil god? Watch your words. You can't just say things like that. Relax, I was just joking. If there really were such an evil god, there'd probably already be a line forming. Maybe he was wrongfully accused. But with the mayor issuing a kill-in-sight order. Yeah, in this situation, even if he wasn't guilty, he'd have no choice but to be. The group chuckled and continued their search, completely unaware that the target they were looking for was silently watching them from the window of a nearby residential building. Bai Yujing had been hiding here for several days. Without any expression, he turned to the slightly shady-looking man sitting in front of a computer. Didn't you say you're some kind of C programming expert? Haven't you found it yet? Since ancient times, CT never looks up this line. originating from a classic phrase in a popular hide-and-seek mode of a renowned shooting game, aptly captures Bai Yujing's current situation in Ninghai City. While the city's armed forces were frantically hunting him down, Bai Yujing chose the most unlikely hiding spot, a modest apartment in an ordinary residential building in the northern district. Despite being labeled a cultist of an evil god and deemed a bloodthirsty fugitive, he surprisingly did not harm the homeowner in the slightest. The Bureau of Martial Oversight and the police repeatedly searched the premises, yet they failed to find any trace of Bai Yujing. Over the past few days, he ventured out only once, under disguise, and was forced to kill a martial master-level assailant who attempted to assault him. Apart from this incident, he remained hidden indoors. The false accusations of being a cultist, combined with the psychological toll of recent violent encounters, left Bai Yujing struggling with uncontrollable urges to kill, even experiencing hallucinations. He decided to lie low in the northern district, not only to avoid the authorities, but also to calm his mind. More importantly, he needed time to ponder the cryptic words left unsaid by the mysterious shadowy figure. This individual seemed to know him inside out, while Bai Yujing knew nothing about his adversary. The imbalance of information weighed heavily on him, leaving him restless. Rewinding a few days to the night he killed the shadowy martial master, had been preparing to use the shadow concealment ability of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to sneak out of the northern district. Initially, he had planned to return to the small courtyard in the outskirts, but as he neared the city's edge, he abruptly changed his mind. He realized that the woman had already posted photos online of him killing someone allegedly controlled by the power of an evil god. Returning to the courtyard would likely lead the Bureau of Martial Oversight straight to him. Although he had been fighting individuals under the influence of the evil god's power, he knew no one would believe his explanation. A direct confrontation with the Bureau would escalate the situation into extreme danger. While he had just managed to defeat a latest-stage martial master in the Shadows form using his killing sword intent, and had leveraged the Divine Sword's power to break through to mid-stage martial master level, he was still uncertain of his chances if faced with a martial grandmaster level opponent. The Martial Supervision Bureau still had one or two first-class investigators at the martial ancestor level. Bai Yujing pondered the current situation. If these investigators were in Ninghai City at this moment, any confrontation with them might play right into the hands of the heretic god's followers. Even more troublesome was the fact that Wu Yonk, a 7th-rank martial sovereign, was still in the city. Facing such a formidable powerhouse, even though Bai Yujing had confidence that his divine sword was no weaker than Wu Yonk's Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear, the insurmountable gap of two major cultivation realms between them was undeniable. Especially the unique power of the martial sovereign realm, known as the domain. It was like that day when Wu Yonk raised his hand and instantly silenced an entire chaotic scene. This mysterious and unfathomable power was particularly daunting. After careful deliberation, Bai Yujing decided to avoid direct confrontation for now. Since returning to his small courtyard was no longer an option, he needed to find another place to stay. Carrying his long sword, he glanced back at the northern district cloaked in the night, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. By now, it was already 2 a.m. In a modest apartment, Hao Shuai was lazily stretching in his computer chair. This man, whose appearance and demeanor could only be described as sleazy, spent most of his time online hurling insults at others or using his rudimentary computer skills to open boxes, a term he used for exposing strangers' private information. Just a few days ago, simply because a virtual streamer failed to respond to his message in a timely manner, he bore a grudge and leaked her personal information and photos online. Moments ago, he saw a news report about how the same female streamer had been stalked and assaulted by a blacklisted fan, leading to her tragic suicide. Instead of remorse, he felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. After finishing a game of Glory League with an abysmal 0-1-6-1 record, he unleashed a torrent of insults on his team's support player, driving them to the point of threatening an offline confrontation. Shutting down the game, Hao Shuai muttered to himself as he headed off to make instant noodles. Passing through the living room, a chill suddenly swept over him. He noticed that the window had somehow been left open, letting in the cold night air. As he moved to close the window and draw the curtains, a blood-red sword was suddenly pressed against the back of his neck. "Don't scream, or he'll kill you." An icy voice came from behind him. "We'll be staying here for a few days. You'll stay put. If anyone asks, make up an excuse. Try anything funny, and I won't hesitate to take your head when I leave." Hao Shuai was so terrified he nearly collapsed, clasping his hands over his mouth and nodding frantically. Bai Yujing, now with a black cloth masking his face, sat cross-legged in the cleanest corner of the room, silently observing his surroundings. "Sir, I swear, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want," the man stammered, his body trembling. He dared not turn around to look at the person behind him, afraid that seeing the other's face would seal his fate. Bai Yujing glanced around the makeshift hideout, his gaze landing on the computer on the table. It reminded him of the times his sister, Bai Yueling, would enthusiastically explain modern technology to him. Unfortunately, He was only skilled in swordsmanship and was utterly clueless about electronic devices. Do you know how to use a computer? He asked casually. Of course. The man immediately straightened his back. Seeing the other person sheath the blood-stained sword that radiated a chilling aura, he grew a bit bolder. I'm a C programming master. There's no information online that I can't find. Su Yin's expression turned odd at the phrase C programming master, but Bai Yujing's face remained impassive, clearly not understanding the modern jargon. After a brief silence, Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying an unmistakable threat. Find me detailed information on Ning Haifeng's family. If you can't, I'll kill you. As he spoke, a cold, menacing air filled the room. Though it was merely a tactic to apply pressure, Bai Yujing had no intention of actually harming an innocent person. This was a line he had drawn for himself, a boundary he dared not cross, fearing he might lose himself entirely to bloodlust. Why wise? I'll find it right away. The man, named Hao Shuai, scrambled to the computer in a panic. With his temporary assistant settled, Bai Yujing rubbed his throbbing temples and retrieved a wooden box from his robe. Inside was a bracelet emanating a frosty chill, its icy blue surface shimmering with a serene, watery glow. This was indeed the Ice Heart bracelet that Edward had previously mentioned. It was meant to be given to his sister. Unfortunately, Edward hadn't finished explaining before launching a surprise attack, transforming into a grotesque blood and flesh creature. Now, Bai Yujing didn't even know the face or name of the sister he had never met, and it seemed unlikely the bracelet would ever reach its rightful owner. Bai Yujing carefully placed the Ice Heart bracelet back into the box and closed his eyes to rest. The recent events had been overwhelming, and he needed to take a moment to recover and make sense of the chaotic situation he found himself in. Meanwhile, Hao Shuai occasionally stole glances at the white-robed, masked figure who now sat with his eyes shut. A flicker of malice briefly crossed his face. However, the moment he saw the blood-stained sword on the man's back, his expression froze into one of sheer terror. Reluctantly, he turned around and began searching for information related to the Ning Haifeng family. It wasn't for any other reason, just pure fear of death. His consciousness sank slowly into a deep abyss of darkness, as if an eternity had passed. When Bai Yujing finally opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a simple wooden bed. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. His internal energy and the true essence within his dantian had completely vanished without a trace. A chill ran up his spine as his hand instinctively shot toward his back at lightning speed, reaching for his divine sword. But he grasped nothing but empty air. The sword was gone. Could it be an ambush? Bai Yujing sat up cautiously, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Looking up, he noticed a gaping hole in the roof of the thatched hut, through which the cold wind howled mercilessly. No wonder he had felt an unusual chill since waking up without his internal energy and true essence to protect him. This kind of cold was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Just then, a soft, sleepy voice suddenly came from beside him. What's wrong, brother? Did you have a nightmare? Reacting on pure instinct, Bai Yujing swiftly moved back and let out a cold snort. Shattered Fong, he muttered, forming his hand into the shape of a sword and slashing decisively toward the source of the voice. This was the reflex of someone who had executed countless enemies. His body could flawlessly perform sword techniques even without the divine sword in hand. Yet, the anticipated fatal strike did not occur. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me, brother? In front of him stood a girl of about 13 or 14 years old, clutching her head and looking at him with pitiful blue eyes. She had beautiful golden hair, and his hand, poised like a blade, was frozen just above her head. Bai Yujing withdrew his hand and looked down only to see the small hand of a child. His gaze flickered as he studied the unfamiliar young girl, his mind filled with confusion. What was going on? He distinctly remembered meditating in his room to stabilize his cultivation. Had he fallen asleep? Was this a dream? But if it was a dream, why couldn't he wake up despite knowing it was one? Though the situation was unclear, Bai Yujing knew the importance of staying calm when faced with the unknown. Who are you? He asked coldly. Anna, the girl replied, her tone slightly puzzled. Brother, don't you recognize me? Anna. The unfamiliar name stirred no memories in Bai Yujing. No, he stated bluntly. Even in this strange child's body, he remained true to his character, unwilling to lie to a child. The moment he spoke, he saw the girl Anna freeze. In the next instant, his vision blurred, and his consciousness seemed to pierce through an invisible barrier. Bai Yujing's eyes snapped open, and he found himself back in his original room. Reaching for his back, he felt the divine sword still there. His gaze grew contemplative. So, what was that dream all about? Maybe it was just a dream. Bai Yujing leaned against the headboard, pondering briefly before deciding not to dwell on the strange dream any longer. He understood that dreams were an extension of one's thoughts. Perhaps it was his subconscious longing for his sister that had manifested in this way. His physical condition had clearly improved, and the persistent murderous intent that had lingered in his mind seemed to have been temporarily suppressed. Through the window, the night outside remained dark and somber, but the streets were brightly lit with search parties showing no signs of dispersing. Rubbing his faintly aching forehead, Bai Yujing turned toward the figure on the other side of the room. What time is it now? Huh. Bai Yi. You're finally awake. Hao Shuai's voice carried a noticeable tremor of panic. You've been asleep for an entire day. What? Bai Yujing's expression darkened instantly. Losing track of an entire day made him highly alert, especially as he noticed Hao Shuai's change in tone and address. A critical thought flashed through his mind. The night before, a servant of the Dark God had manipulated a large group of people in the northern district. It was entirely possible that this man before him had also fallen under their influence. If that were the case, his own location might already be compromised. A sharp, deadly aura erupted from Bai Yujing, locking onto Hao Shuai like a predator targeting its prey. You've recognized me, haven't you? Spare me, Bai Yi. Hao Shuai's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground in terror. It was the people from the Martial Monitoring Bureau earlier today. They were asking about a Dark God follower named Bai Yujing. I saw the blood sword in the photo and recognized you, but I didn't tell them you were here. I made up an excuse to cover for you, just like you told me to. So, you believe I'm a follower of the Dark God? Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes dangerously. No, that's just what they say. Don't believe it. Hao Shuai stammered. You don't believe them, yet you trust me? Bai Yujing let out a cold laugh. I do. Of course, I trust you. Hao Shuai's voice trembled as he spoke. If Bai Yi really were that Dark God follower, I'd already be dead by now. Bai Yujing's gaze flickered as he carefully judged the truth of Hao Shuai's words. The decision to let this man live the previous night had been based on 3 reasons: his own moral boundaries, the potential usefulness of Hao Shuai's computer skills, and a desire to test the Dark God servant's manipulation abilities. If the enemy could truly control others at will, regardless of distance, then nowhere in the world would be safe. Since there had been no nocturnal attack last night and no immediate betrayal today, he decided to spare Hao Shuai for the time being and continue testing his theories. Get up. Bai Yujing withdrew the oppressive aura. What about the task I gave you yesterday? How's it going? Hao Shuai scratched his head awkwardly. The truth was, he had been involved in so many online incidents that he couldn't even remember what Bai Yujing had asked him to look for. For a moment, he was completely at a loss. When the officials from the Martial Inspection Bureau arrived, Bai Yujing initially intended to report the heretic believer. However, upon hearing that the man had gone on a killing spree in the northern district the previous night and managed to escape, he immediately fell silent. I'll give you 2 more days, Bai Yujing said, casting a meaningful glance before sitting cross-legged back in his spot. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Understood. Hao Shuai nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, this guy is ruthless and kills without hesitation. I really hope he leaves soon. As night deepened, Bai Yujing sat with his eyes closed, his true energy circulating around him. On the surface, he appeared to be meditating, but in reality, he remained highly alert to his surroundings. Anyone foolish enough to launch a sneak attack would face his most ferocious retaliation. However, the latter half of the night passed uneventfully. The night's earlier events had left Bai Yujing restless, so he chose to meditate while pondering the unresolved mysteries. Unexpectedly, as time went on, he unknowingly drifted into sleep. Fell asleep again? Suyin noticed Bai Yujing's breathing becoming steady, with his killing intent fading away. Finding this unusual, he immediately activated his sword spirit technique, pupil, switching to night vision mode to thoroughly scan the room. It didn't take long for him to notice something unusual. Inside the wooden box Bai Yujing was holding, a glimmering blue light emanated from the ice heart bracelet, which was now floating peacefully. While Suyin had identified the cause of Bai Yujing's slumber, he couldn't alert him. However, the bracelet seemed to be a benevolent artifact. It not only suppressed part of Bai Yujing's killing intent, but also posed no harm to his body. In that case, he decided to let it be. Drifting between consciousness and dreams, Bai Yujing felt as though an eternity had passed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself waking up on a simple wooden bed. Sitting up abruptly, he realized this was the second time he had experienced the same dream, which clearly wasn't ordinary. What's wrong, big brother? Did you have a nightmare? A drowsy child's voice came from beside him. He turned his head to see a young blonde girl, around 12 or 13 years old. This time, Bai Yujing didn't deny knowing her. The girl placed her slender left hand on his forehead, and he didn't pull away. Ever since his divine sword had advanced, he had become acutely sensitive to malice and killing intent. The girl before him clearly harbored none. Do you have a fever? She brushed aside her golden bangs, placing her right hand on her own forehead for comparison. No, you don't. Bai Yujing studied his current appearance in the cracked mirror leaning against the wall of the thatched hut, his thoughts turning. From all the signs, it seemed the owner of this body had a close relationship with the girl. The last time he had denied knowing her, he had abruptly awakened. This time, he decided to take a different approach. Yujing gazed at the shattered mirror, a vague realization surfacing in his mind about the identity of the blonde-haired boy. This must be Edward as a child. Reflecting on their interactions, although Edward had once revealed some information about another acolyte of the evil god to gain his trust, it was clear that he had withheld certain details. Piecing together the clues he had, Yujing deduced that Edward might have deliberately concealed some information after witnessing the power of Biluo Huangquan, likely out of concern for the safety of that evil god's acolyte. As for why he himself had entered this dream in the form of young Edward, his gaze unconsciously fell on the ice heart bracelet he had retrieved last night. The answer seemed to be right in front of him. This dream appeared to be a recreation of a fragment of Edward's memory, like an old film reel being played again. When he had denied knowing Anna, the reason for the dream's collapse became apparent. Anna was Edward's younger sister, and such a denial naturally disrupted the framework of the memory. With this understanding, Yujing decided to follow the guidance of the dream. Perhaps it would lead him to uncover the true identity of the mysterious acolyte of the evil god who had caused the turmoil in Ninghai City and brought ruin to his family. "I'm fine, Anna. Just had a bad dream," Yujing said softly, gently moving Anna's small hand away from his forehead. The blonde-haired girl, as delicate and doll-like as ever, was the same Anna he had encountered in the previous illusion. "Phew, as long as you're okay, big brother." "Anna thought you had a fever," the little girl said with a dazzling smile. Yujing chose to remain silent, quietly observing Anna. Speaking rashly might cause the dream to collapse. It was better to maintain a stance of observation. "Big brother, didn't you say you were going out today? When are you leaving?" Anna tilted her head, her innocent curiosity shining through. Yujing glanced out at the clear, sunny sky. I'll go now," he said, stepping out of the thatched cottage, even though he had no idea where he was supposed to go. Suddenly, his perspective shifted. Yujing found himself as an onlooker, watching Edward hurrying along a path toward Ninghai City. Before long, Anna peeked her little head out from the cottage, glancing around to confirm that her brother had left. Then, she tiptoed out of the house, muttering softly to herself, "It's big brother's birthday today too. Anna wants to get him a present." However, Anna's face quickly turned gloomy, a trace of disappointment crossing her features. She didn't have the money to buy a birthday gift. Yujing watched the scene unfold before him, his brows furrowing slightly. Although he had indeed promised to deliver the ice heart bracelet to Edward's younger sister, Anna, his mind was more preoccupied with uncovering the true identity of the dark deity's follower lurking behind the facade of Ninghai City. Edward's hurried departure moments ago likely meant he was going to meet that very follower. Yujing tried switching perspectives to track Edward's movements, but after several failed attempts, his vision stubbornly remained fixed on Anna. Left without a choice, he redirected his attention to the little girl. Anna soon perked up, coming up with an idea to earn money collecting bottles to sell. Her small figure darted through the rugged streets and narrow alleys, picking up discarded plastic bottles one by one. After an entire afternoon of hard work, she carried a bag filled with dozens of bottles and headed to the recycling station, her heart brimming with hope. Reality, however, dealt her a harsh blow. The woman running the recycling station impatiently tossed her a crumpled 1 yuan bill and harshly chased her away. Anna's clothes and face were stained with dust, carrying an unpleasant odor, yet all her efforts had earned her was this meager amount. Watching this, Yujing recalled a time when he had done the same to buy medicine for his mother. He wanted to teach the mean-spirited woman a lesson, but he was powerless to act. Anna sat on the street, clutching the tattered bill tightly, her mind drifting to the fairy tales her brother had told her. Naively, she hoped that perhaps a prince would come to her rescue. Yet, the passers-by hurried along, not sparing her a second glance. As night fell, Anna had no choice but to get up and head home, worried her brother might be concerned about her. Just then, a man with a sinister expression noticed the girl walking alone and began following her quietly. The situation took a sudden, dire turn. In a secluded straw hut, the man found himself screaming in pain as Anna bit off one of his fingers. Enraged, he gagged her with rough cloth and tied her to a bed with coarse rope before setting the hut ablaze. The roaring flames consumed the straw hut, thick smoke billowing into the air, and the fire illuminated the dark night sky. Yujing watched the man flee in panic, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At that moment, it was as if the entire world had been frozen in time. The thick smoke hung suspended in the air, and everything felt eerily still. Suddenly, an even more overwhelming and terrifying presence than what he had felt in the underground arena engulfed the illusionary realm of Ninghai City. In an instant, space and time completely froze. The chilling and oppressive power caused by Yujing's expression to shift slightly once again felt that familiar aura of an evil god. Unlike the Lord of Flesh he encountered in the underground arena, This deity did not emanate distortion and madness, but rather an overwhelming sense of depth and darkness. Bai Yujing was almost certain that this was the evil god Edward had mentioned the doll princess. She had once projected a trace of her presence in the illusion of Ninghai City in the past. This realization brought back a memory from years ago. The day he was returning home after chopping wood on the mountain, a sudden and inexplicable sense of dread surged in his heart. Now he understood that unease was likely because the doll princess had cast her gaze upon Ninghai City back then. Though angered by Anna's tragic fate, Bai Yujing did not lose sight of his primary goal: to uncover the identity of the evil god's follower. Just as Edward had sacrificed his own flesh and blood to draw the attention of the Lord of Flesh, the descent of the evil god must have a specific cause. He hoped to continue observing this scene to determine if someone had performed a particular act that attracted the doll princess. But at that moment, the world, frozen by the mysterious power, began to collapse. The distant sky disintegrated first, and the towering buildings of Ninghai City flickered in and out of existence before his eyes. This was not a simple destruction of the world. It was the disintegration of the entire reconstructed past. Before Bai Yujing could react, his consciousness seemed to sink into an endless abyss, only to rise continuously from its depths. Breaking through a final, thin barrier, he abruptly woke up. Opening his eyes, Bai Yujing appeared contemplative. The dream had collapsed at the moment Anna was burned alive and the doll princess descended, leading him to two hypotheses. Either Anna's death caused the dream to shatter, or the recreated world could not withstand the power of the evil god. If it was the first case, his earlier assumption that the illusion was primarily driven by Edward's memories would be invalid. Instead, the dream version of Ninghai City was centered around Anna. This would imply that if Anna's death could be prevented, the narrative might continue. Even if the second possibility was true, that the illusion inevitably crumbled under the evil god's power, Bai Yujing leaned more toward the first explanation. Throughout the dream, his perspective had consistently followed Anna. Furthermore, when Edward mentioned giving the ice heart bracelet to his sister Anna, even though it was all part of an act, Bai Yujing caught a fleeting glimpse of genuine emotion in Edward's eyes, which left him deep in thought. As her brother, Edward must have known the truth about his sister's death in the fire. As the true owner of the Bingshin bracelet, he was also aware that this artifact could transport someone's consciousness back to Ninghai City in the past. So, what was Edward's real motive for handing the bracelet over to him? Bai Yujing quickly abandoned such futile speculation. Whatever the truth might be, he no longer had the chance to uncover it. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the room and prompting him to squint his eyes. It was a rare sunny day, as the heavy snowstorm that had blanketed Ninghai City for over a month was finally beginning to subside. Perhaps due to the improved weather, the intensity of the search seemed even greater than in the past few days. Bai Yujing could sense not only ordinary martial artists outside, but also a few individuals with such powerful auras that he couldn't even gauge their levels. Martial sect experts? He doubted they were martial sovereigns, as, to his knowledge, the Ninghai City Martial Surveillance Bureau didn't have any officers at the martial sovereign rank. Only the heads of the three major families had reached the late martial sovereign stage. Without sufficient incentive, it was unlikely the Bureau could enlist their help. Even if his opponents were merely martial sect level, they were already formidable enough to pose a serious challenge for him in his current state. Though he had once defeated a latest-stage martial general level shadow, he wasn't certain about the extent of the disparity between himself and a martial sect expert. After all, just over a month ago, he had been a mid-stage martial disciple, a small-time practitioner who could have easily been killed by any grand martial master. Now, after just a month, he had advanced to the mid-stage martial general level, a feat he owed entirely to the divine sword. Bai Yujing held the divine sword in front of him and softly asked, "Divine sword, oh divine sword, how can I ever repay you?" Hearing this, Su Yin was slightly taken aback. If he could speak, he would have likely replied, "Kill more people. I want to see rivers of blood." Yet, he understood the situation well. Ninghai City was on high alert, and lying low was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. On the third night, Bai Yujing learned from the now cooperative Hao Shui the reason behind the intensifying Sirchao bounty of a lower-tier Earth-grade martial technique and 10 million Shuan. "Looks like I'm worth quite a lot," Bai Yujing muttered with narrowed eyes, deciding against relocating to another hiding spot. That night, as usual, he sat cross-legged in meditation, though his consciousness didn't return to that dreamlike realm. He retrieved a wooden box from his chest and gazed at the Bingshin bracelet, which emitted an eerie blue glow in the darkness. Deep in contemplation, Bai Yujing fell silent. Although Bai Yujing had a premonition during the day, when the dream world collapsed, everything was already destined. He held the long sword resting on his knees, letting the crimson glow of the blade flow quietly in the silent night. This sword, which had accompanied him for an entire year, had now become his only companion in this world. Gently stroking the cold blade, his gaze wandered. His mother, his younger sister Yuling, and Uncle Chun, who had cared for him deeply all those close to him had left. Only this sword remained, bearing witness to his solitude. Why was it me who survived? Bai Yujing murmured, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. On countless sleepless nights, he had thought about ending it all and joining them. But the weight of vengeance on his shoulders was too heavy. He couldn't die quietly like a coward. So he trained relentlessly, practicing his swordsmanship without rest, seeking the power for revenge through bloodshed. Just 2 days ago, he finally struck down the shadowy figure who had killed his mother and sister. The thrill of that moment still lingered vividly in his mind. Suyin listened quietly to his confessions, watching the ominous energy surging within the demonic sword technique. A faint sense of guilt stirred in his heart. Perhaps Bai Yujing's tragedy was, in some way, partially connected to him. The shadow wasn't acting alone, Bai Yujing continued, his tone growing more urgent. That servant of the evil god must still be hiding in Ninghai City. But my time is running out. His voice carried a hint of despair. The more I kill, the higher my martial arts realm becomes, but the harder it gets to suppress the murderous intent within me. Those maddening thoughts keep surfacing, driving me to harm the innocent. He raised his sword, staring at the flickering red glow on its blade. At most, I have a month, maybe only half a month, before the murderous intent completely consumes me, turning me into a demon who knows nothing but slaughter. Before that happens, I want to ask you for one last favor. Take me back to that dream of Ninghai City in the past, so I can uncover the true identity of the servant of the evil god. And he paused. Save a girl who resembles my sister Yuling. Hearing this, Suyin couldn't help but furrow his brows. Enter the dream of the past? Save someone? These words left him completely puzzled. At that moment, Bai Yujing extended his left hand and touched the floating, faintly glowing icy blue bracelet before him. Instantly, the bracelet turned blood red. At the same time, a familiar sensation surged through Su Yin's heart. As his consciousness sank deeper, it felt as though he had experienced the passing of an eternity. When Bai Yujing opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the moment Anna sneaked out of the house. This time, he was no longer a mere observer, was truly present in the scene. His right hand still gripped the divine sword, and to his astonishment, his body brimmed with the vigor of a martial lord and an abundance of true energy in his dantian. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Bai Yujing followed Anna with his sword in hand. Since this dream version of Ninghai City revolved around Anna, he reasoned that if he could prevent her tragic fate of being burned alive, the storyline following the descent of the cursed doll princess might continue, allowing him to uncover the true identity of the evil god's follower. Relying on the memories of the earlier dream, Bai Yujing preemptively sought out the old woman at the scrapyard. With the tip of his sword resting lightly against her neck, he forced her to agree to buy bottles from Anna for 100 xia yuan. When the grimy Anna arrived, the old woman stiffly forced a smile and completed the transaction. Elated by her unexpected windfall, Anna immediately went to a shop and purchased a beautifully crafted birthday gift for her brother. However, on her way home, a sinister man attempted to harm her. Bai Yujing appeared just in time. His sword flashed, and the man's head flew into the air. In an instant, Bai Yujing executed shattered fong and rending wind thunder, reducing the corpse to ashes. As he watched Anna safely return to the thatched hut, Bai Yujing finally let out a sigh of relief. But without warning, a sudden change occurred. The hut was engulfed in roaring flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky as firelight illuminated the night. In the next moment, the cursed doll princess descended, and the world froze once more. Bai Yujing fell silent. He had eliminated the threat, so why had the outcome remained unchanged? Just then, a faint voice echoed. These are events that have already happened. What meaning is there in altering the past here? Hearing this, the corner of Su Yin's mouth twitched. He finally understood why the sensation felt so familiar. This was unmistakably the illusory dreamscape of Eden. Silently gazing at the world before him, as if someone had pressed the pause button on reality, Bai Yujing turned towards the direction of the voice, his expression complex. That haunting voice shattered all his previous assumptions about the identity of the heretic god's follower and, at the same time, revealed the true reason Edward had concealed his identity. You're the follower of that heretic god's puppet princess, aren't you, Anna? Not far in front of him, tiny points of pure white light began to gather, outlining a humanoid figure. Soon, a girl with golden hair, cascading to her waist, materialized before him. She wore a pristine white princess dress, a far cry from the tattered burlap clothes of his memories, looking every bit like a princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale. Bai Yujing's hand slowly rested on the hilt of his magical sword. As long as Anna admitted her identity, he was ready to draw his blade. Even at the cost of his life, he would end everything here and now. However, Anna did not respond directly. She lifted her emerald eyes, gazing at the thatched cottage frozen in time not far away. Roaring flames devoured the simple structure, thick smoke darkened the sky, and the fire's glow reflected in her eyes, eerily calm to the point of lifelessness. Before I answer that question, may I tell you a story first? A story about a pair of unfortunate siblings. Her tone was flat, as though recounting a tale unrelated to herself. Bai Yujing's fingers brushed the sword hilt repeatedly before finally letting go. In this dreamlike reenactment of the past, he had already witnessed much of what had happened to Anna. His instincts told him there was more to this than met the eye. Anna began her tale, her gaze seeming to pierce through time, returning to that pivotal moment of fate. Anna, I'm heading out. They'll probably be back tonight, a young Edward said, standing at the doorway of the thatched cottage. He gently patted his sister's head and reminded her, there are bad people out there. Stay home and don't go anywhere, okay? Anna knows. Anna will stay home and wait for brother to come back. Little Anna obediently replied with a nod. Seeing his well-behaved sister, Edward felt a small sense of relief. They had lost their parents at a young age and had relied on each other ever since, enduring constant discrimination due to their unusual hair color. Edward often told Anna stories of princes and princesses from fairy tales. Today was Anna's birthday, and he had decided to work at a construction site in Ninghai City to earn enough money to buy her a glass princess crown as a surprise. Not long after Edward left, Anna slipped quietly out of the house. She recounted the story to Bai Yujing with an eerie calmness, as though she were talking about someone else entirely. But Bai Yujing knew deep down that the Anna in the story was none other than the girl sitting before him. That day had been her brother's birthday, and Anna wanted to prepare a gift for him. However, the little money she had earned from collecting bottles wasn't even enough to buy a bottle of water. She sat curled up by the roadside, resting her chin on her hands, watching hurried passers-by walk by without a single glance in her direction. Though a bit disheartened, she didn't blame them. On her way home, Anna thought about picking a small flower by the roadside as a gift. But just as her hand reached out, she hesitated and pulled back, afraid of causing the flower pain. Empty-handed, she returned home only to be confronted by a strange man who suddenly appeared and shoved her roughly onto the bed. Terrified, Anna instinctively bit him. Before long, she found herself tied to a wooden bed frame. As flames began to rise around her, she caught a glimpse of the man's retreating figure. She stared at the doorway with desperate hope, like a princess in a fairy tale waiting for a prince to rescue her. But no prince arrived. The fire consumed everything, and searing pain enveloped her body. In her final moments, the prince she had longed for did not appear. At the very end, she saw her brother rushing into the flames. In the fleeting moments before her death, for the first time, her pure heart gave way to resentment toward the world. Why did living have to be so unbearably painful? And then, in that instant, time froze. Two dark gods, the doll princess and Eden, took notice of her simultaneously. The doll princess took away her resentment, while everything else was submerged into Eden's dreamlike illusion. After her death, her brother descended into madness. His obsession with resurrecting his sister drew the attention of the Lord of Flesh, and he ultimately became one of its followers. After finishing her story, Anna turned to face Bai Yujing, her eyes hollow and lifeless. How can I know you're telling the truth? Bai Yujing asked hesitantly. This is just your side of the story. There's no need for proof, Anna replied, her gaze fixed on the crumbling city in the distance. Becoming an acolyte means offering everything to the dark gods. Being abandoned means losing everything. I can feel that Eden is no longer watching me. This dream is falling apart. I will sink into oblivion along with it. You need to leave now. I don't know how you got here, but if you don't go soon, you might not be able to escape. How can I save you? Bai Yujing asked, frowning. A flicker of light danced in Anna's eyes, but it quickly faded. She shook her head. You can't save me. Why not? My body isn't here. It's trapped in a deeper layer of the dream. This illusion is made up of 3 layers, and this is only the outermost one. This dreamscape has 3 layers? Bai Yujing gazed at the flickering edges of the distant city and asked. That's right, Anna explained earnestly. In the outermost layer of the dream, I am caught in an endless cycle of death. Although the process varies, the outcome is always the same. I am consumed by flames. The second layer of the dream is the happiest. In it, I live harmoniously with my loving brother, father, and mother as a family. With a wave of Anna's hand, 2 doors radiating white light appeared before Bai Yujing. Behind the first door, flames roared into the sky, revealing Anna and a thatched house engulfed in fire. Behind the second door, Anna walked hand in hand with her family, their faces glowing with joy. But to save me and escape, you must enter the third layer of the dream, the true dream. There, you will face the harshest reality, Anna said with a faint, bitter smile as a third glowing door materialized. Beyond it lay an endless expanse of pure white void. The entrance to the third layer of the dream was sealed back when I was still part of Eden's kin. When Bai Yujing reached out to touch the glowing door, an invisible barrier stopped him. Now that I've lost my status as part of Eden's kin, I can't open the third dream layer. The only way is to search for the entrance from within the outermost dream. But time is running out, Anna said softly, her gaze fixed on the encroaching light of annihilation. You won't know unless you try, Bai Yujing said, stepping back with a sharp glint in his eyes. Before Anna could finish saying, this barrier can't be broken by human strength, a crimson streak of sword light shattered the void, and the barrier broke apart. As Bai Yujing prepared to step through the glowing door, a small figure blocked his path, a girl with golden hair cascading to her waist, dressed in a white princess gown. Anna looked up at him, her eyes filled with complexity. Why are you so determined to save me? You could have chosen to leave on your own. Bai Yujing paused for a moment, then stepped around Anna toward the third glowing door. Maybe it's because you remind me of my little sister. Remember, you owe me one. Before Anna could finish saying, wait, Bai Yujing had already stepped through the glowing door, sword in hand. In an instant, the surrounding scenery dissolved as if rewinding through time. He found himself standing in an endless, pure white world. At the center stood a small, pure white coffin with a transparent lid. As he approached and peered through the clear lid, he fell silent. Is it a bit frightening? Behind Bai Yujing, Anna's voice softly echoed, let it end here. There was a hint of relief in her tone. Anna is not a fairy tale princess, so she doesn't need a fairy tale prince to save her. The moment the coffin is opened, the gaze of the evil god will follow. Even if it's just a fleeting glance from the river of time, it's not something humans can withstand. She gave a faint, bitter smile. You came here to find the kin of that cursed doll princess, didn't you? I've already told you who she is. There's no need for you to take such a huge risk just to save Anna. She paused. There's one more thing I haven't told you. As long as Anna, the core of this dreamscape, dies, her secondary consciousness will vanish as well. Didn't you ask why I wanted to save you? Bai Yujing interrupted her. With one hand gripping his sword and the other resting on the coffin, he slowly slid the lid open under Anna's shocked gaze. I just think that kind-hearted people shouldn't be treated so cruelly by this world. The moment the coffin lid fully opened, the once pristine, endless white sky was replaced by a vast, dazzling, and unfathomable starry expanse. It wasn't a sky Bai Yujing was familiar with, but one filled with boundless malice and chaos. The planets and stars seemed alive, as though they were peering at him. An overwhelming sense of dread descended, but unlike the bloodborne lord, the gaze of Eden lingered for only a fleeting moment before vanishing. Bai Yujing looked at the enchanted sword in his hand, lost in thought. Even Su Yin seemed momentarily stunned. The appearance of Eden had felt like a brief, almost courteous greeting before it departed. Anna stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Is it over? Am I free, Prince? Yes, you're free. Bai Yujing nodded in confirmation. Soon, the malevolent and mysterious starry sky dissipated, and the dreamscape began collapsing entirely. When Bai Yujing opened his eyes again, his consciousness had returned to the daylight of the real world. Before him, the ice heart bracelet hovered silently, no longer emitting its eerie blue glow. Suddenly, a delighted voice echoed in his mind. Prince, you're awake? Anna, Bai Yujing asked, startled, as the ice heart bracelet circled around his hand. He spoke to her in his thoughts. It's Anna, she replied, her voice filled with joy. Anna is just a remnant soul now, with nowhere else to go. Prince, you saved Anna. So Anna wants to repay you. Bai Yujing squinted slightly and asked in his mind. Can you sense where the kin of the doll princess is now? Tiny specks of pure white light coalesced into a small, palm-sized humanoid figure. Anna appeared before Bai Yujing, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a pristine white princess dress, complemented by a translucent crystal crown atop her head. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her slightly furrowed brows hinted at deep thought as she tilted her head. Bai Yujing glanced sideways at Hao Shuai and noticed he showed no reaction to Anna's appearance. Can't see Anna? Huh? Bai Yujing stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe the distance is too far, Anna murmured softly, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. There's another possibility she might be attached to someone. If that's the case, I'd need to be within a few meters of the prince to detect her. Bai Yujing's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Rescuing Anna had been an unplanned detour. Although he saw shades of Yuling in her, his actions weren't entirely out of sympathy. Helping others within his capacity was something he did instinctively, but he was no longer the naive coal seller who would selflessly assist others at any cost. Naturally, he wouldn't share these thoughts with Anna. As he looked at Anna's apologetic expression, Bai Yujing's gaze grew profound. Despite the mayor mobilizing the entire city to search, the target remained elusive. Alone, even with the knowledge that the enmity between the evil god's follower and Anna was key, finding the target amid the vast sea of people seemed nearly impossible. The wind, mentioned by the dark shadow, might refer to the Ninghai Feng family, or it could mean something else entirely. Bai Yujing turned his eyes toward the blood-red long sword, his expression contemplative. The sudden departure of the Flesh Lord during the underground meeting, combined with Anna's mention of the evil god Eden, suggested that this divine sword harbored many untold secrets. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Bai Yujing let out a soft sigh. "What's wrong, Your Highness? Did Anna's abilities disappoint you?" Seeing his sigh, Anna quickly flew in front of him, her face filled with concern. "No, it's not that. I just thought of something else," Bai Yujing replied calmly. Bai Yujing shook his head and turned to Anna beside him. "By the way, I've been wanting to ask you, why do you keep calling me Your Highness?" Anna clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head with an innocent smile lighting up her fair face. "Because that's how it always is in fairy tales, isn't it? When the princess is in danger, her prince will appear to rescue her." "Actually, I'm not really." Bai Yujing began to explain, but then waved it off. "Never mind, call me whatever you like. It makes you happy, and that's all that matters." He decided not to dwell on the title anymore. To him, a name was just a label, nothing more. "By the way, Anna," Bai Yujing said seriously, "do you know how the puppet princess controls ordinary civilians and martial artists below the level of Grandmaster?" This was a question that had been troubling him. The month-long blizzard in Ninghai City and the inexplicable mind control could both be potential reasons. But since Anna had once been under the gaze of two evil gods, she might know the truth. The reason he specifically mentioned below Grandmaster level was because, during the previous incidents of possession, he hadn't seen any high-level martial artists beyond Grandmaster lose control. The only exception was the Shadow Grandmaster he encountered a few days ago, but that person's mind seemed clear, entirely different from those who had been manipulated. Anna thought for a moment, her expression growing solemn. "I think it's through contamination." "Contamination? What do you mean by that?" "Well, how should I explain it?" Anna blinked. "Do you remember the overwhelming despair and darkness when the puppet princess descended upon the outermost layer of the dreamscape? That bottomless, endless sensation?" Bai Yujing gripped his magic sword tightly and nodded gravely. He vividly recalled the raging flames, the frozen flow of time, and the vast, boundless darkness that seemed ready to consume one's soul. "A person's soul is like a blank sheet of paper," Anna continued. "For those who are pure and kind, their souls are as white as snow. For those harboring dark intentions, their souls may be tainted with dust. That dust can be wiped away. But contamination." Her expression grew even more serious. "Contamination is like a drop of ink on the paper. Over time, even a single drop will spread, eventually staining the entire sheet black. It fundamentally alters the soul." "What happens when a soul is completely contaminated?" Bai Yujing asked, though he already had a grim sense of the answer. "It degenerates," Anna said hesitantly. "The person may look the same, but their original consciousness will be forever lost to the darkness. They'll lose their humanity and descend into madness. This process is irreversible." She paused for a moment. "And there's something even more terrifying. It's possible for an entirely new and deeply malevolent consciousness to emerge from the darkness, completely replacing the original one." Anna herself was not the one who became a follower of the puppet princess, and her understanding of the power was only superficial. Cautiously explaining, her initially confident tone gradually turned hesitant. "I think that power might accelerate the descent of the corrupted into darkness, or temporarily manipulate those who are deeply polluted." She raised her eyes to Bai Yujing, her voice tinged with probing curiosity. "Your Highness, are you asking because something happened?" Bai Yujing didn't stop wiping his sword, his tone calm and detached. "My sister and mother were killed by that heretic god's follower." "What?" Anna's head dropped abruptly at his words, her blue eyes welling with tears. I'm sorry. In the end, you're a victim too," Bai Yujing said, lifting the now-polished sword and gazing at his reflection in the blade. "You were just unlucky to be chosen by the heretic god. If it wasn't you, the puppet princess would have picked someone else. Over the past month, that follower has been using their power to spread fear, manipulating many warriors in Ninghai City to commit murders. It seems they aim to sow the seeds of corruption by spreading the terror of darkness." Inside the cursed sword, Su Yin had been listening intently to the conversation. He recalled what he had seen earlier when using the sword spirit technique, eye in the shadowed vision. The souls of those people were tainted with varying degrees of blackness. Especially Wu Zun Wu Yunk, whose soul was entrenched with a writhing, malevolent black aura like a living creature. However, to Su Yin, whether someone was corrupted or not didn't matter much. After all, the blood and demonic energy from those fallen individuals, Bai Yujing executed weekly, were feeding the cursed sword. As long as they retained a human form and hadn't mutated into something else, that was good enough for him. What intrigued Su Yin more was Anna's ability to communicate with minds. He eagerly watched her, hoping she might notice his presence. But Anna showed no reaction at all. and Suin resigned himself to the reality of being ignorita, feeling he had long grown accustomed to. Soon, though, a piece of good news brightened his mood. When he checked the Cursed Sword's status panel, he saw that the progression bar for advancement was nearly full. It was the result of Bai Yujing's ruthless massacre in the northern district that night. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Suin recalled the changes the Cursed Sword underwent the last time it advanced from a pitch-black longsword to a blood-red blade surrounded by an aura of blood energy. It had also unlocked several powerful sword techniques, including the core skill Blood Rain Baptiza and the conceptual level skill Final Strike. Although he had yet to encounter an opponent who could survive the Cursed Sword's onslaught, making Final Strike seem somewhat redundant, it didn't diminish its status as a divine skill in the slightest. Suin said thoughtfully, when Bai Yujing used the demon sword to unleash Bilua Huangquan and severed Edward's invisible hands completely. Edward mentioned they couldn't be restored. It seems that the ultimate strike also works on the power of the evil gods. As he spoke, he made a gesture of stroking his chin. I wonder if there will be any new changes after this advancement. Anna, can you tell who has been corrupted and who hasn't? Of course, Your Highness, Anna said earnestly, patting her flat chest. For example, that person over there hasn't been corrupted. Hearing this, Bai Yujing looked in Hao Shuai's direction with surprise. Hao Shuai, who was engrossed in typing, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Next, I need to head out to assess the pollution in this area and investigate any signs of the evil god's followers near the Feng family's base. Anna wants to go too. Anna raised her hand eagerly. Bai Yujing nodded in agreement and placed the ice heart bracelet on his free wrist. He walked to the back window, untied his headband, allowing his long hair to fall naturally, and tied a simple loop near the ends. Sacred sword, he said, raising the sword in his right hand to eye level. Can you transform back into that plain black longsword? I need to look into some matters, but after what happened in the northern district, I was caught on camera. The search parties outside recognize your current form. Change my appearance? No problem, Suin replied, using the demon sword technique, Heavenly Destiny's supreme weapon, to shift the sword's form from its crimson, blood-tinged state to a simple, jet-black appearance. Instead of using true energy to soar through the air, Bai Yujing utilized the second layer of the wind and thunder source technique, the wind spirit ability, to silently leap out of the back window. After circling the back alleys twice to ensure no one was around and there were no surveillance cameras, he suppressed his blood energy, hung the black sword at his waist, and casually walked onto the street. The results of half an hour's investigation left him heavy-hearted. The city where he had grown up, a place he considered half a home, was now vastly different. Although the streets looked almost the same as usual apart from the martial law, Anna's detection revealed that the majority of the passers-by's souls had been tainted, with corruption levels ranging from 20 to 50. This meant they were all inevitably teetering on the edge of darkness. Clenching the long sword in his hand, Bai Yujing felt a wave of uncertainty. Under the concealment of the wind spirit, he unknowingly arrived near the Feng family's main residence. The area was heavily guarded, with ambushes lurking in the shadows, and there was even a presence stronger than his own concealed nearby. He silently recorded all these details before turning to leave. After all, it was still daytime, and the moon shadow's stealth abilities were limited. With only the wind spirit's power, he wasn't confident he could infiltrate without alerting anyone. After leaving the main Feng family residence, Bai Yujing headed straight to the branch family compound in the southern district. Compared to the heavily guarded main estate, the defenses here were noticeably weaker. Aside from a few scattered patrolling martial artists, the strongest presence was an elderly man nearing 100 years old, a half-step martial grandmaster with graying hair and beard. Judging by his condition, it seemed unlikely he could progress any further in cultivation. Bai Yujing easily infiltrated the compound, but found nothing of real significance. Even Anna confirmed that there was no trace of the aura of a heretic god's follower. This prompted him to decide to revisit the main Feng family residence under the cover of night. It was highly likely that the powers he sensed during the day were merely a facade meant to deter outsiders. As one of the millennium-old families standing on par with, and perhaps even surpassing, the Ling and Yun families, the Feng family certainly couldn't be as weak as they appeared. As the sun set, the streets of Ninghai City grew increasingly quiet. Shops closed earlier than usual, and even nightlife venues like Shengshi Entertainment and Golden Dragon Club shut their doors uncharacteristically early. Street vendors packed up their stalls much faster than usual, as if fearing that malevolent spirits might emerge after dark. This eerie atmosphere stemmed from a series of incidents over the past few days. Although Martial Monitoring Bureau's special investigator, Martial Sovereign Wu Yunk, had publicly executed the mysterious heretic god follower, a female monk, the subsequent wave of possession incidents across various districts proved that the true threat had not been eradicated. Starting with a bus driver in the western district who ran over pedestrians, dozens of possession-related murders occurred in just a few days. This series of events finally made the previously skeptical citizens realize the gravity of the situation even as they were still processing the mayor's bounty on Bai Yujing. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, cautiously eyeing everyone around them, fearing an encounter with a berserk martial artist or a possessed individual. Many had begun planning to temporarily leave Ninghai City, while some martial artists drawn by the bounty quietly withdrew from the search teams after learning about the recent disappearances of over 10 martial lords and even a martial grandmaster. After all, when faced with heretic god followers capable of threatening martial grandmasters, their own strength likely wouldn't even grant them a chance to escape. As the night deepened, the full moon rose high above the western pavilion. In an apartment on the third floor of a residential building in the northern district, Hao Shuai was intently staring at his computer screen. He had just opened a social media site, ready to check the 99 notification icon in the top right corner. These past few days had been nerve-wracking for him, and even his favorite pastime of online banter no longer held any appeal. After clicking the notification icon, all he saw was a spinning loading circle. The internet was unusually slow today, and Hao Shuai irritably tapped his mouse. Earlier that morning, he had finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief when that terrifying man, Bai Yujing, left. But now, even the chance to vent his frustration was being denied. At that moment, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew open the back window, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. The familiar sight made Hao Shuai freeze on the spot. Before he could react, he heard the chilling voice behind him. Bai Yujing had returned later than expected due to an unexpected encounter on the way. While passing through a dark alley, a sinister old man had appeared out of nowhere to block his path. This foolish individual had mistaken Bai Yujing for an ordinary woman and attempted to assault him. Before the lecherous man could even react, a swift strike from Bai Yujing's thunder sword ended him. To Bai Yujing's surprise, the audacious man turned out to be a Wujin-level fighter, and they had unexpectedly gained a boost in vital energy from the encounter. The information I asked you to look into about the Ninghai Feng family, do you have any results? Bai Yujing's question snapped Hao Shuai out of his near panic. Looking at the bewildered expression on this man, whose name he hadn't even bothered to ask, Bai Yujing frowned slightly. Didn't you claim to be a C programming expert? Initially, Bai Yujing had planned to investigate the Feng family's main residence directly. However, recalling his earlier request for this man to gather intelligence, he decided to inquire first. After all, the main residence had more people than the branch families, which meant it would take more time and pose greater risks without a clear target. Besides, Anna's perception range was limited to just a few meters, requiring a thorough search. Seeing Bai Yujing frown, Hao Shuai suddenly remembered the matter and silently thanked his luck that the man wasn't here to kill him. Master Bai, what do you want to know? He asked hurriedly. In the past month, has anyone in the Feng family exhibited a sudden and significant change in personality, behavior, or preferences? Bai Yujing recalled Anna's earlier mention of the possibility of possession. Hao Shuai thought for a moment. It should be Feng Xuedong, the youngest daughter of the Feng family head and his favorite, Feng Yuanjing's daughter? Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes, recalling rumors that Feng Yuanjing had used the Dust World Mountain and Sea Map to locate an evil god's follower. After days of investigation, Bai Yujing had already confirmed that the rumor was false. What else do you know? It is said that although Feng Yuanjing doted on his youngest daughter, Feng Xuedong, she had been frail and sickly since childhood, with an extreme fear of strangers, rarely stepping outside. To comfort his lonely daughter, Feng Yuanjing often had people deliver all kinds of adorable dolls to her. Before Hao Shuai could finish speaking, Bai Yujing suddenly showed a peculiar expression and interrupted him. Dolls? He repeated the word softly, his gaze turning meaningful. Why bring up dolls all of a sudden? Bai Yujing glanced at Hao Shuai thoughtfully. Never mind, go on. But Feng Xuedong didn't seem interested in those dolls. The servants often saw her staring blankly in her room. Then, about a month ago, she suddenly seemed like a completely different person. A different person? What exactly changed? She used to only wear white dresses and hats, but after that day, she suddenly switched to black gothic Lolita outfits and started wearing heavy smoky makeup. What's even stranger is that she now never leaves the house without holding a rabbit doll. Some people say that passing by her gives them a chilling sensation down their spine. Bai Yujing fell silent. Unable to hold back, Anna spoke up, Your Highness, this Feng Xuedong seems highly suspicious. It sounds like she might be possessed by something. She attempted to poke Bai Yujing's sleeve, but her fingers passed right through him. After multiple failed attempts, Anna pouted in frustration. Mr. Bai Yi, are you alright? Hao Shuai cautiously asked when Bai Yujing remained silent for a long time. Bai Yujing was deep in thought, pondering a critical question. Why was Feng Yuanjing protecting the true acolyte of an evil deity? If that acolyte was his own daughter, it would all make sense. In his mind, he marked Feng Xuedong as the primary target for investigation tonight. Do you have any other clues? No, that's all, Hao Shuai stammered, shaking his head repeatedly. He explained that these were just rumors he had come across online, as it was nearly impossible to uncover the hidden secrets of the great martial clans. He looked at Bai Yujing nervously, fearing he might be struck down at any moment. You've done well. This information is very useful to me, Bai Yujing said with a nod of approval. Hao Shuai was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Mr. Bai, does this mean I won't die? When did I ever say I was going to kill you? Bai Yujing asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. That's great. Hao Shuai finally relaxed, but just as he did, he noticed Bai Yujing's expression suddenly harden. Bai Yujing's gaze shifted from confusion to suspicion, and then he abruptly turned his head, fixing Hao Shuai with a fierce glare. What's wrong, Lord Bai? Under the blood-red gaze of Bai Yujing, Hao Shuai involuntarily stepped back until his legs pressed against the edge of the desk. The murderous intent and aura of death emanating from those eyes made his knees buckle, and he collapsed to the ground. Please don't kill me. I swear I won't say a word. I won't report you to the Martial Supervisory Bureau. Before he could finish, Bai Yujing casually waved his arm. In an instant, Hao Shuai's head was severed from his body, tracing an arc through the air. Blood gushed from his neck, splattering across the computer screen. To this mid-level martial lord, Hao Shuai was nothing more than a defenseless lamb awaiting slaughter. As Bai Yujing turned and walked toward the window, Hao Shuai's severed head, still in midair, bore an expression of confusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The computer screen, delayed by the network, had just loaded a message. Breaking, exposing a twisted murderer's real identity name. Bai Yujing, family. Bai Yuling younger sister, mother. Hao Shuai. I heard that executioner's entire family was killed. Serves him right. Who laughs while killing people anyway? I suspected he was a cultist of some dark god before, but now it turns out he's just trash smirk emoji. Wow, a prophet here. Someone predicted the dark god cultist's identity, so early smirk emoji. This guy is the real deal, a true legend. If I were Bai Yujing, I'd definitely take out the prophet first. 1. When Hao Shuai's head hit the ground, his face was frozen in an expression of deep regret. How disgraceful. How dare they slander His Highness like this? Anna's voice rang out angrily from within the ice heart bracelet. Bai Yujing, carrying the cursed sword on his back, moved swiftly through the moonlit shadows without a word, his killing intent boiling within him. I never imagined that the one who caused my family's tragic demise would be an ordinary person I had never even met, he said, stopping in the shadow of a wall. His expression remained stoic, but a crimson glint seeped into the corners of his eyes. Su Yin noticed the growing red hue in Bai Yujing's eyes and sighed inwardly. He glanced at the cursed sword skill interface, where the only available aura type skill stood out, a skill that could enhance the wielder's 6 core attributes, particularly rationality. Unfortunately, it had only a single point and couldn't be strengthened with demonic energy. If it could evolve, perhaps it could buy Bai Yujing more time. Your Highness, what's happening to you? Anna had also sensed the change. At this moment, a chilling blood-red aura surrounded Bai Yujing, an oppressive presence that could make anyone tremble in fear. Amid the darkness, the ice heart bracelet on Bai Yujing's wrist emitted a serene, tranquil, and gentle glow. Although the ice heart bracelet was a grade higher than the demon sword, it still took Anna quite some time to barely suppress the blood-red aura of malice. Through her efforts, the madness in Bai Yujing's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a trace of clarity. Thank you, he murmured softly. Anna revealed her figure, looking at him with concern. What happened to you just now, Your Highness? You suddenly became so terrifying. Are you afraid of me? Bai Yujing turned to look at her. Anna is not afraid of Your Highness, just a little worried, she said, shaking her head firmly. I'm fine, no need to worry, Bai Yujing replied quietly, his gaze flickering for a moment. At this point, agonizing over right and wrong was meaningless. All he wanted now was to find the true culprit behind everything and use their blood to avenge the overwhelming hatred weighing on him. After a brief pause, Bai Yujing faded back into the shadow-stepping state of the moonlit shadow, his figure gradually vanishing into the night. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind howled. In the northern district, the Feng clan's main residence was heavily guarded. As one of Ninghai City's 3 great martial families, the Feng clan had taken stringent measures following the recent string of bizarre and sinister incidents. Feng Yuanzheng, the clan leader, had gathered the clan's martial prodigies and master craftsmen at this location, including many talented members from branch families. This foresight had allowed the Feng clan to endure the month-long wave of eerie occurrences with minimal losses, preserving the core of their strength. Similarly, the other 2 martial families, the Yun and Ling clans, had adopted comparable measures to safeguard their legacies. Late into the night, the residence remained brightly lit. Teams of martial artists patrolled the grounds, accompanied by ferocious hounds raised from birth. Hidden in the shadows were countless other skilled experts, lying in wait. Using the reconnaissance he had conducted during the day, Bai Yujing skillfully slipped into the shadows of the residence. Gazing at the layers of defenses, he narrowed his eyes. With his mid-stage martial lord strength, Even a martial sovereign wouldn't confidently claim they could break through unscathed. However, tonight, he wasn't here for a massacre. He knew he couldn't yet contend with someone like Feng Yuanjing, a latest-stage martial grandmaster. His goal was simply to determine whether Feng Shuedong was truly the one marked by the evil deity. If not, he could leave quietly. But if his suspicion proved correct, he already had a plan in mind. Tonight, he would take revenge with his own hands. Bai Yujing gripped the enchanted sword tightly, a faint crimson gleam flashing in his eyes. His gaze locked onto an incongruous, ancient-style building within the Feng family compound. It was the residence of the Feng family's young lady. This information hadn't been hard to uncover. On his way here, he had captured a few petty thugs who were planning to assault passers-by. A little intimidation had been enough to extract the answers he needed. Those blood-killable ruffians had then fallen to his blade, but to Bai Yujing, who was already at the midstage of the martial lord realm, their meager blood-ki boost was insignificant. To break through to a higher level, he needed to vanquish much stronger enemies. Your Highness, there's something unsettling about the aura in this place, Anna softly reminded him, pausing briefly before adding, and the souls of the people inside seem to be severely tainted, far worse than those outside. Is that so? Bai Yujing murmured, feeling the cold touch of the sword's hilt. His eyes glinted as he spoke. If we're discovered after sneaking in, then there's no need to hold back. These words made Su Yin, standing nearby, brighten with anticipation. The enchanted sword was just a few steps away from advancing to a mid-tier spiritual weapon, and the progress bar was nearly full. He could barely contain his excitement. After observing for a while, Bai Yujing seized the right moment. With a shadowy leap, he vaulted over the high walls and infiltrated the compound. However, his luck was poor. He landed directly in front of a couple hidden in the bushes. The pair stared at him, stunned. The woman was just about to scream when her head was already rolling. The man, paralyzed with terror, tried to flee without even pulling up his pants, but Bai Yujing's blade swiftly slit his throat. Bai Yujing's expression darkened, irritated by his misfortune. Before the patrols could arrive, he swiftly moved toward the ancient-style building. Fortunately, the rest of the way was clear, and he soon reached the second floor. Peering through the paper window, he saw a silver-haired girl standing by the window with her back to the door. She wore a Gothic Lolita dress. Your Highness, it's her. Anna's voice echoed in his mind. Bai Yujing instinctively tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. At that moment, the paper door suddenly slid open from both sides. The girl turned to face him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Don't you have something you'd like to say to me? She asked. Bai Yujing said nothing, raising his sword and charging directly at her. Your Highness, be careful. Anna's voice suddenly rang out, filled with urgency. Raging claw strike. A shadowy figure appeared soundlessly behind Bai Yujing like a ghost. Twin blades gleamed with a chilling light as they slashed toward his back at lightning speed. Despite Anna's warning, which allowed Bai Yujing to swiftly redirect his sword stance, the twin blades still managed to carve 3 sets of claw-like wounds across his back before the shadow retreated into the darkness. Blood gushed from the deep, bone-revealing injuries. Bai Yujing's heart sank. This attacker was no ordinary foe. He had only sensed a faint trace of killing intent when the blades were already upon him. If not for Anna's timely alert, this strike would have left him gravely injured. Flowing sword technique stillness counters motion. Bai Yujing reversed his grip on his enchanted sword, assuming a defensive reverse sword stance as his sharp gaze scanned every shadowy corner of the room. That brief exchange had already made it clear to him. This adversary was far stronger than the shadowy figure at the late Wu Jun stage he had faced before. I didn't expect you to dodge that. Impressive reflexes, the shadowy figure remarked, stepping into the open now that their position was exposed. Shielding Feng Shuedong behind him, the figure revealed himself a tall, lean man in black attire, appearing to be middle-aged. Each hand gripped a curved blade that emitted an eerie black glow. He licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with the predatory excitement of a hunter eyeing its prey. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the man, Bai Yujing realized this was likely a Wu Zong stage master. Logic urged him to make a tactical retreat, but with his enemy standing right before him, he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Slaughter sword intent blood flame slash. Bai Yujing's eyes turned bloodshot as an overwhelming killing intent surged from his body. A crimson sword energy, brimming with murderous intent, streaked toward Feng Shuedong. Sword intent? A flicker of surprise crossed the black-clad man's face, followed by a look of even greater excitement. I didn't expect a mere Wu Jun to have already grasped an intent that only Wu Zong cultivators can touch. Interesting. He crossed his twin blades in front of his chest. Blade intent chaotic wind. An incredibly sharp blade intent erupted from his body, unleashing countless indistinct black blade shadows that whipped up a violent gale. The black blade shadows collided heat with the crimson sword energy. With a deafening explosion, The black shadows sliced clean through the blood-colored energy. The dispersed sword energy swept past the man on either side, slashing the supporting pillars of the building diagonally. In the ensuing seconds, the two engaged in a brutal close-quarters battle. Bai Yujing was at a clear disadvantage, not only being one stage lower in cultivation but also facing an opponent whose earth-level techniques were only slightly inferior to his blood flame slash. As the fight dragged on, Bai Yujing accumulated more and more injuries, while the black-clad man remained composed and unscathed. The black blade shadows and crimson sword energy rampaged through the room, leaving it in ruins. With the support pillars severed and the shockwaves of their fierce battle, the trembling building could no longer withstand the strain. Boom! The small building trembled and began to collapse, with debris and rubble falling in all directions. The deafening noise instantly alarmed the entire Feng family compound, and more people rushed toward the scene. Just as the building was about to completely crumble, a figure shrouded in a blood-red aura shot out of a window at lightning speed. It was Bai Yujing. The searing pain from his wounds constantly reminded him of the danger he was in. He was no match for the black-clad martial master. If he couldn't escape quickly, tonight might very well be his end. On the scene, under Feng Shuedong's icy gaze, the once arrogant black-clad martial master now wore an expression of panic. He had been careless and had allowed his target to slip away. "Bring him back to me," Feng Shuedong ordered coldly, her voice devoid of emotion as she glanced at the man in black. "Understood." The black-clad martial master vanished instantly, pursuing Bai Yujing. After a brief moment of thought, Feng Shuedong added, "You all go as well." As her words fell, more than a dozen powerful figures suddenly appeared at her side. These martial experts, both men and women, were the very individuals who had disappeared in recent days while searching for Bai Yujing. "Yes, master," they responded in unison, then dispersed to join the hunt. Moments later, an elderly man with a refined appearance and a lean frame descended from the sky to Feng Shuedong's side. He was the Feng family's latest martial master elder, the only elder present at the compound tonight. He had been fast asleep but was jolted awake by the commotion. Upon seeing the collapse of the direct lineage's building, he was instantly alarmed. "Young miss, are you all right?" the elder asked anxiously. Clutching her rabbit plushie, Feng Shuedong feigned fright and replied, "I'm fine. It was Bai Yujing, a follower of the evil god, who came to assassinate me. The guards managed to fend him off, but he escaped." "Elder Feng, quickly, go after him." "What? Bai Yujing?" The refined elder's beard bristled in shock, and fury surged in his eyes. Crushing a jade talisman in his hand, he immediately set off in pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Yujing had already killed several patrolling martial artists during his escape, regaining some of his strength and healing his injuries in the process. However, as he prepared to use his wind spirit and moon spirit techniques to flee the Feng family's compound, a crimson barrier suddenly flared up, blocking his path. This brief delay was enough for the black-clad martial master and the dozen powerful pursuers to catch up and encircle him. From every direction, more patrol guards, experts, and shadow operatives converged on his location, leaving Bai Yujing with no way out. "Bai Yujing, did you really think you could escape?" The black-clad martial master sneered, his twin blades held at the ready. "Why wouldn't I?" Bai Yujing tightened his grip on the demon's sword in his right hand, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Within the demon's sword, Suyin sensed the rapidly approaching powerful auras and grew increasingly anxious. Their opponent's cultivation levels far surpassed Bai Yujing's. Should he pass on the ultimate mystical technique to him? This technique could elevate Bai Yujing from mid-stage martial lord directly to mid-stage martial sovereign, giving him the power to annihilate everyone present. But the inevitable cost of death made Suyin hesitate. Just then, Suyin noticed the sword's interface showing that the progress bar for its advancement had been filled thanks to the people Bai Yujing had killed moments earlier. "We have no choice but to gamble," Suyin thought. At that instant, the demon sword in Bai Yujing's hand erupted with a dazzling crimson light, standing out starkly against the dark night sky. The sudden burst of red light was dazzling, its intensity surpassing even the crimson barrier that enveloped the entire Feng family estate. It was as if a blazing midday sun had appeared, suspended in midair. Everyone present, the black-clad martial master, the dozen martial lords, the hastily assembled patrol teams, and the shadow guards, was forced to shut their eyes against the piercing radiance. Bai Yujing seized this fleeting opportunity and swiftly drew his longsword. A surge of murderous intent erupted within him, instantly condensing into a fiery blood slash aimed at the crimson barrier above. However, just as the blood-red sword energy was about to strike the barrier, ripples appeared in the air. The once formidable energy dissolved into nothingness, vanishing as if swallowed by a vast sea. "This is a heaven-grade barrier, the water veil canopy. Even I cannot break it, let alone a mere martial lord like you." An elderly voice echoed from afar, followed by the sound of rushing wind drawing closer. Bai Yujing halted his attack and turned toward the voice. The newcomer was an elderly man clad in flowing white robes, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly aura. His face was gaunt, framed by a long, snow-white beard. Hovering in midair, he stroked his beard with a calm, amused expression. The entire Ninghai city has been searching for you. And who would have thought you'd be hiding here in the Feng family estate? How clever, truly clever, the old man said with a chuckle. As his words settled, gasps erupted from the crowd. What? He's the heretic follower of the evil god, Bai Yujing? Tonight, he might very well die here. This thought flashed through Bai Yujing's mind, but it was immediately replaced by a cold and resolute determination in his eyes. If he were to die, he would drag Feng Shuedong, the wicked deity's acolyte responsible for destroying his family, down to hell with him. His pupils were quickly consumed by a blood-red aura of murderous intent, and his bloodshot eyes swept coldly over the crowd below. In an instant, a fierce and violent sword intent erupted from within him, as waves of crimson energy surged like a raging tide. Watch out, everyone, scatter and stay away from him. The refined elder's face turned pale as he sensed the terrifying killing intent. He shouted a warning to the others while swiftly darting toward the densest cluster of Feng family disciples. At almost the same moment, the black-robed martial master's eyes gleamed sharply. A piercing blade intent erupted from within him, and the black saber in his hands emitted a dark, menacing glow as his figure blurred into a shadowy streak. But Bai Yujing was faster. With a powerful push off the ground, his body shot upward like an arrow, his white robes billowing fiercely despite the still air. The surrounding elemental energy was drawn to him by the overwhelming sword intent, converging wildly into the blinding, sun-like brilliance of his demonic sword. The murderous light in his blood-red eyes burned brighter and fiercer, like an inferno. Sword intent of slaughter, heaven and hell. Bai Yujing's calm voice was as chilling as the whisper of death. He made no elaborate movements, just a simple motion of raising his sword. The crimson energy gathered on the demonic blade descended with the stroke, transforming into a massive crescent of killing intent, as if it sought to cleave the night sky in two. Wherever the crescent passed, even the fine particles in the air were split apart. Although the crowd had dispersed early at the elder's warning, the crescent sword light moved far faster than anyone had anticipated. Before their horrified eyes, heads flew into the air, and rivers of blood flowed freely. In the blink of an eye, the Feng family's stronghold became a field of corpses. Among the dozen or so martial lords, only a few Windoline martial lords managed to survive by sheer luck. One sword. A massacre. As the blood rain fell, its restorative power surged into Bai Yujing, fueling his cultivation to climb at an astonishing pace mid-stage martial lord, latest stage, and then to the verge of martial master. However, the overwhelming murderous aura consumed his sanity like a tidal wave, plunging him into a state of complete frenzy. At that moment, the black-robed martial master appeared behind Bai Yujing like a ghost, a cunning glint in his eyes. Blade domain, solitary edge strike. The black saber, infused with boundless energy, slashed directly toward Bai Yujing's back. There was no escape for Bai Yujing. Yet, he suddenly turned, his blood-red eyes locking onto his opponent's gaze as a sinister smile twisted his lips. A flash of crimson sword light streaked across the black-robed martial master's shoulder, even as the solitary edge strike landed heavily on Bai Yujing's chest. Using his physical body to forcibly endure the sword intent of the black-clad Wuzong, Bai Yujing's figure plummeted rapidly toward the ground. The ghastly wound on his chest, though appearing severe, began to heal swiftly under the powerful restorative force of his killing sword intent, leaving him practically unharmed. Meanwhile, high in the air, the black-clad Wuzong was gripped by an unprecedented terror. His left arm had been severed cleanly at the shoulder by Bai Yujing's lethal strike, and the searing pain from the stump was excruciating. What horrified him even more was that, despite using dark attribute true essence to seal the wound, the blood continued to gush uncontrollably. Trembling, the black-clad Wuzong retrieved a small white bottle, his long-cherished earth-grade healing elixir, the 1,000-year spirit milk. Carefully, he let a single drop of the milky liquid fall onto the wound, but the bleeding showed no signs of stopping. Panicked, he added 2 more drops, but the result was the same. In desperation, he poured the entire bottle over the wound. Yet the blood still flowed relentlessly. This overwhelming sense of helplessness surpassed even the moment his heart had been nearly ripped out. At the same time, Bai Yujing landed steadily on the ground, supported by the crimson true essence. The terrifying slash on his chest had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. At that very moment, a surge of immense vitality flooded into his body like a tidal wave. His Dantian's crimson true essence roiled violently, and the thunder and wind eyes within his heart and lungs, along with every cell in his body, greedily absorbed this newfound power. The barrier that had halted his progress at the half-step Wuzong level finally shattered. Bai Yujing exhaled a scorching breath, and in an instant, his aura surged, directly breaking through to the early Wuzong stage. This breathtaking sequence of events from being hunted to turning the tables and defeating the black-clad Wuzong folded in mere moments. For Bai Yujing, everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time the refined elder reacted, the scene before him had turned into a blood-soaked battlefield. Half of the Feng family members, along with several martial lords, had fallen under the blade, and the black-clad martial sovereign had been slain in an instant. Meanwhile, Bai Yujing's cultivation had surged from the mid-stage of the martial lord realm to the peak of the early-stage martial sovereign realm, completely reversing what had seemed to be a hopeless situation. You. The refined elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the carnage. He had clearly trapped Bai Yujing within the heaven-grade water veil barrier, yet the tide of battle had shifted in a mere moment. The crescent-shaped sword aura that swept across the field was devastatingly powerful, leaving him just enough time to shield the direct descendants of the Feng family. Staring at the sea of corpses, the gentle smile on the elder's face vanished, replaced by a towering fury. Any thoughts of capturing the heretic follower alive and claiming the martial association's bounty were long gone. Bai Yujing was simply too strange, breaking through 2 cultivation levels in such a short span, something the elder had never witnessed in his lifetime. I can't let you advance any further. The elder tore off his white robe, revealing a muscular physique brimming with vitality. As a martial artist specializing in body refinement, he had mastered the Feng family's top-tier technique, the heaven-grade Xuanwu True Art. This technique, derived from the mythical black tortoise, endowed its practitioners with immense strength and defensive capabilities. Though he held the upper hand in cultivation, the elder's gaze grew wary as he looked at Bai Yujing. Despite being a newly ascended martial sovereign, the latter's bizarre surge in power was deeply unsettling. At that moment, Bai Yujing was entirely consumed by the immense power he had absorbed. His consciousness was submerged in a blood-red haze, and nothing else registered in his vision. The refined elder struck without hesitation. With a single step, the ground beneath him caved in, leaving a massive crater. Relying solely on his physical strength, he closed the distance in an instant and delivered a powerful punch to Bai Yujing's abdomen. The force, combined with the 2-level gap in cultivation, sent Bai Yujing hurtling like a cannonball into the ruins of a collapsed building. Lying amidst the rubble, Bai Yujing coughed up large amounts of black blood, his body nearly shattered. Despite being unable to move, his hand remained tightly clenched around the searing demon sword. Suddenly, the blood energy swirling around the blade was absorbed into its core, and intricate crimson patterns emerged along its surface. 5 streaks of blood detached from the sword, forming an eerie eye symbol at the base of the hilt. In the next moment, a pure black flame engulfed Bai Yujing entirely. The elder stood outside the ruins, waiting silently. By all reasoning, that strike should have been fatal. Yet, sensing the faint but lingering aura beneath the debris, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. With a deafening explosion, the ruins erupted. Bai Yujing staggered to his feet, the crimson patterns on his sword glowing vividly against the night. His eyes, now pitch black, were utterly different from the blood-red pupils he had moments before. Although there had been a faint sense of unease earlier, the moment Bai Yujing staggered to his feet from the ruins, the refined elder was utterly stunned. Moments ago, he had delivered a lethal strike. With his physical strength and vitality far exceeding that of others in the same realm, even a later-stage martial master would struggle to withstand his full-force punch and remain standing. Just as he prepared to strike again, a strange sound reached his ears. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of a heartbeat echoed from within Bai Yujing, as if heralding the eruption of something terrifying. The refined elder locked eyes with the other man's pure black, emotionless gaze. He was about to make his move, but suddenly found himself frozen in place, as though bound by an invisible spell. An unprecedented aura of ferocity surged from Bai Yujing, an oppressive force as heavy as a mountain, suffocating those nearby. Everyone within the Feng family's estate who was still alive, whether family members, guards, servants, patrolling warriors, or hidden sentries, felt an overwhelming dread rising from the depths of their souls, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Feng Shuedong, wherever she might be, was not spared from this chilling sensation. The refined elder, being the closest to Bai Yujing, bore the brunt of this pressure. As a latest-stage martial master and a grandmaster of martial arts, he found himself gripped by fear toward an opponent 2 minor realms below him. He couldn't even muster the courage to meet Bai Yujing's gaze, as if those black eyes concealed a bottomless abyss. This is impossible. He's clearly gravely injured, must be bluffing, the elder kept reminding himself, but the shock in his eyes was impossible to hide. Anxiously, he cried out in his heart, "Where are the other elders? Why am I the only one here tonight? Where has the family head gone?" At that moment, the hilt of Bai Yujing's sword, etched with crimson patterns, began to emit a faint red glow, as if an eye of a malevolent god had come to life. In his pitch-black eyes, a blood-red vertical pupil slowly opened. Instantly, a ferocious and unrestrained aura swept through the entire Feng family estate like an unstoppable tide. The eerie scene left everyone holding their breath. Panic-stricken shouts erupted one after another. What is this terrifying aura? Now I truly believe he's a follower of an evil god. Great Elder, activate the Water Veil Sky Screen. Quick, find the family head. Call for Wu Yunk from the Martial Surveillance Bureau to save us. Su Yin's entire body trembled, and an inexplicable urge to cry surged within him. He staggered to his feet, momentarily struggling to adapt to the sensation of having a body again. Just as the refined elder had predicted, Bai Yuking's body had indeed suffered severe damage from that punch. However, it had now been fully restored by Su Yin using demonic energy. This was neither possession nor reincarnation, but rather a temporary state of spiritual takeover. Su Yin had taken advantage of Bai Yuking's unconsciousness to temporarily borrow his body. In truth, Su Yin's essence was still bound to the demonic sword held in Bai Yuking's hand. This ability stemmed from a new skill acquired after the demonic sword ascended to the level of a mid-tier spiritual weapon. Chaotic demonic energy. This skill had two distinct effects. The first was reversal of control. When the sword's wielder lost consciousness, the demonic sword could take over control of the body. However, this state consumed demonic energy every second and could not replenish it by absorbing energy from defeated enemies. The second was demonic surge. During this period of control, all sword techniques could be used with enhanced power. When Su Yin first discovered this skill, he couldn't help but recall a trope from Battle Through the Heavens, often humorously referred to as Heaven-tier combat skill, spirit possession. Now, he had become the very spirit in question. Beyond this, the demonic sword's passive skill, Aura of Empowerment, had also been upgraded. The wielder's 6 core attributes now received a 2 boost instead of 1, including the rare and valuable sanity stat. After taking over the body, Su Yin could sense Bai Yuking's consciousness quietly slumbering deep within. Having absorbed an excess of impure energy in a short span of time, Bai Yuking had nearly succumbed to madness and now required time to recover. But this was no time for rest. There were pressing matters that needed to be dealt with first. As a master devouring demonic sword, the death of its wielder would ordinarily benefit Su Yin. Yet over the past year, Bai Yuking had helped him advance rapidly, earning his admiration. Besides, as a demonic sword, Su Yin had always acted on his whims, killing when he wanted to kill, saving when he wanted to save. After a brief moment to adjust, Su Yin had fully gained control over the body. He slightly tilted his right hand, holding the demonic sword at his side and marveling at the strange sensation of gripping himself. Narrowing his eyes, he studied the refined elder, who stood on high alert, and suddenly found the man surprisingly weak. A faint smile curved his lips as Su Yin spoke. How about we make a bet? The refined elder froze for a moment before responding. A bet on what? I'm betting on the lives of everyone here. Su Yin controlled Bai Yuking's body, his fierce vertical pupils coldly scanning every person present before finally locking onto the elderly man. We'll give you 20 seconds to open the water ripple sky screen and let me leave. For every second you delay, it'll kill one more person. He narrowed his eyes, a menacing aura enveloping the entire area like a tangible force. Su Yin recalled hearing the old man mention earlier that the so-called water ripple sky screen, a heaven-grade barrier, could absorb all attacks from martial artists below the Wuxian realm in a short time. Now inhabiting Bai Yuking's body, which was at the early Wu Zong realm, breaking through by force wasn't impossible, but it would consume a significant amount of demonic energy. For Su Yin, demonic energy was incredibly precious, would conserve it whenever possible. This threat caused the expressions of everyone in the Feng family's compound to drastically change. The refined old man's face also shifted, though inwardly he was filled with disdain. While the aura emanating from Bai Yuking was indeed intimidating, he didn't believe he would lose. After all, he had been entrenched in the late Wu Zong realm for years, and recently, he had even touched the threshold of the Wuxian realm. Given a few more years, he might well become the 4th Wuxian expert in Ninghai City. The more the old man thought about it, the more he was convinced that Bai Yuking was simply bluffing. If he truly had the power to slaughter everyone here, why bother negotiating? Having figured this out, the old man let out a cold snort and suddenly launched himself forward, aiming a sonic boom fist directly at Bai Yuking. Demonic energy surged, shadows flickered. Just as the old man thought his strike would land, he saw Bai Yuking's lips curl into a faint smile, and his fist passed through a phantom. A mirage? The old man gasped, looking up to find Bai Yuking still standing in his original spot, maintaining the same distance as before. Looks like negotiations have failed. Huh? Bai Yuking remarked with a hint of regret. In Su Yin's vertical pupils, everything around him seemed to freeze. The flow of energy in the heavens and earth, the dust particles in the air, the breeze brushing past all slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl. The speed the old man prided himself on was nothing more than a snail's pace in Su-Yin's eyes. Demonic energy surged again, Shadow Slash activated. Combining Shadow Step with Phantom Sword Dance, Su-Yin's figure vanished completely in the next instant. When he reappeared, he had teleported directly in front of the refined elder. A storm of sword shadows descended like a torrential downpour, and Su-Yin's speed was as swift as lightning, leaving the elder no time to react. With a muffled thud, the elder took a heavy sword strike to his chest, his entire body sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He tumbled uncontrollably, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom. The impact caused the ground to cave in, and countless cracks spread outward like a spiderweb, the tremor resonating far and wide. The refined elder lay in the crater, clutching his mangled chest as his internal energy churned violently. He spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his organs, his face ashen pale. It's over. Even the Grand Elder is no match for Bai Yujing. The surrounding onlookers turned pale with fear. Is he even human? The Grand Elder is at the late stage of martial sect. Are we all going to die here tonight? Su-Yin landed lightly, casting a sidelong glance at the gasping elder, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Oh, still alive? He decided to take this seriously. The tip of his demonic sword suddenly erupted with blazing black flames, which quickly spread along the crimson patterns on the blade, making it seem as though the entire sword had been set ablaze. Su-Yin leveled the flaming sword in front of him, locking onto his target in an instant. The elder felt the shadow of death envelop him and hastily shouted, "Wait, does the wager from earlier still stand? I'll open the barrier right now and let you go." Of course, Su-Yin replied with a faint smile, halting his movements. The elder secretly breathed a sigh of relief and produced a jade talisman, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. As the blood was absorbed by the talisman, the red barrier and watery sky-like dome that shrouded the Feng family's residence gradually dissipated. The barrier is open. Can you spare me now? The elder asked shakily. Of course. No sooner had Su-Yin finished speaking than a sword light engulfed in ominous black flames slashed across the elder's neck. His head flew high into the air, his face still carrying the joy of narrowly escaping death. In the next moment, the black flames consumed his body entirely. A surge of boundless vitality flooded into Su-Yin's body. This single strike not only propelled him past the early stage of the martial sect realm, but directly into the mid-stage. "I always keep my promises," Su-Yin said indifferently. "You were just 1 second too late." With the fall of the refined elder, the battle came to an end. The Feng family's residence, left in ruins, resembled the aftermath of a natural disaster. Su-Yin's figure flickered and disappeared into the night, leaving the stunned Feng family members standing motionless, too afraid to pursue. The next day, during daylight hours, a passerby was strolling through the streets of Ninghai City when he was caught off guard by the scene before him. Numerous, for sale, and for transfer, signs stood out prominently on the storefronts lining the streets. Martial arts schools and shops had shuttered their doors, and even the once bustling merchant guild's entrance was tightly closed. He eventually stopped in front of a small private eatery that was still open for business. He recognized this place. Just yesterday, it had been deserted due to food hygiene issues. Yet now, the interior was bustling with activity, packed with customers shoulder to shoulder. After ordering a few dishes, he managed to squeeze his way through the crowd, looking for a seat, when he overheard a conversation between two men. "Man, so many shops closed down again today. It's getting hard to even find a place to eat." "That's not all. I heard both the Wanda Guild and Wanbao Pavilion packed up and left overnight. They must have gotten wind of something in advance. Looks like Ninghai City is no longer a place to stay." This exchange shocked him. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he knew that the Wanda Guild and Wanbao Pavilion were major establishments specializing in resources for martial artists. For organizations of this scale to pull out overnight, something extraordinary must have happened the previous night. Balancing his tray, he sat down beside the two men and asked, "Brothers, did something happen last night?" The two men were quite forthcoming and immediately began explaining in detail. "You don't know? Last night, many people from the Feng family were killed. Blood flowed onto the streets, and it took the street cleaner over an hour to scrub the bloodstains off the road and walls." "The Feng family? You mean the Feng family, one of the 3 great martial arts clans?" he asked incredulously. "That's right. Even though the Feng family patriarch is a latest-stage Wu Xian realm martial artist, and they have several Wu Zong realm elders, they were no match for that ruthless heretic follower, Bai Yujing," one of them said in a hushed tone. "Word is, the Feng family patriarch wasn't at their residence at the time, and by the time he returned, the place was littered with corpses. Apparently, Bai Yujing was originally after the patriarch's daughter, Feng Shuedong. When the assassination attempt failed, he tried to escape but was trapped by a barrier, which led to the massacre," the other added. "Come to think of it, That female monk accused of being a heretic follower last time was also targeting Feng Shuedong when she got caught. Who knows what's so special about her that draws so much attention? Who can say? Maybe it's all a misunderstanding. One of them sighed, shaking his head. The Martial Supervision Bureau hasn't caught anyone after all these days. It looks hopeless. I'm planning to move to Jianglan City in a few days to find work. The waters run too deep in Ninghai City. I can hardly keep my footing. The entire city was shrouded in fear. News of the massacre at the Feng family residence the previous night spread like wildfire. From early morning street cleaners to nearby residents, the horrifying tale quickly circulated throughout Ninghai. The fact that even a martial arts family with a legacy spanning 1,000 years couldn't withstand Bai Yujing, a follower of the evil god, sent chills down everyone's spine. Major factions began to stir. Well-informed organizations like the Wanda Merchant Guild and Wanbao Pavilion had already evacuated in the early hours upon receiving the news. Citizens who had once placed their hopes in the Martial Oversight Bureau now found their confidence wavering. Even the mayor had prepared to flee at a moment's notice after all. In the face of life and death, political ambitions seemed trivial. Only the gray industries, such as the Shangshi Daxia Entertainment Center, Golden Dragon Association, underground casinos, and the Red Light District, continued operating as usual. It seemed they intended to profit opportunistically amidst the chaos. Within the Feng family's main residence, Feng Yuanjing walked heavily down the corridor. Along the way, servants, guards, and family members greeted him with respect, but the head of the household, in the late stage of the martial profound realm, bore a grim expression and ignored them entirely. Though nearly 80 years old, Feng Yuanjing's mastery of the seventh and final stage of the mid-ear heavenly level technique, the Xuanwu True Art, kept him looking as vigorous as a man in his prime, with thick black hair and a lean, sharp face. Yet now, his expression was so dark it seemed as if it might drip with gloom. Pushing open a door, Feng Yuanjing saw his daughter Feng Shuedong standing by the window with her back to him. Hearing his footsteps, the girl, dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit and with long silver hair, turned around. Her dark blue eyes met her father's with an unsettling calmness. A heavy silence settled between the two. "Father, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Feng Shuedong finally broke the quiet. Suppressing his fury, Feng Yuanjing spoke in a low tone. "That Bai Yujing who broke into our residence last night that killed nearly half of our people, including many family members. Are you aware of this?" "I am," Feng Shuedong replied, her voice still composed. "I heard he was initially coming for you." Feng Yuanjing's voice rose sharply. "Did you use that damned power of the evil god again? Last time, didn't you promise me you wouldn't use it anymore?" He looked at his wayward daughter, his expression growing ever more conflicted. Feng Yuanjing gazed intently at the woman before him, his daughter, both unfamiliar and yet heartbreakingly familiar. Over the past month, Ninghai City had been shrouded in fear, its people gripped by the ominous shadow of cultists devoted to an evil god. To his disbelief, the mastermind behind it all was none other than his cherished only daughter, Feng Shuedong. As the patriarch of the Feng family, now nearing 80, Feng Yuanjing had sired only sons from his previous marriages. The arrival of this precious daughter had been a long-awaited blessing. Though his responsibilities as head of the family often kept him from spending much time with her, he had spared no effort in showering her with material indulgence. So when rumors began to circulate that a mysterious female monk might be targeting his daughter, he acted without hesitation, activating the Feng family's inherited artifact, the fragmented worldly mountain and seas map. Though incomplete, the artifact still possessed formidable powers to trace cause and effect. Despite its limitations, it could only be used once a year, and required an immense amount of spiritual resources. Feng Yuanjing took the risk. He captured a person afflicted by the cult's corruption to use as a medium, and when the artifact revealed its findings, the truth left him in stunned silence. The shadowy cultist was none other than Feng Shuedong. When confronted with her father's questions and the undeniable evidence, coupled with Feng Yuanjing's imposing strength as a latest-stage Wuxian practitioner, Feng Shuedong calmly admitted her identity. The figure standing before him now was no longer the cheerful girl in a white dress he remembered. Instead, she had become a gothic-clad stranger. Torn between guilt and heartbreak, Feng Yuanjing began to question whether his neglect as a father had driven his daughter into the clutches of the evil god. Ultimately, after Feng Shuedong promised to cease using the god's powers and to avoid harming their kin, he made a fateful, conscience-wrenching decision: to conceal the truth. He knew this was only a temporary fix. The Martial Supervisory Bureau would inevitably uncover traces of the truth. After deliberating with Wu Yonk, they identified a scapegoat, the elusive female monk. Feng Shuedong somehow tracked her down, and with Wu Yonk's cooperation, they publicly executed her. Feng Yuanjing even altered the artifact's displayed results to lend credibility to their scheme. The matter should have ended there. But last night, as Feng Yuanjing visited Wu Yonk to discuss the emergence of new cultists, he received devastating news. Bai Yujing had stormed the Feng family estate, leaving carnage in his wake. When Feng Yuanjing rushed back to the family's stronghold, he was met with a scene of utter devastation and bloodshed. Confronting his daughter, he found Feng Shuedong unyieldingly silent. Her lack of response made him question his decision for the first time. What troubled him even more was the revelation that Bai Yujing had advanced to the midstage of the Wu Zong realm. After a moment of silence, Feng Shuedong spoke softly, her eyes flickering. But just last night, he was only at the midstage of the Wu Jun realm. What did you say? Feng Yuanjing's eyes widened in shock. That Bai Yujing broke through an entire major realm in one night? And we still let him escape? Feng Shuedong lowered her head, her fingers gently stroking the long ears of a rabbit plush toy, and replied quietly, yes. This news left Feng Yuanjing both astonished and unsettled. For the moment, he even set aside his anger over his daughter breaking their agreement and using the power of the evil deity again. A typical Wu Zong realm martial artist wasn't particularly alarming, but someone who could leap from midstage Wu Jun realm to midstage Wu Zong realm overnight was a different matter entirely. As a peak-level expert at the late stage of the Wu Xian realm, Feng Yuanjing naturally did not fear Bai Yujing. Even if the latter had advanced to the Wu Zong realm, it wouldn't pose a significant threat to him. However, the Feng family was not his Alanite involved countless members, both direct and collateral lines. Despite the heavy casualties last night, there were still over 1,000 people. Even the Grand Elder had fallen at Bai Yujing's hands. No one else could possibly stand a chance against him. If Bai Yujing were allowed to hide and cultivate further, once he reached the Wu Xian realm, even Feng Yuanjing might struggle to deal with him. How exactly did you provoke someone like this? Feng Yuanjing asked, looking at Feng Shuedong with a complex expression. Seeing his daughter remain silent, he sighed inwardly. That fateful decision, made against his conscience, had now brought such dire consequences. I'll find a way to resolve this, Feng Yuanjing said firmly. After giving Feng Shuedong one last glance, he turned and left the room. You've caused enough trouble. Stay in this room for the time being, his voice echoed from a distance. The room returned to silence. Feng Shuedong turned the rabbit plush toward herself and murmured, Bai Yujing actually managed to save Anna. That really surprised me. And you? Why is your luck always so good? It makes me so envious. Meanwhile, Bai Yujing woke up on a familiar bed. He opened his eyes to see the tea-colored ceiling and a hanging lamp above him. A wave of exhaustion coursed through his body as he raised a hand to rub his faintly aching forehead, struggling to recall what had happened. Looking around, he realized he was at home, the place Su Yin had brought him to. Ironically, after countless searches, it had become the safest hiding spot. Your Highness, you're finally awake. Anna's voice echoed in his mind. Anna kept talking to you yesterday, but it seemed like you couldn't hear me. Anna. Bai Yujing paused, trying hard to piece together the events of last night. All he could remember was that he had been on the verge of losing consciousness. At Bai Yujing's request, Anna gave a detailed account of the entire sequence of events, from the activation of the Heaven-tier barrier water ripple sky curtain to his departure from the Feng clan's grounds. Bai Yujing sat quietly on the edge of the bed, listening intently. His brows occasionally relaxed and furrowed, clearly trying to recall the events of the previous night. When Anna described how he had been struck into the ruins by the fist of the martial master elder, only to emerge as if transformed, overwhelming the refined elder with unparalleled strength and leaving the Feng clan with composure, Bai Yujing froze in surprise. His memory had completely blanked out after being hit by the black-clad martial master. After a moment of fruitless pondering, Bai Yujing lowered his gaze to the divine sword still tightly gripped in his hand. The fiery red patterns on the blade were now much more subdued, but he could feel that the power within it was even stronger. This sword had not only helped him regain clarity from the overwhelming killing intent, but had also enabled his successful escape from the Feng clan's grounds. Thinking of this, he gently ran his left hand along the blade and murmured, "Thank you." Huh. Anna tilted her head in confusion, instinctively scratching her hair. Sui knew that the words of thanks were directed at him. In truth, last night, he had originally planned to help Bai Yujing avenge himself before leaving. However, when he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching the Feng clan's grounds, he changed his mind. It was most likely Feng Yuan, the patriarch of the Feng clan, returning. Although his strength while in the state of demonic energy overflow was formidable, he couldn't endure a prolonged battle. After all, this state consumed demonic energy at an alarming rate, akin to how Ultraman could only sustain his transformation for 3 minutes. More importantly, Suyin believed Bai Yujing would want to avenge himself personally. Weighing his options, he chose to retreat. Using several large-scale shadow teleportations, he arrived at Bai Yujing's old residencia secluded courtyard. Once he confirmed there was no one around, he deactivated the demonic energy overflow state, which had been continuously draining his energy. Now, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged, meditating and feeling the surging vitality within him. Midstage martial master realm, this was a level he had never dared to dream of reaching. Clenching his fists, He marveled at the river-like flow of power coursing through him, his heart filled with complex emotions. Without the divine sword's assistance, he might have silently perished in this tumultuous ordeal. Bai Yujing gazed out of the window, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The strength he now possessed to uncover the truth was all thanks to the divine sword. Yet, he feared he would never have the chance to repay this debt. Even so, he was determined to dedicate his final moments to the sword. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze flickered uncertainly. While Bai Yujing quietly meditated in a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city, an unusual meeting was taking place in a conference room in Ninghai City. Although the mayor sat at the head of the table, his presence was clearly overshadowed by the other 4 individuals in the room. Mayor, what urgent matter prompted you to summon us 3 old fellows and a special investigator from the Martial Supervision Bureau all at once? Asked Ling Yishan, a tall, slender elder with silver hair and a youthful complexion, smiling faintly. The mayor quickly poured tea for Ling Yishan. Please be patient, Master Ling. We are still waiting for one more person. You're too kind, Mayor, Ling Yishan said, taking a small sip of tea. Seated 2 spots away, an elder with a sharp, hawk-like nose and a somber expression, Yun Tianqing, suddenly spoke up. His tone was laced with mockery as he glanced at Feng Yuanzheng, who had been silent across the table. I heard that the Feng family was caught completely off guard by Yujing last night, and that he managed to escape unscathed. Is that true, Master Feng? Feng Yuanzheng shot Yun Tianqing a cold glare. After his conversation with his daughter Feng Shuedong, he had planned to consult with Wu Yonk, but the mayor's invitation had taken precedence. Although the mayor was soon to step down due to his failure to apprehend the mastermind behind recent events, Feng Yuanjing felt obliged to show him respect. However, encountering the detestable Yun Tianqing upon arrival left him in no mood for pleasantries. A minor figure? Feng Yuanjing sneered. Someone who advanced from mid-level martial lord to mid-level martial sovereign overnight, do you truly consider such a person a minor figure? Martial lord isn't a big deal? Yun Tianqing laughed loudly. Perhaps your Feng family's Xuanwu True technique should be renamed the Turtle True technique instead? Bang! Feng Yuanjing slammed his teacup heavily onto the table, his anger flaring. Sitting silently nearby, Wu Yonk remained expressionless, his black trench coat and magician's hat concealing his features. Just as the tension in the room reached its peak, a figure in a black military uniform appeared soundlessly at the doorway. As the figure in the black military uniform appeared silently, Wu Yonk, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slightly raised his head, squinting toward the doorway. The 3 heads of martial arts families Feng Yuanjing, Yun Tian, and Ling Yishan, who had been on the verge of conflict, with Ling Yishan acting as a mediator, also turned their gazes toward the entrance. A man stood in the doorway, dressed in a black military uniform with a flowing hem. His sleek black hair fell neatly, and a slender golden longsword hung at his waist. His dark golden eyes exuded an aura of authority, and even while standing silently, he radiated an imposing presence. At his feet crouched a peculiar small beast, its head resembling a wolf, with fox-like ears, a single horn on its forehead, and a sleek black body with snow-white paws. The little creature curiously observed the people in the room. The 3 family heads, all in the late stages of the martial profound realm, were inwardly shaken. Despite the man standing right before them, they could not sense his presence at all. Considering their level of cultivation, they were regarded as formidable figures even in top-tier cities like Jingshi or Maching, where martial saints and even supreme martial saints resided. Yet, the appearance of this man in black completely surpassed their perception. The mayor wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed everyone's gazes fixed on the doorway. Quickly putting on a smile, he jogged forward to greet the newcomer. Allow me to introduce him to everyone. This is. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 chairs beside the conference table slid open as if by an unseen hand. The man in black and the small beast were already seated. The man's gaze fell on Wu Yonk, whose brows furrowed slightly in response. In a calm tone, he said, "Won't you stand and welcome me, Wu Yonk?" Wu Yonk met his gaze without flinching, his tone carrying a subtle undertone. "Why are you here?" The mayor, left standing awkwardly at the door, didn't seem to mind and continued with his introduction. "This is a commanding officer sent from Shanha province. He's a martial sovereign from the military, and he..." Ying. The little beast with the wolf head and fox ears suddenly extended one snow-white paw, giving a light tap on the table leg. The mayor noticed the voice and quickly added, "This is the March beast, a 5th-rank ferocious beast." He briefly explained, ferocious beasts naturally have physical attributes far superior to humans. Therefore, their rank classification doesn't consider the Qi and blood realm. A 1st-rank ferocious beast corresponds to a human martial apprentice, while a 5th-rank ferocious beast is equivalent to the martial master realm. This explanation caught the attention of the 3 family heads present. That seemingly inconspicuous little beast, which resembled a mix of different animals, possessed such formidable strength? Sensing the attention, the March beast immediately stood upright on the chair, puffing out its fluffy chest with a proud expression. Little March, settle down. The man in the black military uniform turned to the March beast beside him, frowning slightly. The chastised March beast immediately lowered its head and whimpered pitifully. After calming the March beast, the man in the black military uniform turned to Wu Yunk. A faint glint flashed in his dark golden eyes beneath his bangs. You've been in Ninghai City for a month now, and still haven't caught that heretical god worshipper. Need any help? No need, Wu Yunk replied dismissively, resting his hands behind his head with a carefree attitude. The man in the black uniform stared at him for a moment, then smirked. You're still the same as ever. But this time, the heretical god worshipper incident has caused too much of a stir. The entire Shanha province is aware of it. I'm here to handle it. Crossing his arms, his dark golden eyes swept over the group. So, tell me, how much do you know about this heretical god worshipper? That person is called by Yujing, just a mid-level martial commander. Yun Tianqing said with a smile. Yesterday, he went on a rampage at the Feng family estate. You know nothing. Feng Yuanjing glared at Yun Tianqing. Bai Yujing is now at the mid-level martial master realm. Even Feng Luyun was killed by him. Impossible. Yun Tianqing exclaimed in shock. Feng Luyun reached the latest stage martial master realm years ago. How could he be killed by him? At this moment, the previously silent mayor timidly raised his hand. I checked Bai Yujing's files. When he joined the Martial Surveillance Bureau a year ago, he seemed to have only been at the first level of the Qi and Blood realm. This revelation left Yun Tianqing and Ling Yishan both stunned. If Bai Yujing truly possessed such power, after wiping out the Feng family today, he could very well target the Yun and Ling families next. That's enough. The man in the black military uniform suddenly appeared at the door. Regardless of whether Bai Yujing is a heretical god worshipper or not, I will take the March beast to verify it. Seeing the March beast left behind, the little creature quickly leaped off its seat to follow. Before leaving, he suddenly turned around, his dark golden eyes coldly locking onto Wu Yunk. By the way, Shanha province has recently discovered some possessed individuals, seemingly belonging to an unknown faction called the Possessed Ones. You'd better stay vigilant. With a meaningful tone, he added, one more thing, you're not possessed yourself, are you? After the man in the black military uniform finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. The mayor, standing to the side, instinctively pulled his coat tighter around him. Already cold from the heavy snow in Ninghai City, he now felt as though he were standing in an icy abyss. The gazes of the three family heads simultaneously turned to Wu Yunk, who was also dressed in black. Although they didn't fully understand the implications of the earlier statement, their instincts told them something was amiss. In their perception, a faint yet unsettling pressure seemed to be emanating from Wu Yunk. Faced with this almost blatant provocation, Wu Yunk remained unusually calm. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, resigned smile. Even you suspect me. It seems the situation on your side is indeed grave. He straightened his posture slightly, raising the brim of his hat with his right hand as he met the other man's flame-like dark golden eyes. However, you should know that a martial sovereign's mind possesses a natural barrier. It's not something just anything can infiltrate. As for the possessed individuals you mentioned, we'll keep an eye out for them here in Ninghai City. As his voice trailed off, the oppressive aura from earlier dissipated. The man in the black military uniform narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on Wu Yunk's right hand, which had just adjusted his hat. Why has your aura fallen below the martial sovereign level? And, if I recall, your left hand? Wu Yunk remained composed as he rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a ring of frost blue marks on his wrist emanating a chilling aura. Last month, I sustained severe injuries during a battle with the Snow Dragon King, a ghost-tier star beast that emerged from a rift. I haven't fully recovered yet. His tone was calm, almost indifferent. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. For people like us, no one can say for sure when death will come knocking. As the icy scars on Wu Yunk's wrist continued to exude a cold aura, Feng Yuanjing, Yun Tianqing, and Ling Yishan, the three family heads couldn't help but show respect on their faces. The man in the black military uniform activated his eye of truth to inspect Wu Yunk but found no flaws. In any case, his earlier test had been more of a whim, especially since the recent incidents in Shanha province, where several possessed individuals were identified by the March Beast, a creature exceptionally sensitive to soul auras. Although San Yusho and Wu Yunk were within arm's reach of each other, there was no unusual reaction between them, which secretly reassured the man in the black military uniform. The military had sent him to Ninghai City with San Yusho, ostensibly to assist in handling a widespread possession incident, but in truth, to covertly test Wu Yunk. Since nothing unusual had been observed, there was no need for him to linger any longer. Without saying much, the man in the black uniform turned around, and in that instant, he and San Yusho disappeared from the conference room without a trace. Wu Yunk stared at the spot where they vanished, a subtle glimmer flickering in his eyes. He was well aware of the abilities of the other party's golden eyes, but this time, it wasn't an illusion, it was a genuine possession. If his rank hadn't far surpassed that of lower-tier entities of the same kind, he would have been exposed by the keen senses of San Yu Shou long ago. Fortunately, the other's left-hand injury had not yet healed a wound inflicted during a battle with the ghost-level star beast, the Snow Dragon King. Even though the entity had fully taken over the body and inherited the original owner's memories, the left-hand habit remained its sole flaw. However, now that flaw had disappeared, and it would no longer exist in the future. A flaw, fleeting as it is, Wu Yonk thought to himself. The mayor stood frozen, unable to react for a moment. The military had clearly promised to send experts to help capture the cultist Bai Yujing, so why had they left before even beginning to discuss the matter? His expression immediately darkened, and he could only turn to the others in the room for help. I gathered everyone here today to seek the assistance of the three family heads and Lord Wu Yonk in capturing the cultist Bai Yujing, the mayor said hesitantly. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and added, the reward is the mining rights to Ninghai City's 3 yuan stone veins for 1 year. How does that sound? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Yuan stones, being vital resources for martial artists, could generate immense profits with just a single vein's yearly output. The mayor inwardly cursed these old foxes, but since he was about to step down, he decided to take the risk. Feng Yuanzhang was the first to respond. Last night, Bai Yujing broke into the Feng family estate and harmed our clan members. This time, the Feng family is willing to contribute to ridding Ninghai City of this menace. The Yun family and the Ling family are also willing to assist in restoring peace to Ninghai City, Yun Tianqing and Ling Yishan said in agreement after exchanging a glance. The mayor was overjoyed at their responses, feeling that his position was finally secure. The heads of the Yun Tianqing and Ling Yishan families initially intended to stay out of the situation, but the mayor's offer was simply too tempting. The annual output of a yuan stone mine vein was enough to nurture a large number of talents for their families, an opportunity too lucrative to pass up. Moreover, the presence of Bai Yujing indeed posed a threat to them, further solidifying their resolve to get involved. The mayor's gaze shifted to Wu Yonk, who was deep in thought. If we find him, I will kill him, Wu Yonk said, narrowing his eyes. The Shanha province had already begun to suspect him, and could send someone to test him at any moment. Bai Yujing's emergence at this time, however, provided him with a chance to prove his innocence. The clan member possessing Feng Shuedong's body had, unintentionally, done him an enormous favor. The mayor was overjoyed upon hearing Wu Yonk's promise. With 3 latest-stage martial Xian realm experts, 2 7th-tier martial Zun realm masters, the combined forces of the 3 great martial arts families, and the Martial Surveillance Bureau's resources, this formidable lineup ensured that no matter how cunning Bai Yujing was, as long as he remained in Ninghai City, escape would be impossible. Still, Bai Yujing is exceptionally good at hiding. The mayor's initial excitement gave way to concern. Despite issuing a wanted notice, mobilizing the Martial Surveillance Bureau and the police, and offering an Earth-level bounty through the Martial Artists Association, we've found no trace of him after all this time. That's easy. Why not have family head Feng use the Mortal World Mountain and Sea Map again? Yun Tianqing glanced at Feng Yuanjing with a hint of mockery. Oh wait, I just remembered it was used last time and even pointed in the wrong direction. The Mortal World Mountain and Sea Map can only be used once a year, so it's currently unavailable, Feng Yuanzhang replied coldly. Old Ghost Yun, since you're so confident, why not try using your Yun family's immortal artifact? This remark was purely meant to provoke, as Feng Yuanjing well knew that the Yun family had no immortal artifact passed down. As expected, Yun Tianqing's expression immediately turned from pale to flushed with anger. Then we can only hope the military commander from Shanha province has a better solution, Ling Yishan mused. If not, we'll have to resort to the old method of dispersing our forces to search. But that approach is indeed highly inefficient. Actually, I have a theory, Ling Yishan said after a pause. Would you like to hear it? Everyone except Wu Yonk looked at him with puzzled expressions. Have you ever wondered how Bai Yujing managed to rise from an obscure Martial Surveillance Bureau officer at the first level of the Qi and Blood realm to the mid-stage Martial Zone realm in just over a year? Ling Yishan stroked his white beard, his eyes narrowing. Isn't it the power of an evil god? The mayor asked, puzzled. Even an evil god wouldn't grant power to a follower without reason unless they did something extraordinary, Ling Yishan said with conviction, his eyes narrowing further. Something like killing people. After listening to Ling Yishan's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, except for Feng Yuanjing, who secretly shook his head. He knew all too well that the so-called follower of the evil god was none other than his own daughter, Feng Shuedong. However, he could only bury this secret deep in his heart, keeping his expression completely neutral. I think if he wants to continue growing stronger, he will likely strike again, Ling Yishan said, narrowing his eyes as he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Right now, with a significant portion of Ninghai City's population having relocated, the remaining residents are highly concentrated. Instead of aimlessly searching for Bai Yujing, we should divide into groups and guard key areas, essentially lying in wait for him. Given his martial master level strength, if he shows himself, it will be nearly impossible for him to escape from us. This analysis was logical and well-reasoned, convincing even the cautious Yun Tiancheng, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. Even Feng Yuanzheng couldn't help but waver. Could Bai Yujing actually be the true follower of the evil god? The mayor, after hearing Ling Yishan's plan, slammed the table in approval. Excellent. We'll proceed exactly as the head of the Ling family has suggested. At that very moment, Bai Yujing, who was meditating in a small courtyard, remained completely unaware that an intricate trap targeting him was quietly being set in motion. Meanwhile, at the Feng family's main residence, a tall figure dressed in a black military uniform appeared silently. People came and went throughout the compound, yet no one seemed to notice his presence. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the black-haired man was surrounded by a peculiar aura that slightly blurred the scenery around him. This was the realm of illusion and reality, a power he had comprehended after ascending to the martial sovereign level. In this unique domain, he existed as if in a separate dimension of the real world. Unless he chose to reveal himself, ordinary people would be completely oblivious to his presence. It was precisely because of this ability that the provincial military headquarters had dispatched him to carry out this mission. A small creature with a wolf-like head, fox-like ears, an inky black body, and snow-white paws was sniffing around the compound. This was the Sanue beast, a rare creature with extraordinary sensitivity to souls and auras. Little Sanue, have you found anything? The black-clad man's golden eyes glimmered faintly. His mission was to investigate Bai Yujing's carnage from the previous night, and he had brought the Sanue beast along to trace any lingering auras. The Sanue beast let out a soft whimper, looked up at its master, and shook its head. The black-clad man was about to move on when the Sanue beast suddenly turned its attention to a section of ruins within the compound. This is the aftermath of last night's battle, where Su Yin unleashed his demonic sword technique. The clash resulted in a backlash of dark energy, collapsing a large area of buildings. The Feng family's residents suffered heavy casualties, with many falling under the deadly crescent aura of Bai Yujing. It wasn't until dawn that the servants managed to carry away the bodies and clean the bloodstains from the ground, but they had yet to deal with the ruins and debris. Not far from the ruins, the March beast suddenly stopped in its tracks. Initially dejected from finding nothing, it now appeared invigorated. It had sensed two unusual presences. One was within the ruins ahead, while the other came from the remnants of a distant small building. Following the principle of proximity, the March beast decided to investigate the closer presence first. A faint silvery moonlight shimmered on its limbs as it leapt gracefully into the ruins. Just as it lowered its head to sniff out the lingering aura, its entire body froze abruptly, and its head snapped upward. Noticing the March beast's strange behavior, a man in a black military uniform instantly appeared by its side, his voice filled with concern. "What's wrong, little March? Why aren't you moving?" However, the March beast remained motionless, its gaze vacant. The man's expression darkened as he crouched down to touch the creature, only for it to collapse stiffly to the ground. Dead? The man's face grew grim, but upon closer inspection, he found the March beast was still breathing, its abdomen gently rising and falling. Gazing at the unconscious creature, his expression turned unusually complex. At the same time, the March beast's consciousness had plunged into a strange, otherworldly realm. Overcast clouds obscured the sky, an endless darkness blanketed the earth, and an eerie silence pervaded the desolate surroundings. A shattered city stood alone amidst the void, its landscape dominated by crumbling ruins and toppled skyscrapers. The blackened ground was riddled with deep cracks, devoid of even a single blade of grass, like a world that had long since perished. The March beast lay curled up in the gap between two relatively intact buildings at the city's center, motionless and trembling. Its glossy black eyes revealed a nearly human-like terror. Suddenly, from the sky descended a massive, segmented limb, several hundred meters long, piercing through the clouds to land within the city. Then came a second and a third. Dozens of these monstrous limbs swept past the narrow gap where the March beast hid, their jointed appendages bristling with coarse hair and menacingly sharp mouthparts, an utterly horrifying sight. As the massive, unidentified creature moved through the city, its long legs phased through the buildings like shadows, carefully avoiding the spot where the March beast was located, before finally vanishing into the distance. This was the 13th colossal, unknown entity to pass by. Though these towering beings appeared non-corporeal, perhaps existing in another dimension, they still filled the March beast with an involuntary sense of fear. However, the true reason it remained crouched in place was the enormous sword embedded in the cracked ground at the city's center. The sword, towering dozens of meters high, was shrouded mostly in a haze of chaos, with only faint glimpses of intricate patterns visible on its blade. The aura emanating from the sword caused the March beast to tremble uncontrollably. Even as a fifth-tier ferocious beast, it felt utterly insignificant, like an ant before this sword. The March beast had no idea why it had appeared in this eerie place. It only remembered encountering a black aura through its racial ability, and upon opening its eyes, it had found itself here. It had initially wanted to distance itself from the terrifying sword, but after noticing that the massive creatures deliberately avoided the central area while passing through, it decided to stay put. Several minutes later, when the monstrous entities were no longer in sight, the March beast mustered the courage to lift its head, hoping to take a closer look at the mysterious sword. Just then, the hilt of the sword erupted with a blinding light, illuminating the entire world. An indescribable fear surged through its heart, and in the next moment, the March beast vanished from this realm. When it opened its eyes again, it found itself lying on a soft bed in a room. Awake? A man in a black military uniform, seated at a desk, asked casually while polishing a slender golden sword in his hands. The March beast lay on the bed, burying its head deeply into its furry paws, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, a flicker of something unusual passed through the dark golden eyes of the man in the black uniform. He had never seen the March beast so frightened, not even during encounters with cultists of the evil god. It seemed he couldn't rely on this little creature this time. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard on the outskirts, Bai Yujing had been meditating and training for an entire day and night. After using a breathing technique the previous night to calm the restless killing intent and energy within him, he had transitioned into prolonged cultivation. Even while meditating, he maintained a vigilant awareness of his surroundings, dedicating a portion of his focus and energy to constant surveillance. Since breaking through to the midstage of the martial sovereign realm, his sensory abilities had improved significantly, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard again like last time when the shadow martial lord had approached undetected. At this moment, Bai Yujing exhaled slowly and opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. After a night of recovery, not only had he regained his strength, but he had also fully adapted to the power of the martial sovereign realm. After breaking through to the martial master realm in one leap, Bai Yujing felt a significant change. His killing sword intent, honed to perfection through countless life and death trials, had reached its peak. Moreover, since his divine sword advanced last night, he noticed his clarity of mind gradually returning, and the once surging killing intent within him had subsided considerably. During last night's battle, although he successfully killed the black-clad martial master wielding dual blades, he deeply regretted allowing Feng Shuedong to escape. He was well aware that after this failure, Feng Shuedong would undoubtedly increase her protective forces, making it exceedingly difficult to approach her again. Even though he had now reached the midstage martial master realm with the aid of the divine sword's power, and had enough confidence to confront the refined elder from last night or retreat safely using shadow escape, these concerns were not what troubled him the most. What truly posed a daunting challenge for Bai Yujing was Feng Yuanjing, the head of the Feng Familia Supreme Expert who had long achieved fame and reached the late stage of the Martial Grandmaster realm. The words Martial Grandmaster represented a level of power that most could not hope to attain in a lifetime. As a child, Bai Yujing had dreamed countless times of reaching such a realm, but now he had no choice but to regard it as his greatest threat. He knew his true target was not Feng Shuedong herself, but rather the wisp of resentment attached to her, carried away by the puppet princess. However, given Feng Yuanzhang's stature, he would never entertain explanations from an unknown figure, much less believe such bizarre claims. Furthermore, Bai Yujing had already slain many members of the Feng family last night. Although their souls had been severely tainted, he had no evidence to prove it. This meant that in his next move, he would likely have to face this latest-stage martial grandmaster level powerhouse directly. Considering the vast disparity in strength between himself and Feng Yuanjing, Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes, his expression growing heavy with contemplation. As for the other two leading martial families and their latest-stage martial grandmaster patriarchs, he deemed it unlikely that he would encounter them. After all, he bore no real enmity with those families. To continue advancing his strength, he would have to rely on the divine sword's blood rain nourishment. However, at the martial master level, the vitality gained from hunting ordinary people was negligible. Only by slaying martial artists with abundant vitality and profound cultivation could he achieve significant improvements. Yet, the idea of mass slaughtering innocent people for the sake of advancing his realm was quickly dismissed by Bai Yujing. If he were to indiscriminately kill the innocent, how would he be any different from the shadow martial lord who had massacred his entire family? Such revenge would lose all meaning. He firmly believed that his mother and sister would never wish to see him fall into the abyss of becoming a cold-blooded murderer in the name of vengeance. He turned his gaze to the window. Beneath the night sky, the bright moon hung high. A gentle breeze swept in, stirring Bai Yujing's long hair. The demonic sword in his hand glimmered under the moonlight, its crimson patterns appearing particularly eerie against the silvery glow. Is it nighttime already? He murmured, gazing at the radiant moon outside the window. Lost in thought, his eyes suddenly lit. UPA plan, clever and multifaceted, emerged in his mind. In the early hours of the morning, Bai Yujing opened his eyes, concluding his meditative cultivation. Grasping the demonic sword casually, he left the small courtyard. Utilizing the wind spirit shadow technique, he moved stealthily, shrouded by the darkness of the night. Since reaching the martial master realm, the range of his shadow stepping ability had significantly increased, allowing him to teleport hundreds of meters in an instant. Though it couldn't compare to Su Yin's ability to teleport over a kilometer under the augmentation of demonic energy, this movement technique still impressed Su Yin greatly. Not only could it conceal one's presence while moving stealthily, but its expansive range was astonishing. That such a technique was classified as merely mid-tier profound rank remained a mystery. As for how Lao Hong had obtained it, that question lingered unanswered. Taking advantage of the wind spirit shadow technique, Bai Yujing quickly infiltrated Ninghai City. The streets were deserted at this hour, with shops and martial halls cloaked in darkness. Yet he didn't linger, continuing his silent approach toward his destination. Before long, a brightly lit compound came into view. Sounds of raucous chatter, clinking glasses, and the unrestrained laughter of men echoed from within. This was the stronghold of the underworld organization known as the Hunters. Their leader, Feng Kuang, was a branch member of the Feng family in Ninghai and a formidable master in the late stage of the martial lord realm. The group specialized in ambushing gold-ranked hunting squads returning from the Ninghai mountain range, seizing their spoils of fierce beasts. Bai Yujing was no stranger to this organization. An elderly man who once frequented his shop to buy charcoal had lost his son to these very people. When the old man sought justice, he too vanished without a trace. Back then, still at the Blood Qi realm, Bai Yujing could only lament the harshness of the world, powerless to intervene. But tonight, as he contemplated ways to rapidly advance his cultivation, that memory resurfaced. Eliminating these malevolent martial artists would not only enhance his cultivation but also honor the demonic sword and serve as an act of justice. Organizations like these were rampant in Ninghai City, preying on beast hunters with at least martial disciple-level strength. Bai Yujing's eyes gleamed with determination. Gripping the demonic sword tightly in his right hand, he followed the trail of the strongest aura emanating from within the compound. The reputation of the hunters in Ninghai City has long been notorious. This organization is composed almost entirely of unrepentant villains. They have an intricate understanding of the law and never commit crimes within the city limits. However, once they leave the safety zones, they act without restraint, committing heinous deeds and exacting ruthless vengeance. With their leader Feng Kuang, a master at the Wujuan level, at the helm, and under the protective shadow of the Feng family, even the victims' families can only swallow their grievances in silence. The world is like a magnifying glass, amplifying the law of the jungle to its extremes. In a high martial world, strength is everything. Even in the relatively orderly Great Xia, there are often instances of lawless, malevolent martial artists. Individuals like Bai Yujing, who can remain steadfast in their morals despite possessing immense power, are exceedingly rare. At this moment, the hunter's base was brightly lit. Compared to the heavily guarded and disciplined Feng family's martial clan, security here was both lax and sloppy. In the courtyard, a few martial artists at the Wusher level, dressed in combat attire and armed with standard long blades, were idly chatting. Their blades, which were of decent quality, glinted coldly under the light. "I'm telling you, the boss is being way too cautious," one of them muttered, glancing in the direction of the lively room with a sneer. "Who in Ninghai City would be foolish enough to mess with us hunters? And here we are, stuck standing like statues this late at night. Better safe than sorry with all that's been going on lately," another replied, then shifted the conversation. "Once our shift's over, how about heading to the Golden Dragon Club for some fun? I heard they've got some fresh goods and recently." This remark elicited a round of suggestive laughter. One of them scoffed disdainfully, "You'd stoop to that kind of trash? Now, that academy girl we snatched from the Ninghai Mountains a few days ago, she was something else. Too bad she was so frail. She didn't last long. If you hadn't gone so rough on her, she wouldn't have died so quickly," another retorted. The group quickly lost interest in that topic and shifted to another. "I heard Bai Yujing escaped from the Feng family last night and hasn't been seen since. Wonder where he's gone." The night was deep, and several members of a hunter's organization were speaking in hushed tones. "We're not that unlucky to run into him, right? Ninghai City is huge. Besides, we have no grievance with Bai Yujing. What reason would he have to come after us?" One member tried to ease the tension. "You're right," another chimed in, though they couldn't help but add, "Still, I can't shake this uneasy feeling tonight." "Stop scaring yourself," a third person interjected. "That Bai Yujing is only at the mid-stage of the martial lord realm. Our leader is at the late stage. If he dares to come, the boss will handle him." Seconds ticked by, then minutes, until someone suddenly noticed something amiss. Something's wrong. Why hasn't the next shift shown up yet? And it's way too quiet outside tonight. Before the words had fully settled, the faint, pungent smell of blood wafted in. Intruder, someone shouted in alarm. I'll go notify the boss. With that, they sprinted toward the brightly lit room. The others immediately went on high alert, their hands resting on the hilts of their blades. At that moment, a figure in white slowly emerged from the shadows around the corner. He carried a sword in one hand, fresh blood dripping from its tip, leaving a winding trail behind him. Yet, his robes remained immaculate, untouched by even a speck of blood. The guards, upon seeing this, drew their blades and charged, but before they could get close, a fierce gust of energy slammed them to the ground. These men, with their low martial cultivation, couldn't even withstand the aura of Bai Yujing's wind energy. Bai Yujing raised his sword, channeling the elemental energy of heaven and earth into its blade. A sharp wind blade tore through the air, beheading the group in an instant. The dissipating life force from their corpses was absorbed into his demonic sword, flowing into his body. But this meager amount of energy was far from sufficient for him. This was precisely why he had deliberately let one of them escape. He needed the blood of a stronger opponent to sate the sword. Sure enough, not long after, the door of a brightly lit room was kicked open from within. A burly one-eyed man stepped out, his muscular torso bare, flanked by his subordinates. Boss, everyone outside has been killed, someone reported urgently. The courtyard was littered with corpses, heads rolling on the ground, while a lone figure in white stood silently among the carnage. Bring me my halberd, the one-eyed man, Feng Kuang, commanded with a wave of his hand, his gaze locking onto the figure in the courtyard. Who are you? Bai Yujing remained silent. With his face obscured and his sword's appearance altered by its demonic nature, Feng Kuang failed to recognize him. Seeing no response, Feng Kuang's expression darkened. Not talking? I'll make you speak once I capture you. His figure blurred as he launched himself forward, his halberd sweeping down with the force of a mountain, aimed squarely at Bai Yujing. The massive halberd, carrying immense force, swept fiercely towards the opponent's sword-wielding right shoulder. The power was restrained, meant only to probe. He was puzzled how could he, as a latest-stage Wu Jun realm expert, fail to discern the cultivation level of this white-robed figure? In his understanding, most Wu Zong realm experts in Ninghai City hailed from the three major martial arts families, each a renowned name. He had never offended any sword-wielding Wu Zong realm master, leading him to suspect that the opponent might have cultivated some technique to conceal their aura. The halberd, enveloped in a dense, earthy yellow true essence, tore through the air with a deafening whoosh, descending upon the white-robed figure like a bolt of earthen lightning. Everyone present could feel the overwhelming might of the strike, yet the white-robed figure stood motionless, as if utterly indifferent to the earth-shattering attack. Just as the crowd assumed the white-robed figure had been intimidated by the sheer force, an abrupt twist occurred. The blade of the opponent's sword suddenly lit up with intricate, blood-red patterns, glowing like flames burning brightly in the night. Unlike Feng Kuang's intent to capture alive, Bai Yujing had only one thought in his mind at that moment: kill. If Feng Kuang had known that the person before him was Bai Yujing, someone an entire realm above him, he would never have dared to act so arrogantly. A clear, resonant sword hum pierced the night air, and a blood-red sword light tore through the void. This was the blood flame slash, empowered by the Wu Zong realm. In an instant, the terrifying energy of heaven and earth coalesced around the sword light, transforming into an unstoppable sword aura. Boss, look out! Someone shouted in alarm. Feeling the turbulent shift in the energy of heaven and earth, Feng Kuang's expression changed dramatically as he realized his opponent was indeed a Wu Zong realm expert. In desperation, he shifted from defense to offense, frantically channeling his thick earth true essence to form a protective barrier in front of him. Wait, I'm from the Feng family. I have ties with the Feng family elder. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of the Feng families? Feng Kuang's panicked voice rang out, filled with despair. But the blood-red sword aura was unstoppable. With a resounding crack, the true essence barrier shattered like brittle glass. Following that, Feng Kuang's spiritual weapon halberd was destroyed, and the two protective spiritual artifacts on his chest, a necklace and a jade pendant, crumbled into dust. How is this possible? Why is he so strong? Feng Kuang's face was filled with utter disbelief and terror. The blood-red sword aura, unstoppable in its path, slashed diagonally across him, cleaving his body cleanly into two halves. His upper body slowly slid off his lower body as blood sprayed into the air. You just wait, the Grand Elder will avenge me. Feng Kuang glared at Bai Yujing with venomous hatred as his life ebbed away. His eyes burned with defiance, even as vitality drained rapidly from his body. The moment Feng Kuang was struck down by a single sword stroke, Bai Yujing felt a surge of immense energy and life force rushing into his body from the divine sword. His meridians, organs, and even cells seemed to be revitalized, and his cultivation advanced further toward the late stage of the martial master realm. The scene plunged into a heavy silence. Those present stared in disbelief until the stillness shattered with furious cries. He killed the boss? Brothers, attack together. Avenge the boss. He's just one man. That terrifying sword Energy can't use it again. Dozens of members of the hunter gang drew their weapons and charged at Bai Yujing in a frenzy. Yet, a few among them, more clear-headed, began to retreat quietly while no one was watching. They could see clearly that this man in white, who had effortlessly slain a latest-stage martial master, was far beyond the capabilities of those whose strength peaked only at the great martial practitioner level. Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly unsheathed the demonic sword. As its master, group battles were his least concern. A blood-red streak of sword light pierced through the dark night, and in the deathly still courtyard, a massacre was about to unfold. In the Feng family council hall, Feng Yuanjing glared furiously at an elderly, thin man with a youthful face and snowy hair. Ling Yishan. This was your brilliant idea? Do you even realize that last night, 3 more small gangs were completely wiped out by that Bai Yujing? He slammed his palm onto the table, causing the solid wood to collapse instantly. Even though he had restrained himself, his barely contained rage was evident. Every time he kills, his strength grows. The next time we face him, he might already be a martial grandmaster. Patriarch Feng, calm yourself, Ling Yishan said with a composed expression, stroking his white beard. Everything is under control. At the very least, we now know his target. And what good does knowing his target do? Feng Yuanjing growled. He just broke through to the martial master realm and already killed Feng Luyun, who was at the late stage of the same realm. If he reaches the martial grandmaster level, none of us will stand a chance against him. At that moment, a laugh echoed from behind Feng Yuanjing. Yun Tianqing chuckled. Ha ha ha, Feng Yuanjing, you're being overly dramatic. I never realized you were such a coward. What do you know? Feng Yuanjing retorted coldly. If he truly advances to the martial grandmaster level, aside from Wu Yunk and that man from the Shanha Provincial Military Division, no one will be able to stop him. Both of you, there's no need to fret, Ling Yishan said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed out the window. Bai Yujing will not reach the martial grandmaster realm. Feng Yuanjing, although initially somewhat flustered, quickly regained his composure. As the head of the prestigious Feng family, a millennial martial arts lineage, and a renowned Wu Xian realm expert in Ninghai City, he understood that losing his temper in such a setting would only make him the laughingstock of Yuntian City. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his focus to Ling Yishan, who sat across from him, stroking his beard with a faint, knowing smile. Why are you so certain Bai Yujing hasn't broken through to the Wu Xian realm? Feng Yuanjing asked directly after a moment of contemplation. Ling Yishan leisurely picked up the teacup he had retrieved from the table, gently blew on it, took a sip, and then said with an air of nonchalance, Isn't it obvious? Speak plainly. Stop beating around the bush, Feng Yuanjing said, his brows knitting slightly. Last night, didn't Bai Yujing slaughter 3 small gangs and then vanish from the scene before the Martial Supervision Bureau or our people could catch him? Ling Yishan asked, his tone calm. Yes, that's what happened. But what of it? Feng Yuanjing replied. A glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Ling Yishan's eyes. Narrowing them slightly, he said, after eliminating those 3 gangs last night, he may have advanced to the late stage of the Wu Zong realm, but he hasn't reached the Wu Xian realm yet. He's in a hurry. What are you trying to say? Feng Yuanjing instinctively straightened in his seat, sensing that Ling Yishan was about to reveal something significant. After a brief pause, Ling Yishan seemed to savor the anticipation of the 2 other family heads waiting for his words. Though he had reached the late stage of the Wu Xian realm, what pleased him most was earning the respect of those at his level or even stronger through his intellect. Leaning forward slightly, he clasped his hands under his chin and confidently declared, Allow me to deliver another flawless deduction. Clearing his throat, he suddenly glanced at the other 2. Oh, by the way, when I'm speaking, don't interrupt or ask questions. It might disrupt my train of thought. Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tianqing exchanged glances, the veins on Feng Yuanjing's forehead twitching faintly. Were it not for the fact that Ling Yishan was also a latest-stage Wu Xian expert, Feng Yuanjing might have already unleashed his profound martial technique and slammed this enigmatic man into the ground, demanding, Do you still dare to play riddles? But this time, Feng Yuanjing held back. He had already tried sending people to track down Bai Yujing, but the man seemed to have mastered some elusive movement technique, always managing to slip away just in time. Even the Feng family shadow guards, tasked with tailing him in secret, had struggled to achieve any meaningful results. Just last night, when Feng Yuanjing rushed to the scene of the hunters upon receiving a report from the shadow guards, Bai Yujing had long since vanished, leaving behind only a chaotic and desolate aftermath. What a bunch of useless people, Feng Yuanjing cursed inwardly. If they had managed to delay Bai Yujing even for a moment last night, he might have had a chance to capture him. Since he couldn't come up with a better plan for now, he decided to hear out the old man, Ling Yishan. All right, go ahead. Speak, and I'll listen, Feng Yuanjing said with a slight nod. Beside him, Yun Tianqing also nodded, signaling that he wouldn't interrupt. Ling Yishan rested his chin on his crossed hands again, his gaze growing deep and contemplative. Have you ever wondered why, if Bai Yujing has a method to rapidly improve his martial arts skills through killing, he didn't cause this possessed incident in Ninghai City a year ago when he joined the Martial Supervision Bureau? Why did it only start in the past month? Feng Yuanjing's eyes flickered for a moment. He knew the truth, but he couldn't reveal it now. Ling Yishan continued his analysis. At first, Bai Yujing only killed a few people weekly in his capacity as an enforcer. But a month ago, he suddenly began killing on a large scale. In the past 2 days, he even stormed into the Feng family, killing 2 martial master level experts and a group of men, breaking through from martial lord to martial master. And just last night, he wiped out 3 small gangs. The intervals between these events are getting shorter, which suggests he's in a hurry. Something must be forcing him to take such desperate measures. Feng Yuanjing wanted to say, please stop with the wild speculations, but swallowed the words before they left his mouth. It took him a year to go from the first level of blood energy to mid-martial lord level, but only one night to leap from mid-martial lord to mid-martial master, Ling Yishan said, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Feng Yuanjing. The difference lies in the quality of his victims, from ordinary people to 2 martial master level experts and several martial lords. Of course, that's also why he provoked your Feng family. Feng Yuanjing nodded, feeling perplexed. The reasoning was entirely wrong, yet somehow it sounded oddly convincing. The 3 small gangs he wiped out last night didn't have any martial master level experts at most. Their leaders and deputies were martial lords. Normally, breaking through from mid-martial master to martial grandmaster would require even more accumulation of blood energy. So I deduced that he is, at most, at the late martial master stage right now, Ling Yishan said, his eyes gleaming. And he made a mistake. He deliberately avoided the areas where the 3 of us are stationed, targeting only notorious and villainous gangs. So tonight, all we need to do is... At this point, Ling Yishan felt as though he had transformed into a modern-day Zhuge Liang. He instinctively wanted to wave a fan, but realized his hands were empty. Yun Tianqing listened, his eyes glowing with excitement, while Feng Yuanjing's expression remained complicated. He couldn't fathom how this old man managed to arrive at seemingly reasonable conclusions despite a completely flawed line of reasoning. Could it be that this old guy was truly a genius? Sitting with a sword in hand, destiny delivers the unexpected. Su Yin could never have imagined that a group of people was secretly plotting against Bai Yujing, and among them was a self-proclaimed strategist akin to Wulong. Though his deductions were more like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, his haphazard analysis managed to accidentally uncover half the passive ability of the demonic sword, Blood Rain's Benevolence. As Ling Yishan had speculated, Bai Yujing had not yet broken through to the Wuxian realm. Last night, after decimating Feng Kuang with a single strike, he obliterated the Hunter organization with unstoppable force and then swept through 2 other underworld factions like autumn leaves before the wind. However, apart from Feng Kuang, who was in the late Wu Jun realm, the leaders of the other 2 factions were only at the mid-level of Wu Jun realm, and Bai Yujing encountered no stronger opponents. On the territory of the Blood Lotus Society, Bai Yujing faced an unexpected situation. This organization, of which he had only heard vague rumors, had a leader in the mid-Wu Jun realm, who was far more cunning than Feng Kuang. Realizing he couldn't gauge Bai Yujing's strength, the leader decisively pulled out a fiery red vial and swallowed a blood-red pill. Instantly, his blood energy surged, elevating his strength from mid-Wu Jun to late Wu Jun realm. However, the gap in power was still insurmountable, and he was dispatched by Bai Yujing with a single strike. After absorbing the blood energy of the Blood Lotus Society's leader, Bai Yujing searched the corpse and discovered the vial of pills, labeled Blood Burst Pills, with 2 remaining inside. Such ominously named pills clearly had significant side effects. Otherwise, the leader wouldn't have waited until battle to consume one. After a brief moment of thought, Bai Yujing stored the remaining pills in the Ice Heart bracelet. This storage artifact, its restrictions lifted by Anna, had become his go-to space for keeping frequently used items, though the demonic sword never left his side. Su Yin, curious about the bracelet's interior space, couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard outside the city, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged on a bed, eyes closed, refining the blood energy transmitted by the divine sword after his massacre of the 3 factions the previous night. This energy coursed through his organs and meridians, purifying every inch of his being. Suddenly, the restraints within his body shattered, and the surrounding elemental energy of heaven and earth seemed to respond, forming several small vortexes that stirred his black hair and white robe gently. When he slowly opened his eyes, a miniature energy vortex hovered silently above his outstretched palm. Feeling his current state, Bai Yujing was acutely aware that he had stepped into the late stage of the Wuzong realm. This breakthrough owed its greatest credit to Feng Luyun, the grand elder of the Feng family. The latest-stage Wuzong expert, who had already touched the threshold of the Wuxuan realm, had his blood essence refined by Su Yin's demonic energy, paving the way for Bai Yujing's advancement. With the power of the blood essence obtained last night, he managed to leap forward into the late Wuzong stage in one fell swoop. In just 2 nights, he had surged from the mid-stage of the Wujuan realm directly to the late stage of the Wuzong realm, a speed of breakthrough that could only be described as defying the heavens. Yet, the cost was equally heavy. Each time he refined the blood rain, the accumulated baleful energy in his body further drained his potential. Bai Yujing understood clearly that the Wuxuan realm might very well be the limit of his lifetime. Still, as he gazed into the night outside the window, his eyes were resolute. Just as on the 7th day after his mother and sister's passing, standing in the biting cold wind before their graves, he had sworn an unyielding oath. Even if it meant eternal damnation, he would make all those who hurt them pay the price. Even if he could only reach the early stage of the Wuxuan realm, it would be enough to evade Feng Yuanjing's encirclement and take Feng Shuedong's life. After the bloody purge of the third underworld faction last night, he had intended to press forward but was forced to pause when passers-by discovered the massacre at the hunter headquarters. To avoid alerting Wu Yonk or the heads of the 3 great families, he had to temporarily delay the blood sacrifice of the divine sword. But tonight, he had already chosen his next target. As the clock on the wall struck midnight, Bai Yujing, seated cross-legged, opened his eyes. He carefully tidied his hair, tied it with a band, covered his face with a white cloth, and donned a brand new white robe, a habit he had developed during his time as an enforcer for the Martial Surveillance Bureau. Though he was no longer an enforcer, he believed that what he was doing now was no different from back then. Under the cover of the moonlight and shadows, he swiftly moved to a dark alley behind a towering domed building. This was the territory of the Golden Dragon Society, secretly controlled by the Ling family, where illegal activities such as massage parlors, bathhouses, foot therapy, red light districts, gambling dens, underground deathmatches, and slave trading thrived. The hidden atrocities here were beyond imagination. He chose this location precisely because a Wuzong expert serving the Ling family was stationed here. However, just as he was about to leap to the 2nd floor, a sharp blade aura suddenly slashed toward him at a calculated angle. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow yet a youthful face, stepped out of the shadows wielding a straight blade. Smiling faintly, he said, "Bai Yujing? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." It was clear that the elderly man with a youthful face, holding a black straight blade and wearing a faint smile, had come prepared. The one who launched this sudden ambush was none other than Ling Yishan, who had been lying in wait at the Golden Dragon Guild for quite some time. Tonight's luck seemed unusually favorable. Earlier in the day, Ling Yishan, based on Bai Yujing's targets from the previous night's attack, had set up an inescapable trap at 3 locations: the Golden Dragon Guild, which belonged to the Ling family, the Ninghai branch of the Prosperity Entertainment Club under the Feng family, and a gray enterprise secretly backed by the Yun family. According to the agreement with the other 2 family heads and Wu Yonk, the plan was to immediately alert the others upon discovering Bai Yujing to prevent his escape. As the Golden Dragon Guild was part of the Ling family's assets, Ling Yishan decided to oversee it personally, even dismissing the Wuzong who was originally stationed there. However, after witnessing Bai Yujing's unpredictable and ghostly movements firsthand, a new thought emerged in Ling Yishan's mind. Compared to the mayor's promise of a year's mining rights to a Yuan stone vein, he was far more intrigued by the secret behind Bai Yujing's astonishingly rapid breakthroughs. As the eldest of the 3 family heads, Ling Yishan had been practicing an upper-grade earth-level cultivation technique, but his lifespan was nearing its end. If he couldn't break through to the martial sovereign stage soon, he feared that within a few years, he would meet his demise. The mere thought of this sent chills down his spine. Beneath the outward appearance of a kindly old man lay a heart as cold and ruthless as stone. He suspected that Bai Yujing might be advancing his cultivation through slaughter, but in Ling Yishan's eyes, human lives were the least scarce resource in the world. Two-legged beasts might be rare, but two-legged humans were everywhere. The moment Bai Yujing emerged from the moonlit shadows, Ling Yishan's blade had already struck. This slash, however, was not aimed to kill but targeted Bai Yujing's legs. His plan was to cripple Bai Yujing's mobility, force out the secret behind his breakthroughs, and then take his life. As for whether Bai Yujing could evade this strike, Ling Yishan had already made his judgment. After annihilating 3 small gangs the previous night, Bai Yujing had only reached the late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Meanwhile, Ling Yishan, as a latest-stage martial sovereign expert, was an entire major realm above him. In terms of cultivation technique quality, combat experience, or superior weaponry, Bai Yujingho had been merely at the first level of the Qi and Blood realm just a year ago was no match for him. Moreover, this strike was a sneak attack. Ling Yishan, wielding a mid-tier mystical weapon named Murameza Black, straight blade unleashed a terrifying, pitch-black wave of energy. The blade's energy tore through the night sky, splitting even the dew in the air as it raced toward Bai Yujing. The true horror of this blade lay in its curse-inflicted poison, which was incurable if one were directly struck. This was precisely why Ling Yishan chose to use its energy attack. The blade energy surged forward with overwhelming momentum and impeccable timing. From his omniscient perspective, Sui noticed the danger immediately, but was unable to issue a warning. This was because transmitting the ultimate demonic sword technique, the supreme true art, differed from other demonic sword inheritance. It required the wielder to generate a will to face death. During this brief moment of hesitation, the pitch-black blade energy had already reached dangerously close to Bai Yujing. Ling Yishan had calculated Bai Yujing's movement trajectory so precisely that the strike appeared as if Bai Yujing had thrown himself into it. After the demonic sword's advancement, the aura-enhancing effect had been upgraded to level 2, temporarily suppressing Bai Yujing's killing intent with a 2 boost to rationality. As a result, Su Yin was unable to use the chaotic demonic energy counterattack technique. Just as Bai Yujing was about to leap onto the second floor of the Jinlong Guild and collide with the terrifying blade energy, he abruptly changed direction midair, landing at astonishing speed in the opposite direction from Ling Yishan. The blade energy tore through the second floor of the Jinlong Guild, effortlessly slicing through all obstacles. Accompanied by a chorus of panicked screams from the hall, it shot out into the night sky from the building's far side. Bai Yujing's evasive maneuver left Su Yin quietly astonished. He realized that this seemingly unremarkable passive demonic sword technique was far more powerful than it appeared, once again affirming the principle that anything produced by the system is of exceptional quality. From the shadows emerged an elderly man with white hair and beard. In his right hand, he gripped the black, straight blade whose hilt accounted for a third of its length. If not for Bai Yujing having recently advanced to the late stage of the martial master realm, coupled with the divine sword's recent enhancement that boosted his perception and reaction to killing intent, this strike would have been impossible to evade. Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the elderly man before him. Though the man's face seemed familiar, Bai Yujing couldn't immediately recall who he was. The man's aura was unfathomably deep, and simply standing there, he exuded a chillingly dangerous presence. Ling Yishan's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected Bai Yujing to evade the strike. However, he quickly broke into a smile. "You're quite something, aren't you? No wonder neither the Ninghai Martial Surveillance Bureau, the Martial Artists Association, nor the 3 great families have been able to capture you." The 3 great families? Bai Yujing keenly caught the key phrase in the elder's words, and his expression instantly darkened. Among the 3 prominent martial arts families in Ninghai City, only the 3 family heads could exert such an overwhelming sense of pressure on him. He recognized Feng Yuanjing. He had caught a glimpse of him from afar during the execution of the false cultist at Wuyan, Quebec. That meant the elder before him must be the head of either the Ling family or the Yun family. "Are you Ling Yishan or Yun Tianqing?" Bai Yujing asked in a low voice, while secretly searching for a way to escape. "I don't recall ever offending either of you." He knew this wasn't the time to confront a latest-stage martial profound realm expert Heiden, head of the Ling family, Ling Yishan. The elder stroked his beard, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Bai Yujing." Before he could finish, Bai Yujing's figure had already vanished from sight. Ling Yishan's smile froze instantly. After a moment of silence, his figure flickered and disappeared into the night as well. When Bai Yujing emerged from his shadow escape, he realized he had only moved 100 meters away from the Golden Dragon Society, arriving at a deserted food street. This street, usually bustling with life, was now eerily empty, with only vacant storefronts in sight. What alarmed him even more was that his shadow escape, which should have allowed him to teleport several hundred meters, had been blocked by an invisible barrier. Testing the situation, Bai Yujing swung his sword. The blood-red sword energy flew out unobstructed, but he himself was unable to move even a step forward. At that moment, he realized that escaping tonight might be impossible. "This is an ability I comprehended after breaking through to the martial profound realm prison of the Painted Ground." Ling Yishan's voice came from behind him. "Within a 100-meter radius centered on me, it's just you and me now. Until one of us wins or loses, no one is leaving." The elder, dressed in black, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm. "Bai Yujing, surrender. Your luck's run out tonight. If you'd run into the other 2, perhaps." Before he could finish, Bai Yujing once again vanished using shadow escape. This time, Ling Yishan's eyelid twitched, and his grip on his blade almost faltered. A heavy thought crossed his mind. If Bai Yujing kept slipping away like this, it would not only be troublesome but also risk attracting Feng Yuanjing, Yun Tianqing, or even Wu Yun Ke and the provincial military forces of Shanhe. If that happened, Bai Yujing's secrets would no longer be his alone to uncover. Moreover, he had just noticed something troubling. Despite advancing from the mid-stage of the martial lord realm to the late stage of the martial sect realm in an incredibly short time, Bai Yujing remained exceptionally clear-headed. This was notably inconsistent with the typical symptoms observed after receiving the blessings of an evil deity. This anomaly raised Ling Yishan's vigilance, prompting him to wonder, could Bai Yujing possess some extraordinary treasure? A celestial artifact? A weapon of destiny? Or perhaps some other mysterious object? Watching this previously unknown figure, who had climbed rapidly from the first level of the Qi and Blood realm to the late stage of the martial sect realm, Ling Yishan's breathing grew heavier. If such an opportunity fell into his hands, with his extraordinary martial talent, wouldn't he be able to ascend all the way to the martial sovereign, the martial saint, or even the legendary supreme martial saint? By then, he could rank among the 10 luminaries of Daxia and secure a place in the Daxia Martial God Hall. Not only could he dominate Ninghai City, but he might also step beyond Daxia, explore the starry skies, and witness the splendor of countless interstellar races firsthand. Compared to such a tempting prospect, a mere Yuan stone mine seemed utterly insignificant. Ling Yishan's eyes gleamed with determination. The most pressing task was to extract Bai Yujing's secret before others arrived. As the caster of the Prison of the Marked Ground technique, he could precisely sense Bai Yujing's location. Without hesitation, Ling Yishan stored Muramesa back into his spatial artifact ring and retrieved a mid-grade spirit blade he had previously used. Though he rarely employed other weapons since obtaining the mid-grade profound weapon Muramesa, his martial profound realm strength was more than sufficient to wield a spirit weapon effectively. Without delay, his figure blurred into a shadow, darting swiftly in Bai Yujing's direction. As night deepened, Bai Yujing, after colliding with the invisible barrier once again, finally confirmed that Ling Yishan had indeed been truthful, was trapped by the Prison of the Marked Ground. While he could use shadow escape to buy time, it served no real purpose. For the sake of vengeance, he couldn't remain confined here indefinitely, especially since Ling Yishan had likely already informed others. The only way out was to defeat and kill this latest-stage martial profound realm expert on the spot. As Ling Yishan approached with measured steps, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered. Bai Yujing, you have no escape, Ling Yishan declared. I know you must harbor some extraordinary secret to achieve such a rapid breakthrough to the late stage of the martial sect realm. I've changed my mind. If you tell me that secret, I, Ling Yishan, swear to let you go. Bai Yujing looked up in surprise. A secret? His rapid advancement was indeed due to the divine sword's sanguine rain blessing. But even if he revealed it, would Ling Yishan truly let him go? Besides, surrendering the divine sword was out of the question. His vengeance was far from complete. No escape? Bai Yujing raised his head calmly, placing one hand on the demonic sword. Why would I need to run? Before the words fully left his lips, his left hand had already pulled out a small crimson bottle and crushed it, swallowing 2 blood-burst pills in one motion. Instantly, a ferocious aura, like that of an ancient beast, erupted from his body. His qi and blood surged violently, shrouded in a sinister crimson mist. Are you insane? 2 blood-burst pills at once? Ling Yishan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he stared in disbelief at his opponent, who seemed prepared to fight to the death. Behind great fame lies no mediocrity, Ling Yishan silently admitted to himself. This follower of the evil god named Bai Yujing indeed possessed some skill. In just a few days, this man had first infiltrated the Feng family's stronghold with early-stage martial master-level strength, slain Feng Luyun, who had just advanced to the mid-stage and retreated unscathed. Then, in a single night, he massacred 3 small gangs, his cultivation soaring directly to the late stage of the martial master realm. What was even more shocking was that, during the recent battle with the Golden Dragon Association, he had managed to evade Ling Yishan's predictive blade aura, something supposedly impossible for a martial master-level warrior to avoid. But so what? Ling Yishan sneered coldly. No matter how fast Bai Yujing advanced, he was still just a martial master. Without comprehending divine abilities, what gave him the audacity to challenge someone like Ling Yishan, who was in the martial grandmaster realm? He had already been willing to compromise. Bai Yujing only needed to hand over the secret, and he could leave. Of course, there was some wordplay involved. Ling Yishan had only promised to let him leave, not that he wouldn't kill him afterward. But who would have thought this lunatic wouldn't even try to negotiate, and would instead flip the table by swallowing 2 blood-burst pills outright? Now, staring at the figure before him, enveloped in a heavy aura of blood with eyes glowing red, Ling Yishan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. As the patriarch of the Ling family, he was all too familiar with the bloodburst pill. This concoction, made from the essence blood of the ferocious scarlet berserk beast, could temporarily amplify one's vitality and strength. However, its violent and malevolent energy severely clouded one's mind. When the pill was first introduced by the Wanbao Pavilion, dozens of cultivators had gone mad after consuming it. Nowadays, only desperate outlaws from groups like the Blood Lotus Association dared to use it. Taking 2 pills at once, was this man courting death? Even if Bai Yujing wasn't torn apart by the overwhelming surge of vitality, his sanity would be irreparably damaged. If he truly descended into madness, that secret would be lost forever. Before the thought could fully form, a figure wreathed in burning blood flames had already darted forward at an almost imperceptible speed. A crimson longsword, wrapped in a terrifying, blood-red sword aura, came crashing down from above. This strike combined the amplification of the demonic sword's aura with the explosive power of the bloodburst pills. If it were any ordinary latest-stage martial master, they would likely have been gravely injured. However, Ling Yishan was no ordinary opponent. As a latest-stage martial grandmaster, he merely glanced at the descending sword with calm disdain flickering in his eyes. This attack wasn't even a sword technique. It was a simple slash fueled purely by beast-like brute force, clearly showing that his mind had been affected. In the blink of an eye, as Bai Yujing's ferocious sword strike came hurtling toward him, Ling Yishan's black blade instantly met it. The black edge clashed violently with the blood-red sword light, producing a crisp metallic ringing sound. The overwhelming force pushed Ling Yishan back a step, while Bai Yujing was sent flying backward. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Ling Yishan carefully examined his opponent's weaponized long sword with an intricate engraving of a beast's eye on the hilt and fiery red, arcane patterns covering the blade. A thought flashed through Ling Yishan's mind. A sword for breaking through realms? A killing sword? Could this fiery red sword be the key to Bai Yujing's rapid advancement? But he quickly dismissed the idea. This sword couldn't even cut through his mid-ear spiritual weapon, the pitch-black blade, let alone qualify as anything beyond a standard spiritual weapon. If it truly possessed such power, it would at least be at the level of an immortal artifact. Su Yin keenly noticed Ling Yishan's brief, searching glance, which was quickly averted, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. If this old man dared to dismiss his sword as an ordinary, unremarkable spiritual weapon, he would definitely have Bai Yujing teach this short-sighted elder a proper lesson. At this moment, Bai Yujing was indeed in an abnormal state. His eyes glowed blood-red, his entire body radiating a bloody aura, and he was only using the most basic sword forms. It was evident that his mind had been affected by the explosive blood pill. Su Yin found it hard to believe Bai Yujing was known for his extraordinary willpower. Combined with the strengthening aura and the suppressive power of the Frostheart bracelet, he had previously been able to suppress even the chaotic blood energy and killing intent brought by the blood rain elixir. How could he now be so thoroughly influenced by the explosive blood pill? As Su Yin began to suspect that Bai Yujing might be putting on an act, he saw him slam heavily into the invisible boundary of the prison of the painted ground, causing a massive shockwave. If Bai Yujing had been in his right mind, he would have used his blood-red true essence, or the elemental energy of heaven and earth to form a protective barrier. But at this moment, he took the hit directly. Just then, a single raindrop fell from the sky, landing on the ground. Su Yin looked up and saw that dark clouds had unknowingly gathered overhead, signaling the arrival of an impending storm. As the first drop of evening rain fell from the sky, the darkened heavens soon unleashed a light drizzle. The rain grew heavier, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a torrential downpour, drenching the parched ground and leaving it a muddy mess. A sudden gust of wind howled, sweeping through the rain like a roaring tempest. Ling Yishan furrowed his brows slightly, flipping his palm to form a protective shield of true essence, blocking the dense curtain of rain. His mystical ability, Prison of the Ground, could only draw one person into the void realm at a time, but its effectiveness was undeniable. Bystanders on the street disappeared as they were separated by an invisible barrier. The unique feature of this power was that the void realm would only dissipate when a victor was declared, or if Ling Yishan willingly released it. Although this ability wasn't particularly powerful and could become a hindrance when facing stronger opponents, it was a devastating weapon against those of lower cultivation, plunging them into despair. However, one important aspect to note was that the environment within the void realm synchronized with the real world. Outside, is it raining too? Ling Yishan pondered silently. As a strategist accustomed to controlling every aspect of a situation, he disliked such unpredictable variables. So, can we talk now? He asked calmly, fixing his gaze on Bai Yujing, who was struggling to rise from the muddy ground. Rain streamed down Bai Yujing's face, but he remained silent. Taking advantage of the rain's cover and the wind's enhancement of his wind spirit technique, his figure suddenly vanished. Gone? Ling Yishan's expression briefly showed a hint of surprise. In the next instant, Bai Yujing reappeared behind Ling Yishan like a ghost. His demonic sword ignited with a fiery blood-red blaze, surging with killing intent as it slashed toward Ling Yishan's back. Slaughter sword intent. Blood flame slash. It seems you don't quite understand the concept of the martial profound realm, Ling Yishan said, turning to face Bai Yujing's bloodshot eyes with a cold smirk. Below the martial profound realm, all are but ants. A sharp blade gleamed as it clashed with Bai Yujing's sword, sparking violently. After blocking the ambush, Ling Yishan instantly moved behind Bai Yujing and delivered a powerful kick infused with black true essence. Bai Yujing shot through the rain like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the muddy ground and sending water splashing everywhere. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto his sword, which nearly slipped from his grasp. This time, he could no longer rise as quickly as before. As Ling Yishan had stated, the gap in strength between them was insurmountable. Even though Ling Yishan refrained from using martial techniques to extract information, he still overpowered Bai Yujing with ease. If it weren't for your secrets, you'd already be dead, Ling Yishan said, his tone devoid of emotion as he walked toward Bai Yujing, his straight blade in hand. Tell me, and I might spare your life. Ling Yishan squinted slightly, patiently awaiting Bai Yujing's response. In his eyes, Bai Yujing had no tricks left to play in his current state. Waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. Even the killing sword intent doesn't work on this old man. Su Yin stared at Bai Yujing, who lay motionless in the muddy ground, his heart filled with shock. The power of the martial profound realm far exceeded his imagination, forcing him to ponder. If the martial profound realm is already this formidable, then what kind of existence would the martial sovereign or martial saint be? Though Bai Yujing had fallen, he still clung tightly to the demonic sword, a sight that stirred complex emotions within Su Yin. Reflecting on the past, Bai Yujing had always managed to create miracles, repeatedly defeating enemies far stronger than himself. This had unconsciously led Su Yin to develop a certain disregard for the powerful figures of this high martial world. Just like the protagonist of his favorite anime, Demon Slayer, Bai Yujing, after the tragedy that befell his family, never allowed the demonic sword to corrupt him. He remained steadfastly kind at heart, and every life he took was one that deserved to be ended. But now, was it really the end? If Bai Yujing were to die, Su Yin, as the demonic sword, would inevitably fall into Ling Yishan's hands. And once Ling Yishan killed even a single person, he would uncover the sword's secrets and perhaps become even more unhinged than Bai Yujing. Though Ling Yishan might prove more beneficial to the sword's growth, Su Yin instinctively despised this sanctimonious old man just as he had despised Yu Qinghong. Even though Yu Qinghong could have significantly aided the sword's advancement, Su Yin had not hesitated to use his malevolent luck to bring about her demise. The demonic sword, unlike an evil sword, adhered to its user's true intentions despite its ominous name. Su Yin wished for Bai Yujing to exact his revenge and depart peacefully, not to fall here and now. He contemplated unleashing rampant demonic energy to take control, using the enhanced power of Biluo Huangquan to break free from the constraints of this stalemate. Yet, the system informed him that the sword master's consciousness remained intact, leaving Su Yin puzzled. After carefully sensing Bai Yujing's state, Su Yin's expression turned subtly intrigued. It turned out that Bai Yujing's actions moments ago were not guided by his conscious mind, but by some instinctive killing intent, reminiscent of the time in the underground fighting arena of the Prosperity Entertainment Club. Back then, after slaughtering numerous gamblers, Bai Yujing, his white robes stained with blood, had grasped the essence of the killing sword intent in a life-or-death moment and defeated Edward, a martial lord, with a single strike. This anomaly seemed to originate from the 2 bloodburst pills confiscated from the president of the Blood Lotus Society. The ferocious aura of the pills might have reacted with the chaotic blood energy of the blood rain nectar, plunging Bai Yujing's consciousness into a deeper layer of his subconscious. It was the first time Su Yin had encountered such a phenomenon, and he couldn't help but wonder, where exactly had Bai Yujing's consciousness gone? Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Though it was the blazing heat of July in the southern region, snow had begun to fall. In a small courtyard on the outskirts of Ninghai City, the snowflakes landed softly on the face of a solitary figure standing in the yard, melting into water. Feeling the chill, Bai Yujing suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively reached for his weapon, only to realize the divine sword was nowhere to be found. Is this my home? Just as Bai Yujing was lost in confusion, a playful voice, both familiar and unfamiliar, came from behind him. Brother, what are you doing standing out here all by yourself? In the night sky, a hazy full moon hung above the darkness. Dressed in her winter coat, Bai Yueling was about to turn her head to look at her brother, who had been standing in the courtyard in a daze for some time. Suddenly, Bai Yujing turned around. Before she could react, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, and a rough hand gently caressed her cheek. In the cold night, Bai Yueling's small face suddenly grew hot. She tried to wriggle free from Bai Yujing's arms but failed. Left with no choice, she puffed her cheeks slightly in protest. It's been so long. How have you been? She murmured softly. Bai Yujing, seemingly lost in thought, stroked his sister's face, his gaze distant. Since that nightmarish evening, his dreams had been filled only with the lonely grave in the courtyard and an overwhelming thirst for revenge. Yet now, this face he had longed for appeared so vividly before him. Is this a dream? His thumb gently traced her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. How can you seem so real before me? Sensing the unusual emotion in her brother, Bai Yueling stopped struggling and looked up at him with concern in her eyes. Brother, did you have a nightmare just now? A nightmare? Bai Yujing released her from his embrace, his gaze drifting to the distance. Perhaps it really was a nightmare. After a moment of thought, Bai Yueling spread her fingers in front of her brother, letting the cool breeze pass through them. If it's a nightmare, let it drift away with the wind. She then pointed to the full moon in the sky, her face breaking into a smile. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. I even cooked a reunion dinner especially for us. With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and started walking toward the house. Halfway there, she suddenly turned around and earnestly reminded him, "You'd better not say it doesn't taste good later." The warm, golden light from the small house spilled out, keeping the cold wind and snow at bay. At the dinner table, the siblings laughed and chatted as they exchanged dishes and drinks. Although Bai Yueling was still young and could only drink fruit wine, after 3 small rounds, her delicate face was already flushed, and she became increasingly talkative. Bai Yujing quietly watched his sister, listening as she shared her excitement. "Brother, the high evolution technique you taught me, I've already cultivated it to the 2nd stage. Wind Spirit Rai Soul. The Wind Eye and Thunder Eye are so amazing, especially the Thunder Eye in the heart. When I practice, it feels like I have a second heartbeat." She suddenly chuckled and added, "Brother, do you think if the heart ever fails, the Thunder Eye could replace it?" "Haha, just kidding." "Brother," Bai Yueling said excitedly, "our martial arts class teacher said I have great talent. As long as I train diligently, I can definitely score well in the martial arts exam. Who knows, maybe I could even go to Qingbei University in Jing City." Her eyes sparkled with hope as she continued, "I heard there's a magical 9-turn transcendence tower over there in Jing City. If I really get into Qingbei, I must go see it." Then, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she added, "I mean, I hope you can come with me." Switching topics, Bai Yueling asked, "Brother, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, isn't the new year just around the corner? This year, let's buy some fireworks and set them off in the courtyard. I love those big heart-shaped ones the most." She gestured with her hands. "We can celebrate. Life is getting better and better, and I believe I'll only keep improving." She blinked and said playfully, "Fireworks are fleeting, but bonds last forever. When the time comes, you light the fireworks, and I'll take pictures to capture the beautiful moments forever. When I'm old, these will be precious memories." "What? You don't want your photo taken?" "No way, it's settled." Before her words fully landed, Bai Yueling had already fallen asleep, slumped over the desk. Bai Yujing stood up quietly, carefully carried her to her room, tucked her in, and then sat on the chair beside her bed. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on her peaceful face. Bai Yujing couldn't help but gently pat her head. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. "Brother, you're home so early today?" Bai Yueling, dressed in her martial arts uniform, opened the door to find Bai Yujing seated in the living room. "There's nothing much going on over there today," Bai Yujing replied with a smile while cleaning his crimson blade. "I'll head to my room then." "All right, go ahead." As the door closed, Bai Yujing's expression suddenly turned ice cold. Moments later, a shadow silently appeared at the doorway. Just as the figure reached for the door, Bai Yujing struck like lightning, grabbing the intruder's head and slamming it forcefully to the ground. In a flash of cold light, the shadowy martial warrior's head fell to the floor. Bai Yujing kicked aside the headless corpse and pushed open the door. Bai Yueling peeked out. "What happened?" "Nothing, just dealt with a fly." "Oh." Bai Yueling, puzzled about how a fly could exist in the dead of winter, still nodded. Patting her stomach, she said, "Brother, I'm hungry. I want 3 bowls of rice. I'll make a feast for you tonight, but no alcohol, not even fruit wine." "What?" Bai Yueling immediately pouted. Late at night, after Bai Yueling had fallen sound asleep, Bai Yujing cast one last glance at her door. He fastened the demonic sword to his waist and walked resolutely into the snowy night. On a flat expanse of snow, indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape, he stopped, closed his eyes, and gripped the hilt of the demonic sword. In these 3 days, he had felt a rare sense of peace and joy, and he longed for such days to last forever. But dreams must end, dissipating like clouds. A completely different aura from his previous killing intent erupted from within him, dyeing the world around him in a somber, yellow hue. In the mystical realm created by the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Yishan, using his technique, boundary of imprisonment, torrential rain poured relentlessly. The downpour intensified, and streams of water quickly gathered into shallow pools around Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing lay collapsed in the muddy ground, his pristine white robe tainted by dirt after enduring a series of heavy strikes from Ling Yishan. Yet, the increasingly fierce rain soon washed away the stains, restoring his robe to its original pure white. The icy rain soaked his long hair, the droplets trailing down his cheeks, but he showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Standing opposite him, Ling Yishan furrowed his brows, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. With his advanced cultivation in the later stage of the Wuxian realm, he could clearly sense 3 approaching auras. Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tiancheng were the closest, while Wu Yong's presence was further away. Although the aura of a mysterious figure clad in a black military uniform was elusive, Ling Yishan was certain that person was also on their way. As the weakest among the group, Ling Yishan was acutely aware that once they arrived, the situation would spiral beyond his control. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped his blade and strode toward Bai Yujing, intending to sever his opponent's limbs and take him away for interrogation. Su Yin, observing Ling Yishan's expression, sensed the impending danger. At that moment, he noticed Bai Yujing's fingers twitch slightly. In the next instant, Bai Yujing slowly opened his eyes, using his demonic sword for support as he rose to his feet. He then sheathed the sword, his crimson-tinged gaze fading as clarity returned to his expression. Seeing this, Ling Yishan halted his steps and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "It seems you know when to yield." His tone carried an air of confidence, bolstered by his formidable cultivation in the Wu Xian realm. However, Bai Yujing remained silent. He closed his eyes, his right hand tightening around the hilt of his sword, while his left gripped the scabbard. Leaning slightly forward, he assumed a perfect sword-drawing stance amidst the rain. He stood there motionless, as if he had become one with the heavens and earth. Su Yin gazed at Bai Yujing with a slight frown. Strangely, he could not sense the slightest killing intent from the other man, which was completely at odds with the characteristics of the killing sword intent. The opening stance bore a faint resemblance to the wind and thunder sword styles, splitting wind and thunder, but his intuition told him otherwise. After all, the wind and thunder sword style was merely a Shin-level sword technique. Yet the feeling emanating from Bai Yujing at this moment was akin to the desolation of wielding killing sword intent, or the Biluo Wangquan technique. Although Bai Yujing often claimed to lack talent, Sui knew this was mere modesty. His mastery of Juezhong, a demonic sword technique, and the creation of two unique sword skills bore testament to his unparalleled talent in swordsmanship was, without a doubt, the most gifted swordsman Su Yin had ever encountered. Ling Yishan stared coldly at the ever-silent Bai Yujing, a flicker of icy malice in his eyes. The man had repeatedly tested his patience, and now Ling Yishan had none left to give. While taking Bai Yujing's life might not yet be an option, crippling him and shattering his will to resist was entirely within his power. In a flash, Ling Yishan moved, and a terrifying blade aura erupted from him. This aura was unlike the sharpness displayed earlier by the dual-bladed black-robed martial master. Instead, it carried an oppressive stillness, as though a single strike could sever all existence. Yet, just as he raised his straight blade, Ling Yishan suddenly froze in place, disbelief flooding his eyes. At that precise moment, Bai Yujing slowly drew his demonic sword. As the blade emerged, its sheath crumbled away, as if eroded by millennia of time. A ripple of water-like energy spread outward from his feet, followed by crimson waves that quickly engulfed the entire desolate realm, plunging it into a black void of silence and annihilation. Impossible! Ling Yishan's pupils constricted in shock. He could sense the aura of the Dao realm accessible only to martial saints. How could a mere martial master, not even at the martial Xian level, possibly comprehend the Dao? He struggled desperately, but it was as if his entire body had been locked in place, unable to move. When the demonic sword was fully unsheathed, its blade emitted a blood-red radiance, with crimson lightning flickering across its surface. Bai Yujing's aura surged, breaking through from the peak of the martial master level to the martial Xian level. At the very moment of his breakthrough, a profound clarity washed over him. Casting aside all obsessions, he entered a state of pure emptiness and tranquility. In this instant, he finally understood the name of this divine technique, ephemeral dream. Life, what causes it to slumber? Bai Yujing delved deep into the recesses of his consciousness, seeking the answer. Was it the fear of the pain reality brings? The regret of facing death? Or perhaps the simple truth that life itself is unprepared to confront its inevitable end? Yet, whether a dream be sweet or harrowing, all must awaken eventually, dissolving into a fleeting remnant, returning to dust. And in that fleeting remnant, he found enlightenment. Though the essence of life remained elusive, he caught a glimpse of its profound Naturian instant of clarity that birthed a new realm of understanding. Beyond the killing intent he had long mastered, Bai Yujing grasped a second domain, the realm of the Yellow Springs. Alongside it, a new sword technique took shape within him, Shattered Flower, Dream's Shadow. Before him stood Ling Yishan, a formidable opponent in the late Wu Xian realm, the strongest adversary Bai Yujing had encountered thus far. Bai Yujing's newly realized ability, Ephemeral Dream, could temporarily halt the domains and techniques of everyone within its range, freezing time itself. The higher one's cultivation, however, the shorter the pause. During this brief window, Bai Yujing would enter a unique state of residual dream shadows, wherein time flowed normally for him, but all his attacks would only take effect when the dream dissolved. He knew all too well that against someone of Ling Yishan's level, this window would last but an instant, just enough to execute a single sword strike. If that strike failed to be fatal, He would have no choice but to retreat once the prison of painted ground effect dissipated. The power of his newly comprehended technique was untested, but there was no room for hesitation. Ling Yishan's earlier mercy had been driven by curiosity about the secret of the divine sword. Now, however, it seemed the three great martial clans had reached some kind of accord against him. This time, Bai Yujing had to go all in. The sky transformed. This was no metaphor, but a tangible phenomenon. According to Buddhist teachings, a single thought spans 20 instants, and 20 instants make a snap of the fingers. In the moment Bai Yujing opened his eyes, it was as if 1,000 years had passed. A profound aura, embodying the annihilation of all things and the return of life to dust, surged from his being. The vast sky of the void realm, along with its pitch-black clouds, turned a murky yellow. Torrential rain, eerily suspended mid-fall, hung motionless. Ling Yishan's pupils contracted as he sensed the enigmatic sword intent radiating from Bai Yujing, a flicker of fear rippling through his heart. As Bai Yujing raised his sword and gathered his momentum, the yellowed clouds seemed to part, as though by an invisible hand. A blood-red moon emerged, looming high above Ling Yishan's head. It was like the yellow springs before the three paths of the forgotten river. How could he be this strong? Ling Yishan roared internally, his mind in turmoil. Before being trapped in this cage of the painted ground, Bai Yujing was merely a martial artist at the martial master level. Although he was indeed fierce, single-handedly slaughtering numerous experts at the Feng clan's stronghold and wiping out 3 minor sects in succession, Ling Yishan considered these feats insignificant. If it had been him, he would have killed even faster and more ruthlessly. This disdain was precisely why he hadn't severed Bai Yujing's limbs at the outset. In his eyes, killing Bai Yujing was a matter of mere thought. Even when Bai Yujing broke through to the early martial grandmaster stage moments ago, immobilizing him, Ling Yishan felt only shock, not fear. But now, true fear finally gripped his heart. The faint trace of hidden terror could no longer be concealed as his pupils contracted violently. From Bai Yujing's sword, he could sense the breath of death. No, I can't take this strike. I must dodge it. Ling Yishan desperately channeled his blade intent, struggling to break free from the restraints on his body. Move, move, damn it, he roared in his mind. But his body remained frozen in the stance of holding his blade, helplessly watching Bai Yujing's next move. Where are Feng Yuanjing and the others? And that man in the black military uniform? Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this moment. Ironically, just moments ago, he had hoped these people wouldn't find him so quickly, but now he wished they could sprout wings and fly to his rescue. At that moment, Bai Yujing moved. He gripped the demonic sword with both hands and swung a phantom slash from the upper right to the lower left. The blood-red lightning crackling along the blade condensed into a narrow crimson rift before Ling Yishan, slashing down with immense force. The sword energy struck but did not dissipate. Instead, it left arcs of blood-colored lightning dancing across Ling Yishan's body. I'm fine. Ling Yishan froze, incredulous that he was unharmed. However, before his confusion could settle, Bai Yujing's figure transformed into a streak of blood-colored lightning, flashing around him in rapid succession, unleashing 3 sharp sword strikes. Then, the blood-red figure leaped into the sky, the demonic sword wreathed in blood lightning, descending from above and slashing diagonally across Ling Yishan's form. After landing, Bai Yujing switched the sword back to his right hand, extending his arm as his wrist twisted sharply, drawing a crimson arc. A massive wave of horizontal blood-colored sword energy swept across Ling Yishan's body once more. What is he trying to do? Ling Yishan couldn't comprehend. Bai Yujing's sword techniques were overwhelming, and each strike landed precisely, yet they seemed to cause no harm. But for some reason, an inexplicable sense of dread continued to rise within his heart. Bai Yujing held the demonic sword diagonally by his side, his black hair flowing unnaturally despite the still air. He uttered a single word, his voice calm yet chilling. Break. For an instant, time, which had been suspended by the remnants of a dream, resumed its flow. In the desolate void, it was as if an invisible hand had pressed the reset button on everything. Time and space, once frozen, suddenly began to flow again. The torrential rain in the sky resumed its relentless downpour, unending and unstoppable. At the very moment Bai Yujing softly uttered the word shatter, Ling Yishan felt an overwhelming sense of unease surge to its peak. He had just regained control of his body, but before he could make any move, a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes, one he would remember for the rest of his life. A blood-red sword light streaked across the sky, vast as the horizon itself, carrying with it a thunderous force that seemed to shake the very fabric of space. The strike descended like a dragon bursting forth from the sea, unstoppable and devastating. Everything in its path was obliterated. The merciless sword light slashed through Ling Yishan's body, piercing through layers of rain and dust, until it collided with the boundary of the void. The once impenetrable barrier was instantly torn open into a massive fissure before collapsing entirely. Ling Yishan had no time to react. Excruciating pain engulfed him from all directions. He let out a tortured groan and realized, to his horror, that his body had been shattered beyond recognition. He tried to reach out to salvage his disintegrating form, but found himself incapable of moving even a single finger. All he could do was stare, wide-eyed, as his life force ebbed away. In his final moments, fleeting thoughts raced through his mind like a carousel. What kind of sword strike was this? How could it be so powerful? How was it possible that he, a formidable late-stage martial profound realm cultivator, couldn't withstand even a single move from Bai Yujing, who had just entered the martial profound realm? Were all followers of the evil god this terrifying? Tonight, encountering Bai Yujingho's misfortune, was it truly? A torrent of regret surged in his heart. If only he had acted decisively from the start, instead of coveting the mid-tier mystical weapon Muramasa. Or if he had waited for the other two family heads as agreed, with 3 latest-stage martial profound realm experts together, how could Bai Yujing have harmed him in the slightest? But such what-ifs were now meaningless. The cruelest irony was that Ling Yishan would never know, even in death, that the secret he had been so desperate to uncover was hidden within the blood-red sword he had dismissed as an ordinary spiritual weapon. All of his blood essence and power had been devoured by the demonic sword technique Crimson Rain's Grace, with half of it returning to its wielder. After slaying this latest-stage martial profound realm expert, Bai Yujing felt an immense surge of energy flooding into his body, his expression shifting slightly. Even though it was only half of the absorbed power, the sheer magnitude of the life force was vast and overwhelming. Ignoring the torrential rain around him, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged, activating the wind-thunder primordial flow to refine and absorb the immense energy. Bai Yujing had just broken through to the mid-stage of the Wu Xian realm, and Su Yin, as a sword spirit, clearly sensed the shift in his aura. He couldn't help but ponder. The wind and thunder source stream, as a Shin-level technique, was indeed starting to fall short for Bai Yujing's current level. After all, its original owner, Yu Qinghong, was only a martial master at the great martial master realm. Su Yin ran his hand over the blade of his sword, calculating internally. He still possessed an extraordinary technique, one so profound that the system had once offered a price of 10,000 units of demonic energy for it. However, this sword technique, originating from the heretic god's Eden, not only had stringent inheritance conditions, but also came with severe side effects. While it could instantly elevate the user by 2 major realms, selling it to the system would likely mean it would be gone forever. Just as Su Yin hesitated over whether to trade the technique for demonic energy and try his luck in the demonic sword maul, a majestic and overwhelming aura erupted from Bai Yujing. Another breakthrough? Su Yin murmured to himself in amazement. As a transmigrator, he had initially assumed he was the protagonist of this world, only to be brutally proven wrong, reduced to a mere sword spirit, forced to watch as Bai Yujing advanced with unstoppable momentum. Still, on second thought, the stronger Bai Yujing became, the more it would benefit Su Yin's own progression. Suddenly, a figure appeared opposite Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing had already sensed the presence and opened his eyes, locking onto the newcomer with a sharp gaze. So, you're Bai Yujing? The intruder was an elder with a hawk-like nose and a shadowy demeanor. Yun Tianqing? Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately discerning that this man was also an expert at the late stage of the Wu Xian realm. Yun Tianqing had intended to issue some threats, but his smile quickly froze. You've already reached the Wu Xian realm? He hurriedly scanned his surroundings, and when his gaze landed on a particular spot, his pupils contracted sharply. You killed Ling Yishan? Bai Yujing remained silent. The unrefined blood energy within his body continued to surge, preventing him from utilizing his Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Escape technique. But at this point, he no longer needed to flee. His mid-stage Wu Xian realm strength was enough to confront Feng Shuedong for vengeance, and even Feng Yuanjing couldn't stop him now. Anyone who stands in my way will be cut down. Bai Yujing's voice carried an icy killing intent as he fixed his blade-like gaze on Yun Tianqing. Feeling the unrestrained murderous aura, Yun Tianqing instinctively took a step back. Yun Tianqing fixed his gaze on the bold figure in white not far away, his brows furrowing instinctively. When he realized he had unconsciously taken a step back under the pressure of the other's imposing aura, a wave of shame and anger surged in his chest. Fortunately, Feng Yuanjing wasn't around, or this would have surely become a source of ridicule. Stop with the empty theatrics, Yun Tianqing sneered coldly, his sharp eyes locking onto the other figure. Do you think I can't tell that your blood and chi are in turmoil? Killing Ling Yishan wasn't it just borrowing the power of that evil deity of yours? And now you're suffering the backlash? Bai Yujing was silent for a moment before speaking in an indifferent tone. What if I said I was framed? That the real follower of the evil deity is actually Feng Zuding? Would you believe me? You're not. Yun Tianqing was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Are you trying to claim that breaking through from the martial sovereign realm to the martial mystic realm was purely due to your own effort and talent? And the massacre last night involving the Hunters and the Blood Lotus Society, are you saying that wasn't your doing? Rain fell steadily on both of them, but Bai Yujing stood unmoving, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His white robe billowed in the wind and rain, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. Hearing Yun Tiancheng's accusations, a flicker crossed Bai Yujing's eyes. Indeed, no one would believe his explanation but himself, and he had no evidence to back it up. In truth, Bai Yujing was utterly exhausted at this moment, not from physical injuries, which had already healed after slaying Ling Yishan, but from the immense mental strain. Using the time-related divine technique, Fleeting Dream, had consumed his spirit to its limits, leaving him unable to wield it again in such a short span. This, however, was something Yun Tiancheng didn't know. Both men were gambling. Bai Yujing wagered that Yun Tiancheng would back down out of caution. If he lost the gamble, he would have no choice but to draw his sword and fight. After all, if he dared to duel someone in the face of adversity before, he had nothing to fear now. Deliberately releasing a faint aura of the netherworld, Bai Yujing's gaze grew even colder. I've said all I need to. My grudge is with the Feng family. I have no quarrel with your Ling or Yin families. I don't know what kind of benefits Feng Yuanjing promised you, but if you insist on standing in my way, feel free to try. Before his words had fully settled, a fierce sword intent burst forth from his body, carrying with it the somber essence of life, returning to dust and all things meeting their inevitable end. The sheer force of this aura caused Yun Tiancheng's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. What? What is this aura? Yun Tiancheng was stunned as he sensed the eerie energy permeating the air. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Ling Yishan fell to this very power? As a seasoned martial artist, he was well aware that starting from the martial sect realm, martial artists could begin to comprehend intent, and there were varying levels of strength among these intents. While he couldn't discern exactly what kind of intent Bai Yujing had mastered, the chilling aura of the Yellow Springs instinctively filled him with a sense of danger. Wait a moment. Seeing Bai Yujing poised for battle, Yun Tiancheng hurriedly raised his hand in a gesture to pause. He scrutinized Bai Yujing closely, his confusion deepening. Bai Yujing's earlier remark had indeed left him pondering just who had promised him what. In truth, there was no deep-seated enmity between him and Bai Yujing. His participation in the pursuit was merely driven by the Ninghai city mayor's promise of a year's mining rights to a Yuan stone vein for the Yun family. But all of this was based on the assumption that Bai Yujing was merely a martial sect-level martial artist, and that the risks were manageable. However, now that even Ling Yishan, a martial grandmaster at the late stage, had fallen to Bai Yujing, risking so much for such a reward seemed utterly foolish. Upon deeper reflection, Yun Tiancheng felt increasingly that this deal was a terrible loss. As a branch of the Yun family in Yanjing, the Yun family of Ninghai might pale in comparison to the direct lines of the super martial clans, but they were still distantly related to the so-called heavenly dragons. Ultimately, whatever chaos Bai Yujing stirred up in Ninghai City was of little personal consequence to him. At worst, he could swallow his pride and return to Yanjing. With the wealth he had accumulated over the years and the Yun family's vast network in Yanjing, he could still live a prosperous life. Having thought this through, Yun Tiancheng quietly took a few steps back, his intentions clear. Just then, a booming voice rang out from behind him. Yun Tiancheng, don't listen to his nonsense. You're a dignified late-stage martial grandmaster. If you let Bai Yujing slip away so easily tonight, where will your reputation go? Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, a middle-aged man with short black hair landed beside Yun Tiancheng. Another late-stage martial grandmaster had arrived. Bai Yujing's expression darkened slightly as he recognized the newcomer. Feng Yuanzheng? Yun Tiancheng hesitated for a moment. Although, with Feng Yuanzheng's arrival, they now had two late-stage martial grandmasters against Bai Yujing, who was only mid-stage, and their odds of victory should have been substantial. Yun Tiancheng had already resolved not to get involved in this murky affair. You can't provoke me into action. I've already decided to withdraw. Upon realizing that the newcomer was none other than Feng Yuanzheng, Bai Yujing's eyes flickered slightly. The current situation made it clear to him that tonight would not end peacefully. At this moment, his residual dream technique was still on cooldown, and the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique was temporarily unusable due to the impact on his vitality. Bai Yujing immediately decided to change his strategy. He no longer confined himself to refining his energy and blood along the route of the Wind and Thunder Source Flow technique. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tiancheng had yet to reach an agreement, he discreetly activated a special breathing technique, mobilizing every cell in his body to absorb the chaotic energy and blood circulating within him. Although this approach would further shorten the time he could sustain his strength, it was the only option available to him at the moment. Don't tell me you actually believe Bai Yujing's nonsense about not targeting the Yun family? Feng Yuanjing asked, looking at Yun Tiancheng with a hint of surprise. Having arrived late, he had only caught the latter half of Bai Yujing's words. Faced with the question, Yun Tiancheng remained silent. Old Yun, how can you be so muddle-headed at a time like this? Bai Yujing is a follower of the evil god, and you believe what he says. Feng Yuanjing chuckled bitterly. Besides, I've already notified the Martial Supervision Bureau, and Wu Yunkwithy should be on their way here. Talk is cheap. Why don't you go after him yourself? Yun Tiancheng sneered. Even Ling Yishan was killed by him. You think a mere yuan stone mine is worth me risking my life for your Feng family? Should I die in your place? Ling Yishan is dead? Feng Yuanjing froze for a moment. He then sensed the overwhelming vitality emanating from Bai Yujing, and his expression darkened. As someone privy to the truth, he knew better than anyone that Bai Yujing was not a follower of the evil god. This realization only deepened his shock. When Feng Yuanjing discovered Ling Yishan's mangled corpse, his face grew even grimmer. He began to regret his earlier decision to protect his daughter. What he had thought would be a simple matter had now spiraled out of control. The situation became even more dire as he recalled how Bai Yujing had headed straight for Xuedong's pavilion that night. It was clear Bai Yujing had uncovered something. With his terrifying rate of growth, it was not impossible for him to break through to the martial sovereign level within days. By then, even Wu Yunk might struggle to stop him. He must be dealt with tonight. Feng Yuanjing's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. However, Bai Yujing's movements were unpredictable, and Feng Yuanjing alone might not be able to prevent his escape. Yun Tiancheng had already stated he would not get involved, and Wu Yunk was still far away and unlikely to arrive in time. As Feng Yuanjing found himself caught in a dilemma, his gaze fell upon the blood-red longsword in Bai Yujing's hand. The blade crackled with scarlet lightning, and the narrow, beast-like eye design etched into the hilt stood out ominously. When Feng Yuan was investigating Bai Yujing's background, he uncovered a series of thought-provoking details. This young man lived in extreme poverty, with a younger sister still in school and a gravely ill mother at home. His daily routine was monotonous to the point of peculiarity, either selling charcoal on the streets or heading toward the prison to carry out executions. What stood out the most was that during every execution, Bai Yujing refused to use the standard-issued blades provided by the Martial Supervision Bureau. Instead, he insisted on wielding a pitch-black longsword he carried with him at all times. By thoroughly questioning the survivors from the Feng family residence, Feng Yuan learned more details about Feng Liuyun's death. All the witnesses unanimously mentioned a key detail during the battle. The longsword in Bai Yujing's hand suddenly erupted with a shocking crimson radiance, so intense that it briefly outshone the red rippling sky above. Even more astonishingly, the sword's form began to change. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Feng Liyun, who had been holding the upper hand, was suddenly overwhelmed and completely subdued by Bai Yujing. At the time, Feng Yuan did not fully grasp what the survivors meant by changing form, but now, seeing the sword with his own eyes, he finally understood their descriptions. The presence of this sword was simply too overwhelming to ignore. As he stared at the unusual sword, Feng Yuan's mind raced. Given Bai Yujing's impoverished circumstances, it was impossible for him to afford any weapon of notable quality. Combining the strange phenomena from that night with the sword's unique appearance, an unbelievable thought began to take shape in Feng Yuan's mind. Could it be that this sword had the ability to evolve? And could Bai Yujing's frequent killings and his rapid ascent in martial arts be connected to this sword? This hypothesis sent a shiver through Feng Yuan's heart. In his long life, he had never heard of a weapon capable of evolving. Whether it was a spiritual weapon, a mystical weapon, or even an immortal weapon, none of them possessed the ability to change form or rank during combat. Unless this sword was a legendary Tianming Jiwu, a fate-bound supreme weapon. The very idea made Feng Yuan's heart race. As the head of the Feng family and a top-tier martial artist at the late stage of the martial profound realm, he was aware of the existence of a higher tier of weaponry above immortal weapons. However, such mythical artifacts were so distant and legendary that he had never seriously considered them. If this theory was correct, it would perfectly explain how Bai Yujing had managed to advance from the first level of the Qi and Blood realm to the midstage of the martial profound realm in just over a year, a truly astonishing speed. While keeping a vigilant eye on Bai Yujing to prevent his escape, Feng Yuan spoke in a low, commanding tone to Yun Tiancheng. Old Yun, tonight you must join me in killing Bai Yujing right here. Are you ordering me? Yun Tiancheng's face showed disbelief. Didn't you wonder earlier how Bai Yujing managed to advance so rapidly in martial arts? It's not because of some evil god's power, Feng Yuan said gravely. It's because of the sword in his hand. That sword is a Tianming Jiwu. What did you just say? The revelation shook Yun Tiancheng so much that his voice quivered. In the world, divine weapons are categorized into 4 levels. From lowest to highest, they are classified as mortal weapons, spirit weapons, arcane weapons, and celestial weapons. This categorization is widely accepted by most people on Blue Star. On this azure planet, located in a corner of the Kanglan starfield, there exists a secret known only among high-level martial artists and the upper echelons of society. Beyond celestial weapons, there is an extraordinary tier destined supreme arms. Just as supreme martial arts signify the pinnacle of martial achievement, destined supreme arms represent the ultimate mastery of divine weaponry. It is said that destined supreme arms are the crystallization of the star god's power, scattered onto blue star. Each of these weapons is imbued with the destiny force of its corresponding star god, granting it abilities that defy the mundane. The most renowned of these is the Life Destiny Supreme Arm, reportedly housed within the martial god temple of the Great Xia dynasty. Legend has it that this weapon possesses the miraculous power to resurrect the dead. Rumors even suggest that if someone resonates with a destined supreme arm, they might gain the favor of the star god, becoming their chosen envoy and obtaining even greater destiny power. These details were part of intelligence gathered by Yun Tianqing in his earlier years. However, he had always been skeptical of such tales. After all, he had never seen a destined supreme arm with his own eyes, nor had he heard of anyone actually using the legendary weapon from the martial god temple. To him, these rumors were little more than intriguing stories, never to be taken seriously. But today, his old rival, Feng Yuanjing, delivered shocking news. Not only did destined supreme arms truly exist, but one was right before his eyes, in the hands of Bai Yujing. This revelation struck Yun Tianqing like a heavy blow, shattering his previous understanding. Yun Tianqing's gaze locked onto the sword in Bai Yujing's hand, his eyes a mix of astonishment, excitement, and an undeniable hint of greed. Yet, he refrained from acting rashly. As someone who had cultivated to the late stages of the martial arcane realm, he knew all too well that things were rarely as simple as they seemed. Especially since this information came from Feng Yuanzeng, a figure hostile to the Yun family, it warranted even greater caution. Is this true? Yun Tianqing's heart was filled with suspicion. Based on his understanding of Feng Yuanjing, the man would never be so kind as to voluntarily share such earth-shattering news. He needed more proof before taking any reckless action. You're not trying to trick me into being your pawn, are you, Feng Yuanjing? Yun Tianqing turned around, his sharp gaze locking onto Feng Yuanjing beside him. His tone was filled with suspicion. If that sword truly is the legendary Heaven's Mandate weapon, why tell me about it instead of keeping the secret for yourself? Feng Yuanzheng's face twitched, his jaw clenched as he replied through gritted teeth. Do you think I don't want to keep it all to myself? But look at the situation we're in. I can't hold him off anymore. Just yesterday, Bai Yujing was only at the late stage of the martial sect realm. Yet today he managed to kill Ling Yishan and break through to the mid-stage of the martial profound realm. If he escapes tonight, the next time he resurfaces, even Wu Yonk might not be able to stop him. Right now, if we join forces, we might still have a chance. Yun Tianqing stood still, his eyes flickering as he weighed the pros and cons. Could an alliance with Feng Yuanjing really subdue Bai Yujing? If they failed, Bai Yujing would undoubtedly exact bloody revenge on the Ninghai Yun family, just as he had done to the Feng family 2 nights ago. Yet, the allure of the fabled Heaven's Mandate weapon was hard to resist, and the thought of backing out began to waver. After a brief silence, Yun Tianqing's expression darkened, his usual shrewd demeanor returning. Clearly, he had made up his mind. Noticing Feng Yuanzheng's anxious look, he decided to seize the opportunity to extort some benefits. While your argument makes sense, it's still just your word, Yun Tianqing said, narrowing his eyes. The Heaven's Mandate weapon is nothing more than a myth, no one's ever seen it. If it turns out to be false, wouldn't this all be a waste of effort? Enough with the empty promises. Offer me something real to convince me. Taking advantage of the situation? Huh? Yun Tianqing, I'll remember this, Feng Yuanjing muttered, barely suppressing his anger. But with no other choice, he relented. What do you want? The Ling family's and your Feng family's spirit stone mines, hand them over to the Yun family. Fine. And the Feng family's celestial artifact, the mundane mountain sea scroll. I want that too. What? Don't push your luck. Feng Yuanzheng's veins bulged on his forehead and fists. If not for his need for Yun Tianqing's help, he would have punched him on the spot. How about letting me use it once instead? Fine. Though still reluctant, this compromise was slightly more tolerable for Feng Yuanzheng. With the deal struck, Yun Tianqing nodded in satisfaction and drew a long, wind-green sword. Old Yun, let's take him down together. Feng Yuanzheng growled. Agreed. Wait, I have something to say, Bai Yujing suddenly interjected. Bai Yujing overheard the entire conspiracy between the two men. When Feng Yuanjing mentioned that the sword in his hand was the legendary Heaven's Mandate weapon, Bai instinctively turned to glance at the blood-red sword in his right hand that had accompanied him for over a year. Though he had no idea what exactly the Heaven's Mandate weapon was, the conversation between the two and the barely concealed shock on Yun Tianqing's face made it clear that this was no ordinary weapon. Gripping his divine sword tightly, an epiphany struck him. No wonder the sword had always displayed such unusual sentiency, had such an extraordinary origin. While the two men were engrossed in their discussion, Bai quietly activated his breathing technique, accelerating the recovery of his energy and vitality. As it seemed the two were about to make a move, Bai Yujing stood his ground, narrowing his eyes slightly. Wait a moment. I have something to say, he said. Yun Tianqing immediately raised a hand to stop Feng Yuanzheng, who was ready to strike. Feng glanced at Yun in confusion, wondering why this old man was being so uncooperative. Still, without anyone to shield him from the blade, Feng hesitated to act alone and reluctantly held back. Bai Yujing's gaze swept over the demonic sword entwined with blood-red lightning. His tone was calm. Yes, the sword in my hand is indeed the heaven's mandate weapon. The statement landed like a bombshell. Yun Tianqing instantly became excited, his prior doubts vanishing entirely. Feng Yuanjing's expression flickered with surprise, hadn't expected his speculation to be entirely correct. Before the two could recover from their shock, Bai Yujing continued, but have you thought about this? The heaven's mandate weapon is Uniquether's only one. Yet, there are two of you. After killing me, how will you decide who gets it? His eyes shifted between the two men, finally settling on Yun Tianqing. Yun Tianqing, now that you know about the heaven's mandate weapon, aren't you worried that after you and Feng Yuanjing join forces to kill me, he'll silence you afterward? His words struck a nerve. Feng Yuanzheng cursed inwardly, realizing how true Bai's statement was as he noticed Yun Tianqing faltering. Yun instinctively stepped back 2 paces, turning a wary gaze toward Feng. You're talking nonsense. I never had such thoughts. Feng Yuanjing retorted hastily, though his face flushed with embarrassment. He couldn't deny that this had been his plan all along, to dispose of Bai Yujing first, then take advantage of Yun Tianqing's weakened state to eliminate him as well. That way, the Feng family could dominate Ninghai City, and the secret of the Heaven's Mandate weapon would remain forever secure. Bai Yujing merely smiled faintly, his expression unreadable, neither confirming nor denying anything. Nowadays, Ninghai City is home to 2 formidable martial sovereigns. Not only Wu Yonk from the Martial Monitoring Bureau, but also the man in the black military uniform who had suddenly appeared from Shanha province. Feng Yuanzheng calculated silently in his heart. If Yun Tianqing decided to go for broke and revealed the secret of the heavenly destiny supreme martial art to these 2 martial sovereigns, it would be a situation even he could hardly handle. Yun Tianqing must die, but this was not something he could say aloud at the moment. Thinking back to his earlier rash decision to reveal his speculation about the heavenly destiny supreme martial art to Yun Tianqing, Feng Yuanjing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But for now, he could only focus on eliminating Bai Yujing to make up for the mistake. However, Bai Yujing's next words sent a chill down Feng Yuanjing's spine. Turning to Yun Tianqing, Bai Yujing spoke in a casual tone. I have a proposal. My target has always been the Feng family. Why don't you and I join forces to kill Feng Yuanjing first? Afterward, I can hand the heavenly destiny supreme martial art over to you. Although Bai Yujing's offer was nothing more than a ploy to buy time, he had no intention of giving up the divine sword. Feng Yuanzheng's heart sank when he noticed a flicker of hesitation in Yun Tianqing's eyes. He couldn't allow Bai Yujing to keep talking. Making a swift decision, Feng Yuanjing activated his Xuanwu True technique. His clothes instantly tore apart, revealing muscles glowing with an eerie red light, every inch of his skin radiating destructive power. Yun Tianqing, don't fall for Bai Yujing's trick, he shouted, his voice booming. I swear on my honor, after we kill Bai Yujing, we'll study the secret of the heavenly destiny supreme martial art together. Before he finished speaking, he lunged at Bai Yujing with full force. Haha, Feng Yuanzheng, do you really think I'm that gullible? Yun Tianqing laughed, his aura exuding the essence of autumn winds. Do you think I, Yun Tianqing, would fall for such an obvious scheme? Let's take him down together. As for the heavenly destiny supreme martial art, we'll decide what to do with it after dealing with Bai Yujing. With supernatural speed enhancing his movements, Yun Tianqing's figure transformed into a streak of green wind, moving with astonishing swiftness. Feng Yuanjing felt a wave of relief in his heart. Thankfully, Yun Tianqing was straightforward and didn't overthink things. Otherwise, today's situation could have gone disastrously wrong. Bai Yujing sighed inwardly. Just a little more time, and I could have recovered. Sensing the surging vitality emanating from Feng Yuanjing, he realized that waiting for his vitality to stabilize and then escaping with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow was no longer an option. After killing Ling Yishan, a latest-stage martial profound realm fighter, the divine sword had returned an overwhelming amount of vitality to him. Even with breathing techniques aiding absorption, time simply wasn't on his side. If it were an unknown fight, even without Wind Spirit Moon Shadow or the residual power of Dreamlike Moment, he was confident he could trade severe injuries to take his opponent's life and then recover with Blood Rain Nectar and the killing sword intent. But against 2 opponents, both an entire realm above him and equally skilled in intent and divine abilities, even Suin wouldn't believe he had a chance of winning. Tonight, it seems I'm destined to die here. Despite the dire situation, Bai Yujing had no intention of surrendering. The annihilating yellow spring sword intent erupted from within him, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Within just 2 days, Bai Yujing, a newcomer who had only recently stepped into the martial profound realm, achieved remarkable feats. defeating nearly 10 martial lords, breaking through his cultivation through slaughter, instantly killing Feng Luyun 3 levels above him, and crossing realms to slay Ling Yishan, a later-stage martial profound master. These events propelled him into a position where even the heads of Ninghai City's 3 major families dared not underestimate him. On the battlefield at this moment, Bai Yujing wielded his demonic sword, imbued with the aura of the Yellow Spring's sword intent. Wherever the blade pointed, all fell silent and lifeless. Facing the combined assault of Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tiancheng, 2 latest-stage martial profound experts, Bai Yujing not only held his ground but, with the enhancement of the Yellow Spring sword intent, came close to severing one of Yun Tiancheng's arms with his blood lightning engine-fused demonic blade. Witnessing the devastating power of the Heavenly Fate ultimate martial technique, both Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tiancheng's attacks became hesitant and cautious. On the surface, it seemed as though Bai Yujing maintained a slight upper hand. However, Su Yin, observing from a third-party perspective, noticed a critical flaw that had been overlooked. While Bai Yujing possessed incredibly lethal sword techniques, his weakness was glaring high offense but low defense. This vulnerability stemmed from the unique path of his martial cultivation. Bai Yujing had rapidly ascended from a low-level martial disciple to a high-level martial profound practitioner through the demonic sword technique Blood Rain Nourishment, which allowed him to replenish his vitality through slaughter. He had bypassed the traditional processes of herbal baths for body tempering and physical refinement. Furthermore, Su Yin, being impoverished himself, had no adequate defensive techniques to teach him, forcing Bai Yujing to rely solely on transforming his true essence into a defensive shield. Previously, Bai Yujing could rely on his killing intent sword technique to recover from injuries through continuous slaughter. This strategy was particularly effective against large numbers of low-level opponents, as demonstrated when he annihilated the 3 criminal organizations of the Hunters and the Blood Lotus Society. But this time, the situation was entirely different. Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tiancheng were not only latest-stage martial profound powerhouses but also seasoned fighters with high-grade defensive techniques and movement skills. Even with the support of Gale Force winds, Bai Yujing's wind spirit abilities struggled to gain an advantage. To make matters worse, Feng Yuanzheng, heeding Ling Yishan's advice, preemptively evacuated the residents of several nearby streets under the pretext of hunting down heretical cultists. This was to prevent Bai Yujing from breaking through his cultivation by killing others on the spot. As for the scattered rogue martial artists who had been searching for Bai Yujing, they had already fled in all directions after witnessing his Yellow Spring sword intent shatter the Void Realm. At this moment, the surrounding streets were eerily deserted, devoid of any living beings from whom Bai Yujing could draw vitality to recover. This was a meticulously planned assassination targeting Bai Yujing. However, the mastermind, Ling Yishan, never anticipated that he would be the one to fall first at Bai Yujing's hands, even becoming a stepping stone for Bai Yujing's advancement to the martial profound realm. The intensity of the battle exceeded everyone's expectations. Each time Feng Yuanjing struck, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently, and the surrounding buildings groaned under the strain. Yun Tiancheng seemed to have employed some kind of secret technique, his already astonishing speed reaching an even higher level as he darted through the streets like the wind. Their fierce clash engulfed the entire street. Buildings collapsed one after another under the impact of their energy, shops crumbled in succession, and even the iconic domed structure of the Golden Dragon Association was not spared, swaying precariously amidst the raging currents of force. As the battle wore on, Bai Yujing's body was marked with several gruesome sword wounds. The edges of these injuries were laced with lingering green sword energy that tore at the wounds, hindering their healing. These were inflicted by Yun Tiancheng's wind-green longsword. His attacks were insidious, targeting Bai Yujing's sword arm and legs. If not for Bai Yujing's swift reactions, he would have suffered far worse injuries. To make matters worse, he had taken a direct heavy punch from Feng Yuanjing, causing his internal energy and blood to churn uncontrollably. This can't go on. I have to take one of them down first, Bai Yujing thought, his mind sharpening amidst the searing pain. While fighting, he continuously used a breathing technique to restore his mental energy. He knew he could unleash his divine ability, Fleeting Dream, one more time. If he could successfully kill one of them, the tide of the battle might turn in his favor. At that moment, Yun Tiancheng and Feng Yuanjing launched a coordinated assault from the front and back. Wind Intent, 7 Blades of the Gale, Strength Intent, Overlord lifting the cauldron. Facing this lethal pincer attack, Bai Yujing did something unexpected, closed his eyes and assumed a sword-drawing stance. This unusual action made Feng Yuanjing wary, but he was unwilling to let the opportunity slip. Suddenly, an unsettling aura erupted from Bai Yujing's body. A black, annihilating energy enveloped the ground, freezing the 2 attackers in place. What is this? The shock was evident in their eyes. Divine Ability, Fleeting Dream, Yellow Spring Sword Intent, Shattered Blossom, Phantom Shadow. The world itself seemed to change. Crimson lightning danced in a final arc, transforming into a massive blood-red sword shadow that swept toward Yun Tianqing with unstoppable force. Bai Yujing had chosen the opponent he deemed the greater threat. When the world returned to its normal hues, the blood-red sword shadow had already passed through Yun Tianqing's neck, dissipating like a blooming flower of blood. His head, filled with unwillingness, soared into the air. With Yun Tianqing's death, a surge of immense life force flowed into Bai Yujing, causing his aura to surge. However, just as he was about to break through to the martial sovereign realm, his energy seemed to encounter some kind of barrier, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the martial profound realm. After Bai Yujing slew Yun Tianqing, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. Feng Yuanjing stared blankly at the severed head soaring through the air, his face etched with disbelief. This seasoned veteran at the late stage of the martial profound realm had been slaughtered as effortlessly as a lamb led to the slaughter, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Yet the overwhelming pressure radiating from Bai Yujing served as a relentless reminder of this harsh reality. What unsettled Feng Yuanjing even more was the chilling thought that if that deadly strike had been aimed at him, the outcome would have been no different. Realizing how narrowly he had escaped death, cold sweat soaked his back. Amid his relief at having survived, he felt a trace of sorrow for Yun Tianqing, a fellow warrior of great strength. Reflecting on tonight's ambush plan, it should have been flawless. The three great families had mobilized their full forces, with three latest-stage martial profound realm experts encircling Bai Yujing, who was only at the late stage of the martial master realm. Victory should have been guaranteed. But reality had dealt them a harsh slap in the face. Feng Yuanjing's gaze remained fixed on the longsword in Bai Yujing's hand, wrapped in blood-red lightning. Even in the dark, rain-soaked night, the divine weapon emanated an awe-inspiring aura. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes now that Yun Tianqing, the only other witness, was dead. As long as Wu Yunk of the martial lord realm managed to eliminate Bai Yujing, this divine weapon would inevitably fall into his hands. With this thought, Feng Yuanjing turned and fled without hesitation. He needed to stay alive to inform Wu Yunk. Meanwhile, Bai Yujing, despite absorbing Yun Tianqing's vitality, had only managed to reach the peak of the martial profound realm before halting. This wasn't due to a lack of vitality, but rather the excessive absorption of low-purity blood rain dew, which had diminished his potential. Yet Bai Yujing appeared remarkably composed about it. While stabilizing his cultivation, Bai Yujing kept a vigilant eye on Feng Yuanzheng's movements. Once the latter fled, Bai Yujing refrained from pursuing and instead decisively activated his wind spirit technique, heading in the opposite direction to leave the battle-ravaged district. His mind remained sharp, was well aware that Wu Yunk, the special investigator of the Martial Supervisory Bureau, could arrive at any moment. This place was no longer safe. The opponent was a 7th-tier martial sovereign, a powerful figure who had mastered the domain. Bai Yujing unleashed his divine ability, Fleeting Dream, twice in succession, killing 2 latest-stage martial master experts back-to-back. Despite having broken through to the peak of the martial master realm, he was now utterly drained, both mentally and physically. Initially, he had planned to sweep through the Jinlong Society tonight before heading to the Shangshi Entertainment Club in another district to elevate his cultivation through the blood rain and sweet dew of the divine sword. Although he unexpectedly fell into the trap set by the 3 great families and narrowly escaped death multiple times, the outcome was surprisingly favorable. He had comprehended the divine ability, Fleeting Dream, and the sword technique, Shattered Flower Mirage, and his martial path had leaped from the late stage of the martial sovereign realm to the peak of the martial master realm. Now, in this border city of Ninghai, there were very few who could pose a threat to him. Touching his slightly feverish forehead, Bai Yujing decided to return and rest for the night. His condition was far from optimal, Fleeting Dream was on cooldown, and Shadow Escape was temporarily unusable. More importantly, after killing Ling Yishan and Yun Tianqing, the immense vitality fed back by the divine sword had begun to awaken the suppressed killing intent within him. The chance for revenge was just around the corner, yet Bai Yujing grew increasingly calm. He didn't want any mishaps at this critical juncture, no matter how slim the possibility. He resolved to wait until tomorrow night to confront Feng Shuedong. As Bai Yujing departed, the district fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of heavy raindrops falling from the sky. However, it wasn't long before a figure clad in a black trench coat and wearing a black magician's hat appeared silently in the air above the street. Missed him by a moment? Wu Yunk furrowed his brow slightly. From a distance, he had noticed the astonishing phenomenon that had just unfolded here, but he hadn't expected it to end so quickly. Standing amidst the rain, the droplets seemed to be repelled by an unseen force, avoiding his body entirely and leaving his clothes untouched. Stroking his chin, Wu Yunk narrowed his eyes. Who exactly is this Bai Yujing? He muttered to himself. If I weren't already satisfied with this current body, I might seriously consider taking Bai Yujing's. His talent seems almost absurd. And most importantly, that face quite handsome, I must admit. Feng Shuedong, how did you manage to provoke someone like him? Wu Yunk adjusted his black hat with a refined gesture before turning gracefully. To be honest, I'm a bit curious myself. As his words faded, his figure vanished into the rain as silently as he had appeared, leaving only the sound of raindrops echoing through the deserted street. The sudden downpour last night lasted throughout the entire evening, only gradually ceasing at dawn. Following the storm, a rare, beautiful day arrived as though on clear blue skies and gentle sunlight that was warm without being harsh, dispelling the overcast gloom that had lingered over Ninghai City for more than a month. In the outskirts of Ninghai City, within a small courtyard, sunlight poured over two simple graves. Today, the area in front of the graves was especially tidy. A few newly picked white flowers lay quietly on the ground, their petals still glistening with dewdrops from the rain. The grave markers, carefully cleaned, reflected a faint sheen under the sunlight. A young man dressed in white, with a long sword hanging at his waist, stood silently before the graves. Tall and composed, his black hair flowed lightly in the breeze, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was Bai Yujing. He squinted slightly, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight that was a little too bright. Just last night, after leaving the area near the Jinlong Guild, he returned to this small courtyard. Memories of Suyin surfaced in his mind. Back when Bai Yujing was defeated by Ling Yishan and unable to harness his demonic energy, Suyin had intended to teach him the life-burning ultimate demonic sword technique and the profound Ji Miaozhen Fa. At that time, Bai Yujing was still in the late stage of the martial sect realm. If he could advance by 2 major levels to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, even if only for an hour, it would have been enough to exact his revenge. However, events unfolded far beyond Su Yin's expectations. Bai Yujing, with his late martial sect realm strength, managed to slay 2 late martial profound realm experts consecutively and even intimidated Feng Yuanjing into fleeing. This feat was comparable to the legendary scenes of the great immortal venerable, proving the old adage that heaven always leaves a way out. Even more astonishingly, shortly after Bai Yujing left, Wu Yunk appeared, and the two narrowly missed crossing paths. For Suyin, last night was also a highly rewarding one. His demonic sword techniques, which previously included Bai Luo Huangquan and Shui Yinzhan, now gained a third form, Sui Hua Ming Ing. Compared to the demonic energy he had consumed to teach Bai Yujing his techniques and skills, this new achievement was far more substantial. Reflecting on the events of a year ago, when the demonic sword was picked up by Bai Yueling at the Cheng family's weapon shop, Suyin had worried that he might fall into obscurity once again. Yet Bai Yujing not only helped him ascend from a high-grade mortal weapon to a mid-grade spiritual weapon, but also brought him several powerful skills. Now, with Bai Yujing's advancement to the late stage of the martial profound realm, Suyin, as the sword spirit of the demonic sword, would also reap the benefits of this progress. Suyin pondered for a moment. He initially wanted to say that with Bai Yujing's peak Wu Xin realm strength, dealing with Feng Yuanzhang would be a breeze. But on second thought, such words sounded too much like tempting fate. In movies and novels, anyone who said something like that was bound to encounter trouble. Watching Bai Yujing standing silently in front of the grave, Suyin ultimately chose to remain silent. In the courtyard, Bai Yujing gently brushed the corner of Bai Yueling's tombstone, his gaze softening for a rare moment, as though he had returned to the fleeting dream of secretly stroking his sleeping sister's forehead. "Wait for me. I'll avenge you all soon," he murmured under his breath. Lifting his head, he gazed at the towering buildings in the distance, his eyes gradually filling with resolve. The autumn wind swept through, lifting his long hair and the hem of his robe. In the serenity of the small courtyard, he seemed like a celestial being visiting the mortal world. As evening fell, the twilight faded, and a full moon quietly rose. Having just passed the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moonlight remained bright and clear. Inside the Feng family's main residence in Ninghai City, patrol guards were making their usual rounds. However, unlike usual, several ferocious dog-like beasts had been added to the estate, along with an increased number of Wu Jun-level stewards. 3 Wu Zong-level elders were also stationed there, 1 at the early stage and 2 at the mid-stage. Following the bloodbath 2 days ago caused by Bai Yujing, Feng Yuanzheng was enraged and had significantly bolstered security. Even passers-by who lingered outside the estate were scrutinized by a dozen watchful eyes in the shadows, and any suspicious behavior was immediately interrogated. The guards, assuming it would be another uneventful night, were suddenly startled when the dog-like beasts began barking furiously at the main gate before cowering and whimpering in fear. This unusual behavior put the guards on high alert. "Stop! Who are you?" barked a burly, scar-faced man at the gate, drawing his blade. He was a newly recruited guard, brought in after 3 gangs were wiped out, thanks to his wuxia-level skills. In the dim light of night, a figure approached slowly, carrying a long sword crackling with blood-red lightning. "Where is Feng Shuedong?" Bai Yujing asked, his face devoid of emotion. One of the guards recognized him and immediately turned to flee. "Are you deaf? What are you muttering about?" Didn't you hear your father ask? The burly man's sentence was cut short as his head fell to the ground. Where is Feng Shuedong? Bai Yujing repeated, continuing forward. He soon came face-to-face with a squad of guards, two of whom wore the Feng family steward uniforms. Esteemed stewards, that's Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing? I can't believe you actually dared to come here. You must be courting Da. Before the sentence could be completed, over a dozen heads rolled to the ground. Where is Feng Shuedong? Bai Yujing asked once more. There. The only remaining steward stammered, trembling as he pointed in a direction. Under his terrified gaze, Bai Yujing's figure vanished in an instant. Bai Yujing? Hello, we meet again. Standing in the expansive courtyard, gazing at the moon, Feng Shuedong turned around. Her long, silver-white hair shimmered softly under the moonlight. She was dressed, as always, in a Gothic Lolita dress, and the silver bell at her waist chimed delicately with her movements. Her deep blue-black eyes calmly observed Bai Yujing, who appeared like a shadow. You're just as unique as that other woman I met before, Feng Shuedong said, extending a slender, pale finger to point at the bright moon in the night sky. You're like that pure white moon hanging amidst the dark heavens. From the moment I first saw you, I couldn't help but notice you. Bai Yujing frowned slightly. His peak-level Wu Xian realm senses told him that the courtyard was empty save for Feng Shuedong. This was unexpected. She was completely unguarded, as if she had no fear that he might kill her the way she had treated his family. Feng Shuedong gracefully seated herself on a stone bench by the stone table, tilting her head as she asked, Is there nothing you want to ask me? Su Yin, observing from a distance, anticipated the upcoming moment of revelation. Based on his experience from watching thousands of episodes of Detective Conan, this was the part where the mastermind, realizing there was no escape, would confess their methods, motives, and inner thoughts. He suspected Bai Yujing might question Feng Shuedong about why she targeted him and his family, or whether it was all connected to the sacrificial rituals of the cursed doll princess. However, Bai Yujing's response was unexpected. I don't feel like asking, nor do I care to hear it. I have only one thought right now, and that's to kill you. His gaze locked onto Feng Shuedong, who wore an expression of innocence. In his mind, no explanation was necessary, only vengeance. Even though he had reached the peak of the Wu Xian realm, Bai Yujing was keenly aware that there might be others in Ninghai City stronger than him. Perhaps Feng Shuedong was trying to stall for time. He knew this tactic well, having used it himself many times. The craftier the enemy, the less room they could be given to maneuver. Rather than chasing a potentially fabricated truth, he craved to end it decisively with his own blade, to cleave through his enemy and finally avenge the deep wounds of his hatred. The domain of the fleeting, divine dream remnant unfolded in an instant, like an invisible veil enveloping the entire courtyard. A surge of annihilative energy erupted from Bai Yujing's body as his hand moved with lightning speed, pressing down on the hilt of the demonic sword. Within this ephemeral domain, Feng Shuedong's petite figure was frozen in place, her adorably tilted head fixed in that moment, clearly unprepared for Bai Yujing's sudden move. Huangquan's sword intent, shattering Feng, this was Bai Yujing's most ruthless sword technique. Coupled with the all-severing power of the Huangquan sword intent, it could dismember its target into fragments in the blink of an eye. He was determined to unleash this lethal strike repeatedly within the fleeting duration of the divine dream remnant. I won't let you die so easily. Bai Yujing's expression remained cold as he stared at Feng Shuedong, his gaze as icy as when he once faced death row prisoners on the execution grounds. He wanted this mastermind to taste the excruciating agony of being torn into countless pieces, just as his mother had endured years ago. It's all over, Bai Yujing declared. Inside the demonic sword, Su Yin's face changed upon hearing these words. This was one of the most ominous flags to raise, akin to saying, there's nothing to worry about now, I've won, or let's grab barbecue tonight. Once spoken, events were bound to take an unexpected turn. Though such superstition seemed illogical, Su Yin couldn't help but feel uneasy. Sure enough, just as Bai Yujing was about to draw his sword, an unforeseen change occurred. Listen to me. A deep, elegant male voice suddenly broke the silence. A figure materialized out of nowhere beside Feng Zuotong. It was Wu Yunk, dressed in a black trench coat and sporting a magician's top hat. Bai Yujing, calm down. Dispel the domain and put down your weapon, Wu Yunk said. The Feng Shuedong standing before you wants to have a conversation. All you need to do is answer her questions. Bai Yujing's pupils constricted sharply as he realized his right hand had involuntarily dropped, though it still gripped the demonic sword tightly. Wu Yunk sighed and turned to Feng Shuedong. Honestly, why do you always make me do things like this? If I'd been even a moment later, you'd be dead for sure. It's fine. I can't die, Feng Shuedong replied calmly, shaking her head. Su Yin watched the scene unfold, lost in thought. Why had Bai Yujing so obediently lowered his hand? What exactly was Wu Yunk's ability? Was it divine power, or a domain? If he truly had the power to control someone's body, this battle just became far more complicated. The sudden celestial phenomenon triggered by Yujing's residual dream of divine power was so conspicuous that it dyed the sky above the courtyard a dusky yellow. The entire Feng family compound was alarmed by the abrupt occurrence, and even office workers burning the midnight oil in distant high-rises leaned out of their windows to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Inside the Feng family's council hall, 3 elders were watching the event unfold, each with their own thoughts. This phenomenon seems to be coming from Miss Feng Shuadong's courtyard, remarked Elder Yao, an outsider elder, standing by the window with a solemn expression. Someone's stirring up trouble again, treating the Feng family like an easy target? Elder Lin, a fiery guest elder, slammed the table and stood up abruptly. I can't tolerate this anymore. If I hadn't been away from the compound the other night, I wouldn't have let that Bai Yujing act so arrogantly. Just as Elder Lin was about to storm out of the council hall, Elder Xiao hurried in. Elder Lin, Elder Yao, I finally found you. Elder Xiao said breathlessly. Bai Yujing is back. He killed 1 steward and over a dozen guards before vanishing. The family head has already gone to confront him. We must. Before he could finish, Elder Lin, who had been fuming moments ago, quietly sat back down. Elder Lin, weren't you just about to head over? Elder Xiao questioned, puzzled. I was just stretching my legs, Elder Lin replied with a straight face, lifting an empty teacup and pretending to take a sip. You said the family head is already gone? Yes. The aura he unleashed was overwhelming. I've never felt such dread emanating from the family head before, Elder Xiao said anxiously. And I've heard that Bai Yujing has already killed the heads of the Ling and Yun families. He's now at the peak of the Wu Xian realm. We need to hurry and support the family head. The peak of the Wu Xian realm? Elder Lin gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Elder Yao, unperturbed, walked over and patted Elder Xiao on the shoulder, signaling him to take a seat. Without a word, he produced a deck of cards and began dealing them. What are you two doing? Is this really the time for a card game? We should be. Elder Xiao stared in disbelief at the cards in front of him. And what exactly do you propose we do? Pair of 5s, Elder Yao said without looking up. Of course, we should help the family head. That's a peak Wu Xian realm master we're talking about. The family head is in grave danger. Even the stewards have gone to assist. As elders, how can you sit here playing cards? How will you maintain authority in the future? Elder Xiao slammed the cards down on the table in frustration. What level is Bai Yujing at again? Pass, Elder Lin asked quietly, eyes fixed on his hand of cards. Peak of the Wu Xian realm, Elder Xiao reiterated. Martial sovereign realm, early Stagiso what? Xiao Lao's voice carried a trace of impatience. Before his words fully landed, Xiao Lao's expression froze. His gaze flitted across the faces of the 2 mid-stage martial sovereign elders, and a hint of hesitation crept into his furrowed brow. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and his tone shifted to one of caution. Bai Yujing has already killed the heads of the Ling and Yun families. If the 3 of us go now, what can we possibly do? We're just guest elders. Why rush to our deaths? Wouldn't it be better to stay here, play a few rounds of cards, and observe the situation? Yao Lao glanced indifferently at the pondering Xiao Lao, his hands shuffling through his cards without pause. Do you want the 5? Listening to you is like listening to a double-edged sword. Eye-opening. Xiao Lao instinctively grabbed the card he just discarded, glanced at it blankly, and his face darkened. I can't take it. Meanwhile, an eerie atmosphere hung heavy in Feng Shuadong's courtyard. After Wu Yonk spoke, Bai Yujing stood motionless, sword in hand, facing Feng Shuadong and Wu Yonk. Yet, he made no move to launch another attack. You're right, Wu Yonk said after hearing Feng Zutong's words. He paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Our kind cannot die. Even if this body is destroyed, we can always replace it with another. As he spoke, he made no effort to conceal this from Bai Yujing. In his eyes, Bai Yujing, having already fallen under the power of his word spirit, was nothing more than a dead man. In his domain of control, those with lower martial cultivation, who succumbed to the word spirit's influence, could never break free. Why bother hiding anything from a dead man? You're asking me not to kill him yet because you want to switch bodies? Wu Yonk continued. Though, I must say, your current body isn't bad. Besides, you've already erased the original owner's true soul. I just want to have a chat with him. Feng Shuadong turned to Wu Yonk. Can you do me a favor with your abilities? Just ensure no one approaches for the next few minutes. After all, I'm still the youngest lady of the Feng family. Of course, though it does make me feel like your subordinate, Wu Yonk replied, his tone tinged with mock displeasure. Yet, his figure gradually faded. Call me if you need me. Su Yin observed this exchange in silence, his mind reeling from the implications hidden in their words. He knew the origins of Feng Zutongsh was born from the lingering resentment of Anna, materialized by the evil god's puppet princess and subsequently possessed. But what about Wu Yonk? He recalled the moment he had used his sword spirit technique to glimpse Wu Yonk's soul, a dark, grotesque, living entity. This guy isn't his true self either. Another possession? Su Yin mused. Is this world really so dangerous? Even the martial sovereign realm isn't safe. For the first time, he felt that being the sword spirit of a demonic blade wasn't such a bad deal, at least it was secure. Being human in this world was simply too perilous. By now, Feng Shuedong had already approached Bai Yujing, tilting her head slightly, her hollow, blue-black eyes locked onto Bai Yujing's. You may have no questions for me, but I have plenty for you. Bai Yujing, you intrigue me. Facing his nemesis just within reach, Bai Yujing attempted to draw his sword, only to find the demon sword completely unresponsive. A disturbing realization dawned on him. Wu Yonk, the special investigator from the Ninghai Martial Surveillance Bureau, was clearly in league with Feng Shuedong. Moreover, from the mention of the word clan in Wu Yonk's earlier words, it seemed he was not the original host either. Bai Yujing's eyes flickered as his mind raced. At this moment, he was indeed, as Wu Yonk had claimed, left with no choice but to stand still and answer Feng Shuedong's questions. By carefully analyzing his own state, he deduced that Wu Yonk's ability likely influenced thoughts through verbal suggestion rather than directly controlling the body. Every time he harbored the intent to kill, a strange current would flash through his mind, forcibly altering his will and compelling him to lower his weapon. Though this ability was powerful enough to manipulate a person's will, Bai Yujing was convinced it must have its limits. Through repeated attempts to break free from the control, he keenly noticed that the current was gradually weakening. The progress was slow, but this discovery gave him a glimmer of hope. Wu Yonk never anticipated that someone could maintain such clarity of mind within his domain of influence. After all, he had previously succeeded in dominating Feng Yuanjing, the latest-stage martial profound master and patriarch of the Feng family, who not only remained oblivious but even willingly cooperated to protect Feng Shuedong. It was this formidable ability that had prompted the higher-ups of the Parasite Collective to orchestrate the creation of a cosmic rift in Ninghai City, luring the ghost-level Star Beast Snow Dragon King, and granting him the opportunity to possess Wu Yonk. Yet, he had underestimated Bai Yujing's strength and overlooked the unique nature of the demon sword. The combined effects of the sword's enhancement aura, its rationality-boosting attributes, and Bai Yujing's extraordinary resilience were gradually eroding the influence of the domain. As Bai Yujing continued his relentless mental struggle to break free, he kept his cold gaze locked on Feng Shuedong's blue-black eyes. He was waiting for the moment he could shatter the control and make his enemy truly understand the meaning of despair. You've killed so many people yourself, so why does your soul remain so pure and untainted by darkness? Is it because of kindness? Feng Shuedong tilted her head as she asked, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent boiling within Bai Yujing. The question made Bai Yujing's gaze flicker momentarily. He didn't know how to answer and even questioned whether he still had the right to speak of kindness. Indeed, the number of lives he had taken was immeasurable. Beneath his feet lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and his sword was drenched in the lifeblood of others. Perhaps this was the last shred of humanity left within him, the one thing that stopped him from harming the innocent and kind-hearted. Feng Shuedong gazed at Bai Yujing and began recounting the past. You learned of my story through Anna's memories, but there are things that happened afterward that you likely don't know. Without waiting for Bai Yujing to respond, she continued, when Anna was struggling amidst the flames, the will of the doll princess descended here. Not only did she avenge Anna by punishing her assailant, but she also made me one of her chosen. And then? Bai Yujing replied casually. He could sense that the currents binding him were weakening. Feng Shuedong's voice was calm yet icy. I've been searching for pure souls for her. But humanity is too vast, too corrupt. After searching for a long time without success, I came up with an idea. If everyone were to fall into depravity, then pure souls would stand out all the more. I quickly found my first target, a woman with silver bells. She had a knack for discovering those most deeply tainted. But as I observed her, she wavered just like Anna did. When she was executed in front of the very people she sought to save, her faith crumbled. A vision of the female monk he had once encountered on the streets surfaced in Bai Yujing's mind, recalling the serenity her voice had brought. But fortunately, Feng Shuedong continued, my ghosts found you, the second target. Your life was too simple, and I wanted to see if despair would lead you to fall. So I ordered my ghosts to murder your family in the cruelest way possible. Bai Yujing clenched the demonic sword in his hand, its blood-red lightning crackling violently along the blade, reflecting his barely contained fury. But you surprised me, Feng Shuedong said with a hint of admiration. Not only did you refuse to fall, but you also grew stronger, even killing several of my ghosts. You monster, Bai Yujing said coldly. Feng Shuedong regarded him with puzzlement. A monster? I don't think I've done anything wrong. When Anna sat helpless on the street, did anyone stop to help her? Doesn't everyone in this city deserve to die? Su Yin, standing nearby, silently reflected on how Feng Shuedong's hatred rivaled his own when he had been betrayed by Yu Qinghong and subjected to the blood sacrifice for forging a sword. Feng Shuedong turned and began walking toward the courtyard's exit. By Yujing, I've now confirmed it. You are the one with the purest soul I've been searching for. At that moment, a figure wearing a black top hat and a black trench coat appeared gracefully in the courtyard. Wu Yunk yawned and said, "Still not done with the questioning? I've been waiting outside, and it's starting to get a little boring." "It's done," Feng Shuadong replied coolly. "Now you can kill him." All right, stop rushing me," Wu Yunk said with a faint smile as he watched Feng Shuadong walk away in the other direction. Then, his gaze shifted to Bai Yujing, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp. "Listen to me, Bai Yujing," he said in a low, menacing voice. "Right now, you're nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Stay where you are. Your life is no longer yours, it belongs to me now." Wu Yunk began to walk unhurriedly toward Bai Yujing, who stood at the other end of the courtyard, as if savoring the thrill of a hunter toying with its prey. His slender left hand lightly touched the brim of his black hat, pressing it down with an elegant motion. In the dim night, his hands stood out strikingly smooth and flawless like jade, devoid of the rough calluses typical of a warrior. He exuded the composed grace of a master of fate. Suddenly, Wu Yunk turned slightly and spread his left hand, his fingers curling inward as if grasping something invisible. Out of thin air, a silver spear materialized in his grasp, the legendary Tian Nu Jing Ting spear. This majestic weapon, measuring an impressive 3.2 meters in length, gleamed with a silvery sheen. Its design was fearsome. Jagged triangular serrations of varying sizes lined both sides of the shaft, and at the base, shaped stabilizing fins flared outward. Even without seeing the spear's tip, the vicious serrations alone were enough to strike terror into anyone. The moment the Tian Nu Jing Ting spear appeared, the heavens themselves seemed to react. The previously tranquil night sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous black clouds, with streaks of lightning snaking through them, accompanied by deafening claps of thunder. The unnatural and overwhelming phenomenon was so startling that it roused every sleeping resident within the Feng family estate and the surrounding areas. In the northern district of Ninghai City, social media exploded with activity as bewildered residents began posting frantically. "What the hell is going on? Is Ninghai City even livable anymore? I'm moving to Jianglan City tomorrow." While some hesitated and speculated, the more pragmatic among them had already started packing their belongings. "I'm leaving tonight," a frightened citizen shouted. Just last night, the northern district had been ravaged by Bai Yujing, a follower of the dark gods, and now an extraordinary celestial phenomenon had appeared. This terrifying phenomenon originated from the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear, wielded by Wu Yunk, a top-ranking investigator of the Martial Surveillance Bureau. As a seventh-tier martial sovereign, his reputation had long spread far and wide. Among the residents who had recently moved from Jianglan City, some had witnessed firsthand his fierce battle with a fugitive martial sovereign. That clash had destroyed several city blocks, and witnesses were grateful to have escaped with their lives. The power of the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear was awe-inspiring. Rumor had it that it was an immortal weapon, and Wu Yunk's surname was also associated with the prestigious martial arts family from Jing City. For someone of his caliber to act personally in Ninghai City, his opponent could only be the notorious Bai Yujing, who had recently been seen in the northern district. At this moment, Bai Yujing stood solemnly, watching Wu Yunk approach with measured steps. The silver spear in Wu Yunk's hand, crackling with arcs of electricity, radiated an overwhelming sense of menace. Bai Yujing recalled the time Wu Yunk had used this very spear resembling a bolt of silver lightning to publicly execute a divine priestess. Yet the aura back then paled in comparison to what he was witnessing now. With each step Wu Yunk took, thick arcs of dark golden lightning flickered and danced around him. Even as he held the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear in one hand, the sheer force of his presence was suffocating. To Bai Yujing, this was an enemy unlike any he had faced before. "Bai Yujing, your talent is truly astonishing," Wu Yunk said as he stopped before him, his left hand casually gesturing as the lightning-wreathed spear rested horizontally at his side. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, "It's a pity, though. There are no more of your kind here. Such an exceptional genius, yet now you stand as an enemy to my clan. So, I'll have to ask you to quietly perish." Before the last word fully left his lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wu Yunk, crashing toward Bai Yujing like a tidal wave. He shifted the spear to rest behind him, his left wrist suddenly surging with power. The Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear flashed with blinding lightning as it arced through the air, aiming directly for Bai Yujing's waist with the force of a thunderclap. The choice of target revealed Wu Yunk's ruthlessness, intended to tear through his opponent's body with the serrated edges of the spear, ensuring a death as agonizing as possible. "It's already nightfall. Quietly vanish from this world," he said coldly. Bai Yujing felt the crushing weight of impending death. If this strike landed, it would be enough to cleave him in two. Yet, as the silver spear streaked toward him like a dragon of lightning, the expected scene of blood and carnage did not occur. Wu Yunk's pupils constricted slightly in surprise. Wu Yunk's left palm swept out with a thunderous strike. The spear of the heavens' wrath thunder spear carried boundless lightning, tearing through the air as it surged directly toward Bai Yujing. By all logic, Bai Yujing, under the control of the linguistic suggestion, should have been utterly unresponsive, allowing the spear to pierce him without resistance. However, just as the spear tip was about to make contact, an unexpected change occurred. Bai Yujing's sword-wielding hand suddenly moved, raising his blade in a lightning-fast motion to intercept the attack. The sword and spear collided with a deafening roar. Using the force of the recoil, Bai Yujing swiftly retreated, landing steadily a safe distance away from Wu Yonk. How is this possible? Wu Yonk's pupils constricted in shock. It wasn't just that Bai Yujing had managed to block the spear. What truly stunned him was that Bai Yujing had somehow broken free from the control of the Dominion field. Even those at the martial venerable level would struggle to achieve such a feat. His gaze flickered with confusion. Where had things gone wrong? Or was this simply a freak occurrence? On the other side, although Bai Yujing had narrowly escaped the fatal blow by breaking free from the suggestion and using the yellow spring sword intent to block the attack, there was no hint of relief on his face. He trembled as he raised the demonic sword before him, his gaze fixed on a new crack that had appeared on the blade. The crimson demonic sword, once enveloped in blood-colored lightning and inscribed with intricate runes, now bore a scar from its clash with the jagged edges of the heaven's wrath thunder spear. Though the crack was not particularly deep, it was undeniably etched into the sword's surface. Su Yin, however, remained unperturbed. After all, the demonic sword was merely a mid-grade spiritual weapon, its durability falling short even compared to common profound-grade weapons. On the other hand, Wu Yonk's Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear was clearly of extraordinary quality, capable of invoking celestial phenomena and likely reaching the level of an immortal-grade weapon. Given such an overwhelming disparity, it was fortunate the demonic sword hadn't shattered on the spot. Besides, even if the demonic sword had been destroyed, Su Yin could reforge it by consuming a small amount of demonic energy. The process of reforging, however, was time-consuming and required the use of black flames to remelt the sword's body. For now, Su Yin decided against immediate repairs. Su Yin's concerns were completely unknown to Bai Yujing. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on the broken demonic sword. His trembling left hand gently caressed the jagged fracture on its blade, while an uncertain glint flickered in his eyes. This sword had been with him through his darkest times, even remaining intact during the desperate years after his entire family was slaughtered by Feng Xuedong's vengeful ghosts. Over those long and lonely days, this silent yet divine sword had become an indispensable part of his life, like family. Bai Yujing turned to face Wu Yonk, and a bone-chilling killing intent erupted from his eyes. Initially, he had planned to break free from the domination and use Wind Shadow Escape to flee before seeking a better opportunity. But now, all he wanted was Wu Yonk's life. Wu Yonk, recovering from his initial shock, decided to try dominating him again. "Listen to me, Bai Yujing. Stand still," he commanded. But before his words fully landed, he had already adopted an offensive stance, his feet pressing firmly against the heavy bluestone tiles. Dozens of arcs of dark golden lightning suddenly erupted beneath his feet, cracking the stone tiles into a web-like pattern before they collapsed with a thunderous crash. Wu Yonk's figure transformed into a streak of dark golden electricity, and his Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear aimed directly at Bai Yujing's face. "Wind Shadow Escape," Bai Yujing whispered softly, gripping the demonic sword firmly in his right hand. Wu Yonk's spear struck only empty air. This isn't a coincidence. He broke free again and vanished. In the following seconds, the dark golden lightning raged and exploded throughout the courtyard, yet it failed to touch Bai Yujing in the slightest. Realizing his attack was futile, Wu Yonk withdrew the crackling lightning coursing around his body and reappeared in his original form. "You truly surprise me, Bai Yujing," Wu Yonk said, narrowing his eyes as he studied his opponent. "The domination field doesn't work on you, but even without it, you still won't be my match." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Yujing responded coldly, his calm demeanor further enraging Wu Yonk. "Do you know? This spear was originally called Heaven's Wrath Spear. It changes form depending on its wielder. The moment I held it, it transformed into Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear. So, the power doesn't lie in the weapon, it lies in me." Wu Yonk suddenly pointed the spearhead toward the sky, gripping its shaft with both hands raised high. Thunder God's Duel. Lightning Surge Expansion. A torrent of violent golden lightning engulfed him instantly, with explosive arcs of electricity saturating the surrounding space. Everything around him collapsed into scorched ruins, except for the small patch of ground beneath his feet. Within the lightning storm, the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear underwent a frenzied transformation. Its 3-meter shaft extended to several dozen meters, its triangular serrated edges unfurled like axe blades, and the shaped tail fins at its base retracted toward the spear's body. Wu Yonk gripped the transformed Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear with one hand and lowered it to his side. Its handle struck the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Despite the spear's immense weight after the transformation, he wielded it with ease and composure. He slowly tilted his head, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. Next, I will unleash my full force thrust on you, by Yujing. Don't die too quickly now, or I might actually feel sad. In a deserted neighborhood, left in ruins from the destruction of the previous night, a peculiar figure stood out amidst the desolation. It was a long-haired man dressed in a black military uniform with a flowing skirt-like design. He sat leisurely on a park bench that had been flung there by the chaos. A golden rapier hung at his waist, swaying slightly with his movements, while his sleek black hair fell over his shoulders. In his right hand, he held a book, engrossed in reading. Not far from him, an unusual small creature was busily digging through the damp mud with its claws. The creature had the head of a wolf, fox-like ears, a small horn on its forehead, and a sleek black body with cloud-like paws. Together, the ruined neighborhood, the calm, book-reading man in military attire, and the strange beast cub rummaging through the rubble painted a scene straight out of an apocalypse. Several minutes later, the man in the uniform suddenly looked up, his dark golden eyes flickering as if ablaze. His gaze shifted to the distant horizon, where ominous black thunderclouds were gathering, crackling with lightning as though heralding a coming danger. Heaven's wrath thunder spear Wu Yunk? He murmured softly. Rising to his feet, he casually tossed the book Postnatal Care of Ferocious Beasts recently unearthed by the small creature into a trash bin at the corner of the street. Wu Yunk must have found his target. It's time for us to leave, little Sanua. As he spoke, a mysterious energy emanated from his body, causing the surrounding scenery to blur and distort, a manifestation of his mastery over the boundary between reality and illusion. This time, your performance was lacking. Once this matter is resolved, you'll be punished with a week's suspension of dessert rations. Hearing this, the small beast, which had been about to leap toward him, froze midair, its round eyes welling up with tears. It let out a pitiful whimper, still recovering from the trauma of a recent encounter with a nameless sword, only to now face this new heartbreak. Watching its master's figure gradually fade into the distance, the beast transformed into a silver streak of moonlight and followed close behind. The autumn wind howled as the man and his companion disappeared into the night. The curtain began to rise. However, if you take a single blow and die, I'll make sure to shatter your corpse into pieces, Wu Yunk said with a faint smile directed at Bai Yujing. You certainly talk a lot, Bai Yujing replied with a matching smile. Are you so sure it won't be you who dies? Despite his words, his eyes remained devoid of amusement, fixed intently on the spear in Wu Yunk's hand, which crackled with the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. As a fellow master of wind and thunder techniques, Bai Yujing understood better than anyone just how formidable that force was. Enjoy your bravado while you still can. Wu Yunk's smile vanished, his gaze turning cold and menacing. I hope you'll still be able to laugh in a moment. He was confident of his victory. In terms of cultivation, speed, and martial skills, he was far superior to Bai Yujing. Victory was within his grasp. In an instant, Wu Yunk's figure soared into the air, his entire body enveloped in golden lightning. He wielded a massive silver spear, its shaft bristling with menacing barbs, stretching tens of meters long. Amid the darkness of the night and the storm of lightning and thunder, he resembled the god of thunder descending upon the world, looking down from above at Bai Yujing standing in the courtyard. Thunder God's duel, divine might, as his cold, emotionless voice echoed, the spear tip, shrouded in terrifying lightning, pierced forward like divine retribution. In an instant, the entire courtyard transformed into a hellish domain of thunder and lightning. Trees, stone tables, and vegetation were obliterated into dust, and even the ground was blasted into a charred crater dozens of meters deep. Pathetic, Wu Yunk sneered disdainfully. But before his smirk could settle, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Are you talking about yourself? Wu Yunk's pupils contracted sharply. In the reflection of his heavenly wrath thunder spear, he caught a glimpse of a figure. There was no time to ponder how his opponent had appeared behind him. He hastily turned and raised his spear to block. But Bai Yujing's sword was faster. The blood-red blade, entwined with crimson lightning and imbued with the deadly intent of the yellow springs, aimed directly for Wu Yunk's throat. At the critical moment, a flash of black light shot out from Wu Yunk's sleeve, and a jet-black comb tumbled to the ground. This artifact, named Time, was a rare celestial-grade treasure with a unique ability. Originally possessing 8 teeth, the comb now had only 2 intact, the others broken. Its power allowed the owner to rewind time by 5 seconds upon facing a fatal physical attack. Wu Yunk had seized this treasure after defeating a highly dangerous fugitive martial master in Jianglan City. However, the comb had failed to save him when he was once possessed. As the demonic sword was about to strike, one of the comb's remaining teeth shattered, and time rewound by 5 seconds to the exact moment when Wu Yunk had just unleashed his Thunder God's Duel. Divine Might. Thunder God's Duel. Star Piercer. This time, without hesitation, Wu Yonk spun around. The Heavenly Wrath Thunder Spear, shrouded in blinding silver lightning capable of tearing through anything, thrust backward with devastating force. This strike was aimed to pierce the stars themselves. Wu Yonk was undeniably a genius in the art of lightning. His Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear was ferocious and relentless, charging forward with unstoppable force. In this decisive strike, it even surpassed the speed of lightning itself, carrying an immense power capable of piercing through stars. Wherever the spear's tip pointed, the true essence armor of Bai Yujing, who had reached the peak of Wu Xian realm, could only withstand it for a fleeting moment before cracks spread across it. In the next instant, it shattered into a spray of blood-red motes, dissipating into nothingness. The silver Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through Bai Yujing's chest like a silver comet streaking across the night sky. It propelled his body downward, hurtling into the charred crater in the courtyard below. With a thunderous crash, Bai Yujing's white-robed figure slammed heavily into the ground. The spear, crackling with dense arcs of lightning, embedded itself halfway into the scorched pit, sending a cloud of black dust billowing into the air. Pinned to the ground by this star-piercing strike, Bai Yujing coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The wound at his chest, where his heart had been pierced, was grotesque and horrifying. Under the relentless assault of the silver lightning, the flesh around it had been scorched black. This fatal blow was made possible by Wu Yonk's use of the time comb to reverse time. At the critical moment when he was about to be struck down by the demon's sword, this treasure automatically intervened to protect its master, rewinding time by 5 seconds. Seizing the exact moment of Bai Yujing's reappearance, Wu Yonk unleashed the most powerful single-target technique from the Thunder God's combat arts, Thunder God's Duel, Star-Piercing Strike. Even more terrifying, the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear, enhanced by Thunder God's Duel, Lightning Speed Extension, had its triangular serrated edges transformed into axe-like blades on either side, further widening the wound. The combination of these factors left Bai Yujing gravely injured and on the verge of death. As the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear left Wu Yonk's hand, the thunderclouds shrouding the Feng clan's residents gradually dispersed, revealing a dazzling starry sky. Wu Yonk landed, his expression shifting unpredictably. Although his clan could achieve resurrection by transferring to another host body, effectively rendering death a foreign concept, the moment Bai Yujing's sword had been about to strike him, he had felt, for the first time, the chilling fear of death. This unprecedented terror still lingered in his heart, and the automatic activation of the time comb confirmed that Bai Yujing indeed possessed the power to truly kill him. Using the time comb this time had consumed one of its precious teeth, leaving only one remaining. Once depleted, he would have to endure a mysterious curse for 24 hours. Yet at this moment, Wu Yonk felt only gratitude for being alive. Everything else could be dealt with later. Inside the demon's sword, Su Yin silently observed Bai Yujing, who lay on the ground, his breath growing weaker by the moment. His expression suddenly grew complex, and Su Yin's gaze froze on the scene before him. The comb of time rewound the clock by 5 seconds, but as part of the system, he was unaffected by the reverse flow and witnessed the entire battle unfold. A true clash of titans often concludes in the span of a single breath. When Wu Yonk wielded the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear to unleash the Thunder God's Duel, Divine Might, Bai Yujing did not confront it heeding with Shattered Blossom Dream Shadow. Instead, in a split second, he used a breathing technique to suppress his aura and slipped into the shadows of the dense forest nearby. As Wu Yonk's focus wavered slightly, Bai Yujing used the moonlight reflecting off the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear to teleport behind his opponent, unleashing the deadly intent of the Yellow Spring Sword just as his demonic blade was about to strike. Wu Yonk, unfamiliar with Fengling Yuying's techniques, had no time to react. The demonic blade was poised to sever his neck, and the battle's outcome seemed certain. But then, a black comb fell from his sleeve, and time inexplicably began to rewind. Bai Yujing appeared unaware of this anomaly, but Su Yin already sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, this time, Wu Yonk, now prepared, turned and launched a full-force thrust. To Su Yin's bewilderment, even though Bai Yujing instinctively raised his sword to block, he suddenly withdrew the demonic blade at the last moment. Had he not done so, the blade would have shielded him, preventing the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear from fully piercing through him. His injuries wouldn't have been so severe, and he could have escaped using Fengling Yuying. Wait, this foolish kid, could it be he pulled back the sword because he was afraid the demonic blade would shatter under the force of the spear? Realizing this, Su Yin felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was merely a sword, after all. While he had indeed granted Bai Yujing certain advantages, it was not without ulterior motives. Why would Bai Yujing go to such lengths for him? Looking at Bai Yujing, whose chest heaved violently but whose aura was fading, Su Yin fell silent. He knew that while Bai Yujing still clung to a thread of life, his internal organs and dantian had been devastated by the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear. His survival was sustained only by his profound cultivation, holding on to his final breath. Suyin quietly opened the demonic blade's interface, searching for any usable skills. It was then that he noticed something unusual. A skill icon, always dark and inactive, suddenly lit up. Amid the list of abilities, it shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Under the night sky, countless stars adorned the vast darkness, and a brilliant river of light stretched across the heavens like a silken ribbon. "The stars are beautiful tonight," Bai Yujing murmured, his voice faint as he gazed at the sky. Fatally wounded by the heaven's wrath thunder spear, he weakly raised the blood-red demonic blade, studying it for a moment. A barely perceptible, serene smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Just as Suyin had guessed, Bai Yujing had intentionally avoided that fatal strike. Feeling the terrifying power contained within the spear's thrust, he knew that meeting it head-on would shatter the divine blade. A small kindness deserves gratitude, but the hope the sword had brought him was far greater than a mere drop of water. Even at the cost of his life, Bai Yujing did not hesitate. Does Bai Yujing want to die? To be honest, he doesn't. There are still 3 fires burning in his heart. A blood feud unavenged, a lifelong wish unfulfilled, and a profound debt unpaid. But when it comes to the fear of death, he has never been afraid of it. If not for the divine sword's aid, he would have perished that night when Feng Zutong's shadowy wraiths and the Wujuan attacked. For Bai Yujing, death itself is not the source of fear. What he dreads is dying without clarity, leaving life without meaning. But now, as the truth behind everything finally becomes clear to him, his death gains purpose. Looking back on his life, though his hands are stained with blood, every life he took had a reason. In this fleeting life, he has no regret. He has honored his family, wielded his divine sword with justice, and stayed true to himself. The night falls, and the sky is adorned with countless stars. Compared to last month's snowstorm in Ninghai City caused by the rampage of the ghost-level star beast, the Snow Dragon King, tonight's weather is exceptionally clear. A gentle breeze brushes through the treetops, creating a soft rustling sound, and the air is fresh and mild. Gazing at the brilliant night sky, Bai Yujing's mind drifts back to his childhood. He remembers a summer evening when his family sat together under the old locust tree in front of their home, the dappled shadows swaying on the ground. His mother pointed to the vast expanse of stars and told him and his younger sister, Bai Yueling, a story. Every star in the sky corresponds to a life in this world, a mark of their existence. Each star represents a story, be it ordinary or extraordinary. The more moving the story, the brighter the star shines. She said that everyone is the protagonist of their own life story. Our paths may be fraught with thorns, battered by storms, riddled with loneliness, or plagued by hardships. But as we overcome these challenges and look back on the journey, every experience, whether joyful, painful, or regretful, will become a unique memory, leaving our trace in this vast sea of stars. At that time, young Bai Yujing couldn't fully grasp the depth of his mother's words. He simply gazed up at the starry sky with his clear, innocent eyes, their light mirroring the brilliance above. Just like now, despite enduring countless farewells, sorrows, and hardships, Bai Yujing never succumbed to darkness. He firmly believed that among the stars, there was one that belonged to his familiar guiding light to lead him through moments of confusion and despair. At this moment, the light in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, gradually dimming. He was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Death was imminent. Yet, if given the chance to relive this moment, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Still, in the final moments of his life, a trace of regret for unfulfilled aspirations surged within him. Just then, an extraordinary energy surged from the blood-red long sword in his right hand and flowed into his body. It was a powerful secret technique known as the Supreme True Art, and the divine sword granted him the power to choose. As Bai Yujing grasped the nature of this technique and its cost, a faint smile appeared on his face. "The cost is my life?" His voice was faint, yet his gaze burned with unwavering resolve. "If it's only my life, why not use it? I've already chosen this path. I'd face death 1,000 times without regret." In the instant he agreed to use it, the heavens and earth lit up abruptly. The shadow of death was repelled by an invisible force, and the energy surging from the divine sword began to restore his damaged organs and cells at an unimaginable speed. A flame of unquenchable vitality ignited in his chest, dispelling the darkness before him, and the blurred world around him became clear once more. Meanwhile, Wu Yunk, recovering from his earlier fright, felt relieved that he had eliminated this potential threat just in time. At that moment, a middle-aged man in black robes Feng Yuan's hangared in the courtyard. Taking in the sight of Bai Yujing impaled by a silver spear and the devastated surroundings, his calm tone gave way to shock. "What happened here? Bai Yujing, is he dead?" "That's correct. Bai Yujing, the heretic god's follower, has been dealt with," Wu Yunk replied evenly. "Impressive work, Special Investigator of the Ninghai Martial Inspection Bureau," Feng Yuanjing praised, his gaze subtly shifting toward Bai Yujing's direction. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. The sword was still there. It seems I arrived a step too late and missed the battle. If you'd like, I can take care of handling the body. Wu Yonk was about to nod when his expression suddenly shifted. He spun around abruptly, and Feng Yuanjing followed his gaze. In the darkness, a light began to shine. The radiance emanated from Bai Yujing himself. At first, a faint white light appeared on the surface of his body, but in the blink of an eye, it burst forth with intensity, banishing the darkness of the night and illuminating the entire sky. This sudden and extraordinary phenomenon sent an unprecedented sense of danger coursing through Feng Yuanjing and Wu Yonk simultaneously. Feng Yuanjing could only let out a cry of shock, while Wu Yonk immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Fixing his gaze on the strange transformation taking place in Bai Yujing, he knew that immediate action was necessary, or they would all face annihilation. Seizing the opportunity with the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear still embedded in Bai Yujing's body, Wu Yonk launched a swift counterattack. Spreading the fingers of his left hand wide before clenching them into a fist, he activated the technique Thunder God's Duel. Infinite Thunder. In an instant, the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear erupted with a cataclysmic surge of silver lightning. Yet to Wu Yonk's astonishment, the thunderous power, capable of severely injuring even a late-stage martial sovereign, dissipated completely before it could touch the light surrounding Bai Yujing. It vanished as if ice meeting fire, evaporating without a trace. Even more shocking was the sight of the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear being slowly pulled out of Bai Yujing's body by an invisible force. The gaping wound on his chest began to heal at a visible speed, restoring itself to perfection in mere moments. Bai Yujing's body started to rise steadily into the air, ascending until he hovered prominently above the city. During this ascent, his black hair began to move as if stirred by an unseen wind, gradually turning into a pure white hue. The ordinary citizens in the city below also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. Why did it suddenly get so bright? There's someone in that white light. Their exclamations echoed one after another. Meanwhile, in the liminal border between the martial sovereign realm and reality, a man in a black military uniform halted his advance toward the dissipating thunderclouds. His expression grew solemn as he fixed his gaze on the dazzling light and the white-haired figure within it. He pondered silently. Why would such a powerful being appear in a mere border city? After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickened his pace with the March Beast, heading toward the source of the light. At the Feng clan residence, Feng Shuedong, whose blue-black eyes were usually devoid of emotion, now showed a ripple of reaction. She stared intently at the figure ascending into the sky, enveloped in boundless white radiance. At this moment, countless people in Ninghai City raised their heads to gaze upward. Feng Yuanjing turned his gaze toward Wu Yonk across from him. The latter silently recalled the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, his expression stoic as he looked upward in contemplation. Since the deaths of Ling Yishan and Yun Tianqing, the situation had begun spiraling out of control, filling Feng Yuanjing with a sense of foreboding. At that moment, starlight began to descend from the heavens. Streams of radiant light cascaded down, gradually converging around the figure with white hair, transforming into a dazzling display of brilliance. Under Feng Yuanzhang's astonished gaze, Bai Yujing's aura surged rapidly, leaping from the martial profound realm to the early stage of the martial sovereign realm, then to the mid-stage, and finally the late stage. Wu Yonk's left hand, gripping the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, caused his black trench coat to suddenly burst apart, revealing his muscular frame streaked with golden lightning. Without hesitation, he hurled the silver spear forward, unleashing the technique Thunder God's Duel. Star-piercing strike. The Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear transformed into a silver bolt of lightning entwined with golden thunder, streaking straight toward Bai Yujing. However, an enigmatic aura suddenly erupted from Bai Yujing, causing ripples to spread through the void wherever it passed. His power continued to ascend early, mid, and late stages of the Martial Saint realm, finally reaching the pinnacle of the Martial Saint realm. At this moment, Bai Yujing's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. His white hair billowed in the wind, and his eyes glowed like radiant stars. Having broken through to the Martial Saint realm, his perception of the world had fundamentally shifted. The flow of energy between heaven and earth became vividly clear. The intricate patterns on distant leaves came into sharp focus, and the essence of all elemental forces was laid bare before him. Additionally, he comprehended his own killing sword domain and the Yellow Spring Sword Dao. Bai Yujing glanced at the demonic sword in his hand, which crackled with blood-red lightning, and softly expressed his gratitude. Divine Sword, thank you for lending me your power. Even if it's only for an hour, it's more than enough. Su Yin silently observed the swordmaster, a trace of sorrow flickering in his heart. He understood that Bai Yujing had paid the price of burning his own life force to attain this fleeting pinnacle of the Martial Saint realm. This choice was entirely Bai Yujing's own decision. The ultimate truth sword technique required the swordmaster to possess a resolute will to face death and to actively make such a sacrifice. When Wu Yunk's heavenly fury thunder spear came hurtling toward him, Bai Yujing spoke with calm indifference, not a brother, and still resorting to sneak attacks. Yellow springs. With just a single finger extended, the thunder enveloping the spear instantly dissipated, causing it to plummet from midair. Witnessing this, Wu Yunk's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation, he turned into a streak of golden lightning and fled into the distance. Bai Yujing watched his retreating figure with an expressionless face, gripping the demonic sword in his right hand as he made a slashing motion in the air. Killing sword domain, he uttered. The slaughter sword domain is a newly evolved field that Bai Yujing achieved after breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, ascending from his original slaughter sword intent. This domain not only retains the features of marking targets and recovering through death, but also significantly expands its range of influence. All living beings within the domain are subjected to the erosion of malevolent energy, especially those who are enemies of Bai Yujing. Weak-willed adversaries who fear him often lose the ability to resist instantly, rendered as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. The moment Bai Yujing swung his demonic sword, a crimson rift tore open in the void where the sword tip passed. The rift expanded at a terrifying speed, quickly catching up to Wu Yunk, who was fleeing as a golden streak of lightning. The blood-red domain continued to spread, enveloping the entirety of Ninghai City in the blink of an eye, and swiftly extending to Jianglan City, Qingshan City, and Lianshui City, ultimately covering nearly the entire Shanna province. Under this blood-red sky, panic gripped the hearts of people. Residents in the cities felt an inexplicable fear, while birds and beasts in the forests trembled, curling up deep in their nests. Even the roars of ferocious beasts fell silent, and high-level martial artists displayed wary expressions. 1,000 miles away in Qingshan City, the provincial capital with a resident population of 30 million, several times the size of Ninghai City, a high-level military meeting was underway, discussing the sudden phenomenon of the skies turning crimson. The entire Shanha province has been affected? A short, elderly man with golden eyes put down the phone and sighed softly. All right, I understand. Troubled times indeed. First, we had the possession incident, and now this. By the window, a noblewoman in a flowing traditional dress hesitated and said, "This it looks like a domain?" "Ha, ha," chuckled another woman dressed in red, crossing her snow-white legs. "You're funny. Whose domain could possibly affect such a vast area? Yours? I doubt it." The golden-eyed elder interrupted her, projecting a video onto the conference room screen. The footage showed nothing but a crimson expanse, eliciting gasps from the attendees. "Goodness! Which martial saint is this? How have we never heard of them before?" Someone raised their hand and asked. "It's that heretic worshipper from Ninghai City," the golden-eyed elder said, deep in thought. "General Zhuyan." Another attendee hesitated. "It seems his domain has even disrupted our technological capabilities. We can only wait for news from Zhuyan." Wu Yunk, transformed into a streak of golden lightning, fled desperately. He was utterly terrified by Yujing's previous display of power. The scene of that single, effortless finger blocking his full force strike with the heaven's wrath thunder spear replayed in his mind, filling him with regret. Why had he meddled in Feng Shuedong's affairs? Bai Yujing's sudden revival from the brink of death was already bizarre enough, but now he was displaying the terrifying might of a peak martial saint. As someone from beyond the azure starfield, Wu Yunk knew all too well that a peak martial saint was among the strongest beings on Blue Star. His current predicament left him with only one thought: escape Ninghai City. He cursed inwardly, lamenting why he had chosen to inhabit this wretched place back when he possessed the high-ranking officials. When the golden streak of light had traveled 50 kilometers and reached another district, Wu Yunk relaxed slightly and revealed his form. But at that very moment, a voice from above caused his pupils to contract sharply. "Where do you think you're going? Wait, hold on. Let's talk this through. Spare me and ill." Wu Yunk jerked his head up, only to see a blood-red longsword piercing through space, rapidly enlarging in his vision. He felt the chilling threat of death as a black comb slipped from his sleeve, the comb of time. The moment the final tooth of the comb snapped, time rewound by 5 seconds. Like a drowning man saved from the abyss, Wu Yunk gasped for air, finding himself back at the Feng clan's stronghold. Though the comb of time had saved him once more, he now felt a curse-like sense of being locked onto. This madman wasn't even giving him a chance to explain. Without hesitation, a mass of grotesque, writhing black mist erupted from Wu Yunk's mouth, fleeing at near-instantaneous speed. His physical body collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving Feng Yuanjing staring in shock, utterly clueless about what had just transpired. Under the starlit sky, Bai Yujing's snow-white hair danced in the wind as he fixed his icy gaze on the rapidly escaping black mist. His eyes were cold and unyielding. An outsider? Time reversal? No matter how many times you try, you won't escape tonight. Slaughter sword domain. A blood-red domain of swords unfolded, staining the heavens and earth crimson. Fleeting dream. The black mist abruptly froze midair, revealing a distorted, maniacal face. Impossible. This is impossible. I am immortal. But the final strike, shattered dream phantasm, had already descended. Time resumed its flow as the blood-red lightning of the demonic sword swept through, scattering the black mist alongside the drifting fragments of a shattered dream, obliterating it into nothingness. Ding. Talent, slaughter, activated. Vitality 100, demonic energy 100. The system notification suddenly rang out, startling Su-in. He fixed his gaze on the dark mist emanating from Wu Yong's body, calculating inwardly this was an unexpected windfall, worth 100 times more than an ordinary person. In the past, whenever he used the demonic sword to kill, regardless of his opponent's martial arts level, the system would only indicate an increase of 1 point each for vitality and demonic energy. Over time, Su-in had grown accustomed to it and hardly paid it any attention. System, why so much this time? Su-in couldn't help but ask. Ding. When the swordmaster uses the demonic sword to slay a target, it absorbs all of their essence. The target you just killed was from beyond this realm and carried 100 units of essence. This explanation made Su-yin's eyes light up. The sword spirit skill I, which he had won during the Thousand Slay lottery, could detect beings from outside the realm. It seemed he needed to keep an eye out for more of these big catches in the future. However, his excitement dimmed slightly at the thought of Bai Yujing, such an exceptional swordmaster. Su-in glanced at Bai Yujing's figure. His eyes were closed, as if he were concentrating on searching for something. Su-in pondered to himself, the supreme mystical art is undoubtedly powerful, but its side effects are severe. I wonder if the demonic sword, once upgraded to an immortal weapon or a destiny-class weapon, could develop the ability to summon back former swordmasters. If such a divine skill exists, maybe I could bring Bai Yujing back, and while I'm at it, drag Lao Hong out for revenge. The memory of being kicked into the sword furnace by Lao Hong and the excruciating pain still lingered in Su-yin's mind. Comparing that to how decisively she was killed with a single strike after being possessed by that red-haired girl, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. A moment later, Bai Yujing opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto a specific direction. Found it, he said softly. With that, he took a step forward, and his figure, dignified and extraordinary even under the starlight, vanished from where he stood. The scene shifted to a once bustling commercial street in Ninghai City. Though it now appeared desolate due to a string of paranormal incidents, the late hour, and population migration, tonight was unusually lively. Street vendors lined the sidewalks, selling candied hawthorns and grilled skewers, their cheerful chatter filling the air. By the fountain in the square, children played and laughed, creating a typical night market atmosphere. Amid the crowd, Bai Yujing spotted Feng Shuedong. She was dressed in a sky-blue yukata and had just bought a skewer of candied hawthorns, taking a small bite from the topmost piece. Big brother, can I touch your sword? A timid voice broke through. Bai Yujing looked down to see a little girl of about 7 or 8, gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. Not far away, a middle-aged woman, likely the girl's mother, looked on with an apologetic expression. Looking into the innocent eyes of the little girl, a peculiar light ignited in Bai Yujing's star-like pupils. This was a unique ability he had gained after harnessing the power of the divine sword, enabling him to see through the facade of this seemingly prosperous city. While the dazzling nightscape was an illusion, the people within it were undeniably real. Ignoring the trace of disappointment in the little girl's eyes, Bai Yujing gripped the demonic sword and walked straight to Feng Shuedong, who stood at the roadside. Playing house, is it fun? He asked. Feng Shuedong turned her head, a stick of candied hawthorn still in her mouth. Speaking indistinctly, she replied, not really. She swallowed the hawthorn and suddenly grimaced. So sour. Then, as if sizing him up seriously, she added, Martial Saint level? Huh? No wonder Wu Yong fell to you. But I'm not like him. Bai Yujing remained silent as the demonic sword in his right hand began to change. The crimson blade, once entwined with blood-red lightning, now radiated a swirling aura of sanguine energy. He unleashed fleeting dreams, and in an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. Having reached the peak of the martial saint level, his spiritual force was now intertwined with the natural world, allowing him to wield this divine art without limit. With a flash of his sword, Bai Yujing delivered an upward slash that cleaved Feng Shuedong in two. In the blink of an eye, countless blood-red sword shadows slashed through her from all directions. When time resumed its flow, Feng Shuedong's body had already shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Her smile remained eerily frozen on her face, as if untouched by the violence. The passers-by on the street, unfazed by the gruesome scene, continued chatting and laughing as they walked past the remnants. Bai Yujing had yet to sheath his sword when a child's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. What was that? For a moment, it felt like time had stopped. Turning around, he saw the same little girl who had earlier tried to touch the divine sword. But now, her once innocent expression appeared disturbingly sinister. It was clear that Feng Shuedong had taken possession of the girl's body. But it doesn't matter, the girl said, tilting her head, her former shyness gone completely. Anyone who's been tainted is now a part of me. In this city, there are at least tens of thousands more. How long do you think you can keep this up in your current state? Even the voice from within the demonic sword, Su Yin, couldn't help but sigh. What a monster! Feng Shuedong's depravity surpassed even that of Edward, the devotee of the Blood Lord, a god of corruption. As a servant of the puppet princess of the evil gods, she exhibited no remorse for her atrocities. And besides, the girl continued with a twisted grin, these people are all innocent. Can someone who claims to uphold justice really bring themselves to strike them down? I, claiming justice? Bai Yujing's dazzling eyes gazed down at Feng Shuedong, his cold voice repeating the 4 words deliberately, one at a time. Am I wrong? Feng Shuedong fearlessly met Bai Yujing's gaze, a subtle, meaningful smile playing on her lips. You've killed so many people, yet you haven't succumbed to darkness. Isn't that just an excuse you've made for yourself in the name of justice? So now, can you raise your sword against this innocent child? Just moments ago, she was calling you big brother. Wasn't she? Bai Yujing tightened his grip on the cursed sword, his expression calm and composed. Suddenly, the little girl reached out her hand, her eyes regaining a pure and innocent light as she timidly looked at Bai Yujing, whose aura was sharp and imposing. Big brother? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? In an instant, her expression turned mischievous, and she squinted her eyes with a sly smile. Wasn't my imitation just now spot on? So, what do you think? Are you done talking? Bai Yujing interrupted coolly. What? A flicker of surprise crossed the little girl's face. In that fleeting moment, Bai Yujing's figure vanished. The cursed sword, shrouded in blood-red energy and imbued with the annihilating essence of the underworld, pierced straight through Feng Shuedong's forehead with precision. Time seemed to freeze. The surprise on Feng Shuedong's face hadn't yet faded before her body disintegrated into fragments, scattering into the wind. One strike yellow springs. Bai Yujing retracted his cursed sword and spoke calmly. I think you misunderstood something. I've never sought to justify my actions with justice. My goal has always been singular to avenge my family. No matter what you say, I won't let you leave here alive. Through the cursed sword's connection to the primordial power of the evil deities Eden, Bai Yujing had gained a vision ability akin to Anna's. He could see that the hundreds of people here were beyond saving, they're controlled like puppets, overtaken by malevolent personas, or entirely consumed by madness. Given that, granting them a dignified death seemed the lesser cruelty. Even if an uncorrupted group of innocent people stood in his way to stop his vengeance, Bai Yujing wouldn't hesitate to act. He had principles but was never bound by moral rigidity. Feng Shuedong had not only murdered his family but also spread death like a plague. With such a horrifying and corrupting power, there was no justification that could spare her from his judgment. With less than an hour left to live, Bai Yujing had no patience for lofty arguments. As Suyin once said, villains meet their end because they talk too much. Feng Shuedong, borrowing the little girl's body, had spewed a torrent of self-righteous nonsense. But to Bai Yujing, it was all utterly meaningless. The reason Bai Yujing didn't strike immediately was because he was charging up for a single, decisive kill using the Yellow Spring sword technique. He watched his opponent coldly, fully aware that this strike transcended time and space. Even if his opponent could resist the momentary pause caused by the divine power of Lingering Dream, how could they possibly withstand a fatal blow imbued with the true essence of the Yellow Spring sword? What are you waiting for? Suyin wondered silently. Bai Yujing seemed to be waiting for his skill cool down, but his opponent's intentions remained elusive. At that moment, Suyin noticed a peculiar detail. Feng Zutong's gained vitality and demonic energy amounted to a mere 2 points, nowhere near the overwhelming black mist emanating from Wu Yonk. Was it simply because only a single thought had been used? Just as Suyin thought the battle was over, a man's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw the speaker was none other than the sugar-coated hawthorn seller. His robe swayed in the wind, and his gaze carried an enigmatic depth. You are not justice, you are purity, the vendor said. She's still alive? Suyin was startled. Even if Feng Shuedong could switch bodies at an incredible speed, how could she possibly outpace Bai Yujing, who stood at the peak of martial saint cultivation? There had to be something unusual at play. At the same time, he noticed that Feng Shuedong seemed oddly talkative today. Feng Shuedong spoke nonchalantly, you really don't need to hate me so much. Family, well, you can always have more. If you want, I could make a couple for you. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Yujing turned into a white blur and closed the distance in an instant. His left hand clenched into a fist, carrying the force of a blood-red gale, and smashed into Feng Zutong's face, leaving it caved in. Immediately after, his sword flashed like lightning, slashing diagonally downward in a bloody arc. A follow-up horizontal strike severed her body in two. The force of the sword's momentum whipped up a gale, scattering the broken remains and blood. The scene was brutally gory. Su Yin was stunned. It seemed to be the first time he had seen Bai Yujing use his fists in addition to his demonic sword to kill. Though he couldn't understand why Feng Shuedong kept coming back to life, it was clear she had touched Bai Yujing's deepest rage. Not only had she sent the vengeful ghost Wu Jun to slaughter Bai Yujing's entire family, but she now dared to mock him by threatening to turn his loved ones into puppets for resurrection. A cold glint flashed in Bai Yujing's eyes as he removed his wide white robe and tied it around his waist. Taking a deep breath, he activated his breathing technique, concentration. Moments later, a burly man at the martial commander level, who had been laughing and chatting with his companions in the square, suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked up at Bai Yujing with confusion. Feng Shuedong continued speaking. Why don't you believe me? I admit that you're very strong right now, but you can't kill. Before she could finish, the burly man's head was already gripped by a long, slender hand. With a tremendous force, the ground shattered beneath him. Bai Yujing followed with a spinning kick, sending the man's body flying into the air, then appeared above him in a flash. With a blood-infused stomp, he drove the man into the ground before finishing him off with a single sword strike. A few moments later, a small boy playing in the square looked up. This time, Bai Yujing stopped his movements. Why stop now? Have you finally realized it's pointless? Feng Shuedong chuckled softly. Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, you've switched bodies twice, but you were 0.1 seconds slower. Hearing this, Feng Shuedong's expression froze for a brief moment, but quickly returned to normal. She sneered disdainfully. So what? What does it matter? You can't kill me, can you? Bai Yujing didn't respond immediately. Gripping his demonic sword tightly, his piercing gaze locked onto her. The way you switch bodies isn't like Wu Yang's complete soul transfer. After I killed your original body the first time, I thought you had transferred in advance. But when I tested you with Huangquan the second time, you evaded again. His eyes burned with an intense flame. Until just now, I noticed your body switching speed has slowed down. Is it mental exhaustion? Or can you feel pain? The smile on Feng Shuedong's face stiffened slightly, her gaze growing colder. You're clever, but unfortunately you're wrong. In truth, Bai Yujing's deduction was already close to the mark. As a pure source of malevolent intent, Feng Shuedong, sensing Bai Yujing's change, had divided herself into thousands of fragments, parasitizing the souls of every individual corrupted by darkness across the Shanha province. As long as even one fragment remained, she could not truly die. The drawback of this method was that once her scattered fragments of malevolence were destroyed, her thoughts would slow down. Additionally, any damage inflicted on her parasitic hosts would transmit a portion of the pain back to her. Though the pain wasn't overwhelming, she could endure it unless it occurred repeatedly in a short span of time. To Feng Shuedong, the several hundred people before her were merely a tiny fraction of the thousands of parasitic hosts scattered across Shanha province. She considered them expendable and insignificant, which was why she had always appeared so confident and untroubled. However, what she hadn't anticipated was that every time Bai Yujing killed one of her parasitic hosts, he also annihilated the malevolent fragment attached to it. This caused a slight delay in her body-switching process, a subtle change that Bai Yujing had astonishingly detected. Just as the burly man Feng Shuedong was currently possessing opened his mouth to speak, a cold blade was already pressed against his face. In the blink of an eye, before she could even react, Bai Yujing struck with lightning speed. A blood-red gale howled past, and with a faint sting, half of her host's head flew into the air, dissipating her consciousness along with it. The severed half of the head disintegrated midair, gradually vanishing. This strike not only utilized the slicing power of the wind element from the Fenglei Yuanlu, but also incorporated the Huangquan sword Dao, which caused life to wither away. Beyond inflicting pain upon Feng Shuedong, Bai Yujing had other matters he needed to confirm. After a brief moment, Feng Shuedong's consciousness awakened within the body of a middle-aged woman near the little boy. Just as she was about to open her eyes, a figure instantly appeared before her. Bai Yujing's flamelit starry gaze hadn't fully locked onto hers when his demonic sword was already unsheathed. A flash of the blade later, the middle-aged woman's head was split into 5 fragments in excruciating agony, glowing with the desolation of the underworld, scattering into the wind. Feng Shuedong's consciousness shifted to a man in the distance. Wait, she barely managed to speak before a shoe slammed heavily onto her face. The blood-red sword light flashed again, and her brain was once more shattered into pieces. This time, her consciousness barely revived in another body, not even for 0.1 seconds, before Bai Yujing's demonic sword, carrying the force of a violent gale and the power of the underworld, severed her head again. Under the starry night sky, Bai Yujing landed gracefully, his white hair flowing in the night breeze. holding the demonic sword wrapped in a crimson storm. His starry eyes burned with undying fury as he coldly observed yet another head disintegrating into dust. "Revive as many times as you like," he said impassively. For the next several minutes, Feng Shuadong experienced death hundreds of times. Each time, Bai Yujing would precisely predict where her consciousness would awaken and sever her head in an agonizing manner. The relentless pain pushed her mind to the brink of collapse, leaving her unable to think. Why? So relentless. So terrifying. Her consciousness writhed in agony. Escape. I must escape. When she finally awoke in the last body available to her, she was momentarily spared from immediate death. Confused, she turned to look around, only to meet the blazing starry eyes that seemed intent on burning her to ashes. "I'll die, I'll really die." Overwhelmed by pure terror, she screamed in desperation. "No, don't come any closer. Are you afraid of me?" Bai Yujing looked down at her from above, like a white-haired god of death descending. His eyes suddenly erupted with a towering inferno of rage as he roared, "This entire time, you've spread so much fear and death throughout Ninghai City. And now, when it's your turn to face death, do you finally fear it yourself?" The demonic sword in his hand burst forth with an endless storm of blood-red lightning. Shentong, the power of remnant dream, was unleashed in an instant. Bai Yujing raised the demonic sword high, its blade encircled by searing thunder, embodying all his pain and fury from recent times. Before Feng Shuedong could react, the demonic sword descended like a torrential storm. In the flicker of its light, every strike precisely targeted her vital points. As the sword moved, crimson bolts of thunder tore deep, bottomless trenches into the ground behind her, as if delivering divine punishment. Without uttering a word, Bai Yujing transformed the demonic sword into a blood-red streak, slashing hundreds of times in the span of a single thought. Each strike carried the anguish and wrath he had endured over the past 2 months, the solitary pain and guilt now channeled entirely into the edge of the blade. The moment time resumed its flow, Feng Shuedong's body exploded violently, dispersing into a cloud of scarlet blood mist. The entire process took only 0.018 seconds, during which Bai Yujing executed an almost flaying-like assault in the blink of an eye. From her ability to switch bodily forms, he had deduced that even a clone would feel pain, and that she required at least 0.1 seconds to switch forms. This meant she had no choice but to endure all the damage inflicted within such a brief span of time. As the blood mist was carried away by the wind, Bai Yujing murmured, "This is just a small interest far from enough to atone for your sins. I will not let you escape." No sooner had he spoken than tens of thousands of blood-red floral markings appeared across the crimson domain of slaughter-tracking marks meant to pursue the target. Through relentless combat, Bai Yujing had finally managed to imprint these marks on Feng Shuedong. The mark stretched across the entire Shanghai province, from Ninghai City to Qingshan City, Jianglan City, and beyond. These markings confirmed what Feng Shuedong had previously claimed, that the tens of thousands of polluted individuals were all her clones. In the ongoing battles, Bai Yujing could distinctly sense her power gradually depleting. By eliminating all her clones, she would ultimately perish. The flames in Bai Yujing's star-like eyes burned ever brighter, reflecting the vast expanse of stars above. At that moment, an indescribable sensation surged within him. This was the essence of the netherworld void and annihilation tinged with the fleeting remnants of divine power. Bai Yujing gazed at the demonic sword in his hand, murmuring softly, "Oh, divine sword, you've helped me so much. Now it's my turn to repay you." Gripping the sword tightly in his right hand, he traced a simple trajectory before him. There was no flourish to this strike, no overwhelming aura of power. It was as unremarkable as the first swing he attempted in secret that night, after receiving the sword from his sister. Back then, in the quiet solitude of his room, his movements were just as plain and unassuming. Yet, this one simple slash caused tens of thousands of blood-red floral-shaped killing marks within the domain of the killing sword to vanish into nothingness. Netherworld swordsmanship, the grand dreams returned to separation. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in Qingshan City, a sharp cry of terror shattered the silence of the night. In a room with a large, soft bed, a girl who was the spitting image of Feng Shuedong tumbled off the mattress. Her face contorted in agony, and beads of sweat soaked through the gothic Lolita dress she wore. Her blue-black eyes were filled with an indescribable fear. This was merely one of Feng Shuedong's countless avatars. To her, creating family members identical to herself was a trivial task. What she could never understand was why Bai Yujing harbored such deep hatred toward her over the deaths of just 2 of his family members. This time, the process of switching bodies took far longer than usual. The excruciating pain of her body being cleaved into countless fragments in the fleeting moment of frozen time, combined with the agony of hundreds of her split consciousness fragments being annihilated simultaneously by Bai Yujing, nearly overwhelmed her mind. For the first time, Feng Shuedong felt genuine fear toward Bai Yujing. Luckily, losing those hundreds of fragments hasn't significantly affected my true form. Feng Shuedong leapt off the bed and walked to the window, gazing up at the starry sky. A strange, twisted smile played on her lips. He seems to value family deeply. Should I create 2 of his relatives and see if he can bring himself to harm his own kin? Before her words fully left her lips, a blood-red sword blade emerged from the void, advancing toward her at an unervingly slow pace. Feng Shuedong's pupils constricted. She knew this crimson sword all too well. It was the very weapon that had just annihilated hundreds of her split consciousness fragments. What shocked her even more was that the fragments had been completely obliterated alongside their respective avatars. This sword could actually kill her? As a purely conceptual being, such a thing should have been impossible. And how had Bai Yujing managed to find her? Confusion churned within her. The blood-red blade continued its slow advance, moving so lethargically that it seemed as though a single step back would suffice to evade it. Yet, deeper confusion flickered in Feng Shuedong's eyes. Feng Shuedong's heart jolted in shock. Before she could process what was happening, a blood-red blade was already inches from her face. Instinctively, she stepped back, only to realize with horror that the blade followed her like a shadow. It seemed to blur momentarily before advancing the same distance. She retreated. In this perilous moment, a gust of eerie wind whipped through the air, and a dark figure appeared. "Master is in danger, allow me." A Wuzong-level ghost servant stepped forward, its body surging with an astonishing force of vitality. It hurled a powerful punch directly at the blade. Yet, this seemingly formidable fighter crumpled like paper. The instant it came into contact with the blood-red blade, it dissipated like smoke in the wind. This terrifying sight caused Feng Shuedong to instinctively retreat several more steps, but the sinister blade remained relentless. Each time she moved, the blade would blur and close the distance, maintaining the same deadly proximity to her neck. With no time to lose, Feng Shuedong hastily grabbed the black necklace around her neck. The necklace instantly emitted countless ethereal black threads, which swiftly coiled around her, forming a cocoon-like shield of darkness. This shield was crafted from the dark energy she had gathered in Ninghai City, originally intended as a substitute offering for the doll princess, as pure souls were exceedingly hard to come by. Now, she had no choice but to use it on herself, for she was horrified to find that all her psychic abilities had suddenly failed. However, just as Feng Shuedong placed her hopes on this final line of defense, the blood-red blade pierced the black cocoon silently. There was no resistance, no ripple, nothing, as if the blade were slicing through air. It plunged straight into her pale neck. "No, I don't want to die again." Her pupils were filled with an overwhelming terror of death, but her consciousness was already slipping away. Her head, like those of the condemned executed in Bai Yujing, fell cleanly to the ground. Suddenly, a cascade of system notifications flooded her fading awareness. Ding. Killstreak talent activated. Vitality 1. Demonic energy 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the 10,000 slashes achievement. Slaying 10,000 individuals in a single day. Achievement reward unlocked. Draw opportunity granted. Ding. Congratulations, host, on reaching a historical demonic energy value of 10,000. Demon Sword Shop is now open. Ding. The vitality stored in the Demon Sword has reached the threshold for advancing to a low-tier mystic weapon. Begin advancement now? Estimated time: 24 hours. After what seemed like an ordinary strike from Bai Yujing, the system notifications erupted in a frenzy. Su Yin could only see an endless stream of Vitality 1 and Demonic Energy 1 flashing continuously, making it impossible to discern the details. Su Yin stared intently at the system panel, watching the cascading system notifications refresh like a waterfall. In an instant, the demonic sword's health and experience points maxed out, while its demonic energy surged at an astonishing rate, each jump increasing by hundreds or even thousands. "This is just insane," Su Yin muttered under his breath. The efficiency of Bai Yujing's sword technique, Great Dream Return, completely overturned his understanding of combat. Compared to the primitive method of hunting enemies one by one, this was like a technological revolution spanning several eras. With eager anticipation, Su Yin looked toward Bai Yujing, hoping to witness a few more of these spectacular moments. However, Bai Yujing sheathed the demonic sword, a look of relief washing over his face. He exhaled deeply, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of space, as if seeing Feng Shuedong's final moments. With the heightened perception of someone at the peak of the martial saint realm, he confirmed that Feng Shuedong's aura had completely dissipated. The vow he made years ago at the gravesite had finally been fulfilled today. With these hands, with this divine sword, he had avenged his sister and mother. As his sword fell, the years of torment and resentment that had clung to him finally dissolved into nothingness. The bustling commercial street before him was now unrecognizable. Despite Bai Yujing imbuing the demonic sword with the power of the yellow springs, the ground was still soaked with blood, and the air was thick with the stench of it. Amid this hellish scene, Bai Yujing, with his blood-stained demonic sword in hand, stood like a bloodthirsty demon god. You've been watching from there for quite a while. Aren't you planning to come out? Bai Yujing suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on a seemingly empty corner of the street. After a moment of silence with no response, Bai Yujing shook his head and turned to leave, intending to find a quiet place to live out the rest of his days. But just as he was about to depart, an authoritative voice echoed through the desolate street. You killed so many people right in front of me, and you think you can just walk away so easily? A long-haired man in a black military uniform with dark golden eyes appeared out of nowhere on the street. At his feet crouched a march beast that had just regained a bit of its strength, its glossy black eyes filled with fear as it stared at Bai Yujing's back and the crimson demonic sword. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? The man in black asked, his expression grim. Bai Yujing ignored him entirely, his footsteps steady as he continued on his way. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.